Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 298, Getting Attention. Are you ready to light the fuse, Constantine? John asked. With pleasure, he replied. Shazam. Both of them shouted at that time, and as they did so a huge bolt of lightning came and hit both of them. Then John proceeded to change himself to the phoenix. If the lightning bolt wasn't enough to draw the attention of the people here, then the appearance of a huge burning bird would definitely cause a commotion. John didn't attack but waited for their army to arrive. And they didn't disappoint. After a minute or so a whole platoon of armed women appeared on small speed boats which could be driven in air. Their number was large. Around 100. They stopped near John's team. The leader who was leading the team said, "Who are?" Then she squinted her eyes and looked at Thor. "Attack." As they said, all the women instantly attacked without even hesitating for a second. "I hate to say this, but I told you so," John said to Loki, who wanted to negotiate first. Loki shrugged his shoulders as he really didn't expect that the people of heaven would be so agitated. And thus the fight ensued. John used his phoenix and magical powers to attack all of the realm of heaven. Oliver used his magic to make arrows and started shooting the army. So did Clint. Even though Clint's arrows were limited, he had a close combat and even used the magical arrows given to him by Oliver. Arthur turned himself to aqua form and started fighting. The women of heaven used spears and swords, but they had no effect on Arthur as he fought. Arthur started flying around in circles so fast that it caused a sonic boom and aimed his trident at the army. While doing so, it caused ice to form around. Mara too joined him. Victor and the Witchers went on a spree of close combat. John had specifically asked them not to give fatal injury to the army of women, as they weren't sure how Angela would react if she sees her sisters being dead. No matter what, Angela was brought up here and still had affection for the people here. The whole fight didn't even last 5 minutes before they defeated the whole army. There was lesser damage as the fight was mostly in the sky and the army had a disadvantage of not knowing how to fly. So that gave them a good advantage over the whole army. "Let's get down to the city. We should concentrate on getting Aldrich," Urza said. "Good idea." They all landed at a huge square after throwing the bodies of unconscious women on the side in a safe place. The normal people, which consisted mostly of women and few men, were scared when they saw unknown people landing in the middle. Especially the huge blue-colored burning bird was enough to be a nightmare for them, as they had never seen such a creature. "Another platoon of people will come, and this time it will be a much larger one," Victor said. "And we will defeat them," Thor said as black clouds started forming above. As agreed, no kill rule until Aldrich comes into the scene. John reminded them. "How will we recognize her?" Loki asked. "You don't." "I will," John replied. This time there was a much larger number of army and they looked more prepared and armed than before. Their numbers now exceeded 500. "Oh, this isn't going to be easy," Gerald said. "Where is the fun if it's that easy?" Urza said as she transformed herself to heaven will armor. She used normal armor to assault first, but this time she had to be serious. Like before, the women could utter a word and started attacking, more frantically this time. John flew over and started using both lightning and fire to stop the women. Their physiques were like Asgardians and thus normal fire wouldn't hurt them too much, but John's fire and lightning were too powerful and the women were instantly knocked away. Meanwhile, others joined the fight. Thor wreaked havoc with both his weapons as he threw them around. Urza was a huge menace to them as she threw the swords around. Nobody could come close to her, let alone attack her. Clint and Oliver held their own with ease as they used both long-range and short-range tactics. "Hey Arthur, can you put us on a high building? It's weird for us to fight in the open," Clint said. Aquaman nodded at it and took both Oliver and Clint to the roof of a tall building to fight exactly like he did in the New York War. Only this time there was Oliver with him. The jets on Kryptonian suits wasn't fast enough to fly around in high speed. Zatanna used her magic to do all-out assault on the army, while Mara and the Witchers engaged in close combat. They all were too powerful to handle. Mara used her power of controlling water, which she found in the fountain nearby. The Witchers used their new swords and used magic too for combat. Loki used illusions to distract the army, which the Witchers took advantage. Even though the number of the opposition was huge, they were not able to overwhelm John's team. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 299, Destruction. It took a solid 15 minutes to defeat the platoon of heaven. It took so much time because the army was well trained and were better than the previous smaller platoon. Is that all they have got? Thor asked. No. This was a distraction for us too while they set up long-range combatants around us. Constantine said. We need to neutralize them before they can do any harm. John said. Victor, Constantine, John, and I will be going around. You all hold the fort. Arthur said. Let catch these sneaky bast ******s. Constantine said. Then they all flew away to neutralize the opponents. Don't make them unconscious. We need to talk to them. It's not going to lead anywhere if we just go on assaulting. Loki said. From when did you become such a pacifist, Loki? I still want to bury you 6 feet down, you know. Clint said over focus. He was still angry with the manipulation that Loki did. Even though nobody was killed in it, it still pissed him off. We are here to bring the realm to surrender, not make this an empty shell. And you are welcome to try if you can defeat a god, mortal. Loki argued back. Both of you just put a zip to it. Strange said. John, we do need to talk. I will bring some people who can talk. Hold them down. John replied. The four were going through building after buildings, flushing away the long-range assassins who had already started shooting at the people on the square. The people who were fighting on the ground had to defend now. Strange and Zatanna used magic to defend. Clint and Oliver were still on a rooftop sending long-range arrows to the surrounding buildings, wherever they thought the enemies were hiding. Even though they were in the open, they were able to defend well. But unfortunately, they weren't perfect. One such shot went straight through the shoulder of Clint. Clint. No. Oliver shouted, who was close by. John, we need help. Clint's been shot. Oliver said. This was the first injury they suffered. John became angry when he heard that. They had been trying to keep the damage to the minimum. Since they don't understand, let's try the hard way now. John said as now he proceeded to demolish buildings around. All the tall buildings around the place were demolished as he went through them one after another. His body was powered by the strength of Zeus and Phoenix, so even these sturdy buildings couldn't stop him. As he demolished them, he came to the place where Clint was. He was bleeding profusely. John used his resurrection fire to heal him and even the Philosopher's Stone to grow the tissues that were damaged. On the other hand, Constantine was able to catch an assassin. Phew. Thanks, John. Couldn't handle another scar on my body. My wife would just be very angry. Clint said. You are Hawkeye. You shouldn't get shot so easily. John said. I am not invincible as you guys. I can't see all the shots. Clint replied. It's fortunate that the shot went through your shoulder and not the head. It would have been game over for you. Oliver said. Let's go down. And see what their deal is. John said. They then both teleported to the square where Constantine brought the woman prisoner. Thor, did you ask? John asked. Yes. Her name is Lorelei. She said they don't know anyone named Aldrich. Zatanna said. In a much less friendly way. Strange commented. Do you know anyone named Angela? John asked, looking at the woman. She could be said as one of the most beautiful women John had ever seen. The woman in the army wore golden armor. This new army had golden wings on their back which allowed them to fly, though not at high speed. John could see the hatred in the eyes of the woman. The woman shuddered when she heard the name Angela. From your reaction it seems you do know her. Z, find out from her memories what is the deal with Angela. Angela is the name that these people had named your sister. Aldrich was the name given by King Odin. John said. Gladly. Z said with a very evil and seductive smile looking at Lorelei. No. No. Don't come close. The queen will kill all of you. No, the woman resisted but of no avail. Constantine was holding her tightly as Z used magic to read her memories. The queen can't even defend herself, forget about killing us. John said. Even if heaven had a weapon that could pose a threat to them, Triss and others were going to take care of it as the furnace would be destroyed soon. Any weapon would need massive power to launch and by destroying the main power source it would be much easier. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 300, Angela. After a minute or so, Zatanna was able to read her memories. She had a weird look on her face after reading it. Is there any problem? Thor asked as he saw the weird face of her. They all got acquainted in Asgard and so they knew each other quite well now, so Thor didn't hesitate to ask her. As of now all the people in the Avengers didn't find it weird with people joining them as they all had their own stories. There is no problem per se. But the point is Angela is the princess of this realm. Next in line to be the queen. Zatanna said. Everybody was taken aback by this sudden change. Even John didn't expect that. What a way to spit at the face of Asgard. I admire them more now, Loki said. Nobody paid attention to this sarcastic remark of his. Since she is the princess, let's go to the palace. She will be there, Thor said as he was unfazed that his sister was the next to be queen. True, Arthur said. They then all flew away to the direction of the palace that they could see from afar. Like all the buildings here, their palace too looked futuristic from afar. As they were flying, they heard a huge explosion coming from their left side. The explosion was so huge that there was a huge mushroom cloud above it. Looks like the magicians were successful, Mara said. Siri, is everything fine there? Yes. We are fine. The guards didn't even know what hit them. Siri replied over focus. Come to the palace. We are going there, John said. Right away came the voice of Triss over focus. As they approached the palace, they saw a huge army levitating over, and the most surprising part was the woman that was leading the charge had blonde hair. Let me guess, that is my sister, Loki said. Yes, came the reply of John. Hence proved that Thor isn't an illegitimate child of King Odin. Arthur joked. My father never had such kinds of things, Thor said in a serious tone. They all flew opposite to the army. For the first time, the army of heaven didn't attack nonsensically like the previous 2 times but just looked at them. About half an hour ago, the palace got the information that there had been intruders. The first team was sent to inquire and capture the outsiders. It's been thousands of years that they have been imprisoned here. Even though they were self-sufficient, they couldn't go out. And the reason for this was only one person. Odin. The people of heaven hated him to the core. The children were taught from birth that Odin was responsible for all the wrong things that happened to them. And the portrait of Odin was always shown to everyone. So when the first platoon went to confront John's team, they could easily recognize Thor as a descendant of Odin, and that was the reason they immediately sent the request for more help. After the queen came to know that people from Asgard had arrived, she immediately sent her strongest 2 platoons to confront the enemy. One in front and one sneakily. But the strongest of them couldn't even hold the enemy back for more than half an hour, forget about defeating the enemy. The queen was surprised as Odin's army wasn't that powerful last time. She again blamed Odin as she thought Asgard progressed further ahead while they stagnated. And then another bad news came. The furnace was destroyed. The queen now knew for sure that the enemy had come prepared. This war against the Asgardians today might be their ultimate test, as before Asgard was never able to come so close to their kingdom. And thus she used her trump card. Angela. She was born an Asgardian, which she didn't know yet. She brainwashed her like all others from childhood and raised her like her own daughter. Being an Asgardian and daughter of Odin, she had superior physique and could easily best her opponents. The queen made her the princess after she was sure that Angela would be dedicated to the heaven. She made her the princess just so that she could spat on Odin later when their realm would be opened. Because she knew for sure that the realm would open one day. They just needed to wait. But she didn't know that the opening of the realm would be their doom. Your name is Angela. Right? John asked. Asgardian, be mindful of your tone. She is the princess of heaven, you are just a soldier of Asgard. You all should bow down to her, said a woman who stood close by her. But the next moment a knife was placed on her neck. It was Loki with his illusion. Even I, the prince of Asgard, don't dare to talk with him in that tone. You have quite the courage. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 301, The Palace. John felt it weird that Loki would actively defend him. Loki was never like that, and he was definitely thinking something to act in that way, but he didn't ask, as he didn't want to call him out among the others and embarrass him. All the other women in the army took their weapons and pointed at Loki, but since the whole thing was still an illusion, it didn't matter to him. Angela, who saw all this, was little agitated as her trusted aide was being threatened, so she promptly said, "Can we talk about it without using weapons? We were under attack the moment we stepped in your realm. Do you think we are fools? You are from heaven and we belong to Asgard. We can never be friends. Especially after what they did to you. Since we have destroyed the furnace, the only thing left is heaven to surrender. There will no negotiations." John said in a stern tone. Me. I am the princess of heaven. Though I don't understand why am I being important here, but we will defend against you imbeciles with all our strength. Angela said as she too got ready to attack. Avengers. Let's show them what we are made of. John shouted as he transformed himself into a phoenix again with all the powers of Shazam. Though the army knew that the enemies had a huge bird burning on fire, they didn't expect that it was actually a person. And then the Avengers attacked. And this time they didn't hold back. Since Angela was here, they just needed to catch her. As the fight started, Siri and others had arrived via portal and they too joined in the fight. Ciri with her sword looked stunning, but the problem was she still couldn't kill her opponents as Jon forbade them. Only after Angela knows the truth, they can do whatever they want. But the Avengers attacked the enemy with more power this time. Constantine, Jon, Aquaman, and Victor flew around at high speed and used long-range tactics to take down the so-called angels. These women, like before, had wings on their back. The army of heaven didn't even know how to defend against such a powerful army. Even though their army was lacking in many aspects, it was Angela who fought bravely, and she was actually good at it. Thor, who saw, flew opposite to her and said, "Sister, I have come back to take you home." "Who are you calling sister?" "Eat my sword," Angela said as she still didn't understand the reference. After saying that, she waved her sword at Thor, which he easily defended by using the Stormbreaker. "Believe it or not, you are an Asgardian. The firstborn of Odin. The Queen of Heaven abducted you, and now she made you the princess to spite on Asgard. We have come back to take you home." Thor: "Good lie. But it won't be effective on me. Do I look that naive?" Angela said. "Look around you. Do you think we even need to lie? Do you think we care about your army of heaven? It's because of you that they are still alive. If not, all would have been dead by now." Loki said after defeating many women in the army. "You Asgardians are all tricksters. My mother was right." Angela still didn't believe Loki and Thor. "Thor, who are you trying to convince?" "Someone who had been brainwashed since childhood. It is better we make them surrender and then show what the reality is," Jon said as he saw them talking. This time too the fight didn't take that long. Only Angela remained standing at the end with her sword in her hand. She had bruises on her body as she was hit by multiple people. That was fast. "I was expecting another hidden ambush," Oliver said. "Z, bind her. We need to now talk with their precious queen and settle this once and for all," Jon said. Everybody nodded and took Angela with them to the palace. There were guards in the palace, but they too couldn't stop Jon's team. Soon they entered the main hall only to see the queen sitting on her throne and being surrounded by some elite-looking soldiers. Like every woman here, the queen looked stunning. More beautiful than all the others here. Enough to mesmerize men for centuries. Most of the men in the team felt it was a pity that the women here were the enemies. Most of the single men in the team would have loved to go after the women. It was a shame that they were on the opposite side. And the way the story was going, the men would probably never be able to pursue the women here without being downright cruel. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 302, Precognition. You gave us quite the welcome, Queen of Heaven, Thor said after landing on the main hall. The elite guards of Queen were still pointing their spears at the Jon's team who just landed. "I am sorry for that, we didn't know that the guests would be arriving. Please excuse our hospitality," the Queen replied. "Skip the formality. I am tired of seeing this day in and day out," Mara said. Angela would be taken back to Asgard. She belongs there the day she was born to Odin. Heaven will be under the rule of Midgard and Asgard. Now and forever, Constantine said. The Queen trembled when Constantine said that because she didn't expect that these new people would know the real identity of Angela. She made Aldrich the princess because she wanted personal satisfaction of having someone of Odin's lineage with her. Since Odin destroyed their future, her twisted mind thought of keeping Aldrich alive. Even though she was the princess now, but in the beginning she wanted to torture her all day long. But later she changed as she thought Aldrich could be a huge asset to heaven. And since Odin thought that her daughter had died, she thought the truth would never be out. But reality slapped her again like it did when Odin cut the world tree from her realm. "I have no idea what you are talking about," the Queen said. "We just spoke of the submission of your realm to Midgard and Asgard, but all you could take from that was Angela belonging to Asgard. This already shows that she is really the daughter of Odin," Strange said, pointing out her reaction. Angela was still bound in chains, looked at her mother and felt for a second that what the enemy said might be right. She felt that only for a moment before cursing herself to be swayed by the enemy. This was a taboo for her. "Whatever. We are not here to entertain your toxic relationship with your daughter. Tell us, do you want to surrender or do you want us to make you surrender?" Jon said as he grew impatient. There were other important things to do apart from fighting this illogical fight. And since Jon had said so, they all attacked this time. And like previous times, the Avengers didn't hold back. Though the guards were tough, they still couldn't stop the Avengers. The Queen surprisingly didn't react to all of this and sat on her throne. But her face looked a little listless. The guards were different this time. They didn't hesitate to self-harm themselves to bring the enemy down. Jon noticed this too as he saw a guard blowing herself up when facing Ciri. It was fortunate that Ciri just teleported away. "Avengers. Just kill them. No need to be all goody two-shoes with them since they don't appreciate it. John said. And this time, the Avengers didn't hold back. For the first time since they came to this realm they used their full power. And the enemy were in horror to see the full power of them. Especially John, Thor, and Siri. Those three were worlds apart. Siri's one-slash-killed a dozen while Thor's lightning electrocuted many. And John's fire and lightning made gory scenes all over. Angela didn't expect that the enemy really held back when they fought them. She now understood that the enemies really didn't need the lies to take them down. The fight now didn't even last a full minute before killing all the personal guards. Thor flew near the throne and put the axe on her, saying, "For the crimes against Asgard and all 9 realms. For conspiring against the late Allfather Odin and deceiving my sister, you will be taken to Asgard and will be judged under the new king." Thor said. "Ha ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. You Asgardians still think you are top. I hate your arrogance to the bone. Heaven will never surrender." The queen said. "Then I will gladly bring this realm to the understanding of where they belong." Loki said. All the Avengers now stood opposite to the queen, looking at her in a rather mocking face. John too transformed himself back to his original form, wearing the helmet of fate like always. As everybody was happy that finally they got Angela and even the queen was under control, John suddenly fell to his knees and screamed. As he screamed he saw some scenes in his mind. A destroyed Asgard. Dead soldiers. Queen Frigga bleeding from her abdomen. Thor and Loki crying. A person's back who wore a huge overcoat. That person had a huge black sword in his hand. That black sword gave a sense of fear that John had never felt before. As John fell on his knees all the members of John's team got frightened. This had never happened before. They had never seen John screaming in pain. Even when he was impaled. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 303, Return to Asgard. Urza put her sword on the neck of the queen while Victor was ready to shoot her. Thor tightened his grip to the Stormbreaker. They all thought that she did something to John and for this reason John just screamed. They all wanted to kill her but the queen had a confused look on her face when John fell because she too didn't understand why John reacted in such a weird way. She had seen him being transformed in a huge burning bird so any thought of opposing would be suicide. "John, are you all right? What happened? Speak to me." Yen asked. After a small moment of silence, John pulled his helmet out of his head. He was sweating and felt like his head was being pounded by hammers constantly. John took a minute or so to properly calm down and think what he just saw. He needed answers, so he said to the helmet which was levitating near him. "Nabu, what was that?" To the surprise of Angela and the queen a voice came out of the levitating helmet. "You had a precognition, a glimpse into a possible future. So the future isn't constant?" John asked. "It never is." Nabu said. I understand. That was precognition into the future. What did you see?" Siri asked as everybody was concerned about John's reaction. Though they were relieved now to know that John just had a precognition. John shook his head as he refused to reply. What he saw was horrifying and he needed to stop it. He didn't know who that person in the huge overcoat was but that black sword gave him chills and reminded him of a story. A story of pure horror and death. And this story was related to Asgard. Well, at least in the start and later it diverged into a more terrifying enemy. If it was really that enemy then they would have a more terrifying problem than Black Winter. Thor, connect the realms. Take Aldrich away to Asgard. I am going back. Use all means necessary. I don't want any backstabbers in future. We have enough enemies of our own to have a backstabbing pesky rats lying around. John said in a very serious tone. All nodded to it. Arthur, give me your trident. I will need it. John asked Arthur. My trident. Sure. Take it. But at least tell us what you saw in the future. Arthur asked. Death and destruction. John replied. The queen now got a hint of what was going on. When she heard John's reply she laughed loudly. Ha ha ha. Asgardians. That's what you all deserve, death and destruction. Ha ha ha. Thor didn't hold it any longer and just slapped her straight at her face. The slap was so strong that she was flung away by a few meters and stopped after hitting the wall of the hall. No. Mother. Angela cried as she tried to free herself from the binding of Z, but of no avail. She had a look of hatred on her face. John didn't care about the laugh of the queen. He had enough on his plate to care about a small queen who thought she was the leader of all realms. John took the trident in his hand as he might need the weapon. A god weapon. After taking it John vanished and returned to Asgard. Since the fight happened in Asgard, he needed to make sure that Asgard was safe from the start. He needed to secure the people. He appeared again near the palace and went inside to the main hall. He saw Frigga sitting on the side speaking with the guards, and even Atrus was with her listening to everything. Frigga noticed John arriving, but she didn't see other people with him, so she was confused. John, has there been any problem with heaven? Do we need to send soldiers? Frigga asked. No, Queen, I am here on another matter. Heaven is under control. Aldrich has been found. Thor will bring her soon after connecting it to the 9 realms. That's marvelous news. Frigga said as she too was looking forward to meeting her once lost daughter. She would try to make up for all the lost time she missed with both of her daughters. But then why are you here? I am here because there might be an attack on Asgard. I am here to tell you to move people to safety. Attack? From heaven? Frigga asked. No. A single person mounting an attack. With a very powerful weapon. Is he very powerful? Frigga asked as she could see the concern on John's face. She knew the enemy must be strong to give John such a grave face. If he is half as powerful as I think he is, he would be a disaster to Asgard and all the 9 realms. John replied. Frigga then looked at the guards and ordered. Evacuate the city. Engage all defenses. Atrus will be leading the people outside to the woods till this person who is our enemy is taken down. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 304, Connecting the Realms. Meanwhile, after John left, the team faced another assault from the army of heaven, but like previous times the attack was foiled easily. Even though John had left, they still had enough power to foil any kind of attack, be it from up front or sneakily. Angela and the Queen were devastated by all of this. They never expected that a small party of Asgardians would be enough to bring the whole realm to its knees. Thor, you need to go to the Water of Sights, there you can connect this realm with the World Tree. Strange said. Thor nodded to that and flew away to location of Water of Sights with Triss and Ciri. They were powerful enough to protect him, if anything goes wrong in the process. Arthur, who was a king before, knew the whole process of taking over a kingdom and directed what to do in order to fully control the kingdom. The Queen and the others were taken to the prisons and thrown in the cells. There were resistance as usual, but they handled it easily. After throwing them in the cells, Loki said, "We will need Asgardian soldiers to fully occupy this realm. Yes. We need to crush any kind of rebellion. I am sure the normal people will rise up against us soon. We need to quash them." Mara said, "Let Thor connect this realm. Then we can proper measures against it." Urza said. As this was all going on, Thor found out the location of the Water of Sights and started the process of connecting this realm to the World Tree. Only Thor could do it because the spirit of the World Tree guided him to connect the realm. It took more than an hour to complete the connection. The moment the World Tree got connected, every realm felt it. All the powerful people of every realm felt that the long-lost 10th realm was back in the picture after thousands of years. Some realm felt that there might be a war soon, so they prepared for war. Frigga, who was busy in evacuation the people from the city, looked at the direction of the World Tree. She smiled as she knew that the operation was successful. Even John felt it from his magic and nodded. After connecting the realms, Thor went out of the pond. He had a victorious smile and now knew what he needed to do. He needed to get to the roots of Yggdrasil to complete his quest that the World Tree gave him. Even though he wasn't sure what he needed to do but was ready to face any challenges. After coming back to the main hall, Thor said, "We need to go to a planet named Halicon where the roots of Yggdrasil is located. Do we know what do we have to do after we reach there?" Oliver asked. Thor shook his head as he really didn't know. "Then how do we know that this isn't some kind of ambush?" Constantine asked. "It isn't." Strange replied, who was sitting on the steps of the throne. "How do you know?" Z asked. "I have used the time stone before to look into multiple futures. I know to what the World Tree is leading us to." Strange replied. "You used the time stone. Did that old bag allow you to use that?" Constantine asked, as he too belonged to Kamartaj and knew all the ins and outs. "She didn't stop me, so I guess this can be said with me being allowed to use its power. What is the World Tree leading us to? And why is it leading Thor?" Urza asked. "Ragnarok is coming. The World Tree is trying to help us stop it." Strange said. "So there will be new power for Thor when we visit the World Tree." "That will depend upon Thor." Strange said, looking at Thor. "I will accept whatever power Yggdrasil gives me." Thor said. "If only it was that easy." Strange mumbled silently. "All right, since everything is done, we need to go this so-called planet Halicon and be done with it fast." Triss said. "We need soldiers here." Loki reminded. "Heimdall, send some soldiers here. We will leave this realm now." Thor shouted, looking up. Even though the people of Asgard were on the process of evacuation, the soldiers were working perfectly fine. Heimdall and Frigga knew that Thor might need some soldiers for maintaining peace, at least for a short time. As Thor said that, the Bifrost came down and out came many Asgardian soldiers. Thor directed them to take control of the management here. Zatanna was tasked to bring Angela to Asgard. Ciri opened a portal for her to go to Asgard. With her new sword she could use her powers in a more better and smooth way. The URU medal was made for the use of magic. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 305, Well of Mimir. All ready? Thor asked. Everybody nodded to it. Then let's vanish. Thor then proceeded to open the Bifrost using his Stormbreaker. The Bifrost opened and all got sucked into it, vanishing from the palace where only the soldiers remained now to look after the realm. They appeared on a small planet. The planet looked like it came right out of a fantasy movie. It was beautiful with plants, trees, and small birds and animals roaming around freely. This was so beautiful that even Thor and Loki, who lived in a beautiful place like Asgard, took time to appreciate it. As they were looking at the scenery, a small child manifested in front of them. The child looked like he was made of pure white energy. Like a god. And the child had 2 crows on his shoulders. Welcome guests to the roots of Yggdrasil, the child spoke. Nobody expected such a scene. Only Strange and Thor looked like they expected it. I can't feel any soul from it. Yen said. Triss too nodded at it, meaning that the child wasn't actually real but just a magic manifestation. Please follow me, the child said. Brother, is that the child who had been coming to guide you? Loki asked. Thor nodded at it. They started following the child. From afar they could see a huge tree-like structure that went up in the skies. Only thing was that the tree itself looked like it was made of energy like the child. All were amazed at it. This was Yggdrasil that connected all the 10 realms together. Now they were able to see it clearly because the 10th realm had been connected again to Yggdrasil, thus completing it. After following the child for a few minutes they reached a well. A huge well. The well that had no end to it when being gazed upon. Thor Odinson, this well contains all that you wish for. The Well of Mimir. Your father gained his wisdom and power right here. And now it's your turn. You have more potential than him. But every power comes at a cost. In order to gain something you have to give up something. What do I need to sacrifice? What price do I have to pay? Thor asked. You can decide on your own what is worthy of sacrifice. And you too, Stephen Strange. You both need to decide on it, the child said. Huh. Everybody was taken aback by this sudden mention of Strange, including Thor. He thought only he was led here. What is going on? Clint asked. Thor and I were both led here to gain powers. John knew about all of this from the very beginning. You remember after you spoke of the child, he said something. Strange asked. Yes. He asked if you were ready to sacrifice. Odin's beard. He knew of this too. Thor came to a realization. Yes. This is where we both change our destinies and become more powerful. I am not sure how powerful we will become, but for this we will need to sacrifice an equally important thing. What do we need to give up? Thor asked. Our eyes. Strange answered. My eyes. You mean I need to sacrifice my eyes to gain more power? Thor asked, looking at the child. The child nodded his head. I understand. Thor said as he went to the side of the well. He took a deep breath inside. Nobody stopped Thor even though they felt sad. They knew there was no turning back from here. Even though they felt sad, all knew that Thor had already decided on it. After the battle against Hela, he had changed and he kind of blamed himself for being so powerless. Now he would have a stronger power that they could ever ask for, and if the price were his eyes, he would gladly give it away. Thor then proceeded to use his bare hands to gouge out both of his eyes. This scene looked very gory as blood splattered everywhere. But Thor didn't even utter a single cry of pain. It was as if nothing had happened. After a couple of seconds of struggle he was successful in bringing out his eyes, laden in blood. And then dropped it on the well. The moment he did so, Thor's body was sucked into the well. Loki, who was looking at all this, brought out his knives as he felt they were being deceived. At first his brother lost his eyes and now even his body was taken away. He was ready to assault the child and get some answers but felt a hand on his shoulder. Don't be impulsive, Loki. Strange said. Impulsive? This damned well just took my brother away. Do you think I won't react? I accepted him giving away his eyes. But not this. Loki said. Your brother will come back. He needs time to absorb the new powers. The well took him away for that. Strange said in a calm voice. Don't tell me now you will do the same thing. Loki asked. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 306, Rune King. Strange nodded at it as he too went to the well to give away his eyes in exchange of power. Loki looked at others thinking somebody would stop this madness, but nobody uttered a word. Are you all absolutely fine with this? Loki asked. I never knew that you have such deep emotions from your brother Loki. Arthur said. Don't mock me. Even though I did absurd things, I would never mortally hurt my brother. Loki said. Says the guy who stabbed Thor once. Oliver said. Loki just shook his head to it. Strange, are you sure you want to do this? Constantine asked as he knew him from Kamartaj. There is no other way. Do any of you have any instruments so that I can gouge out my eyes? Strange asked. Let me help you with this. Triss said as she performed magic. A white light went straight into his, and in a moment's notice the white eyes of Strange came out. The eyes looked pristine and bloody. Unlike Thor, Strange screamed in pain as he had never been hurt so badly before, but he still stretched his hand. The eyes fell on his palms. Then Strange proceeded to throw the eyes inside the well like Thor did. Like Thor, his body too was sucked inside the well. The child who saw all of this finally said. It will take time for them to emerge. You can roam around the planet until they return. Listening to this, many left to roam around. The things that just happened in the last few minutes didn't go down well with many of them, especially Loki. He still wanted to confront this child who was the main culprit in all of this. The planet was full of beautiful places and many wanted to have fun here. There was silence and peace here. Even though in Ring 2 they had the same thing, it felt more ethereal and holy here. It was like heaven in reality. This unique feeling came because of the presence of Yggdrasil and its roots in this planet. Seeing all of this, Triss didn't hold back and used magic to make a small home for all of them to stay till both Strange and Thor came back. Since the child said that it would take time, it might be possible that it might take days. All went inside the home and started talking among themselves. They were very much interested in Urza's story as she was new to the team. Urza then recounted her adventures from her childhood till now. Their whole guild of Fairy Tale, the team of Nasta who was a dragon slayer. The fight against Acnologia and Zerif who were immensely powerful. They never knew that Urza had such an interesting and could be said to have a sad past. So John said that the whole Fairy Tale guild will arrive at Asgard. Loki asked. Urza nodded at it. Asgard will be happy to welcome such powerful people who are driven by justice. Loki said. Then they will be the first to hunt you down. Clint said, still mocking Loki. Loki in response made an illusion and placed a knife at his chest. Don't push your luck, mortal. Clint in response also responded by hitting Loki in the face. Since it was just an illusion, it faded away the moment Clint's hand slapped Loki's face. Enough. Yen shouted. Be calm, both of you. I know we all are agitated by what just happened. But we need to be together in this. Gerald said. All became silent when they heard this. I have made beds for all of you. Go and take a rest. We all had a long fight. Triss suggested. All got up and proceeded to the rooms made by Triss. All had their separate rooms. After freshening up, they all went to take a rest. They were really tired and needed sleep. In this way 2 days went by. As time passed by, many got agitated thinking Strange and Thor wouldn't come back. Siri and Loki were almost ready to go looking for them in the well, but Geralt and Constantine stopped them as they felt the two needed more time to absorb the knowledge and power. On the third day there was finally movement near the well. After noticing it, all ran to the well only to see Thor standing in front of them. But there was a huge difference now. Thor's eyes now shined blue. His attire had changed now as he now had a blue armor with a usual red cape behind his back. But what really stood out was the Nordic runes on his skin. And even his face had markings. This was the Rune King Thor. Now Thor had changed in the most basic essence. He was omnipotent in all of the 10 realms. It wouldn't be a lie if he was declared God in the 10 realms. Because his power levels did correspond to that of God here. Now Thor had the power to destroy galaxies. Forget about planets. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 307, God. How do you feel, brother? Loki asked as he himself felt little awe towards his brother. Even though Thor had lost his eyes, he achieved something more powerful. A power that could influence the cosmos itself. Like I can finally control my own destiny. Thor said as he waved his hands. The surroundings, which were full of vegetation, turned into a desert in an instant. The desert looked harsh and strong winds blew. And the scale of it wasn't small. It actually covered the entire planet with it. Then Thor again waved his hand to bring it back to the original scenery. Damn. Loki mumbled under his breath. He never expected his brother to be at a whole new level. Thor now looked at his own self. He didn't realize that he had a new attire, but he could feel all the new markings that were now all over his body. Even though he lost his eyes, he could feel everything around him. In fact, he could even feel all of 10 realms without even needing to move a muscle. He could literally kill a person in the 10 realms just by his thought, provided the person is not more powerful than him. Even outside the 10 realms, he would still have a power equivalent to God, like the power cosmic, though in a much smaller scale. He felt happy as he finally had the power to confront superior beings. He was sure that if he faced Hela, he would be able to stop her easily. Though killing might be a little difficult as her power was related to Asgard, nonetheless constraining her would be a piece of cake. As Thor was checking himself out, but suddenly there was a flash of light near him. The light came up from the well and flickered in front of him. Then in the next moment, the light transformed into a man. It was Stephen Strange. But he looked totally different now. His attire was Asgardian with an influence of camouflage. There was a long staff in his hand that was flashing with small dusts of light around it. Like Thor, Strange too didn't have the eyes, but surprised everybody was that there was a third eye in his forehead. His other two had closed eyelids as he lost them. If Thor looked powerful from the get-go, Strange looked holy in this new setup. He looked more divine than the Asgardians themselves. Strange, you with us? Constantine asked. Strange as he looked at himself with his third eye. His new attire and everything. He even looked at the brand new staff that he just got. He could feel the power flowing inside of him. And like Thor, he too felt omnipotent and all-powerful. Especially near the World Tree. This is the second most powerful version of Strange. According to comics, when Loki invaded his home and took over the mantle of Sorcerer Supreme, he went to the Yggdrasil to gain more power. In comics, he sacrificed his dead dog, who Loki killed before. You can look up Asgardian Strange or God Strange in Google. Yggdrasil had just chosen 2 warriors to defend this realm. Thor and Strange were the 2 of them. As all were looking at the 2 of them, the child that had appeared before came again. Only this time there were no crow on his shoulders, and the crows flew and sat on the shoulders of Thor. These crows would be his eyes and ears in all of the universe from now. Odin too had them, but these crows of Thor were more powerful and all-reaching. Warriors. Due to special reasons, you both had been chosen by the Yggdrasil as its champions in the upcoming battle, defending the universe. May the cosmos be with you. Thank you for all the help and guidance. We will do our best to defend our home and this universe. Strange said. The child nodded at it and vanished into thin air. Thor, what did you see in the last 2 days? Loki asked as he was curious of what had happened when he was in the well. Thor thought for a second and said. Met different gods from many eras. They shared their wisdom and power with me. These runes on my body help me contain the power. I also met. Looking at Kratos. Who did you meet? Kratos, as he could see Thor eyeing him. Your father. Thor said slowly. Kratos clenched his fists when Thor said that. He hated his father to his bones. But he was dead. Zeus was nothing, just some old bones. He is dead. His afterlife is of no importance. Kratos said. He was a funny guy though. Thor said. Strange, what about you? Ready to take the mantle of Sorcerer Supreme? Constantine asked. Strange nodded his head and said. I am. This new gained knowledge and power would be useful in the coming journey. Huh? What? Arthur asked as Strange stopped mid-sentence and his eye shining bright in white light. We need to leave. John is now fighting a powerful enemy. He might need help. Strange said. Where? Clint asked. Asgard. It's in ruins. Thor replied this time, but his voice had immense anger now. Chapter 308, All Black. As all of this was going on in Halicon, Asgard received an unwelcome guest. A guest who had a very powerful weapon. John actually didn't fear the guy but that sword that he wielded. The sword had a very terrifying reputation. Its name was even known to the gods, and the Celestials even fought against the actual owner of the sword. Null. This all-black sword, or the Necrosword, was essentially the first symbiote. Yes, the same species where venom came from. The all-black was manifested from the shadow of the evil deity Null and tempered using the divine power of a slain Celestial. Primarily taking the form of a sword made from living darkness, All Black was wielded by Null during the Dark God's deicidal rampage, earning it the monikers of the Necrosword and God's Lair. Null was the deity who belonged to the darkness from which the Celestials made the different universes from. Null didn't like that another party had come to his home and made his peaceful home dirty. Null felt by creating universes the Celestials soiled his home and thus attacked the Celestials. Even though he was defeated by the Celestials, he was able to kill some of the Celestials. Null knew that he wouldn't be able to kill the Celestials easily, so he created the Necro Sword. The first symbiote. When Null made the sword, he had to use a hammer striking at it. The hammer strike produced massive sound and the forge produced heat for its shaping purpose. And from that point on, sound and heat became the main weakness of the first symbiote, and this trend continued to all of its later generations. It was for this reason that Venom and all other symbiotes had weakness against sound and heat. And of course, even after making the sword, Null was defeated again and decapitated, not killed. After that battle, the sword escaped. Since the sword was a symbiote, it was able to travel in space easily. And after years of searching for a good host, he finally found one who was worthy of his host. Gore, the God Butcher. Gore was a normal guy who lived on a very barren planet where their species used to go through hardships every day just to survive. They lived a nomadic life, and deaths due to hunger, hunted by animals, lack of water made their lives more harsh and cruel. But even after all of this, they worshipped gods. They believed that gods would make their life easier. Gore too believed in the beginning, but as he lost his parents, his pregnant wife, he lost faith in gods. He was denounced from his clan for losing faith in gods and was banished into the wilds alone. But destiny had other things saved for him. After twists and turns, the All-Black fell into his hands. And since being the first symbiote, the sword had tremendous influence on Gore, making him go into rampage against gods. Gore vowed to purify the universes from all gods and hunted gods actively everywhere in the universe. In the actual story, Gore was defeated by 3 Thor. Yes, 3 Thor. One from the past, one from the present, and one from the future. It took a whole lot of power to bring Gore down. And even then, he later got resurrected from the All-Black, which had previously escaped in the battle. And now Asgard was visited by the same Gore, well, at least a version of Gore in this universe. When John first saw the images and the sword, All-Black was what came to his mind. And since it was All-Black, it was probably Gore, since he was the second owner of the sword. Truth to be told, John was scared at the beginning. If it was the actual Necrosword, it would have been a very tough battle, as it was one of the top 5 weapons in the universe and might have needed all the forces together to defeat Gore, but the moment Gore landed with his spaceship on Asgard, John felt relieved. Because with the help of Nabu and his magic, John was sure it wasn't the actual Necrosword. Though the sword had the same kind of power, the power of darkness, it wasn't so overwhelming that John would get serious about it. What's wrong with this sword? Isn't this the All-Black? John mumbled. I have a feeling that this sword is just an imitation of All-Black. Not the actual Necrosword. Nabu gave his own thoughts. As they were conversing in John's head, Gore finally stepped down from the spaceship with which he came here. The spaceship was huge, but it was piloted by him alone while he searched for gods all over the universe. When he heard of Asgard, he immediately steered his ship to its location. The sword always followed him, but surprisingly it seemed agitated the moment he stepped at Asgard. It was as if the sword was afraid of something. Chapter 309, A Fake One. Gore, the God Butcher. John opened his mouth to speak after Gore landed. You know me. Have I become that famous? Gore, as if he felt embarrassed that he was famous. John felt it weird with this reaction of him, as he expected a more serious version of him. John then looked at the black sword in his hand. The black sword looked like it was a part of his hand. And small strands of it covered his entire body, making it look like a cool black attire. When John focused his magic on the sword, he felt the sword shaking. And that shaking was not because of excitement, but out of fear. John smiled at it as he knew that the symbiote sword must have felt his phoenix power. Even though his power is passive and he never shows it to others, some beings could always sense it. Can you tell me why my Necrosword is afraid of you? Gore asked. Necrosword? Ha ha ha. What lies has the sword fed you to think this sword is the Necrosword? If it was the real Necrosword, I would have never faced you alone. This is just a fake. An imitation. The real Necrosword would never be afraid of me. When John said, the sword trembled. The sword didn't think this new guy here would know the real Necrosword. Gore's face became serious when John said that. How dare you say my friend is a liar? Die. Gore said as he used his sword to make a cut motion at John. John easily dodged, but the momentum of the sword made it touch the ground. And this caused a huge wave of destruction around it after it impaled into the ground. Even though it was a fake Necrosword, it was still powerful and could easily cause massive damage to anyone in its path. It might not be able to kill actual gods, but dealing a serious damage might not be an issue. John, who saw this, was also amazed. Even a fake one was this powerful. He wondered what the real one was like. Didn't expect this fake one to have some real power. Gore, I respect you. Your history of rising from nothing but ashes is commendable, but your hatred has consumed you. Gods are not omnipotent that they will save everyone on every turn. They are called gods just because they are more powerful. John said. You know nothing of me. I have lost everything. And gods are to be blamed for this. They didn't help any of us. None came for our rescue when we most needed them. I will purify this universe of this curse called gods. Gore said in a harsh tone now. His expression had taken a turn from the happy-go-lucky guy that John saw in the beginning. This purification is just a way to cover your own weakness. Your weakness of not being able to rescue your family, your loved ones. This just shows your insecurity. If you are really so good, then you should have rescued and saved the weak ones, since you are all powerful now. But instead you let the hatred consume you. John said. Shut up. Just shut up. Gore shouted as he used the sword to give another blow at John. John continued dodging him. But Gore's wave destroyed many things in its path. The houses, the streets, the marketplace were all getting destroyed by his assaults. The truth hurts. Isn't it, Gore? John asked. You are a god too, aren't you? I will capture you and then show you the heads of your loved ones. Maybe then you will understand despair. Gore said in a twisted voice. God. No. I am just a normal human being. I am not even Asgardian. I am here because I have business here and I don't want to see anybody being hurt by such an insane guy like you. But since you threatened my loved ones, I will have to take this fight seriously now. Didn't you want to know why the sword was afraid of me? I will show you. And then John transformed himself to a full phoenix form. The sword was shaking terribly now. The sword didn't expect John would have such insane power. Even from a distance it could feel the heat coming out from the body of the bird. The strands that were clutched to Gore's body were receding now slowly as it fell into weakness. And if John's presence wasn't enough, Thor and the whole team appeared behind John. He turned his head to look at the new versions of Thor and Strange. Whatever he had imagined in his head for the new Strange and Thor, it was exactly like that. How dare you attack my home? Thor shouted the moment he appeared. He used his Stormbreaker to hit Gore. And since Thor's power level was different from the past, that hit alone threw Gore at least a few kilometers away. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 310, Symbiote. You just destroyed more of Asgard than he ever did. Loki complained. Thor looked embarrassed of what he just did. His attack was so powerful that the surrounding buildings got destroyed. But he was never going to admit it. So he said. It killed him. So be happy about that. Attacks don't kill him. Only fire and sound are his weaknesses. John commented. Well done, brother. You are powerful, but you have lost the ability to think. I am sure Yggdrasil took your brains too when you sacrificed your eyes. Loki again mocked. As they were all having a kind of jolly time, Gore got up and walked towards them. Everybody was really surprised as they expected the hit of Thor would at least hurt him, but not even a wound could be seen. They expected him to be alive but never expected him to be perfectly alright. It was because the symbiote sword can heal a person very fast if it was in a normal state. Since Thor's hit sent Gore away from John, it allowed the symbiote to get back to its power. Nothing can kill me and you all hypocrites will die under my sword. Gore said in a loud tone. Seems like the sword never spoke to you about its weakness. This makes it easy. John said as he flew in fast speed towards Gore. He didn't want to stretch this fight any longer. John hit Gore with both his wings together in flapping motion. Gore and the symbiote both felt the heat and screamed in pain. John was so fast that Gore couldn't even dodge or defend against it. Strange make ultrasonic sounds surrounding the area to contain him. I don't want him to run away. John said. Strange nodded and waved his staff. Huge speakers appeared out of nowhere surrounding both John and Gore. The speakers were pointed inward so that the Gore wouldn't be able to run away from any sides. Before Gore could react, the speakers started producing sounds. And like last time, Gore screamed in pain. All the symbiote strands that were attached with Gore were now receding from his body. John's fire was already damaging enough for the symbiote and now the sound was like double swords stabbing at him. Gore started crawling out of the area but John caught him with his wings. You aren't going anywhere. Didn't you want to kill my loved ones? What happened to all the big talk you just shouted? John said. Get me out of this place then I will show you who is stronger. Gore said, trying to insinuate John. You have no idea, do you? You are just a pawn in someone's larger plans. Nothing but an ant who has no idea whom you are actually against. Your bloodlust has consumed you way too much to even understand that you are being used. John said. I am happy that you came straight at me as honestly I wasn't able to find you using my magic. But thanks for coming to my door yourself. Now just die. John said as he used more fire to burn the body of Gore. Gore screamed in pain again as his body was burning. The symbiote tried to defend for some time, but it too started receding completely to the sword form. And after a whole 5 minutes of burning, nothing remained except for a small path of black on the ground. Nothing was left of Gore's body, not even his bones. John felt like the scene from Fullmetal Alchemist Brotherhood where Roy Mustang burned Envy for a long period of time. That was one of the most satisfying moments in anime history for John. The small black patch on the ground was still trying to slide away even after being hit by fire and sound continuously. After all of this, still think I will let you escape? John said as he used his normal hands to hold the black symbiote. Please leave me. I will be a great weapon for you. Serve you till eternity. And make you stronger, the symbiote said after turning itself into a small mouth. It looked funny because Venom used to do that with Eddie, but in his case, since Venom had already bonded with Eddie, it used to make a full face while talking with Eddie. But here, since this symbiote didn't have a host, it could only use the little power it had left to turn itself into a talking mouth and try to convince John. I can never be a host to a symbiote. My basic power comes from fire, so sorry to burst that bubble. John replied. Wait. You said you have your loved ones. I am sure they are not as powerful as you. I can choose them to be my host and give them protection, the sword again tried convincing. That's not a bad idea, but who is your allegiance to will be when Null comes out. Me or the Hive? John said. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 311, Back Home. What? How do you know of our deity? Who the hell are you? The symbiote asked. Still want to take me as a host now, dear symbiote? John asked without answering it from where he knew about it. He could never let his secret be out. You will die when the Hive comes out. You all will die. Everything of the multiverse would be in our control, symbiote said hysterically as he knew that all negotiations were now off the table. Him knowing about Null was already a problem. Null had meticulous plans, and since this guy knew about him, it would create a new problem. Of course it will be. That was the plan. Wasn't it? Now just die. John used his Phoenix power again to burn the symbiote to nothingness. The symbiote just laughed hysterically, which was mixed with cries of agony and pain. John didn't even bother to ask where the real Necrosword was. He would get the information later anyway when he goes to the multiverse soon. Null was one of those beings who John would have to keep an eye for, because John always believed Null was a larger threat than Black Winter. After seeing that John burned away everything, Strange removed the speakers that were producing sounds repeatedly. Nobody knew who this person was nor what that weird shape-shifting sword was. Who was this guy? Seemed interesting. Urza asked. He had a tragic past, but hatred consumed him. He wasn't that interesting, but his sword was. John replied. His sword looked alive. A weapon with a soul. Constantine asked. Not exactly. More like a parasite. Enough about that sword. Looking at the two of you, it seems you both have been successful. John said while looking at Thor and Strange. They both nodded their heads. Congrats. I guess you all need rest after such a long mission. Thor, you can meet up with Angela. She is still tied down by Z. Oh yes, sorry about destroying half of Asgard. I will give you a detailed account of this being next time we meet. I am too tired now. John continued. It's all right. You had evacuated the city and saved thousands of lives. The bricks can be built again. But not lives. Thank you for defending Asgard. Whoever that person was, isn't important now. Thor thanked him. Asgard is an ally to us. So of course I will defend it. And I also wanted to see this person and get some answers. John replied. He stopped Ragnarok, and of course he wouldn't let his free fan values just die. These people were his power. Now go and talk with your mother. We will leave. I hope you will be able to convince your sister. It will take a lot of time. John said. We know. Loki replied. John still felt Loki was plotting something, but John didn't care. He had enough on his pot to care about Loki's small machinations. Now his brother had become a god, it would be harder for him to actually harm anything. Let's go home. I want to sleep in my bed. Clint said. John nodded at it and waved his hands. Except for Urza, Kratos, Thor, and Loki all vanished. They again appeared in the ring. John was really tired with all the fighting he had been engaged in the past few days. Even though he fought for only a small amount of time, he was awake for the larger part awaiting Gore's arrival. He went straight to his home after bidding goodbye to them. Strange also went to Kamartaj to officially take the position of Sorcerer Supreme. The others too left. Guilty Spark teleported them to their homes. John, after eating a sumptuous food and having a good bath, went straight to sleep. Even with his cosmic awareness he couldn't find Gore, so he had to wait and pray that Gore would arrive in Asgard. He really did come, and John was relieved about it. He would have hated it if he had to search galaxies for such a being for a long time. He expected more from Gore, as he thought it was the actual Necrosword. Since he couldn't find Gore, John thought it was because of the sword, but he had forgotten that every symbiote was connected to the Hive, except for Venom, as he was an outcast. I am sorry, I will have to change the settings of Venom a bit from the original story of Sony Pictures in order to fit him in the story here. Venom is a very important character in the story here, so please forgive me on this. John went on to sleep for more than 12 hours. When he woke up it was already morning the next day. He was in a happy mood early morning, as he thought he had purged this universe of a symbiote and all needed to do was tackle Null, who was still sleeping, and find the actual Necrosword and deal with it. He still had no idea how he would face that being, but he needed to try at least. And only one being has the answer for dealing with Null. Venom. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 312, A Small Change. Venom would be dealt with later, as there was still a lot of time for Null to appear. Truth to be told, Null should be appearing after the Secret Wars event, and that was the 8th iteration of the universe. But since a symbiote had already appeared in front of John, the awakening of Null wasn't far behind. John needed to deal with Black Winter first to even think of Null in the first place. Like always, John checked the system. Normally, John checked with the system for the new comics that might have been out from both DC and Marvel from his actual world. He wasn't really sure of how his system worked, as it allowed him to take away comics and any kinds of items from his previous world. There was a huge time difference for sure, as sometimes it would take months to bring out the full story of comics in this world as opposed to the original time length required to bring a particular comic from his previous world. Maybe time worked differently in both the worlds. John wasn't sure where the system came from or what it wanted, but he wanted to see where the system would lead him to at the end. And for that he needed to be powerful enough to hold his ground. It was his constant updating of comics that he always had a prophetic view of the future, or at least the general trend of it. So today, like always, John checked with his system, and surprisingly there was a new comics of DC. The story was based on DC Elseworld. It was DC's way of saying that the story in this comic would be different from the main Earth. It was Elseworld stories that fueled the new powers of his summons, like Arthur, Diana, and others. At first John didn't have much hope for the story, because the world was set in the medieval era. But after finishing 4 issues of it, he was trembling. Because the story was awesome, but that was not the main point. The main point was that this story had a different origin for Batman altogether. John almost jumped on his seat when the revelation came. Sometimes I wonder, where do these people even come up with such an amazing story? Let them come back from Antarctica, it will be a big surprise for Bruce. John mumbled. After that he left for work. He hadn't visited Disney for several days now, so he needed to show his face to them. Many movies would be out soon, so he needed to keep an eye that everything worked perfectly. The movies that would be out this year was Lord of the Rings, Pirates of the Caribbean, and John Wick. So he needed to give his finishing touches to the movie so that the movie was like the previous worlds. This went on for a week, before Tony and Bruce came back from the expedition. They came back with large plastic containers. This meant that Tony was successful in finding the anti-metal in Antarctica. The opposite of vibranium. John and others went to the Hall of Justice to inquire more of the expedition. They all met up in the meeting hall. Heard you all went on a rampage in a different realm. Tony said. Oh, we had fun in heaven. We conquered it. Siri said. Now most of the meetings the Wolf School also joins. Wanda didn't come to the last mission as she was trying to perfect her sorcery on reality manipulation. Must have been fun seeing a realm which consisted only of women. Flash commented. I tell you, they are as beautiful as angels. Victor joked. I should have joined. Pietro lamented. Was the mission successful, Bruce? John asked. Yes. We found tons of that metal deep inside the Earth. The amount we excavated will be enough for us. Bruce said. John nodded his head. I would like to research this new metal. Arthur said, as now he was now a 30th century highly intelligent being and he was sure he would be able to make something amazing from such a unique metal. You are welcome to work on it, Father of Ariel. Tony said. Heard there was an enemy on Asgard. What's his deal? Banner asked. This was the question everyone wanted to know. Just a guy with a very tragic story. More tragic than you can imagine. Got lucky with a powerful weapon. Went rogue. Had to stop him in Asgard. John gave a short version of the story of Gore. Is the weapon destroyed? Hal asked. It wasn't the real weapon that I thought it would be. It was just an imitation. The real weapon is what we should look out for. I will look for the actual weapon after I go to the multiverse. John said. Now, for this excellent expedition, I have a gift for Wayne. John continued. Gift for me? You mean new powers? Wayne said as he squinted his eyes on John. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 313, Invitation. Yes. Few days ago I dreamt of another world. A different world where the Earth is set in the medieval era, though there are still powered people among them. A medieval era. You mean like Game of Thrones? Tony asked as John had recently released that series on Netflix with the help of Disney. Yes. Like Game of Thrones. John replied. What is the power? Bruce asked. Look at it yourself. John said as he waved his hands falsely. He summoned the system to spend 400 million on bringing this new power. And then gave it to Bruce. Bruce, who was all right up till this point, suddenly screamed in pain. He clutched his head with his hands as he cried in agony. What did you do to him? Tony asked as he got agitated seeing his friend in pain. He went to hold him. I gave him extra power. He will get used to it. John said with a calm tone. That much power. Is that even human? Yen said as she used magic to sense Bruce. No. He is half human. Victor said as he used his lens to scan Bruce. So he could see the changes on the body of Bruce. What the hell is going on? Can anyone tell me? GAIA, what is up with Bruce? Tony asked. He is half human and half Kryptonian now. GAIA said. Except for Victor, everybody's eyes went wide when GAIA said that over the microphone. How the hell did Bruce become Kryptonian? What is wrong with their world? Banner asked. They knew what Kryptonian represented. Superman. Now Wayne was basically a Superman. Even if he wasn't as powerful as Clark in the movie. He would at least be a god to all. Darkrai, who was in his shadows, came out and used his power to make his master sleep. He had been screaming for half a minute now. After becoming Superman, Bruce could hear the noises all around, the breathing of the people, their heartbeats. Everything. So much noise overwhelmed him like it did to Zod. After Darkrai used his powers, he fell asleep. Then he put him in his hands and levitated away to a room where he could sleep. Everybody was still stuck thinking that Wayne had suddenly turned into Superman. Many here were waiting for Superman to arrive. But it turned out that they had their own Superman from the very beginning. How did he become half Kryptonian? Tony asked. In that world. Along with Clark, his father and mother came to Earth. And as gods tend to work, they took over a kingdom. And somewhere along the time Jor-El had a son with a human. In that world Bruce Wayne is a bastard, a Jon Snow. I haven't dreamt much of their world to know the whole story as of yet, but this is the origin story of Bruce Wayne in their world. Jesus Christ. What AF *** ket up world? Steve said. Language. Diana said. Sorry about that. Steve said with a little embarrassment. So that is that. Now he is worthy of being our leader. John said as now Bruce really was very powerful and could take arms against more terrifying enemies without being at disadvantage. That was a very nice twist of events. Glad to see it, came a voice from the door. All turned around to look who was speaking. It was Thor. Thor. Heard you became a god. Where is the party for that? Banner asked as if he had forgotten that Wayne just became another god. God is relative, Banner. Am I powerful? Yes. Am I the strongest in the universe? No. I am sure Strange can fight against me toe to toe. Thor said in a humble tone. Oh, stop humble bragging. We all know you have a god complex. Hal said. Thor just shrugged his head to it. He really couldn't refute that. He did have god complex, but as more he came to know of the world, the more he understood how little he knew. Just Gore alone could have proved to be tough if they hadn't known the weakness of him. So after gaining powers, he decided to be more humble. He heard all of the conversation from before, as in 10 realms, he was omnipotent, so he knew that Bruce Wayne just became a Kryptonian. He was happy to know this as now they had another superpowered being like him. Why this sudden visit though? John asked as he wasn't sure why he was here. I came here to invite you all to Asgard for the coronation of the new king. New king. That's great. Congrats on becoming the Allfather. John said. Thor just smiled at it and didn't reply back. We will be there. But at first Wayne needs to be alright. Tony reminded as Wayne was still asleep. It's alright. The coronation is in a week. We have time. Now let me go to Strange to invite him. I am sure he is expecting me. Thor said as he vanished. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 314, Goodbye. So Asgard, huh? It will be fun. Barry said. It will be. Let Wayne wake up. We will leave then. Victor said. So let's go back for now. We will convene again later. John said. All nodded at it and left for their home and work. Arthur went with Tony to work on the anti-metal. As John was going to enter his home, he heard Strange's voice in his head. John, she will be leaving. Huh? She? I understand. On the way. John said. With that said, he wore his helmet and vanished. John appeared again in Kamartaj. Many people were gathered today as it was a sad day for the mages of Earth. Because today is the day that the Sorcerer Supreme of Earth, the Ancient One, will leave the mortal world. The mages were confused about it. Though they got to know that Strange had come back with almost godlike powers, but after the fight against the other version of Strange, the mages never saw him as the Sorcerer Supreme. And Strange himself was never interested in that position, so the mages never cared. But today, out of nowhere, the Ancient One declared that she would leave the mortal body. John landed on the courtyard and went straight to the main hall. As he went inside, he saw Mordo, Strange and the Ancient One sitting. Why is this happening? Haven't I done enough to stop your leave? John asked. He made the whole point of Constantine just so that he could stop her demise. It's not her fault, John. It's him who is calling her back. Strange said. Him? Who? The trio. John was confused now. Even though he knew that every Sorcerer Supreme later would sit beside the trio of Vishanti, there wasn't any given rule that this must happen in a given period of time. No. It's him. One of the great gods. You know him. Your god must have given some hints about it, I am sure. The Ancient One said this time. Huh. John then started thinking of all the Marvel comics related to the Ancient One, and then it suddenly struck him. In one iteration, the Ancient One was shown as an avatar of eternity. Wait. You are an avatar of him? John asked. The Ancient One nodded. Then why the hell is he calling you? Doesn't he know that Black Winter is coming? And we will need every firepower possible. He knows, but the eternity of this universe believes that me being present will be problematic when Black Winter comes. He doesn't want me to interfere. The Ancient One said. What a load of crap. Mordo finally spoke up. His face showed anger. He literally worshipped her as a teacher, and now he had to let go of her because some powerful god willed it so. This is my destiny, Mordo. I can't escape it, and truth to be told, I am tired. I have saved Earth from countless perils, but now I need rest. Strange here is new to everything. I hope you will be able to guide him and be a friend to him in need. Strange is the best of us. Don't make him go down a dark path. The Ancient One said. Strange, you have so much potential that only a few of us can ever reach your position. I sincerely wish to see you do more good. Don't let the noise of the world affect you and keep your arrogance in check. The Ancient One said. Why does it feel like you are almost ready to leave? John asked. Because it is my last moment here. John, you are kind and protective. You have immense knowledge, but it's really a huge achievement that you don't act on your knowledge. You are not easily tempted by power and have your own pace. You will be the main spear against the upcoming dangers. Be sure to lead them all and never forget the roots. Mordo had tears in his eyes. Strange looked sad, and even John, who didn't have much contact with the Ancient One, had wet eyes. This was John's first time losing a friend, because he did consider her a friend and a very sacred being. But the world had decided to take her away. He understood that this was the natural order of things and it couldn't be avoided. Now let me say my goodbye to my students. Come, let's go out. With that said, she stood up and started walking to the door. The others followed her behind. After coming to the courtyard, she said in a loud but calming voice. My students and colleagues, I know you are not very happy with me leaving, but this journey is something I will have to undertake. The destiny is calling me, and I can't always avoid it. I know most of you are not happy with Strange's new title, but trust me when I say this, he is the best of us. He will protect the Earth with more ferocity than we ever could. Help him, educate him. Mordo will be the main teacher from now. May you all achieve victory in your future battles. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 315, Coronation of the King. Almost all had tears in their eyes when she spoke up. They didn't know why she had to leave, but had to understand that there was no other way for her. Goodbye, my friends. The Ancient One said, and her body started turning to dust. Same as Odin. The dust got blown away in the air, into the sky. They all watched till their eyes could see the dust. There was momentary silence in the courtyard. After a minute or so Mordo finally said. Strange will now be the Sorcerer Supreme. Like it or not, this was the wish of the Ancient One. And none of you can even come close to even touching his clothes, let alone defeating him. We have more things to worry about than your personal prejudice of someone who doesn't even belong to the same universe. I am evil in other universe, but that doesn't make me take on that same path like others. And John here is also a Sorcerer Supreme. So if you can accept him as such, then Strange's new title could also be accepted. Strange meanwhile also stepped forward and said. All the sanctums will observe a day of mourning. Let this day be a reminder to all that nothing is eternal. Not even the great gods. Now, disperse. All were silent when he said that and none protested. Even though Strange didn't have a major voice among the sanctums, Mordo had influence. John was surprised that Mordo knew that he was evil in other universes. It was probably due to Strange, as he might have peered into the multiverse. John too left after this, as he too needed an alone time for mourning. As he came back home, he was surprised to see Emma waiting for him. This was a pleasant surprise but a welcome one. He hugged her as today had been a hard day for him. Emma could feel that John was sad, so she too hugged him. That day John didn't go to work and took a day off. He told her the reason for his sadness. She also knew of the Ancient One, so she understood that John, who was a sorcerer himself, must have felt like a close friend that passed away. 4 days soon went by. By this time Natasha had returned after officially being recorded as the Blue Lantern. Like the Green Lantern, it would take time to produce new rings, so for now she was free, but she needed to take care of herself as she was the host of Adara. On the 5th day all showed up at the Hall of Justice, including the newly made Teen Titans. And that included Spider-Man too. Peter Parker. John approached the young Peter, whose face looked in awe as he saw all the heroes around. The Witchers, Tony Stark, Victor Stone, and other such famous personalities. Now all of the children of Earth worship the superheroes, so growing up in the city where superheroes once fought had a great influence on him. Hello Peter. John said. Hello Mr. Jameson. You are an Avenger too? Peter asked, as he did know John, but since he was never shown in the public that he was an Avenger, so nobody knew of it. I have always been an Avenger. People just don't know it. Come take your seat. Wayne will be coming soon. John said. Batman is also coming. That is so awesome. Damian said that we will go for a journey into space. Is it true? John just smiled at it and said, you will know soon. Many were talking and laughing among them. Today even Emma joined the group. Peter was surprised to see even Emma Watson joining the meeting, as she was never shown in TV or movies. Then Peter noticed the ring on her finger and realized that she was a Green Lantern. So many people in the group overwhelmed him a bit. As they were all having a good time. Bruce finally stepped in. He looked a little bit more tall than the original and had a more well-toned body shape. He looked perfectly fine now, as opposed to the torture he had to face last time. All took their seats. The first words that Wayne spoke was, "Thank you, John. This has been a great boost for me." "It's my pleasure, Bruce. How do you feel now?" "Never been better. Though the world looks different now in my eyes, it's all good to me." "That's perfect. As you all know, we all are to go to Asgard to attend the coronation of their new king. I hope you all have brought appropriate gifts for the new king," Tony said. All nodded their heads except for Peter. He didn't know why they joined, and the Teen Titans wanted to do a prank on him. He got shy as nobody informed him before, so he raised his hand to ask. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 316, Asgard again. Yes, Peter, is there a problem? Stark asked. I was not informed about this coronation of the king's ceremony. I didn't bring in gifts. Peter replied in an embarrassed tone. All then looked at the Teen Titans because they were already informed about everything. Damian. Bruce asked Damian with squinted eyes. We forgot to inform him about it. Damian said, but everybody knew this was a lie. Since you have forgotten, you should go back and bring an extra gift so that Pete can give his gift. Bruce said as he wanted Damian to go and buy a gift on behalf of Peter. Yes, Dad. Damian replied and drooped shoulders. Actually, they wanted to put surprise for Peter, but they did forget the gifts part. Damian used the teleporting technology to go back to Earth and buy a suitable gift on behalf of Peter. They actually got along quite, but sometimes they do pull pranks upon each other. After few minutes, Damian came back with a Thunderstone. A stone that can be used by certain Pokemons to evolve. Even though it might not be very useful for the new king, but it can be put for souvenir, or if he gets a Pokemon that can evolve with the help of Thunderstone, then it would be helpful. Peter was happy that he got something to give a gift to the new king. When Damien was away, they all got to know why there would be a new king in Asgard as Odin died 2 weeks ago. Now they would attend the coronation of the new king. All right, since everybody is here. Let's go. Victor said as he opened a boom tube to Asgard. All walked into the boom tube. For many it was the first time in Asgard, so many were amazed by the beautiful place and especially the palace. The kingdom looked in a jolly mood as new king will sit on the throne soon and they couldn't wait for it. As many were appreciating the scenery, out of nowhere Thor appeared. Thor, can you stop with this vanishing act? First it was Bruce and now it's you. Tony said. I can't do anything about it. It comes natural to me now. Feel too lazy to fly. Thor replied. How are you, Bruce? Got used to the new powers? Thor asked. Not totally, but I will be there. Wayne replied. Want to have a match after everything gets settled here? Thor asked. Why not? I want to see how powerful I can be. Wayne said. Buildings are going to be destroyed today. Damien mumbled. Your father looks normal. Will he be able to fight against Thor? Peter as he was confused with all this new thing with Batman. It was the first time he had seen the face of Bruce Wayne and he looked normal. So Peter didn't understand why everybody is speaking of his new powers. It's because you don't know. John did some mumbo-jumbo on my father and made him Superman. Damien replied. What? Wait, you mean that Superman? Peter asked. Yes, Kryptonian Superman. My dad is now half human, half Kryptonian. My God. Won't Thor be in danger? Superman is too powerful. Peter asked slowly. No. Because Thor recently become a god. He too is on a whole new level now. Do you see Strange? He too has become a god now. Starfire replied in a hushed tone, even though they knew that speaking in low sound wouldn't actually help in concealing the conversation. How many gods are there among us? Why have we not seen them? By gods you mean like Jesus? Peter asked. Of that I am not sure. Here think of gods as superpowered beings. Like Superman. That is qualified as gods here. But I have heard Dad say that there may be actual gods here. Like changing the universe kind of powerful gods. Damien said. Let's go in. Shall we? I hope you all will be lenient with Loki. He is a changed person now. Thor said. We will judge that ourselves. Any wrong move, I will point my finger at him. Banner said. Fair enough. If he pulls out any kind of pranks I will be the first one to put him behind bars. Thor said. They all started walking to the palace while enjoying the scenery around. The Golden Palace looked right out of fantasy books for the teenagers. Especially for Peter, who had hardly put his foot outside New York. They finally came to the hall only to see Loki talking with Atreus and Frigga. Loki turned back to look at the full team of Avengers. Especially Steve, Diana, Natasha, Wayne, Tony, and Banner. They were there when the New York War happened, so he looked awkward. Relax, reindeer, we are not here to whoop your buttocks. Tony said. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 317, New King. Welcome to Asgard. I hope you will find our hospitality satisfactory. Frigga said in order to elevate the awkwardness of the room. It's an honor to meet you, Queen Frigga. Wayne said. The honor is mine too. Queen Frigga said as she too could feel the power flowing out from the body of Wayne. Wayne hasn't been able to grasp his new form completely, so he was still finding trouble in order to be total stealth like before. The coronation will be at night. Please do attend. This time it was Atreus who said. She too, like others, was beside Frigga. Is he Kratos' child? Diana said. Yes. In a sense you are his aunt. John said. Everybody laughed at it, thinking suddenly out of nowhere Diana became an aunt. Where is he, by the way? John asked. He is busy handling the decorations. He wanted to participate in it. Frigga said. Wow. That is a huge change in personality. Banner said as they all had played the game and they knew how grumpy that old guy is. After talking for a good half an hour they all went to work. They wanted to participate in the decoration, so all wanted to join their hands in this. Finally night came, and the ceremony started. All the Avengers and the close friends of Thor took up positions near the throne ready to welcome the new king. As they were all cheering and rejoicing, the main door of the hall opened only to reveal Thor in a classic Asgardian armor. He looked stunning. He started walking towards the throne at a slow pace. As he came near the throne he stopped and turned back. Everybody was surprised by that because they all expected him to go and sit on the throne. As they were all in confusion of why Thor was not sitting and becoming the king of Asgard, Loki came up while wearing the same attire of an Asgardian. He too came up near the throne and turned back. Why is neither Thor or Loki sitting on the throne? I thought at least Loki will sit on the throne even though we might not have accepted it. Hal said. It's because Atreus is going to be the king of Asgard. Strange said. Huh. What? Everybody shouted. It surprised everybody as they didn't expect Atreus to be the new king, and that included John too. When John brought the duo to Asgard, he wanted them just to keep an eye on everything here. But later out of nowhere, he became a godson. And now he would be appointed as the king of Asgard. As they were in shock, Thor finally spoke up in a loud voice to everybody. The last few years have been quite eventful for Asgard. Many things happened. Loki betraying us. We, getting attacked by dark elves. Our father's death and us finding out that we have two sisters. And now both sisters are in prison. All these years made me realize that the crown of a king is not meant for me. If I become the king, nothing good will come out of it. And Loki, well, he is Loki. So we both decided to make Atreus as the next king of Asgard. This news caused an uproar in all the people present in the hall. They all really didn't expect Atreus, the godson whom Frigga adopted, would be the new king. As they were all discussing this, Atreus came up to the door, with a proper kingly attire. The hall fell into silence as he arrived. Atreus felt shy and a little scared as he didn't expect that he would be the king of this new place where he arrived a few years ago. Asgard had given him nothing but love and kindness. He had been treated royally and he couldn't expect anything more. But being the king of Asgard was totally something else. He would have to maintain the same prosperity during his tenure and he wasn't sure if he was ready for that. As he was thinking this, his father finally stepped behind him. Go. Be a good king, boy. Don't repeat the same mistakes I did. It's your time now. We all will be helping you in this journey of becoming a good king. Kratos said. Yes, father. Atreus said as he finally stepped into the hall. All broke into cheers as he stepped in, welcoming the new king of Asgard. Though the people would have liked Thor to sit on the throne, but since he denied it, nothing could be said to change it. In any case, it's not like Thor or Loki were dead. They were alive and well, so even if Atreus sat on the throne, he would still be with the two brothers. Atreus finally stepped near the throne. He took a deep breath, looking at the huge throne. Sit, King Atreus. You are more deserving than any of us. Thor said. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 318, The Fight. Atreus finally sat on the throne slowly and all cheered and clapped their hands. Everybody was happy that now finally there was a new king of Asgard. Loki handed him the Gangner. Atreus took it to his hand. Looked at the weapon and finally hit it on the ground. The hit was loud enough for all to hear and it made all the people silent. Atreus cleared his throat and said, I know what many of you are thinking. Thinking that I might not be old or experienced enough to take up the position of Asgard. And it's true. Even I myself don't think that I am fit to be the king. Many of us, including me, would prefer elder brother Thor to take up the position, but my elder brother is more busy saving the universe and has his own problems to deal with. If he sits on the throne, saving Asgard or saving the universe wouldn't be possible. All understood this point and nodded their heads. Thor too had a smile when Atreus said that. And my other brother Loki. Well, he is Loki. Do I need to say more? All laughed when Atreus said that. His trickery and illusions made him unfit to sit on the throne. Hey, why am I being portrayed in such a wrong way? Damn it, I should have not allowed you to sit on the throne. Loki said in a false anger, but it gave it away as he too had a small smile on his face. He wanted to be the king but he decided against it. He wanted to join his brother in saving the universe. He wanted recognition from the universe now, instead of just Asgard. But I understand that I am not capable enough for all of this. So I will always be under the guidance of my two elder brothers, my mother Queen Frigga, Heimdall, who had been in service of the kingdom for such a long time. And last but not the least, my father. He is old and grumpy but he has a good heart. All smiled when he described his father. I hope to make Asgard more prosperous and grand. May you all help me in this journey. Atreus ended with that speech. All cheered again as they welcomed the new king. And then the celebration followed. Booze and food were everywhere and they had a sumptuous feast. All gave their gifts to Atreus as the new king. John gave a Shinx, a Pokemon, to Atreus. Even though Shinx would have been more useful for Thor as it was an electric-type Pokemon, it would be helpful to Atreus too. John then described what a Pokemon was and how to nurture it. He was excited to get such a powerful friend. They all had a jolly time in the celebration. And it didn't end until late at night. Joe also came to know Thor and Jane had broken up, and surprisingly here the story had followed like in the original. Even though he didn't know the reason, he didn't want to ask. The next day all woke up late. But all got ready fast, because today was the day Thor and Wayne would fight each other. And all the Avengers ran to the arena to see the fight. Wayne and Thor were already in the arena, and Strange was the referee because among the three only Strange was strong enough to control the damage that would be done by the two of them. All took their seats in the arena. Many Asgardians were also present as they heard that Thor would be fighting someone who would be almost equal to his power. Both of them stood opposite to each other in the arena while Strange was in the middle separating them with his long staff. No elemental power would be allowed. Thor can't use his lightning powers, nor can Wayne use his heat vision. They both nodded at it as using that would be catastrophic to the surroundings. I wouldn't go easy on you. Thor said. I don't want you to. Wayne replied. Ready. Fight. Strange said. And the next moment both Thor and Wayne flew to each other, stopping the other side with bare hands. Both of their impacts were so huge that there was a shock wave that produced. Strange had to use magic to stop the shock wave from destroying the surroundings. Damn. They are no longer humans. Banner said. Still think you are the only freak in the world, Banner? John said. Banner shook his head. He even wondered if Hulk was now strong enough to face either of them. I need to up my armor game. Tony murmured. His friend just became a half-god. He needed to make the anti-metal armor soon. He had some ideas about that metal and he wanted to see if it was possible with that armor. All got serious looking at the fight, all rejoiced in their minds as the more powerful the team became, the more the chances to defeat Black Winter. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 319, Trickery. Wayne and Thor fought hand to hand. All their moves were matched equally, but a very keen man who knows what hand-to-hand combat looks like can see that Wayne was at a disadvantage. Not because he didn't know how to fight, but because Thor was still stronger than Wayne. Wayne was brand new to this high power and strength, so he had to learn slowly to properly control his own power. Peter was amazed to see Thor and Wayne fight against each other with such power. He already expected a huge strength from both of them, but this fight exceeded his expectations by a mile. As the fight continued on, Wayne got more used to his strength. Now Thor too exerted more power to fight Wayne as he could see that Wayne was using more strength than the beginning. The whole fight continued for a full half hour, before Strange stopped them. But surprisingly both weren't actually tired after the fight. Nice moves you have got there, Wayne. Thor said. You too. I had to use all my tactics to even fight on the same level. Wayne replied. The audience cheered after the fight, even though some were disappointed as they thought there would be a winner, but nonetheless the fight was exciting and they all got to see power levels that they couldn't imagine in their life. Both of them went out of the arena only to be greeted by the enthusiastic native Asgardians. Thor was already famous in Asgard and now he had become more powerful than ever. Some even suspected that he was more powerful now than Odin, but they couldn't prove it. Wayne too got appreciation from the people as he fought toe-to-toe against Thor, and he too was flocked by people. Thor and Wayne had to avoid them and run away. The Avengers who saw all of this laughed. After discussing that epic fight with everybody, everyone went back. Some wanted to explore more of Asgard while others wanted to laze around a bit. It was not every day that they came to Asgard. The Wolf School was more interested in the magic of Asgard and thus they proceeded to read in the library, while Banner, Ryan, and Tony went to grasp more knowledge of the technology of Asgard and get inspiration from it. John too was with Emma roaming around. This was his second time coming here with Emma and he still felt peace when he came here. As both of them walked around, they saw Loki just staring at the sky while lying down in the seat. John, who was still not sure of what Loki wanted and what his plans were, wanted to poke him. Loki. John. John and Emma came and sat near Loki. John was always fond of the actor who played Loki, so he really had a soft spot for him. In addition, his story in the Loki series was kind of a sad one at the end, so he had always kept an eye on him. But this Loki wasn't the actor but the actual Loki, so he needed to be very careful on placing his trust on him. What actually is your plan, Loki? Why don't you just show your real aim? John asked. What do you mean? Loki replied. You know what I mean. The moment I stepped in Asgard you have done nothing but been good and helpful to me and the Avengers. What do you actually want? John asked. I don't want anything. I just want recognition. Loki denied. Don't play dumb with me. A guy like you will never be happy with what you have right now. So tell me what you really want. John asked now with more conviction and sound. Loki stared at John for a few seconds before sighing deeply. I can never escape from your eyes. Can I? Loki asked. Never. John replied. I was doing all this to know what it is that you want from me. In New York, it was you who shielded me against the Avengers. It was you who let me live after the attack of Dark Elves. I am sure Kratos knew that I was alive, but he didn't react even when I took over the kingdom. What do you really want from me? I want the truth. All this play I have been doing is to get to know this, and I won't stop until I know what you really want. I don't believe my other versions in the multiverse would allow me to get a jail-free card from you. Loki said in one breath. You really want to know why I have been helping you all this time? John asked as he raised his eyebrows when Loki said all of this. Only Loki could feel that John had some special arrangements for him, and he wanted to know the reason. Yes. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 320, The Future. Come with me. Avengers, meet me in the main hall of the palace. John said as he put up his helmet of fate. And thus from all the portions of Asgard where the Avengers were roaming around went straight to the main hall of the palace. Is there a problem? Emma asked as she didn't expect that John would call everyone suddenly. She thought an enemy was approaching. No. I will show you all something. A world where I was never present. John said. The next moment John and others vanished from their place and appeared again in the main hall. Not all Avengers were as fast as them, and some were on their way. Flash, Pietro, Thor, Strange and Wayne were the first to arrive. What happened? Another enemy? Flash asked. No. It's something else. Let's wait for others. John replied. Soon everybody came to the main hall, including the Teen Titans. Since they were a part of the Avengers, they too had the right to know many things. Queen Frigga, you can join too. Has everybody eaten? John asked. Eaten? Why? Are we going somewhere where there is less food? Steve asked. No. I am going to show you all a story. It will be a long story. So I don't want Pietro or Barry shouting for a food break in the middle. John joked. Hey. We don't always run for food. Okay. Maybe. Sometimes. Pietro said as he was glared at by many. What do you want to show us? Hal asked. I wanted to show you a parallel universe. A universe where all of you never came from another universe and only defenders were the native people of that universe. John said. This will be interesting. A world where we never arrived. Diana said. John then waved his hands and put a magical barrier so that other people wouldn't be able to peer at them. Then John did magic to create an illusion. A huge illusion which would show them how the story would have gone if he and his summons never came. Yes, John had decided to show them all the movies in a form of illusion to them. It was a long story, so it would take time. The story started at Iron Man 1 and his journey, though he did a speed run on useless parts which was not required for narrating the story of his rise. There was not much change in the story until the New York War. It took John more than 6 hours to show how their story progressed without any help from John and his summons. So we would have won the war even if we didn't have help. Tony mumbled. At what price? We would have lost civilians in that war. Many innocents would have been hurt. Steve replied. True. Banner said. They all turned to Loki, who looked more embarrassed now. And John, you still defend this guy? Clint asked. You will know why I defend him. Then John showed them the later part of the story. Frigga's death. Hydra's uprising and their downfall. But that came at a cost. S.H.I.E.L.D. being disbanded. All had a dark look on their faces when all of this was shown. They never expected that Hydra would have come so close to world domination. But Loki was the main person who had tears in his eyes. He felt he was responsible for the death of his mother, as he kind of guided the Dark Elf to his mother, which led to the death of her. The story doesn't end here. Let me show you more. Didn't you want to know why I let Wayne have contingencies against all of us? Let me show you why. John said as he showed the birth of Ultron from Tony's own hands. The city of Sokovia in the air. That is why you were so scared of Ultron. Steve asked. No, there is another universe for that. Don't worry about it. John replied. Now you all can go and take a rest. That was too much information for all of you. I want all of you to think and learn from the other universe which I just showed. John said. You have known this story for quite a long time. Haven't you? Natasha asked. Yes. I have known. My dreams had shown all of this. This is the reason why we always avoided some dangers. John lied as always. After half an hour of break, they all came back for another round of watching Another World. Then John proceeded to show the attack of Dormammu and his defeat at the hands of Strange. The story Ant-Man and Hela. And finally the story of Thanos, with him snapping the fingers with the help of Infinity Stones, killing half the population of the universe. We need to bring him under the sword, Tony asked. We do. John replied. Have you killed him already? Steve asked. No, he is alive and still searching for the Infinity Stones. John replied. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 321, The Future, 2. Why the hell is he still alive? Shall we go and kill him? And here I will go for his head so that he doesn't do what he did in another universe. Thor said. Firstly, we have control over the Infinity Stones. Vision has the Mind Stone. And all other stones are safe. With the Kages, away, with Strange and the last is with us. John said. Second, Thanos' history isn't so simple. Especially in other universes. I need answers. And even if he comes, we can beat him back. I killed one of his Black Order the last time I went into deep space. So don't worry about it. Shall we see the future now? John continued. Go on. Let me see what their future has in hold. Tony said. The scenes continued and this time the last movie of the whole saga was shown. The sacrifice of Tony, Natasha, and the death of Thanos at the end. Told you, you mess with time. Time will come to mess with you. Barry said as he felt he had seen the story so many times. He, breaking the timeline and then suffering the consequences. Got to say. I didn't expect the other me to be so amazing. Time travel. I need to go through quantum technology. Tony said. You can ask Hank about it. But be ready to face criticism. John replied. And now the real reason why I called you all. The real reason why I defended Loki. Let me show you where he vanished after his disappearance from the New York War from a broken timeline. John said as he started showing where Loki had gone after he escaped using the Tesseract. And then the TVA showed up with their fancy gadgets. The more the people saw about TVA the more they were surprised. Their control of timeline and destiny and others always having a path. Isn't that the guy who came to catch me? Frigga questioned. Yes. Queen, it was the same guy. Now he is an agent. John said. Oh. No wonder. The story continued on as they saw different versions of Loki and at the end meeting Kong. A scientist from the 30th century. The story ended with the death of Kong and making a whole new bunch of timelines. I thought I was narcissistic. The first award should go to Loki. Tony said while all looked at Loki. They all found it weird that another version of him fell in love with a whole new version of himself. So this TVA is hunting down Lokis from all universes? Banner asked. Yes. And probably will come for Loki soon. John said. So you have been fattening me up for all this time so as to send me away to the jaws of this Alioth and this so-called, the one who remained, ... Loki asked as he felt anger of being deceived. Yes. Kind of. Kong isn't a huge problem for us. And we don't have time for him. So I want you to handle him. John said as he mentioned that person's name. I refuse. That person has control over time. Loki said. Do you think you have a say in this? TVA will come for you no matter what. Thanos isn't going to kill you so you will divert from the storyline. Kong must be brought down by an Asgardian. And it can only be you. It was Thor who said this time. He was more knowledgeable now after receiving wisdom and strength so he had an idea of how the world worked now. ET2, brother. Loki said in a sad tone. You came to Earth to bring rain and terror. You didn't even finish your jail time. Do you think such transgressions will go unchecked? Diana asked. Fine. Fine. I will go for this Kong. But I will take over TVA. Loki said as his eyes twinkled. He saw the power that TVA had. Absolute control over time. He wanted that. And you will have to kill the other you. Not Sylvie. The other Loki. Tony reminded as all still thought there was another Loki who would arrive when their Loki would be caught in future. I will. Falling in love in such tumultuous times. What a bunch of jokes. But after all the punishment and giving me bad looks must stop. Deal. Loki said. Deal, but you will have to be successful in what you are going to do. I would love to send you help but TVA won't take another worlder. John said. They all nodded as all the different people that came from other universes were never hunted by TVA after they changed the timeline. And all other universes had their own story so TVA wasn't all high and mighty as it showed. So yeah, this is the story you all need to know for now. John got up as he removed the enchantment from the surroundings. The whole plot took more than a day to show to all of them. Yes, I know many will say that why are the Avengers are so happy-go-lucky and not doubt MC. Well, firstly, the MC has proven many times that what he saw are just dreams of parallel universe. He literally said here that what he saw was from parallel universe, not theirs. And secondly, I wanted to keep it that way as the doubt part is for other universe Avengers. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 322, A Call. I got to say. This universe is glad to have you around, John. Steve said. But this came at a cost. The emergence of Black Winter and I don't know how I affected the multiverse. This is just the start. And thanks for trusting me even after I am responsible for all the mess too. John replied as he felt shy. His influence has already awakened a sleeping monster. He didn't know how many more monsters had awakened because of him. There is nothing you can do. We gain in one hand and lose in another. Balance should always be there in the universe. Even if your influence might have made all the people cross over to our universe, we gained new friends and comrades in turn. And if your magic was responsible for this, it wouldn't mean that someone is deliberately doing this. Thor replied as he still trusted John and had never seen John going and doing some magic to bring people. If John had done, his magic would have been sensed by other a long time ago, but it was never the case. All went back to sleep and rest as this narration took a long time and everybody needed to digest what they had just gained. That parallel universe was a reminder of how lucky they were. None returned home and all stayed back at Asgard for one more day to have a proper rest. Only Peter returned home as his aunt called him. His mind was blown by what he had seen. He had never known that there were so many amazing things in the universe. He thought the Avengers were powerful enough to handle the universe like they did on 2 occasions, but now when the whole story came out, he understood that he was naive and nobody is safe. It was either kill or be killed. After another day of rest, all the Avengers returned home. They had a good time at Asgard, but now it was time to get to work. John spent the rest of his time with animes as now he needed a power-up. He was thinking of spending fan values to get himself a boost. He called Lex to know how his works were received by the audience. Lex gave a positive response saying that people of Nova loved his works. Especially after the introduction of Phantom Drive, people believed that there was Krypton and even some went into search for that planet. And Green Lantern 2 helped in people believing that the movies were real. Even though not all got close to the Green Lanterns, their presence and videos showing their fights were famous and thus John's work too became famous. John was happy to know all of this. Even though he hasn't gained much fan value, whatever could be added he would take it gladly. And now all he needed was a platform to show the power of the Avengers. This will boost his fan values by a large number. And that platform came when Rocket called John after a week of returning from Asgard. Emma had already left by that time, so he was alone when the call came. "Hey John. What's up?" Rocket said. "Hey. I am good. What about your missions? Is everything going well?" John asked as he knew there must be a reason for his call. "We all super. Groot has been helping us a lot. Listen. I called you for a reason." Rocket said. "I know you have called for a reason. You never called just to check me up." John mocked. "Hey, what's that supposed to mean?" "I call my friends." Rocket said. "That's a lie," came the voice of Drax from behind. "It's fine. Now tell me, why did you call?" John asked. "Actually, we are on the way to your Earth. We have got intel that Thanos has gathered a massive army to attack Earth and take the Space Stone from you all." Rocket said in a very serious tone. But when John heard it, he gave a huge smile. He had been waiting for this for such a long time and now finally it was here. "I understand. Come to the ring. We will handle it." John replied. "Why does it look like you are happy that Thanos will be attacking?" Rocket asked as he was confused to see the smile on John's face. "Of course I am happy. I have been waiting for this battle for a long time. Let him come." John said. "You are weird. I will get there in a few hours." Rocket said as he ended the call. John was happy that Thanos was coming. Now he needed to keep the dwarves of Nidavellir safe. He directly teleported to Asgard in the main hall. As he appeared he saw Atreus sitting on the throne talking with Thor and Frigga. "John, why are you here? Came for another round of vacation?" Thor joked. "No. Thanos is coming. Evacuate Nidavellir." John said. "Thanos? I understand." Thor said as he became serious. And then he too vanished from his place. Atreus and Frigga too had a serious face. "Do you want Asgard to help?" Atreus asked. "It will be fine if you send Kratos and Loki. No need to send soldiers. We have our own." John replied. Queen Frigga, how is everything going on with Aldrich? Did she believe you yet? John asked. He did believe us after we got the queen here and made her accept her past. Her plan to torture her but later thought otherwise as she wanted to make her the queen in order to spite on Odin. What a spiteful woman. I advise you not to let Aldrich out early. You need to make sure that she doesn't have feelings for heaven. She had lived there for centuries. I am sure she won't take it in a good way of Asgard ruling over them. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 323, A Fake Stronghold. John then went to the Hall of Justice. Avengers, Thanos is coming. Meet me at the hall. John said after wearing the helmet. He said that people started appearing in the main hall as Guilty Spark started teleporting people to the main hall. Some were on Earth while others were far away, so Guilty Spark was responsible for transportation. After waiting for 5 minutes, everybody appeared in the main hall. All had a serious look in their eyes. This time Fury joined too. The Avengers just saw Thanos devastating everything with his army in John's illustrations, and now they would have to face him for real. How far is he? Wayne asked. I have no idea. The Guardians of the Galaxy will be coming soon. We can ask them. John replied. We will need an army to face him. Vision said. We do. And for that reason, I have asked for help from others too. John said, and as he said that 5 Kages appeared near them. All were surprised that even 5 Kages had come. Welcome my friends. John said. Yo, thanks for letting us join. Naruto said. The Kages came with their own guards too. Shikamaru was one of them. Shikamaru and Wayne can decide how to face him. I have already explained the thing about Thanos to them long ago. John said. All nodded their heads as they knew that both Shikamaru and Wayne would be perfect in handling the strategy to face Thanos. The Avengers knew about the strategic mind of Shikamaru from the animes and thus allowed him to give his ideas while making the strategy. John doing this will expose the ninjas to the world if we fight on Earth. Fury said, as he still didn't want the ninjas to be out in public view. The ninjas had been the secret protector of the Earth and under S.H.I.E.L.D., so he didn't want any light in them. We will not fight on Earth, but Mars. Shikamaru replied. Huh. Is that even possible? How shall we bring Thanos to Mars? Wanda asked. We can use the Space Stone as bait and put it on Mars. I am sure the scent of it will pull him towards that planet. Shikamaru said. Okay. But what if he attacks OA instead of us? Steve asked. He is not dumb enough to attack OA. The moment he attacks OA, it will call all the lanterns of the universe. OA isn't a toy that can be invaded so easily. He will need an Infinity Stone. And Space Stone will be a good one to start with for him. Wayne replied as he gave his own thoughts. As they were discussing, Thor appeared in the hall. Tell me that Nidavellir is safe. Wayne asked. It's safe. I have transferred all of them to Asgard. And the forge is closed. Thanos can never find them. Thor replied. Good. One problem out of the way. So now we have the main problem. How to make the Space Stone not an obvious bait? Tony asked. All got into thinking about it. We can make a fake stronghold on Mars where men will be posted. We will make it such a way that the energy from the Space Stone will leak a little. That will attract his attention. John said. Thanos will not be dumb enough to fall for this obvious trap. He has seen how powerful we are. You even killed a member of his. Strange said. We did, but he had never seen our power. He only knows of Avengers during the New York battle. He has an army, I am sure he will be prepared, but he would still underestimate us. Steve said. That is true. And he has amassed a huge army. I am sure he thinks that his power and army will be strong enough to face us. Diana said. Will it be even feasible? Banner asked. We will not be sure until we try. He is coming to give us a battle. So it shouldn't matter to him where we fight him. He might suspect that it would be an ambush, but he would face it anyway. The difference will be, he will assault this fake stronghold that we build, John said. But how will you explain to the public the emergence of the shinobi world? Fury asked as he was still stuck there. What to hide? We can just tell them that the Naruto world has always been present but on other planets. John said. That is possible. Fury said as he got into his own thoughts. And as they were talking, they heard a noise coming from outside the Hall of Justice. They were confused about the noise until GAIA notified that the Guardians of the Galaxy had arrived. They all went out to meet their new space comrades. The Avengers knew about them from the illusions of John, even if John didn't show much of them. At the end they helped fight Thanos. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 324, Assemble and Plan. Quill, you will never be in the front line fighting Thanos. Tony said. Who are you? Do you know me? John told you about me. Peter asked as he was confused why this guy with a mustache spoke to him first. I don't know you, but I have seen what you have done in another parallel universe. Tony replied, indicating the fight where they were almost close to defeating Thanos, but his momentary anger destroyed everything. Even though Strange said that this was the only way, Tony, being a believer that he himself controls his destiny, called it bull. This was the reason why Tony's first words were to take Peter out of the way. What's that supposed to mean? Quill asked as he felt vindicated that he was targeted by an unknown person the moment he came to the ring. He actually wanted to hold his gun at the forehead of Tony, but he also knew that John was present here and even the Teen Titans. Their power levels weren't something he could match against. It's not supposed to mean anything. We thank you for your call. Don't listen to Tony, he can be a pain in the ass. Steve said as he went to greet them. He got glared at by many of the members. What? I am pretty sure of what you saw, and many of you hold the same prejudice. Tony said. That world, that is that world. This is our world. Nothing is the same here. Victor said. Fine. Fine. Tony mumbled. John, you have quite an amazing place to say. I have never seen such a place ever in my life in all my years of cosmic travel. Rocket said. Yeah. We are lucky to have this ring. You must have played Halo. John said. I am Groot. Yeah. This ring is from the Halo world. John replied. Damn. I should move here to live. Rocket said. Come in. We can discuss the battle strategy in the hall. Wayne said as he invited the Guardians of the Galaxy inside the Hall of Justice. The Guardians of the Galaxy were surprised that there were so many people among the members of the so-called Avengers. And they have seen some of them before, but many were new faces. All took their seats and introduced themselves properly to each other. And then the discussion commenced on how to face him. They would need to evacuate a part of Mars as their battle will be held there. Gamera informed them that they had 3 weeks to get ready for the battle. As they have discussed before, they finally decided to keep the Space Stone and make a fake stronghold in Mars away from the public. Umbrella would be responsible for fast construction of the stronghold, while the Kages will give some ninjas as fake protection. If everything goes as planned, then Thanos will take the bait. Tony first proposed using normal robots for this, but Shikamaru refused, saying that would be too much of a sham to be believed by Thanos. They needed to make this stronghold as real as possible. So they had to bring real people in. After a proper discussion and thinning out the details, Tony called Pepper to make construction. Pepper was confused by this sudden plan. Tony didn't give her an explanation and just told her to execute. He didn't want to make her nervous, saying that there would be a war soon. The Guardians of the Galaxy stayed over at the ring. The Guardians of OA were informed about Thanos. So the Guardians ordered the return of all lanterns, but this must be done in a hidden manner. John was sure that Thanos must have noticed the emergence of Green Lanterns, so he would definitely keep an eye at it. So the lanterns needed to be back in a stealth manner. John was excited about the battle. All his cards would be on the table and the people of the universe would get to know of him and his works. That was all he cared about. John needed a boost of fan values. And this battle would be enough for all the people to know of John's works. Though it might launch Earth into an interstellar era, he didn't care anymore. Black Winter was coming, and now even Null loomed over his head. He needed to be as ready as possible. John was sure that Thanos would lose. But before the battle he would need some answers from him. The Eternals. His brother. His actual motivation in killing half the universe. Soon in Mars the work started, and Umbrella was able to make a huge building with underground facilities. Umbrella made the installation as real as possible for a stronghold. All the technological facilities were used as much as possible to make it fast and leave no traces that the stronghold was made recently. The ninjas joined in as fake security. Everything looked set, and now all they had to do is wait. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 325, Thanos, 2. 1,000 light-years away from Solar System. Sanctuary 2, Spaceship of Thanos. My liege, the initial report suggests that the Space Stone is being held under a stronghold on a planet that the Earthlings called Mars. The humans recently colonized Mars and have moved the Space Stone there. Ebony Maw said. What about the Power Stone? Thanos, who was sitting enthroned, asked Maw, who was on his knees talking. On the side were Obsidian and Glaive. The Power Stone is still at OA. Under the eyes of the Guardians. My liege, I would suggest attacking OA after we get hands on one Infinity Stone. Maw said. What happened to the dwarves of Nidavellir? Thanos asked. We went there, but there was nobody in the forge. Ma said. Do you know how this happened? Thanos asked. He had been stressed a little lately. Not a long time ago, they lost Midnight. Glaive, who was the husband of Midnight, went mad when he got to know of it. He wanted to go and avenge her, but Thanos stopped him saying it wasn't time yet. Now finally they have amassed a huge army and soldiers, but again they have been struck. It was like someone was deliberately stopping him from getting the stones. We don't know yet, my liege. Ma said. Then we shall start with the Space Stone. After we get this, we will decimate the Avengers, avenge Midnight and get the Mind Stone. Then we will have enough power. Then the so-called army of Green Lanterns wouldn't be able to stop us. Thanos said. Glaive, who listened to all of this, clenched his fist. They were finally about to avenge his dead wife. He wanted to tear this man apart. Even though none knew of the person who murdered her, they were sure that they belonged to the Avengers. So Glaive couldn't wait to take revenge on the person. As you command, my liege. We will leave for Mars right away. It will take some time to reach the planet. Ma said. Is LexCorp still refusing to sell the Phantom Drive technology to us? Thanos asked. Yes. My liege, that arrogant Lex Luthor still refuses. We should have killed him when we had the chance. Glaive said. It's unnecessary. We will soon sit at the top, and we won't need his technology anymore. Thanos said. All nodded their heads. Sanctuary 2 soon went to a jump point and started traveling to the direction of the planet Mars. It took them a week to reach Mars. My liege, we have reached Mars. Ma said. How is the stronghold looking? Is it an ambush? Thanos asked. The stronghold looks authentic with real people in them. It was built to house a very powerful weapon, so the probability of this being an ambush is very less. And even if it is, even if there might be Avengers, we have a huge army to confront them. The Avengers are nothing but a few men. What can a few men do against a large army? Ma said. Thanos nodded his head, but he always felt that it might not be that easy. Sanctuary 2 went straight to the stronghold altogether as Thanos suggested. He wanted to attack the stronghold with full force. He had done enough to wait to care about anything else. The spaceship levitated in the air above the stronghold. The spaceship was so huge that it created a shadow over the building. The people in the building went into full panic mode and alarms were set off. Thanos, after seeing this, was a little relieved, as he was still thinking it might be an ambush. Even though he didn't care about the Avengers, they had proved to be quite a problem for them on multiple turns. Thanos, Glaive, and Obsidian came down the spaceship with a small army of Chitauri behind them. The people in the stronghold took up weapons and guns. They pointed it at the small army of Thanos, showing the resolve to fight against an unknown enemy which has appeared. Kill them. Thanos ordered. The Chitauri attacked after receiving the order. The men who were defending started shooting at them. The Chitauris too started using their guns on them. As the battle started, one such attack from the Chitauris managed to create a huge explosion on the humans. But when the dust settled, there were no dead bodies. Thanos' eyes squinted when he saw this. The next second, Ma got a reading in his device which he had been carrying with himself. It showed the gamma radiation that had been emitting by the Space Stone from the stronghold just vanished. My liege, the Space Stone just vanished from the stronghold. We don't know where it went. Ma was sad with a grave face. Thanos, who listened to it, looked at the other humans who were defending with their guns. He could see that the people had a smile on their faces now. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 326, Everybody Together. Then the guards who were defending the stronghold vanished from their places, leaving behind the weapons. Thanos and Ma were able to see the people moving at high speeds behind with some difficulty. This way the shinobis who were on guard retreated. When Thanos turned his head, he saw a man levitating wearing a cape and a golden helmet. This person had the Tesseract in his hand. At that point Thanos knew this was an ambush. Since he had already arrived on Mars even after he guessed that it might be an ambush, he couldn't go back now. He had brought an army with him, so he had enough confidence to face a small group of people. Even though this new guy who was levitating was a person he had never seen, he didn't care much. The person in the helmet levitated down opposite to him. You have been waiting for us? Thanos asked. Oh yes. I have been waiting for you. It's been a long time for me. Almost 20 years. Waiting, making myself powerful enough to face you. But I got to say, now that you are here, I don't even fear you. But thank you for all the motivation you have given me all these years. You know all of this? Thanos asked, raising his eyebrows. I know a lot. You have to be more specific. John asked. Then you know why I want that stone in your hand. I just want a new dawn in the universe. A universe which is grateful. A universe which will have a brighter future. Thanos said. Is that all your motivation, Thanos? Answer me that at first. John said. Yes. This is all I ever wanted. I will kill half the population of the universe so that the other half could survive. Thanos said. Really now? Will you say the same if I bring your brother here? John said. Thanos, who had been calm all this time, shuddered when John mentioned his brother. He looked at John for a few seconds and finally said. If you know my brother, then you must know why I am doing this. This is all the more reason for me to kill half the population. I don't want us all to just be a sacrifice for some god. I want us to control our own destiny. Not to be a food to them. Thanos said. So this was the plan. Kill half the population so that the Celestials can't be born. Do you even know maths? Will that stop the emergence? You will be stopping only the inevitable. At some point the population will reach its max and emergence will occur anyway. John said. It might be. But I can only try. I have seen Titan being destroyed by my own eyes. My own planet. I can never allow others to face the same situation again. When others will know the truth in the future, they will follow my path and continue doing what I started. Thanos said. You are just a coward. Instead of confronting the Celestials, you are here killing the innocents. John said. How dare you speak with my liege in that tone? Ma said as he got annoyed by this new person's tone with his liege. Ma waved his hands. The soil surrounding John started rotating and creeping up on John to choke him. John, who saw this, waved his hands. This small attack from Ma stopped in its tracks, and instead behind Ma there was a huge hand structure made out of soil. The huge hit Ma with a huge force that threw him a few meters away. Your powers are quite weak. You must be popular with children. John said, using the same lines which Ma used when he faced Doctor Strange. Is this what you really want? You can join me and we can save this universe. Thanos said as he didn't even care that Ma was hit so badly. He didn't even look back at him. He wanted to convince this new person to join him. He could already see this golden guy was powerful and adding him will be very helpful in taking over Time Stone and Mind Stone. As I said before, you are just a coward. Instead of being a man and facing the Celestials, you choose the other way. Do you think your cowardice can lead to any good? John said. So you have decided to oppose me? Thanos asked in a grave tone. No, my dear. I have decided to end you. John replied. So be it. Thanos said. And the next moment dozens of small spaceships came flying down and landing. And from them, outpoured the Outriders, the aliens who attacked during Infinity War, and Chitauris. And then came the Leviathans. They all landed over the stronghold behind, destroying the newly made building. Ma too now got up, removed the dust from his clothes, came and stood by the side of Thanos. You think you are the only one with an army? John said. Avengers. Assemble. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 327, The Second War. Huge portals started opening behind John. And out came the people. The first were the Avengers. Wayne was leading in front with all the members, including the Teen Titans. Then came the Guardians of the Galaxy. Thanos was surprised to see his daughter among them. She had been missing for quite a long time. Even though she was away, Thanos always kept an eye on her and her new team which she formed recently. He got to know that their team had a Green Lantern too, so he was sure she was safe. And then came a whole new army of ninjas, with all the 5 Kages leading in front from different big portals. Their numbers were huge. All of them stood side by side with John while the army was behind. Tony even brought his Iron Legion too. Banner had already transformed into Hulk. The actual Hulk, not the Professor Hulk. Even the old Kages showed up for the war. John brought them too, as he had sensed Thanos had amassed a larger army than the army he had during Endgame. Strange brought mages too for this war, as they would help the Avengers a lot. Only from Asgard, not many people came. Kratos, Loki, Urza, and Thor's close friends who should have died during the Ragnarok arc. You have your own army. We have ours. John said. You stole my line. Steve said. John just shrugged at it. While Tony looked at Strange and said, Hey, in how many possible iterations of our future do you think we will win the war? This time I am pretty sure about all iterations. Strange said. You are damn right we will. Tony said. Obsidian couldn't hold it any longer. He threw his chain hammer at Tony. Wayne, who was close by, stopped the hammer with one hand. And before Obsidian could react, Wayne pulled the hammer using huge force. This pulled Obsidian in return. The force was so huge that he almost flew to Wayne. And then Wayne used his other hand to punch at the head of Obsidian. The next thing that Thanos' army saw made their eyes wide. That punch of Wayne was so strong that he blasted the head of Obsidian into bits of flesh, spilling blood all over the ground. Obsidian couldn't even cry in pain and met a swift death by just a punch alone. When all saw this, even John raised his eyebrows. He knew that Bruce was strong now but did not expect him to get used to new powers totally by now. So you see, Thanos, you should never have come here. You should have stayed hidden all this time, never to show your face. Wayne said. Thanos' eyes squinted when he saw such huge power by Wayne. He had seen him in videos during the New York War. He was never that powerful before. But here suddenly out of nowhere he lost another member of the Black Order. Thanos then raised his double-sided huge blade pointing at them. The army behind ran to them following Glaive and Maw's lead. The Avengers and the army of ninjas also ran towards the enemy. Wayne, Wanda, Tony, Strange and others who could fly rushed towards them. Naruto and Sasuke both used the Kurama mode and Susanoo mode to handle the Leviathans. Those shinobis who could fight enemies which were of bigger size than them also joined in this. The ninjas clashed with the army of Chitauris and Outriders, and even though their number was larger than the ninjas, they were seriously outgunned. The ninjas had speed and more strength. They used cold weapons, but that was enough. Wherever there were many enemies outnumbering the ninjas, they used ninja techniques to counterattack. The mages too helped the ninjas in attacking the army of Thanos. Thanos, on the other hand, was personally confronted by Tony and Steve. Tony had seen how the other himself lost in the fight against Thanos in Titan. Only a small mark cut on his face. He wanted to change that. He wanted to challenge himself. He specifically asked for this. Steve joined him because he felt that Tony needed help, and like the war in the Endgame, he used the Mjolnir. After seeing the fight in Illusions of John, he wanted to try if he could lift it up. And as expected, he was able to pick it up. So Thor gave him the hammer for him to use. The other members of the Avengers fought against the others. The witches faced Ebony Maw. Siri, Yen, Triss, and Wanda faced Maw. And as expected, he was overwhelmed easily. Even though he was able to defend for some time against the attack, a slash from Siri's Zerial cut one of the hands of Maw. His telekinetic powers weren't able to stop an attack that cut through space itself. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 328, The Second War, 2. John, on the other hand, faced Glaive. He and Constantine together. And Glaive didn't even get a fighting chance. Both Constantine and John blasted Glaive by lightning. That lightning was strong enough to fry his body. Glaive died with regret that he couldn't avenge his wife, not knowing that it was John himself who killed his wife. This wasn't a battle. It was a slaughter. The Chitauris were dying like bugs, and Outriders too weren't far off from extinction on the battlefield after fighting for hardly 15 minutes. The Leviathans were confronted by Kages. Both present and current ones. Naruto was able to easily kill the Leviathans. And Sasuke joined him by cutting them down using his Susanoo. Thanos, who was still fighting Tony, saw all of this. His precious army, which he had gathered after such a long time, couldn't even handle their first outright battle against a united army. He had faced many worlds over time, but he had never seen such an overpowered large number of people. In the last New York War, Earth had never shown such high strength and numbers. This was a well-prepared ambush for him. Then he remembered John saying that he had been waiting for him for the last 20 years. The enemy must have known about his strengths and weaknesses and prepared really well. The most astonishing part was that he was able to gather such amazing people around him. Tony, on the other hand, was able to finally manage a cut on Thanos' hand. He was actually sad. He thought he would be able to kill Thanos alone, but he was disappointed. His Extremis vibranium armor was powerful, but it still fell short to kill Thanos. Even though Tony wasn't on the losing side, he wasn't exactly winning either. John flew over to his place. Need any help? John shouted while levitating near the fight. Steve and Tony both stepped back when John said that. He really is Thanos. My outright nemesis. Tony mumbled. Steve, who had been fighting against him, was breathing hard. This was probably one of the toughest fights he had to face, even after having Mjolnir and help from Tony. Thanos, on the other hand, caught his breath from all the continuous fighting and gave instructions to use Sanctuary 2 to shoot down at all of them. John had always known that Thanos would make such a move. He actually expected Thanos to use it much earlier. Then he remembered that he had been fighting non-stop against Tony and Steve. Naruto, who got the cue from John through the system, shouted. Oh no. You are not going to piss on all the other hard work we just did. Kurama, it's our time. Naruto proceeded to use Bijudama while the guns were getting pointed at the ground. Since the guns were faster, it shot first. Thor, Hal, and Strange used their powers to stop the shots while Naruto conjured the Bijudama. After a few seconds of defending, the Bijudama was ready. And Naruto shot at the spaceship which was raining fire. The Bijudama flew straight to the spaceship and exploded with a loud bang. The explosion was so immense that there was a huge shockwave around. The people on the ground and air had to literally protect themselves from the shockwave. Thanos looked at all this with devastation showing his face. He sat down on a rock beside with sadness. He knew he had lost the battle. His army was crumbling very fast and nothing would remain after seconds. Even his spaceship was blasted away by a single man. Thor, Strange and Wayne, who were flying around killing whoever they saw irritating to their eyes, came flying down near Thanos. Even Loki joined in this. He had seen how he was killed by Thanos, so he too wanted to join in the fun. John of course was recording all of this from all possible angles with the help of GAIA. He would then give it to LexCorp to handle the videos and upload it to the web of the universe. This would surely bring attention to John's works. This was his main plan. He wanted everybody to shine in this battle. He could have asked Wayne or Thor to just kill Thanos outright, but he stopped them from doing so. John lied to them saying this would help everyone getting recognition in the universe and Earth needed to keep some moves hidden. Even though Thor Strange could have alone won the war, he advised them not to do so. They both agreed to it. They understood that showing too much power might rub other empires the wrong way. And all the empires might even band together to attack them. They have enough on their plate, an annoying enemy was the least that they wanted now. Thanos wasn't the only enemy in the universe. So Thanos, still think we fall short from Celestials? John asked. Oi, what are Celestials? Tony asked. I will explain it to you later. John said, stopping Tony who was interrupting. Do you really think you can defeat them? You haven't even seen how powerful they are. Thanos said, seeing the ignorance of John. I have seen how powerful they are and what they can do. I know more of them, more than you and your brother combined. And I can say it now, we will face them and will defeat them. John said. Chapter 329, a forgotten version. You are just arrogant fools if you think you can face Celestials. Thanos said. Thor had enough of his words and just punched outright in his face. He had seen how the other version of him was beaten down. He needed to vent his frustration for the other version. All looked at him when Thor did that. What? He was being annoying. Thor said. That punch from Thor made him fall back. It even broke his 2 teeth. This Thor wasn't the same Thor as the original one. He had become a Rune King now, so he had already surpassed the normal level of power. John too at the next second hit Thanos with a punch. He was already in Shazam mode, so his punch was similar to that of Superman. He punched Thanos right on his abdomen. His punch hit Thanos so hard that he spit out saliva straight after. Since everybody is taking a turn, why don't I join in? John said. Now you are just showing off. Tony accused as he was still salty about only being able to make a cut in his hand. Don't worry Tony, you will be powerful soon enough. Anti-metal will be of great help to you, I am sure. John said. I hope so. I don't want to be left behind. Tony replied. And as they were talking, Hulk, who had been running around wildly killing the enemies, came jumping by, picked up Thanos and threw him high up in the air. Hulk too remembers the beating, I think. Steve said, seeing Thanos coming down at high speed. All laughed when Steve said that. Even though the Avengers expected that it would be an easy fight, they didn't expect that whole battle wouldn't even last an hour. They were literally having a good time. And this battle was required for all, as this would be a great morale boost against the upcoming danger. If they could face Thanos, then there was a chance they would be able to face Black Winter. They all needed to vent their frustration, they had been living under distress for quite some time. Thanos landed with a bang. By this time he had broken many bones and was bleeding from his mouth. He had a deformed face and he looked like he was a few minutes away from dying. Still you think we are arrogant? John asked. Thanos wanted to reply but all he could do was spit out blood from his mouth. By this time Gamora too came and surprisingly even Nebula. Nebula, who had been imprisoned under the Guardians of the Galaxy from the moment she was caught, was also there. In this battle she begged Gamora to let her join. She wanted to see the death of his father. The one she hated so much. Gamora had a sad look on her face, she knew that her father had done horrible things, but in the end he was her father. Thanos, who saw his daughter standing on the opposite side, had a sad look. For a moment he did think that the enemy might have the power to confront the Celestials. But then he remembered the Celestials and knew this small power that the Avengers had wasn't enough. Thanos looked at John with determination and conviction that whatever he was doing was right. John sighed as he knew that he would never be able to change Thanos. Only thing he could do was give him an honorable death. Thanos deserved one. No matter what their ideologies were. In the end he cared for the universe. Though his care for it was a twisted one, at least he took responsibility for it. Very few could even think of undertaking such a massive task. I am sorry, Thanos. You will have to die. Even though I know you care for this universe, we will have to end you. You are too much of a variable for us to let you live. As John and others were ready to kill Thanos, a yellow rectangular door opened in between them. A man in a huge hat and a black mask came out. John squinted his eyes when he saw this unknown man coming out. Well, unknown would be a wrong word here. He did know the man, but the version he knew of him wasn't the version he had seen before. John's mind immediately raced through all the comics he had seen the versions of this person for a few seconds, and finally he remembered a forgotten version. The version where most of the people tend to forget. This looks like a bad time to show up. Shall I come later? The person said. Tony, Thor, and others didn't even waste a second and shot at this person. They weren't sure who this person was, but that rectangular door reminded them of TVA, so all of them suspected it was Kong, so all of them shot at him. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 330, Watu. Then the most amazing thing happened. The lightning from Thor, Tony's laser blasters, Wayne's heat vision, and even Steve's lightning all got stuck in midair. It was as if the attacks couldn't travel in space anymore. And after a second all the attacks vanished. All were dumbstruck by this. They never expected that this new guy would be so overpowered. John's eye squinted and now he was sure who this person was. Immortus, why are you here? John asked. Immortus. Only they call me by that name. You really are the person they told me about, the person mumbled under his breath. Who told you what? John, who was able to clearly listen to his mumbling, asked. You know who I am referring to since you called me Immortus, the person replied. John then nodded his head when he said that. He really knew who this guy was referring to. Why are you here? And not for a second lie to me. John asked in a stern tone. You are not powerful yet to threaten and intimidate me. You have not reached that level yet. I can't touch you, but that doesn't mean I can't touch your friends. Immortus said. Try touching me or my friends. I am sure they will come for you the next second. Do you think your actions here will go unnoticed by them? You are in that position because that has been your destiny. It was set the moment you were born, so don't be all high and mighty in front of me. Are you sure about this? Do you think you can deceive me? And even if you are given a free license by them, we have the time stone. Do you think you are the only person who has control of time? John asked. The people who were behind now understood why their attacks failed before. It was time powers, just like Kong used with Loki. He literally stopped their attack by slowing down time. You really know everything. Don't you? Immortus said. I don't. I still don't know why you are here. You better be clear. Or I will ask Strange to beat the S***T out of you. John said. You are scary, you know that. Immortus said. I am not in the mood, Ramatut. I am not Fantastic Four. I have a very low tolerance. Strange, get the time stone. John said as Strange flew overseeing all the commotion happening near Thanos. Stop, stop. Jesus. You are one nasty guy. Immortus said. You have no idea how nasty I can be. You all sit high and mighty, but when the real problems come, you just vanish from your positions. I have had fake gods with you. You have no right to interfere after abandoning us now. John said, but this was probably to the omnipotent gods who he was sure was listening and watching this battle. I am here to take away Thanos. Immortus said. Oh no you aren't. Tony said as he took out all his thrusters. Strange brought out the time stone. He always kept it with himself as it was safe that way. Wayne and others were ready to attack. You see, Immortus, my friends here say no. So I just can't allow you. John said as his hands caught fire, now turning into wings. Half of the body has already transformed. I don't have a choice. They asked me to bring him. Immortus said in a calm tone. His face didn't have fear. I don't believe you for a second. John said. He is speaking the truth, said a voice from the side. Huh. All turned their heads only to see a bald man with golden armor. He wore a blue cape behind him. John, who saw this, was really surprised now. If Immortus didn't surprise him much, then this guy definitely astonished him. Watu. You are not supposed to interfere. John said as he got his bearings back. Yes, it was Watu, the Watcher. Who is this baldy? Another enemy of ours. Tony as he pointed his hands at Watu. Wayne had seen this guy before in John's memories. So he had an idea who this was. Lower your weapons. Wayne spoke up. By now all the Avengers have arrived. The army of Thanos had already fallen with none remaining, even the Leviathans were all killed. They were surprised to see totally new people in the field. Even the Kages had arrived to see what the whole commotion was about. Wait. He isn't an enemy? Thor asked. Wayne shook his head, indicating that this new bald guy wasn't. Though they weren't sure why he wasn't, since John had still not attacked, it meant that there was more to the story than they know. This new guy Immortus pissed John off by a notch for sure, but John's tone changed when he talked with this new person called Watu. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 331, The Main God. I am not. But I was sent by them to talk to you and negotiate. Watu said. Negotiate? You want to negotiate for this guy? John asked, pointing at Thanos. Yes. They need him for a bigger purpose. Him? Are you sure he is required for a bigger purpose? He can't even change his ideology even after getting crushed. He is way beyond redemption. John refused. They will convince him. Watu said. Who are you representing here? The Timekeepers. The Celestials. Who? John asked, as he was now curious about whose direction Watu came here. Watu pointed his finger high up in the air. Eternity. John asked. Watu shook his head, denying it. Higher than him. Much higher. I have a feeling you know him too, since you know all the gods from what I can see. Watu said. Wait, you mean him? The him? That is impossible. Why would he care about ants like us? He would never care about neither him nor us. John said, as he understood who Watu was referring to now. He got scared now. From the signs of Watu, John understood who he was referring to. One above all. OAA. I don't know, John. I am just following orders. I don't know what his plans are. F***K. John said. He was stumped. He had been waiting for this fight all his life. And now a much higher being comes and stops him. He didn't know what OAA had plans for Thanos. He never did care about anything, so he was confused about why he cared about a guy who had no importance in all of the multiverse. He was a villain for sure in most universes, but not so high and mighty enough that OAA would care about him. Why should we give up Thanos? We have battled him fair and square. Sure, we ambushed him, but why should we just allow him to run free? He wants to kill half the population. That itself is the greatest crime ever. Strange said. He voiced the opinions of all of them. Yes. Why should we? We have been waiting for him for such a long time. Pietro said. John, on the other hand, was looking blankly. They really didn't have any choice in this. No matter what, they are way too weak to even negotiate. They could be wiped out in seconds if OAA wished it so. He clenched his fist. He was really powerless here. No amount of power would allow him to be as powerful as OAA. Not now, at least. You can take him. But I will make a fake video of us killing him and show it to the universe. John said. Wait, John, no. I know they are gods that are asking us, but we can't let this guy go. We all will fight for it. Wanda now has powers to alter reality. She will help us in this. Vision can't always be living in danger. Tony said. Yes. I can't let Vision be in danger. We just can't. Wanda said. Whoever this god is, we will face him. Together. Loki said, as he too wasn't ready to leave Thanos. A guy who killed another version of him, he could never let it go. Do you think we have a choice? Ants don't have the power to negotiate with elephants. John said with a huge sigh. So what? Millions of ants can overturn an elephant. Tony, as he charged his thruster and pointed at Thanos. Thanos had been silent all this time. He had no idea why he was at the negotiating table, but he would take any chance he could get to be away from Avengers. He could always come back with bigger force and take away the Infinity Stones. Millions. Even billions of us wouldn't be enough. Even the whole universe wouldn't be enough. Tell me, Tony, do you still want to try? John said. Everybody's face looked desperate when John said that. They thought that the god was like Thor, or maybe a little more powerful than Thor, but John's description just wiped away the whole table. The hell? Barry shouted. John then again turned his head to Watu and continued. The arrangement remains the same. Thanos should die in the eyes of this universe. And he will be hunted down by the Avengers the moment he steps in this universe again. John said sternly. Deal. It was Immortus who replied. Watu, why did you send him to negotiate? You could have come by yourself. John said, mocking Immortus. Because Thanos will be with the three of them. Watu said. John's eyebrows raised when Watu said that. By three here, Watu referred to the Timekeepers. The actual timekeepers who existed in the universe. Immortus was the future version of Kong. Kong was selected by the timekeepers to look over the timeline in all of the multiverse. John wasn't sure if the Kong in Loki's story and Immortus here was the same guy. Immortus had a mask on his face and his whole body was covered, so he had no way to differentiate. Magic had no effect on him. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 332, The Death. John didn't waste any more words, he directly transformed into Phoenix. And then used his fire over Thanos. All thought, John revolted and changed the game. But after the fire died out, they saw Thanos' body being fine like it was before. Then everybody understood John just used a fire which had no heat. After becoming Phoenix, John could always control the temperature of the fire. There, take him away. I don't want to see him again in this universe. The next moment I see him here, will be his death. John warned again to both Watu and Immortus. He really wouldn't care again, if Thanos showed up. He would just go and kill him. Immortus nodded and took Thanos on his shoulders. A rectangular orange door opened and they both stepped in. Thanos didn't resist in all of this. The Avengers and the ninjas looked angry when Thanos was taken away, but there was nothing they could do. Thor actually wanted to blast him, because he didn't care who showed up, but Wayne stopped him with his hand. They couldn't take the risk of annoying a powerful god. Black Winter was enough of a headache. Watu, I did this because of you. I hope I didn't make the wrong decision. John said, looking at him. I will kill him myself if he jeopardizes the lives of the people of this universe. I think I didn't introduce myself properly. Watu, the Watcher of Earth. John Jameson. Sorcerer Supreme of the Ring and an Avenger. John said. They both shook their hands. How is your father? John asked. He is old now, but alive and well. Watu replied. He didn't look surprised that John knew of his father, Iker. I did this because you asked for it. John said. I know, that's why I was sent. Watu said. Avengers, this is Watu. The Watcher. As his title suggests, his work is just that. Watching, but never interfering. They are like the Guardians of OA. Hailing from a very technologically advanced race. Due to the disappointments they saw after seeing a planet where they introduced knowledge of atomic energy, they decided never to interfere again in any foreign race. Watu here is the Watcher for Earth and all other Earths in the multiverse. John introduced Watcher to all the Avengers and ninjas. They didn't expect that their own universe had their versions of Guardians of OA. Even though they found it weird that Watchers didn't intervene like the Guardians, the Avengers didn't call it out. I know you all and have seen you all. Though I have no idea from which universe the new ones of you came from, I have kept an eye on all of you. Your work is commendable. Maybe you will be able to defeat Black Winter. We have high hopes for you. Watu said with a smile. Then you should help us in stopping Black Winter. It is going to destroy the universe. Steve said. Watu shook his head saying. Our ethics and code stop us from doing so. I am sorry. Then why did you interfere in this battle? I think Thanos was a smaller threat as compared to Black Winter. Tony asked as he was still pissed off. Because he asked me to do so. Watu said, pointing his finger high up again. This is Bulls ****. They don't help us but are the first to intervene when they need it. Banner said as he had transformed back to his real form. Thanks to Raltz who was now standing on his shoulder. Sigh. We can't do anything about it. Victor said. I will be off now. The more I stay here, the more I will be intervening. You all did a good job in defeating Thanos. No other versions of him have ever been defeated so badly, like yours. Good luck for the future. Watu said, and then the broken glass of the multiverse opened for him and he stepped inside. Then the glass closed in on itself and disappeared in thin air. Let's go back. It's useless to think about it anymore. At the least he accepted that Thanos won't be a problem for this universe. That's all that matters for now. Avengers, we did a good job. Wayne said. All nodded their heads, they could be proud of how they defeated Thanos. Someone, who all the people of the universe feared. He was defeated so badly that even Watu was impressed. Thank you Kages for your help here. We are grateful for your assistance. Wayne said, thanking the Kages. It was our pleasure. Finally moved our muscles a bit in this fight. Felt great. Rakage said. I am off. Thor said as he vanished, taking Urza, Kratos and Loki. He was still angry that Thanos was left off. He still couldn't accept it. They had prepared for so long for him only to be blown away by a god who didn't even show his face. Chapter 333, Celestials. That was rude. Barry said. Leave him be. We all didn't like how it all turned out. Diana said as she understood the anger of Thor. He just recently became a god, but he still was powerless against the actual gods. He is probably angry with me. John said as he too understood Thor's anger. Let's go back. Victor said as he opened portals leading them to the ring. They all went in, including the Kages and the ninjas. After stepping near the Hall of Justice, John said, "Thank you, Kages, for the help. I am sure you all need to tend to your injuries. So I won't hold you back. I will send a detailed report later of who they are and what they represent." John said. "We'll wait for the report." Gara said as all wanted to know why John just let them take away Thanos, who was such a threat to the universe. "Sure. I will send them. Let me send you all to your home," John said as he waved his hands. He teleported all the ninjas and Kages to their dimension. Then all the Avengers including the Teen Titans went inside. Not many were tired after the short battle, so all were ready to hear what John would say and give his justification. All took their seats and John finally said, "I know you all are angry, but our hands are tied. The person who asked for Thanos is not something we can fight against." John said. "What kind of being is he?" Steve asked. "The kind of being who created the multiverse and is responsible for all of creation." John said. "Wait. Did you just say the creator? You mean like God, God?" Tony asked. "Yes. God, God. The one in the Bible." "Well, similar to that." John replied. "Does he really exist?" Banner murmured. "Then do you think I just let him go because I wanted to let him go?" John said with a serious tone. He too was confused about why Thanos was taken away by OAA, but he could never say no to it. At least he gave them the power to negotiate. Even though John was tempted to ask for powers in exchange of Thanos, at the end he stopped himself. The only reason he stopped was because of the system. He didn't know if OAA knew about it. If he knew, then he might just kill John. He could never take that gamble. Why the hell would they care for a person like Thanos? Hal asked. "That is what I want to know." John said. "What about the Celestials?" Arthur asked as that name had been mentioned quite a lot of time. Celestials. They can be called lesser gods. Responsible for maintaining a kind of balance. They have been around since the first multiverse. I once said long ago not to search for the anti-life equation of Earth. It was not because we had the anti-life equation, but because there is a seed of a celestial sleeping on Earth, deep inside. John said. "Oh, Earth is a home for them. That's cute," Natasha said. Natasha said. Like all others, Natasha also played a huge role in the war. Her Blue Lantern ring and being the host of Adara, she had been nothing but a pure nuisance to the enemies. "It's not cute, Natasha. When the population of Earth reaches a certain amount, a celestial will be born. And due to that birth, the Earth will be destroyed," John said. "What?" Everybody cried in surprise. "What the hell? You mean Earth will be doomed someday?" Arthur asked. "Yes. But not if we stop the emergence of the said celestial," John said. This gave a wave of relief to all. "So you mean to say Earth and such other planets give birth to celestials?" Tony asked as he understood the main point to the issue. "Yes. Thanos was on a mission to exterminate half of the population because of two reasons. Making the population half will give more sustenance to the rest and stop the emergence of new celestials," John said. "What a saint," Arthur said, but in a mocking tone. "Why don't we go and kill that celestial? I think we all can kill a god in his sleep. We have that much power now at least." Clint asked. "We can't, the other celestials might be alerted due to that and will come to kill us." "Don't worry, I have a plan for it. More people will be coming soon. So we can take our own measures. And we aren't powerful enough to face them yet. I didn't tell you this before because Black Winter was a headache, enough. Don't want to put too much pressure on you all," John said. "More people. That's good. But I don't understand. If they are gods, why is their seed inside Earth sleeping?" Tony asked. "Every billion years a new celestial needs to be born. It is the circle of life. The celestials are responsible for creating new galaxies and maintaining that cycle. They take energy from the host planet and create suns and everything. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you." Chapter 334, Together. "So we are like chargers to these gods?" Hal asked. "Yes," John replied. "No wonder Thanos lost his sanity. He must have seen the death of his own home planet. And this led to him taking up arms against them in a weird way." Yen said. "Yes. Well, Thanos has another history. Don't care much about it. I will take care of the Celestials. If we can't even stop a Celestial, I don't think we have the right to even speak about Black Winter. John said. True. That will be our ultimate test. To see if we are worthy enough to face Black Winter. Wayne said. Why do they even care about us? They abandoned us. They should stay the F***K out of our way. Tony said as he was angry that as a species they served only as a charger for gods. He hated this feeling of powerlessness. It is what it is. Celestials work on multiverse levels, not on a single universe. John said. Who was this Immortus guy? Parker asked as they seemed to have forgotten that the first person who started this downhill was him. He is Kong. Well, the future version of Kong. The one truly appointed by the Timekeepers. John said. Oh. Loki has a huge headache, it seems. Diana said. Yes, he does. So now you know all. John said. This new information that John gave was too much for all. First it was the creator and then came the lesser gods. This was enough to change the whole world for them. They didn't know such beings even existed, and now they know that they exist. They turned out not to be so good. John, when is this new Celestial is going to be born? Tony asked. I am not sure. A year or so maybe. John said. F***K, Geralt said. Will we be powerful enough? Clint murmured. We have to be. There is no other way. John said. He just hoped that the new video that he just captured was enough to push his fan values to a high level. And pray that there would be an update. An update is what he needed now. I know you all are feeling down now, but we had taken this path the moment we decided to face Black Winter. This is just a bump on the road. There are no shortcuts here. Steve said. Together we will face whatever comes. Wayne said. Together all shouted in unison. I know all of you are tired. You all can go home and collect yourselves. We all need a rest after all of this. John said. All nodded at it. Then Guilty Spark appeared as he teleported people to their homes. Only John, Wayne, and Tony remained in their seats. Still angry that I didn't tell you about the Celestials. You have always been preaching of no secrets, but you yourself kept such a secret from us. Tony said. Tony, you have to understand that what I know is dangerous. If I go on telling all the secrets, you will shaking in fear. One Black Winter has given you enough problems. I can see that you hardly pass time with Pepper now. Do you think overworking yourself will solve the problem? John asked. We aren't gods, Tony. I have said this to you before. We can only try with what we can, but that doesn't mean we will lose ourselves in pursuit of power. No power will be enough power. There will always be new threats. New dangers. Do you think that Black Winter will be the last enemy we face? That is just the start. I didn't tell you about them only because of this. You have seen how Black Winter made many of us. Clint has stopped sleeping. Natasha just trains all day. Oliver almost had a breakup with Felicity. Do you think this is healthy for us? Knowing the future? John asked. Tony became silent when he said this. He knew that knowing too much was always a problem. He just didn't expect that dangers were just right at their doorstep. Go home, Tony. Spend time with Pepper. Fights will always be there. We have come a long way from facing terrorists to gods. We will crush our enemies. We might die along the way, but we can never say that we didn't try. Wayne added to it. Yeah. GAIA, are the videos ready? John asked, changing the topic now. Even after all this, all you care about is videos? Tony asked. It's my hobby. Keeps my sanity. You two need to find a hobby. You are going nuts. Calm yourself down. John said. I will think about it. Tony murmured. The videos are ready. Do you want me to upload it everywhere? GAIA asked. Yes, upload it on all platforms. Both here and the universe. Tell Lex to handle this. John said. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 335, The Universe Came to Know. All right. The videos has been uploaded. Now we will have to wait for its outbreak. GAIA said. I am off. Wasn't a good day for me. I just want some peace. Seems like I will never get peace in this life. John said and vanished after bidding his goodbyes to them. The next moment he appeared at the doorstep of his house. He was tired mentally today, he needed a good sleep. John decided to go for a bath and then go straight to sleep. He could see the reaction of the people and the universe later. The spirit of the house made him a good tea. So after drinking it and giving a text to Emma and his father that he was all right, he went to bed. It was already night when he went to sleep, so it was a normal day for him. The next day, waking up, he felt refreshed. He came out of his room and after having breakfast he checked how the videos performed on the internet. And as expected, the video on YouTube virtually exploded. Avengers always had an official page on YouTube, and since the video was shown there, it meant the war that was shown was real. But what John didn't expect was that a hashtag was trending on social platforms. And that hashtag wasn't Thanos, but rather Darkseid. The people of Earth thought that it was Darkseid. John was dumbfounded when he saw this. He never expected that people of Earth would think Thanos was Darkseid. Even though Darkseid and Thanos had similarities, but both had completely different motivations. Whatever. As long as they watch my works, it's all fine and good, John murmured. Then John saw another name trending on the internet. It was Naruto. John had a huge smile when he saw this. Only the series would give an ample number of fan values. Since it had multiple episodes, the fan values would almost rise exponentially for some time, and he couldn't wait for it. The same trend was shown in the web of the universe. Here people knew of Thanos, so when they saw the Avengers and the ninjas pummeling Thanos and his army so badly, they were more surprised. LexCorp had been responsible for the entertainment and spaceship business for some time now. John's works were famous all over their empire because John's works had Green Lanterns and many had seen Victor before. But this time when everybody showed up in the fight against Thanos and even more, they were astonished. People never expected that Naruto, the characters of games, were real. The video of them got coverage in all of the empire and even beyond them. Even Kree got to know of what happened on Mars and that more people had shown up from the works that LexCorp had made. Of course there were many who accused that the video was fake, but it was soon debunked. People rejoiced that Thanos was dead as he was a menace in all of universe and many feared him a lot. But now the video showed that a phoenix which people thought was Marco burnt Thanos alive. People who had never known of them were educated of the anime and movies released by LexCorp, so other people who had no interest in all of this rushed to understand who these people were. In this way, John's fan value was rising rapidly and he hoped that it would be enough for the next update. But he needed to wait for some time for it to rise to a high point. Thus John had to wait. People also got to know that Bruce Wayne was Superman himself, which was a whole new revelation for them. This topic too started a debate. Even Diana's new weapon, Arthur's weird transformation, also got enough coverage. The World Council also got to see the new Avengers and Wayne gave them a report of who the enemy was and what they wanted. The governments were relieved that the Avengers and Naruto world existed to defend them. And whatever opposition that the governments had to control the Avengers, died down with it. All the Avengers meanwhile almost disappeared from public view, only Teen Titans showed up in places of crime in New York and they were barraged with reporters. In this way, a whole month went by. It was already 2018 by then, and on this day, all the Avengers had gathered in the ring for a very special ceremony. All came for this ceremony. Even Thor showed up for this special one. It was Tony's wedding with Pepper. Tony finally decided to marry her after being reminded by John that he had been missing in life. He realized that now his life revolved around enemies and he needed to change it. So he proposed to her on New Year's Eve and she happily accepted. Pepper too knew that Tony had been going through a hard time but was happy that now Tony had decided to let himself be free. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 336, Marriage. They were going to get married on the ring. So all were here. Even Parker came with his aunt. Apparently his aunt came to know that he was Spider-Man. John too came for the wedding with Emma. John and Emma showed up with gifts and John from the corner of his eyes got to see Parker. He felt nostalgic seeing him, because a few nights ago he saw the new Spider-Man, No Way Home movie. He extracted the movie from the system the moment the system gave the notification that the movie was out in John's previous world and watched it that night itself. That movie had all of his nostalgia from his previous life. He loved that movie but then remembered the story of Spider-Verse and the whole drama behind it. Peter, on the other hand, felt from his Peter tingle that someone was looking at him, so he turned his head to see who it was. He was surprised to see that it was John. John was a hero for him. The way he fought in that war and the way he commanded was inspiring for him. Peter didn't hold it and went with May to greet him. Hello, Mr. Jameson. Hello, Peter. This must be your aunt. Hello, Aunt May. I hope it's all right if I call you Aunt May. Ah, hello. Do you know me? Aunt May said. Didn't Peter tell you I am a mage and am a guide of sorts? John said. Oh please, off with your high and mighty self. Emma interrupted in the middle. Hello. I am Emma. It's nice to meet you. Hello. It's nice to meet you too. They all talked and introduced each other properly. Aunt May was new to all of this. The superhero life, so John took special care and showed her around. In the original plot she died, so John would like to make sure that she doesn't die in this version of the story. John even suggested that May could move here and live in the ring and work for the Umbrella. Peter could continue his studies and be a member of Teen Titans. May replied that she would think about it. Thus the wedding ceremony started. Surprisingly, Tony gave a very normal speech in this, as John expected it to be more like Tony's style. A narcissistic and a mocking one at that. Later everybody congratulated the couple and had a jolly time together. John went to Thor, who was still not in a good mood. "Hey buddy. Still angry with me?" John asked as he sat near Thor. "I am not angry at you, John. I am just angry at myself. Being so weak. I couldn't even save my father. My sister easily overpowered me. And now I have another sister who is still locked up in the dungeon. Every day I am living in fear that my brother will be taken away. I feel as if I am losing grip of everything dear to me." Thor said. "Thor, you had such a long life. Your father was there in every turn guiding you. But you need to understand that it won't always be a bed of roses. Our lives will go through hard paths. Only that will be a true test of character. Your father lost 2 of his brothers in the battle against Surtur. Did you ever see him mention them? No. It's because he knew bringing those who are dead up would only just give him pain. His brothers sacrificed themselves so that he could live. He was always in pain, but he didn't want his pain to be transferred to his loved ones. We can't change what has happened, but we can change what is to happen." Strange said from the side. "But we are so powerful. Is our power so insignificant in the grand scheme of things? This god just came and took him away and we couldn't do anything about it." Thor complained. "Then be powerful. We might not be true gods. But we can try." John said. "I don't know if I can ever be a creator, John." "True. But Diana in a universe was a creator. So we can always try." John said. "Huh. Are you serious?" Steve said as he heard them talking about this. "Yes. You're Diana. That is a whole new Pandora's box. I would rather not talk about it." John said as he remembered his most favorite and terrifying storyline of DC Comics. "Ha ha ha. You both should get married soon. One a creator and another to add moral values to the creation. That would be one fun scene." Tony said as he too heard what John said. "We aren't there yet." Steve refused. "Well, you both have millennia to share, so you both can take your time." John said with a smile. Actually now all of them had longer lifespans. Thanks to the Dragon Corpse. Banner and the Witchers were able to make a potion that would keep them young for centuries. And many of them took a dose of it. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 337, Upgrade of the System, 3. All had quite a bit of fun the whole day. John had a good time with all. After the debacle with Thanos, everybody needed a happy moment. And this wedding was the perfect escape for that. John saw everybody having a good time. He saw Happy trying to flirt with Aunt May. Vision and Wanda holding hands. Steve and Diana dancing to the music. Clint helped his daughter collect signatures from all the Avengers and Teen Titans. He even saw Banner and Natasha flirting with each other. He was surprised to see Siri flirting with Damian while Raven eyeing her with big eyes. All the Pokemons too joined in this wedding and were playing around. Most of them became drunk by the end of the ceremony and Guilty Spark had to teleport them to their homes. The next day Emma left as she had come only to attending the wedding. As John said his goodbye to her, he heard a familiar sound. A sound which he had been praying for such a long time. Ding. Total fan values, 30 billion. System upgrade requirement met. Do you wish to upgrade? Hell F *** King yes. Ding. Upgrading 20%. 50%. 70%. 90%. 100%. System upgraded. Do you wish to check the new enhancements? Yes. John said excitedly. Ding. The host can now bring any one piece of equipment free of cost. There are no limitations on the versions of the item or equipment. The equipment can be brought from all the versions that the host has published. Last time the host wanted to get Element X. The host can now get Element X as it belongs to the same universe of Bruce Wayne. The host can now extract the full power of any one character. The last time the host wanted to extract the power of Madara Yukika. In this new upgrade the host can get all the powers of Madara Uchiha without any restrictions. But the host is warned, this power extraction is only possible for beings which are not universe-destroying levels. The powers of characters like Xeno from Dragon Ball aren't possible. Now the host can summon characters in all of the universe. What the hell? Why are there such restrictions on character power extraction? John asked. Ding. The system isn't of high enough level yet to bring those powers of characters to life. Okay, fine. But at least give me access to comic stories to bring a character to life. Like give me DC Comics. Ding. No. There is no such function of the system. Bulls ****. John said. John was really looking forward to bringing a comic or manga to life. That would have helped him a lot, but still the system stubbornly insisted on following the motion pictures. Sigh. Well, I do have equipment in mind that can make me godlike. John mumbled. System, give me the Omnitrix with master control and all the alien species together in one. John said. There was one alien species there that would basically make him a god. Even if it wasn't for all the time, at least it gave him the leverage. And that alien species was Celestial Sapien. Alien X, ding. Requirements met. Extracting now. And the next moment John had the Omnitrix in his hand. He directly wore it on his wrist. This Omnitrix was the Omniverse version, so it wasn't huge. John didn't hold back and immediately checked if all the aliens were there in it. And he was delighted that all the aliens were present. Including Alien X. Without anyone to stop him, he directly changed to Alien X. The moment he changed, all the Celestials, Eternity, Infinity, and all the other gods in different dimensions felt it. A new god is born. That also in a universe we just abandoned. Maybe that universe can be saved after all, Erisham mumbled. The other gods too astonished that a doomed universe was able to get itself a new and unknown god. They tried peering into this new god but they couldn't. It was as if a very powerful power was stopping them to get the location and characteristics of this new god. All the other gods could tell was that this new god was just born in the doomed universe. John on the other hand was ecstatic. One of the main reasons was that the other two personalities were under his control, so he didn't have to debate. So basically he had full control of Alien X. John again changed back to normal because he needed to ask questions. System, for how much time I can be transformed to Alien X? John asked. Ding. All other alien transformations can be maintained for a day since the host has the master control. Only Alien X has a time limit of 1 hour. And the recharge time of a depleted Omnitrix is half an hour. 1 hour. This is awesome. I know that I can't face the creator, but sure as hell I can give a fight to the Celestials. John said out loud. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 338, Upgrade of the System, 4. Okay, now I will have to think about my next character powers. Getting the power of Madara Uchiha in 10 Tails Ode is very tempting. But this time I will take another route. System, extract all the powers of Gilgamesh from Fate series. With the Gate of Babylon being his noble phantasm. Gilgamesh was the archer-class servant of Tokiomi Tosaka during the Fourth Holy Grail War. He was one of the most overpowered characters in all of anime, according to the author. The character had many powers. His level of charisma was unmatched and he would be incredibly wealthy all his life. He was the king of Babylon, so he had a natural aura of a king. John chose him for primarily 2 reasons. Enkidu, Chains of Heaven, and Ea, Sword of Rupture. Enkidu, named after his friend, a set of divine chains. The chains are set to bind gods themselves and it grows stronger against those who are of divine heritage. And second, why, due to Ea. Also known as the sword that ripped apart the world, it is the ultimate and final noble phantasm contained within the Gate of Babylon and Gilgamesh's most powerful weapon. Ea's function as a noble phantasm, a space-cutting attack that shows the truth, was initially used as a powerful nation-building authority that separated heaven and earth. This sword is said to cut through space-time itself. And there are other reasons why John chose this character was because with this he could fight in war against multiple people and he could solo win against them without using his summons. And of course with the Gate of Babylon he could use all other noble phantasms as his treasure includes the prototypes of all noble phantasm and he could always use them from a distance like a projectile. The number of weapons in his treasury are said to be immeasurable. There are other powers of his, like he could look into all possible futures, but this power he already had with the Helmet of Fate. All in all, Gilgamesh was one of the coolest and overpowered characters of all anime. Even though John hasn't seen much of the Fate series, whatever he had seen fascinated him a lot. Ding. Character power extraction done. The host now has access to the Gate of Babylon and can use all of Gilgamesh's powers at the host's will. Awesome. John exclaimed when he got all his powers. Wait, system, do I have the herb which would have given Gilgamesh immortality? John asked as he suddenly remembered his search for immortality. Ding. Yes. All of Gilgamesh's possessions in his whole life would belong to the host. Even the things which might have been stolen. Cool. Now I can be immortal too. John was more happy. He could feel the change in his body this time. After he had gotten Marco's powers, he didn't feel any change, but this was different. John could sense that he had changed fundamentally. Such huge changes are only felt by his when he is in fate mode. But here he could feel it normally. His use of magic, and he could even sense the gate of Babylon. He didn't stop and directly summoned some of the weapons. As he did so behind John, many orange circles opened and from them emerged all kinds of weapons ready to be used or thrown as a projectile. Then John summoned the chains of heaven. And in the same way as the weapons came out from a translucent orange-colored circles, a golden chain appeared with a spear tip at the front of it. John could easily feel that the chains can be summoned from all directions around him, and with that he could easily bind anyone, and that too from multiple directions. This is so cool. I can feel so much power now that I am half god. No wonder Gilgamesh was always so arrogant. He had all the right to be so. John murmured. Ding. The host has extracted all possible free things from the system, urging the host to work hard. As he was going through almost unlimited numbers of treasures and weapons in his vault, the spirit of the house came and said, "Are you all right?" I felt a huge sense of power coming out of the room. "Oh yes, I am fine. Thanks for the concern. I might be gone for some time soon. Please do look after the home. Tell Adino that she can go and have fun around with the other Pokemons in the ring." "Where are you going?" "Very far." The spirit asked, being concerned as she could always feel that John was a little bit stressed recently with all the problems that he had been facing. "Oh, I will be leaving for another universe soon." "It won't take long." John smiled and replied. "Won't it be dangerous?" the spirit asked. "Danger will be there. But I am more powerful now." John smiled and replied. "There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you." Chapter 339, Leaving. I will be all right. We'll probably be back within a year. If I don't, I will update you. Don't worry. John said. The spirit nodded her head. John then wore the helmet of fate and said, "Avengers, come to Hall of Justice." His words got echoed on the ears of all the members of the Avengers. John then vanished from his spot and appeared again in the Hall of Justice. All the members started appearing in the hall little by little. And after about 15 minutes everybody had appeared. Tony was last to appear and he looked sleepy. "John, can you stop shouting at my ears every now and then? Some people have other lives too," Tony said. John didn't reply to that and said instead, "I will leaving this universe soon." The moment he said, all the sleepiness of Tony was gone and all became incredibly serious. "Take me with you," Steve said. John shook his head. "I am not going to take anyone in my first trip. I need to get a hang of their universe first," John said. "It will dangerous for you out there," Wayne said. "It will be, but I will handle it myself," John said. "Are you sure about this?" Banner asked. "I am," John replied. "I don't agree. At least take some of us," Tony said. "Tony, I can't. If I am alone, I can always teleport myself back here with my magic. But if any of you are with me, it will become problematic. I don't know if the other gods would react of me infiltrating another universe, so I can't take the risk. They are pretty moody, well, most of them. So I want to test the waters," John said. "Will you be safe?" Barry asked. "I will be fine, everyone. You don't need to worry. I will come back safe and sound," John replied. "Will it be a long journey?" Diana asked. "I am not sure. I will have to check on how the whole situation is out there. I will come back in one piece, so don't act like I am going to die or something," John joked. They all smiled at it, but some still felt it would be very dangerous since John had decided they couldn't stop him. "When are you leaving?" Natasha asked. "Soon. Within a few days. I would notify one last time before I leave," John said. "All right. Make your preparations," Wayne said. "Yes. Well guys, I have matters to attend to. Sorry for disturbing you all and bringing you here for such a small matter. I am off then. See you soon," John said. "Come back safe," Wanda said as all bid goodbye to John. After saying his bye, he vanished from his place. After he left, the whole hall became silent. "We shouldn't have let him go alone in this," Arthur said. "He wouldn't take anyone even if we wanted to join him. We aren't powerful enough," Hal said. "Constantine, can't you break the multiverse wall?" Tony asked. I can, but there will be consequences. He is the Lord of Order. Only he can do that without any repercussions. I think Strange too can do that, but he wouldn't be able to do it as cleanly as John could do. Constantine said. I can break the wall, but I will be a normal wizard in other universe. My power comes from the world tree here, which is powered by only this universe. Strange replied. Are we still so weak? Damn. Tony said. We aren't that weak, but the thing is he has more idea of the multiverse than any of us. We can join him when he goes next time. Wayne said. Yes. All right, I am out. Need to sleep a little more. Tony said. The next moment Guilty Spark came and teleported him to his home, and so did all the other members. Many were little sad that John didn't bring any of them with him, but they understood that it would be a dangerous journey too. They just wished that John would come back safe later. John, who had vanished from Hall of Justice, didn't return back to his home but in an open valley in South Dakota. He had appeared near a house which was deep in the valley and had no neighboring houses nearby. The house had a small barn which had 2 horses. A woman was tending to the horses and feeding them. John was looking at the woman who was tending to the horses. He had come a long way to meet her. Before he never had the reason to talk to her, but now if he goes for the travel he needed to see how much time he had. The woman who was feeding the horses felt that someone was nearby, so she turned around. She was surprised to see a very recognized face standing little far from him. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 340, Eternals. Mr. Jameson. You are way out of your home, the woman said in a half-hearted smile. To be honest, she feared Jameson. Even though Jameson had never shown his face as an Avenger, it was always presumed that he was one. She followed the news of the world closely even if she was far away from civilization. And there had always been a mysterious man in the Avengers team. The Phoenix, whom the people thought was Marco. But there was nobody called Marco or even looked like him in the team. So many speculated it was a hidden member, and since John had been associated with the Avengers for quite a long time, many thought of him as the hidden member. I am exactly where I should be, a Jack. John replied this time. Yes, John showed up to meet with a Jack, the leader of the Eternals and the only Eternal who could connect with Arishem. A Jack was taken aback that John knew of her actual name. They had all changed the names in official pages as their names might sound really odd to people. They did this to blend in more with the people. I don't understand, Mr. Jameson. I am not a Jack, she replied. You don't understand? Do you want me to bring all the Eternals? What do you think will happen if I call Arishem now? John said. A Jack almost stumbled when John spoke of Arishem. That was a name they never mentioned in public. None of the Eternals in all courses of history had ever mentioned that name. They might have influenced humanity but made sure they kept the Celestials out of all the lores. But John here mentioned Arishem, which meant he knew about everything. She sighed. She didn't know how much John knew about her and the whole plot of Tiamat, so needed to talk to him very carefully. The humans now don't take the aliens in a very good way. How do you know about us? A Jack asked finally. I know a lot. But for now let's go inside and talk. Shall we? John asked with a smile. A Jack felt relieved inside as she saw John smiling. At least John could be reasoned with, she just hoped John didn't know about the emergence. How are the horses? John asked as she left the horses in the stable. Then joined John and went to the porch of the house. They both sat down on the chair. You came all the way to talk about horses? A Jack asked. Well, no. I am on a vacation. I will be leaving soon, so I needed to figure my timeline out. Oh. Where are you going? A Jack asked. To a different universe. John replied. Oh. So there are really different universes out there and the multiverse theory is real. A Jack replied. Of course it is real. Governments can't always hide big things every time. John said. Well, the people in authority don't always tell the truth. A Jack said with a sad tone. They don't. You must be quite experienced in this regard. Must be an expert in it. John said. I don't understand, Mr. Jameson. What do you mean? A Jack said as she became serious. She had a bad feeling about this. You understood me perfectly, a Jack. You hid the real purpose of Eternals for centuries. Only Ikaris knows about the truth. Doesn't he? John said. A Jack now knew for sure that John here knew of everything. The real purpose of their arrival. She got scared now. She wasn't actually a fighter like most of them and she was more of a leader. She wasn't sure what John would do now since he knew the truth. She just prayed that it wouldn't turn out ugly. How do you know all this? Even your forefathers weren't born when I said to Ikaris about everything. A Jack asked as there was no point in lying now. Didn't I say before? I know a lot. A lot more than you can imagine. John smiled. A Jack has a sad face now. So why are you here now? To kill us? A Jack asked as she clenched her fist. She for sure knew that John was powerful, but she wouldn't go down without a fight. That depends on which side you are on. And as they were talking, a Chansey came out of the home with a plate of snacks and juices. John was surprised that a Jack had a Pokemon with her. His butterfly effect was now everywhere. A Jack, after listening to the question, looked at Chansey with a loving eyes and said, I can never leave my sweet little Chansey to die. So no, I will stop the emergence with all my strength. The humans might be bad, but the Pokemons didn't do any harm. They don't deserve such an ending. John was surprised by that reply. In the actual story, she went back on the decision because the people of Earth brought everybody back with the help of Avengers. A Jack, after seeing this, decided to stop the emergence. But now Thanos hadn't snapped, so everybody was alive. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 341, Ikaris. I thought you would support the people of Earth because you like them. John smiled and said. Humanity has its own merits. They are arrogant. They think that they are above nature. But there is good in them. Your Avengers have demonstrated that quite a few times now. Making the Earth cleaner, saving people. There is so much potential in humanity. Nothing is perfect in this world. And humanity as a whole embraces that concept. True. But all of you won't be approving your stance when the truth comes out. John said. They will always listen to me. A Jack said, shaking her head as she was the leader and her command was the last one. Ikaris will kill you. John said while sipping the juice given by Chansey. The juice was really sweet and he was loving it. What did you say? A Jack eyes went wide when John said that. Her voice croaked. You heard me right. He won't support your change of camps and will definitely kill you to stop the others from knowing the truth. John said. This is impossible. A Jack said. It is what it is, a Jack. When he will listen to your side of the story, he won't take it lightly. That is what is supposed to happen. John said. You don't know him. He is a soldier. And soldiers listen to orders. A Jack said. A soldier that belongs to whom? You. No. He is a soldier who belongs to Arishem. He won't even hesitate to confront Cersei. Forget about you. John said. But he has never gone against my orders. Never. In all of thousands of years we have been together. Even on other planets. A Jack said. It doesn't matter, a Jack. He won't listen. He is a believer of Arishem. A blind believer of a non-caring god is a very dangerous thing. Anyway, how much time do we have left for the emergence? John asked. A year or so. I will go and summon the others. A Jack said. A year. That is a long time. You don't need to summon them. I will come back to deal with this. Avengers will help you. We can handle the emergence, but I want Cersei to handle Tiamat. I have plans for his body. Since they have abandoned this universe, I want to see how Arishem will react. Abandoned the universe. What does that mean? A Jack said. Nothing. You will know in due time. But here is a focus that is connected with the guilty spark. The moment he attacks you, you can just notify it and guilty spark of the ring will teleport you near my home. Don't confront him. I have very special arrangements for him. John said with a smile. No. Please don't hurt him. He has just diverted from his path. A Jack said as she thought John would kill him. He had seen the power of the Avengers in the latest war. Ikaris wouldn't stand a chance. He will get his time to place his ideals. If he is beyond redemption, we will have to put an end to it. John said. That is acceptable. But I wish to give him a chance. Since you say he will kill me, I want to see if he does that. A Jack said. A Jack really wanted to give him a chance and see if he could be saved from his false ideals. Fair enough. But if he persists, then he will be stopped. But don't put too many coins on your faith. Some people are beyond redemption. John said. I understand. A Jack replied. All right then. I am off. I will be back soon. Since I have 1 year, I don't have much time left. Can't wait to meet Arishem. John said with a chilling smile. He was really waiting to meet Arishem now. John was now on his level and he couldn't wait to see the hypocrite gods. Why do you seem so excited to meet him? He will kill you. A Jack said as she felt weird that John was so eager to meet Arishem. No matter how powerful the Avengers were, they still fell short against the gods. Kill me. Ha ha ha. Even I can't kill me. He will get a taste of his own medicine. But that is for the future. See you a Jack in a year or so. John said as he laughed. A Jack felt that John had gone insane. But she had her own thoughts now. She thought John was lying when he said Ikaris would kill her. He believed in her comrades more than a random guy who just appeared. But she can't prove that John was wrong. She needed to see it herself, and for that she needed to wait to meet him. She wasn't in contact with him and didn't know how to summon him. So all she could do now is wait. And pray that whatever John said was a lie, or else it would really go down in an ugly manner. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 342, Home. By a Jack. John said as he vanished. He was back at his old home. His father's home. It was already evening when John reached New York, so he was sure his father would be arriving soon. He needed to talk to his father before he left. As John knocked on the door, Val opened it. Hey Val. It's been some time. John said with a smile. John. Val exclaimed. John hadn't been home for a long time. Val knew that now John was an Avenger and she couldn't be more proud of him. Even though John never admitted it, she could always feel the person in the golden helmet. The famous Dr. Fate was John. Now most of the people of the world knew of Dr. Fate. Thanks to the Justice League series. But they were surprised that the Phoenix guy was also Dr. Fate. She couldn't be more proud. She hugged him instantly. Hi. How are you? John asked as they went inside. I am fine. How are you, John? How is life in the ring? You haven't come home in such a long time. Val complained a bit. John felt guilt as he really had been paying attention to Earth and all the people here. He needed to be more grounded in reality. Power had made him a little bit arrogant. Especially now that he had the Omnitrix. He remembered the last words of the Ancient One. He felt ashamed that he had been drifting away recently. He needed to remedy the situation. I am sorry, Val. I promise I will visit often. John said. It's fine. I was just being a nagging old lady. You have your own world now in the ring. You can't always come back home as you have work. Val said as she felt that he made John feel guilty. No. I don't actually work much nowadays. It's just that there had been too many things recently. I understand. Mr. Mime, can you bring some snacks for us? Thank you. Val said out loud. John was surprised to see Mr. Mime working at their home. He had sent Vulpix to his father before, but he didn't know the whole Mr. Mime thing. When did father catch him? John asked. Your dad didn't. I did. I watched the Pokemon series. So I personally went out to catch one for housework. I caught one pretty easily. Val said with a hint of pride as she was able to catch a Pokemon with almost no help. That is great. You should be a Pokemon trainer. John said. Oh please. I don't have that much energy to fight in tournaments. Val said. And as they were talking, John's father finally entered the house, opening the door. He had a Vulpix walking beside him. Son. Jameson said with a surprised tone. Dad. How are you? John asked with a smile after hugging him. After all this time you remember your home? Jameson asked. I am sorry, Dad, I have been occupied with so many things. John said. Yeah. You and your new Avengers. Jameson said. John just smiled at it but didn't deny it. How are you, Dad? John asked. I am fine. Thanks to Vulpix here I am happy with my life. Jameson said as he took the Vulpix in his hands. The Pokemon cooed after sitting on his lap. John went and pet him. Maybe I should get myself some Pokemons. John mumbled. He never caught any Pokemons because he always felt it wasn't required. All the Pokemon in the world were under his control, so it was utterly useless for him. But now that he thought about it, he needed some companions in his life. Adino was more like a caretaker of the house instead of being his Pokemon. You don't have any Pokemons? Jameson asked as he heard John's mumbling. No. I never got the time. While they went to catch Pokemon, I was busy keeping the world clean and making sure that Pokemons weren't treated badly. John said. You should get one. Pokemons is a way of life now. Jameson said as he felt really grateful about the new world. He always felt hollow after he lost his wife, but after Vulpix came into his life he felt really happy and grateful for his life. Yeah, I should. Maybe I will later. John said. They all started talking about their lives and how everything was going on. Before coming here, John decided to just show his face to his father and leave, but after meeting them he decided otherwise. He stayed over at their place for the night. They had a good hearty meal together. Val as usual left early in the evening as she had her own family. So John and his father had a good time talking. Jameson was just happy to see his son after a long time. Recently he had been thinking of moving to the Ring as John suggested. He could always control the Daily Bugle from there and it would be quite convenient too. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 343, Departure. The next day early morning as they were having breakfast, John said, "Dad, I will be leaving soon." "You mean the Ring?" "Yes. That is fine. We all have work to do," Jameson said as he understood his son has more important matters to attend to. John shook his head at this. "You mean to the universe? I thought the Avengers didn't have a spaceship that can travel in space," Jameson said, speculating about his son's travel. "We do have Kryptonian ships for traveling, but I am not going into further space," John said. "You have Kryptonian ships too?" "Damn," Jameson said. "Wait, if you are not going to space, then where are you going?" Jameson asked with curiosity now. "I am going to another parallel universe," John said in a low tone. "What?" Jameson now was surprised. He immediately kept the fork down from his mouth. "Yes, Dad, I will be leaving for another universe. This is a mission I have to take," John said. "Who else is going with you? I know that you are an Avenger and from the videos I have seen I can almost tell that Dr. Fate is you, but why are you taking this journey?" Jameson. "While you did research on the videos too?" John asked with a smile. "I am an investigative reporter at heart and Avengers is related to my son, so of course I will check on it. Now answer me, who else is going with you? Can you even travel into another universe?" "Yes. Since you know I am Dr. Fate, you know that I know magic now. And that magic power is enough for me to travel. For now, I will travel alone." "That's a no for me. Take someone and go." Jameson refused to let his son go alone. "Dad. Listen to me. Only I will be safe out there. If anything bad happens I can always come back here instantly. If I take others it will be dangerous. I can escape danger easily. Not others," John said. "What about this new so-called Sorcerer Supreme? What was his name again, Mr. Strange? Or whatever. I heard he is good. Take him." Jameson still refused. "Dad, he is the Sorcerer Supreme of Earth. He always needs to stay here and defend Earth. I don't have such obligations. I will have to travel to another universe. There is no other way," John said with a serious tone. "Why are you taking this dangerous journey? I don't know if there are other dangers in other universes, but our universe has enough." "Dad, you are not understanding. I will have to take this mission even if I don't want to," John said. "Is it related to the fight in the Himalayas?" Jameson asked. "Huh." John was surprised that his father could even connect to that battle near Kamartaj. John then nodded his head at the speculation of his father. "I knew it," Jameson said. "How did you guess it?" John asked. "You Avengers normally do so much fanfare if there are any problems. Especially Tony Stark. But only in that terrifying battle nobody spoke a single word. It was as if that battle never happened. I knew something was fishy in that battle." "What happened in that battle?" "Enemies from another universe." "Is that why you are leaving?" "Enemies?" "Not exactly. The story is a little more complicated than you think, so I would rather not go deep in it. Only thing I can say is that you don't have to worry. I will come back in a year," John reassured his father. "Do you really not need any backup?" "Backup would only be a hindrance for me. I will be fine, Dad. Don't worry," John said. "I can't stop you even if I want to. I will just pray that you come back safe. I don't want another Hydra-like debacle," Jameson said, referring to him playing dead during the whole play. "I will be totally fine. Just wait for me," John said. "Did you inform Emma?" Jameson asked. "I will later," John said as he finished his breakfast. Later John called Emma and spoke about his trip. Emma was more understanding than his dad as she herself was a superpowered being, so she knew the whole burden of it. He was happy that Emma was supportive of his journey. Even though she was scared for him, she understood that it was important for this universe. John, after saying his farewells to both his father and Val, went to Disney. He would be leaving soon, so he needed to sort some of the stories out for them for the rest of the year. After 2 days of directing Disney, he was ready to go to Earth 616. The place where it all began for Marvel. John then waved his hands and conjured a spell. A gate which looked like an ankh appeared in front of him. "Here I come, lads," John said to himself. "There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you." Chapter 344, A Mess. John walked right past the portal. When John left, both Thor and Strange felt it. Even though Thor didn't join the meeting when John asked the Avengers, he listened to them from Asgard. "I hope he comes back safely. Otherwise I will go myself to mess them up," Thor mumbled. He was in the dungeon trying to change the worldview of his sister, Angela. Loki too was with him. "What?" Loki asked. "John just left. He went to the universe where that Strange came from," Thor said. "I have a bad feeling about this," Loki said. "Don't jinx it, moron," Thor scolded. "Not a bad feeling about him but me. I feel like now since John has left, TVA will come for me," Loki said. "You can't escape your destiny, Loki. Think of it this way. You will be in control of such a huge organization. Rejoice in it," Thor reassured. "I hope it is true. That Immortus being didn't seem easy to deal with," Loki said in a low tone. "Brother, be alone for the next few days. He gave you a mission to fulfill. You have no other choice," Thor said. "Do I look like I have another choice? If I don't, Diana and Steve will be the first one to come for my head," Loki complained. "You brought this upon yourself, brother," Thor said, showing no sign of sympathy to him. "That's harsh, brother," Loki said. Thor just shrugged his shoulders. Strange, on the other hand, just used his focus to convey the message that John had left. Everybody sighed when they heard it. They were trying their best, and so was John. "I need to research more on antimetal. Ryan, can we do what I just suggested with antimetal?" Tony asked. "Theoretically it's possible. But my calculations tell me that it will be highly unstable," Ryan, who was working with Tony, said. "That will be our main worry. We will have to make the new element stable. Arthur, we need your expertise," Tony said as he connected the Aquaman. Arthur came after a few minutes and Tony suggested his new ideas on antimetal. Arthur too got interested now. He had so many ideas that he could work upon with this new theory that Tony just suggested. All the three started working upon it. Banner was researching on Pokemons now. He felt that with the emergence of them he could more easily control his Hulk state. Thus almost all the members started working on their own thing or hone their skills. They all wanted to be ready and improve more when John returns back. Earth. John wasn't sure where he should show up, so he just chose a random building in New York when he walked out of the portal. John wasn't sure what was going on this Earth, as his awareness was multiversal. As John walked out and on the roof of a building, he saw a huge poster on the roof in the opposite building. His eyes went wide when he saw the content on the poster. Never in his life nor in his wildest dreams he could have imagined that he would see such a grand poster of a person who he never thought liked all of these things. It was a poster of Peter Parker. Peter Parker and Gwen Stacy. With their son. What the hell? A son. Peter has a daughter, but that is in a different universe, and that is even on the 8th iteration of the multiverse. What the F***K is going on? Strange, what the hell did you do? John exclaimed. John spread his cosmic awareness across the planet. And what he saw blew his mind. The heroes and powered beings are the majority. The mutants were the dominant race. And humans were less than 40%. The powered beings were termed as Homo superior. And they were there in all major institutions, essentially controlling the whole planet. The mutants could be said as the most dominant race now, and the superheroes like the Avengers also supported them. John had a bad feeling when he sensed this. It took him some time to digest what he just felt. He couldn't see everything, but he could sense it, so he wasn't sure why the story of Earth was upside down. As he was contemplating on the changed world that he had expected, he saw several humanoid beings flying in the air and coming in his direction. At closer glance, John could figure out they were massive robots, almost twice the size of normal human beings. John, when saw the robots up close, a movie came to his mind. X-Men, Days of Future Past. And yes, those massive robots were the Sentinels, the robots who were sent to wipe out the mutants in that story. And these robots looked exactly like them. Black shiny exterior with same menacing look. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 345, An Upside-Down World. Total of 6 Sentinels flew to his place where he was standing. Even a plane flew over near the rooftop where John stood. The 6 Sentinels stood circling around John, but they didn't shoot. They just stood stoically. The plane, which was hovering few meters above the rooftop, opened its hangar. And from inside 4 people came out jumping on the rooftop. John's eyes squinted when he saw the four. They were Mystique, from X-Men, other alias, Raven, Rogue, old X-Men movies. She can absorb life force and was a major story plot surrounding her in the first movies. Nightcrawler, from X-Men, this guy can teleport to many places. And Jessica Drew, the Spider-Woman. Do I need to say more about her? Her alias itself is explanatory enough. John knew all of them, thanks to previous movies and comics. Even though he couldn't remember every one of them, with so many superheroes, he tried to remember the notable and influential ones. And after becoming a half-god, his brain worked more faster and efficient now. He could essentially remember everything and compute the best possible outcome in a matter of seconds. "Hey folks, why all this fanfare?" John said with a mild tone. He needed to understand the world, and since these people came looking for him, he could directly ask them. They couldn't hurt him even if they tried now. He had taken the herb of immortality before arriving to this earth, so he was basically unkillable now. The four new people who were in military standard suit looked at him. This was another point which puzzled John. X-Men never had same suit for everybody. All had their own suits to fit their own needs. But here all wore a suit which looked like the ones Avengers wore during time travel. "On behalf of Lord Magnus' orders, we are here to take you away, Invader," Mystique said after pointing her gun at John. "Invader? Wait, no. I am no invader. I am just here for some matters," John protested. "Liar. You are an invader from another world. You are under arrest," Jessica said as she too took out her guns and pointed at John. Now even the sentinels who were standing around used their palms and pointed at John. Their palms were shining, stating that it was almost the same as Tony's hand thrusters. "Guys, why do you do this? I hate confrontation," John mumbled in the moment he said that. All around orange circles started to appear all around them, encompassing the sentinels and the four X-Men. And the next moment various spears and weird-looking long weapons came out as projectile in fast speeds. And those weapons stabbed the sentinels from all sides. The weapons were so long that they went in from one side of their bodies and came out from other sides. The sentinels became immediately immovable after this. John could have exploded them with his weapons, but he chose not to. The explosions would just create more chaos around. There was enough chaos in the world as it was now. The four people who saw all this got scared, and without any warnings Mystique and Jessica shot at John. Their guns were of laser tech, so the bullets went straight through John. But then what they saw made them trembled. The holes created by their bullets healed themselves in rapid speed. The speed was more fast than Wolverine's healing. "You know, the last people who pointed their guns at me were killed brutally, and their souls were used as fuels to give me more power," John said in a calm tone. And as John said that, golden chains came out from all sides, chaining the four people, including the Nightcrawler. The chains came out as the same way as the weapons. From weird orange-colored round membrane. But the chains were different, they emerged from all sides, making everyone immovable. Nightcrawler, who saw himself chained, smiled at this and teleported. But in the next scene he saw he was in the same place, being chained. Nightcrawler looked dumbfounded. He couldn't believe that he was struck in the same place. He tried teleporting again but failed. Nightcrawler. These chains were made to stop gods on their tracks, and chains the very fabric of space. "You can never escape them, you can't even move a finger without my permission," John said. "Now can we talk?" John asked as he sat down opposite to them. "You just proved that you are an invader, as we have never seen such way of fighting ever. Lord Magnus will send his fleet and you will die for going against his orders," Rogue said. "Invader. I am just an Avenger from another parallel universe. Here on a totally different matter. Why will I care for a Earth who likes to act all high and mighty? There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you." Chapter 346, The Whole Story. "What do you want from us? Hold us ransom. S.H.I.E.L.D. never negotiates with terrorists, and neither will Lord Magnus. S.H.I.E.L.D. will come soon to beat your A***. Jessica said in a loud tone. "S.H.I.E.L.D.? You all belong to S.H.I.E.L.D.? John asked. He didn't care if all of S.H.I.E.L.D. was coming for him. He had nigh godlike powers to make the whole of Earth vanish if he wished to. But of course there were conditions for that, and it would have repercussions which would echo on the multiverse. We are all official members of S.H.I.E.L.D. You have no place to hide, the Nightcrawler said with a hint of pride. His tone meant that he felt immense pride working for S.H.I.E.L.D. What the hell is wrong with this world? Why is it so upside down? X-Men belonging to S.H.I.E.L.D. New branch of humans. And then there is this Lord Magnus. Wait. Magnus. You all mean like Eric Magnus? John asked as he suddenly had a revelation. His memories went through a special storyline. A storyline which changed all of Marvel. Of course it is Lord Eric Magnus. Who else will it be? The king of mutants and all homo superior. Invader, you have the audacity to play dumb with us after all this. Mystique said. Where is Professor X? John asked this time, as was kind of sure now of what was going on. Charles Xavier died years ago. Jessica said, as she felt this new invader really might not know what was going. If this guy with a weird helmet was acting, then he was doing too perfect of a job. No wonder this world is upside down. No wonder you all belong to S.H.I.E.L.D. Now this is going to be so interesting. John now said with a smile. He now knew why the world was this. It was one of the most interesting and sad stories that changed their universe forever. This famous story ended with those famous lines. No more mutants. And John was at the cusp of the story. Even though John loved this story, it was a tragic one nonetheless. John's eyes shined when he thought of what he could do here. Strange of this universe once went to his place and rampaged around. Now, it was his turn. But John was confused too. Strange was supposed to be all-powerful in this universe. He shouldn't have let this happen. He needed to get to the bottom of this. The whole mystery of Strange in this regard was baffling to him. As he was thinking, new Sentinels and 3 more Quinjets were coming to his place. John sighed seeing this, as he felt he was being vindicated for no crime. I am fine with whatever you want to do here, but I don't like being hunted down for no crimes. John said in a stern tone. He was ready to retaliate, but the world had other plans for him. As the Sentinels were approaching, a man on a huge black cloak appeared out of nowhere. And before John could say something, the cloak of the man covered him. And the next moment they both vanished. The chains that were holding down the 4 mutants and the weapons that made the Sentinels stop vanished too. After the disappearance of the weapons from the body of the Sentinels, they exploded while Nightcrawler was able to take the other 3 and teleport away to another building. Who the hell was that? I have never seen such a person wearing a golden helmet. His rate of healing can even put Wolverine to shame. Rogue said as they heaved in relief after getting away from the chains. I don't know. We are just following orders, but he sure as hell is a tough nut to crack. Those chains are not to be trifled with. Nightcrawler said as he really felt scared after being held down by the golden chains. His main power of teleportation seemed useless in front of him. We need to inform S.H.I.E.L.D. and Lord Magnus that we have failed this mission. He has been taken away by the Resistance. We need to move fast. This invader isn't simple like the small group of Resistance. Agreed. We can't take him lightly. He has a very weird way of using weapons. I have never seen any mutation from anyone with such weird powers. Jessica said. 2 more Quinjets of S.H.I.E.L.D. arrived, and from the hangar emerged 2 new X-Men. Scott Summers, Cyclops from X-Men movies, and Emma Frost, White Queen X-Men First Class. She was the woman who could turn herself to diamond and had immense telepathic powers. You both look like you met a very tough opponent. Scott said, who wore red glasses as usual instead of wearing the X-Men attire. Because he was. He was way too powerful for all of us. He decimated the Sentinels like it was nothing. And had healing powers far surpassing Wolverine. We need to get him back. Rogue said. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 347, The Resistance. John, on the other hand, who had just disappeared with a guy, was now in a huge room. This room was dark, but there was enough light to see that there were people present in the room. John could see several figures clearly. And surprisingly, he knew some of the figures present in the room. There was Luke Cage, from Marvel Netflix series. His powers consist of tough skin. It is said that no bullet could penetrate his body. He was a result of experimentation. Hawkeye. Moon Knight, new Marvel series of a man who has multiple personalities, and his powers comes from the Egyptian god Khonsu. You can watch the upcoming series to know more about him. Mockingbird, an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. from Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. TV series, but recently in the Hawkeye series it is said that the wife of Hawkeye is the Mockingbird, and also some faces who John didn't have any idea about. And then he saw the person who brought him here. A man who wore a black cloak over his body. After looking at him closely, John knew who he was. Cloak, from Marvel Cloak and Dagger series. His powers come from Dark Dimension. Not the same Dark Dimension as Dormammu. He has enhanced strength, phasing powers like vision and teleportation. But what really looked odd to his eyes was the costume of Clint. It was ridiculous to say the least. John thought when he read the comics that the portrayal of Hawkeye in that ridiculous suit was just a mockery. But now when he saw this, the universe just mocked John in return. John wanted to cry after seeing such a costume. Clint, on the other hand, took out his bow and arrow and pointed at John. Oi, Legolas. It was this guy who brought me here. Why are you pointing arrows at me? I am the victim here. Is that how you treat victims? John said, pointing at Cloak. I didn't bring you. It was him who brought you here. You are under our hands now. Clint said. Seriously, your costume is already nauseating for me. John mumbled and then a spear appeared behind him. Before Hawkeye could process how a spear appeared out of nowhere, it traveled in fast speed and hit his bow. The force was so huge it threw the bow away from his hand. Luke Cage and others immediately got vigilant when that spear stuck Clint's bow. And the spear that was stuck crumbled into dust before vanishing. Everyone couldn't even understand what just happened. Surprisingly, it was Cloak who didn't mean to take any action. Cloak, who in God's name did you bring? Why is he here? Luke asked. He soloed 4 high-level agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. and 4 Sentinels like it was nothing. And I felt he could help us. So I brought him here. Cloak said in a mild tone. Clint, who had just lost his bow, took out his knife. He ran to John to tackle him only to hit a transparent shield. His face got plastered on the shield and it looked funny. This shield too was one of the weapons on John's Gate of Babylon. Clint, can you stop with your ridiculous behavior? You are making the Resistance look bad. John said as he went and sat on a nearby chair. Luke and others just looked at all of this. They didn't go and tackle John because from the movement of the spear they could tell that John could have killed Clint easily, but he chose not to do so. Even though Cloak just said that he won by a margin against the high level of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, it wasn't satisfactory enough for this new person who they haven't seen the face of the person. Luke, who was the leader of the Avengers, now feared that his new person was a spy of S.H.I.E.L.D. and whatever Cloak saw was just theatrics. But he knew that if John was a spy it was already too late. Cloak had already brought him and Sentinels would be coming any moment. Avengers, secure the perimeter. Cloak, Clint, Mark. We need to take this guy down. He is probably a spy. Luke said. They hadn't been able to process what just happened and he was a little pissed off by seeing the nonchalance of John. John, who just got to sit on the chair, heard this. What the hell is wrong with you all? Are you guys dumb or something? If I was a spy, do you think you all would have survived? Jesus. I just came to this universe and all I am listening to is me being an invader, a spy, a liar. Where are the good men? Can't a man just sit in peace? John said. It was Cloak who brought me here, not the other way round. I could have easily survived their onslaught and maybe just make the shield vanish from the earth for good. Trust me, almost no power on earth can defeat me if I really wanted to. Instead of focusing on me, you should focus on your own team. Your team is so small that S.H.I.E.L.D. doesn't even care about you. That moment when you see a move that I portrayed in the book has been used in the movie. Got to say that it did put a smile on my face. Watch the movie. It's good. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 348, The Resistance, 2. I am sorry we can't take the risk. Even if you are innocent we need to take you down. And then we can figure out what is going on. Cloak is a dumb guy. Luke said as he went to punch John. John, who saw this side. He really didn't get peace after coming to this universe. First it was S.H.I.E.L.D. and now the Resistance. The Resistance were a group of superheroes who weren't mutated like the other Homo Superior. Since Homo sapiens were on the lesser number, they were discriminated against by Homo Superior. It was a matter of racism. And the Resistance was built on the sole fact to combat this oppression. As many people ran to tackle John, chains started appearing from all sides. They immediately chained down all who were trying to take down John. All the members of the Resistance couldn't even move an inch. In all of this John just sat and watched. He felt the Resistance was really dumb. He expected more from them. Especially when they had Moon Knight. He was the representative of a god. There was no coherence in the team. Everybody looked detached and seemed like they did their own thing. This was proven by the fact that Cloak brought someone without even consulting the team. But in all of this only Cloak didn't attack John. He just stood there and watched his comrades being chained by John, like he did with the mutants of S.H.I.E.L.D. John, who was sitting, said, "Now can you all calm down and talk? What the F***K is this?" Clint screamed. First it was his bow, then he got plastered on a transparent shield and now these chains. He felt like this new guy was his born nemesis. These are the chains of heaven. Built to constrain gods. John replied as he removed his helmet. As he removed his helmet, his Dr. Fate attire vanished and he was back like a normal person. Sometimes it feels suffocating inside the helmet. By the way, I am John Jameson. Son of J. Jonah Jameson. But there is a catch. I belong to another universe. I came here in search of someone, but now when I look at this world I feel like laughing. John smiled with a wide grin. See Cloak, he is a spy. Why don't you attack him? Only you are powerful enough to stop him. Luke said as he saw with hope in his eyes at Cloak, but Cloak still didn't move. It was as if he never listened to Luke. Stop it, Cage. If I was a spy, don't you think I would have killed you by now? You have already noticed that you can't break out of the chains. Can you all just calm down? John said. If you aren't a spy, then how do you know our names? Moon Knight asked. He was probably the most intelligent guy in the group. Didn't I just say I come from another parallel universe? There too we have our own Moon Knight, Mark Spector. John said. *T he really does know of my other identity. Mark mumbled. I know most of you. Luke Cage. Clint Barton. Barbara Morse. Do you want me to continue? John said. If what you say is true, that you come from another parallel universe, how do we trust you? Cloak spoke out for the first time. Trust me. Ha 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 ha. That's the funniest thing I heard. You can never trust me. Not after what this universe tried to pull on us 2 years ago. John said with a stern tone. So you can't help us? Luke asked as he calmed down a bit. Even though he didn't believe John, he needed to get out of the chains first. He needed to fake himself to make this new guy believe. He ignored the fact that John just mentioned about his universe being attacked. Help. Sure, I can show you some directions in this small resistance that you have built. But nothing more. I have more important matters to attend to than babysitting someone who just lost her imaginary children. John said, and then he removed the chains. All were surprised that John just removed the chains. Even though they didn't understand how the powers of John worked, but the chains alone suffocated them. Many were skeptical about this move from John. This is a sign of good faith. I will say this one last time. I am not a spy. I am just a traveler. Wrong place, wrong time. Don't come at me again. I don't like being irritated. If I was a spy, the Sentinels would have come by now. So stop with your measly shenanigans. We believe you. Moon Knight said. I don't. Clint said as he again took his bow on his hands, which was thrown off in a distance. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 349, The Prelude. I don't care if you don't, Clint. John said. Luke went and stopped him. He understood that John really was powerful enough to stop them and didn't need to put up such a huge farce to catch them. Those chains and the no-attack policy of Cloak seemed to have proven that. Cloak was dumb, but not that dumb. Why are you here? You said you come from another universe. Is there any purpose? Mockingbird asked. She finally opened her mouth. John thought that she was mute. Purpose? Yes. But that will come later. Your story is more interesting to me now. So I will just watch while everything in this world crumbles. That will be so much fun. John said, showing his white teeth. He really felt good about it. This world had changed because Scarlet Witch, daughter of Eric Magnus, willed it so. The name of Eric might not be popular, but his codename was Magneto. This world had changed because Wanda lost her hold of sanity after losing her imaginary children, which she made after changing the reality, and thus she changed the world. She was a Nexus being. Nexus beings are rare individual entities with the ability to affect probability and thus the future, thereby altering the flow of the universal time stream. In other words, they are watched by the TVA. Wanda made this world after letting people fulfill their wishes. That was why the world was so upside down. Many people wished to have superpowers, and thus now there was a totally new species around. The Homo Superior. Peter Parker wanted to be famous. Have a good and married life. Thus here he was a celebrity. And even his uncle was alive. Wanda had enough power to bring dead people to life. This was the reason why Clint was alive, who was killed before by the actions of Wanda. Before, she blamed the Avengers and the mutants for her loss of children. She thought the Avengers took her children away from her. And thus, due to her rage, many Avengers before flipped and rioted without any signs or indications. In all of the riots which happened between the members of the Avengers, Scott Lang and Clint Barton died. Clint was dead when Kree showed up to attack. The Avengers were confused as to why this was happening, and finally Doctor Strange came and found out the reason for severe attacks between members of Avengers and the mutants. The culprit was Scarlet Witch. So he went to calm her down. With magic, Strange held her powers deep inside her mind. But when men tend to play God, the gods tend to hit them back more severely. After some time, Wanda started losing her sanity again, so all the members of the Avengers and mutants, including her own father, decided to kill her. But before they could go and finish her, the world changed. She changed everything. She fulfilled all of people's wishes. Well, most of them. Eric wanted to rule the mutants, and so he was the lord of them. But since he wished that Charles Xavier was dead, every wish had consequences. Nothing comes free in this world. While the Homo Superior thrived, the Homo Sapiens suffered. John knew the future plot too, and he couldn't wait to show this world how hypocrites they were. He wanted to show the gods of the multiverse how big of hypocrites they were. So you are a sadist? Clint commented. He calmed down, but he still had his bow in his hands. You don't get to judge when a member of your own team came after us with the intent of destroying our universe. For all I know, you are more sadistic than me, Clint. That ridiculous outfit should itself be a crime. John said, and the next moment Clint's whole attire changed to a modern one. John changed the attire of Clint by using one of the main suits he had in his Gate of Babylon. He really wasn't able to look at Clint with his purple iconic attire. What is this? Clint said as he saw his new outfit. Your new suit. It's better than your previous one. Can even protect you from explosions. But that doesn't mean you will catch a nuclear bomb. It can only stop small explosions. You are welcome. John said. Everybody was surprised by seeing such a move from John. They didn't expect someone who just chained them to give them gifts. See, I am not a sadist. I am just a watcher of sorts for you. John said as he mumbled sorry in his mind to Watu. He was sure Watu was watching all of this. You just said a member of our team went to destroy your universe. We don't even have any such powerful members. If we had, we would have taken down S.H.I.E.L.D. already. Cloak said. It's because this world is upside down. You will understand my words later. But for now, tell me, where is Layla Miller? There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 350, Logan. Everybody's eyes went wide when John said the name. It was as if they were struck by lightning. How? How do you know that name? Luke asked, trembling. So she did pass by. Good, bring her here. We need to talk. John ordered. Why should we bring a young child here? So that you can torture her? Barabara asked. Do I look like a pedophile to you? Stop with your disbelieving nature. I told you, if I wanted to hurt you, you would have been dead 1,000 times. Bring her. I am sure you all have questions about her too. Yes. John asked. How do you know all this? Moon Knight asked as they were confused with this small girl who showed up at their doorstep yesterday night. The things which she said felt pretty confusing to them. I know a lot. You past, your present, and even your future to some extent. John smiled and said. Bring her. Since he says that he can answer our questions about her, let her face it. Cloak said. A member of the resistance went out and brought her after a minute or so. The girl looked like 11 to 12 years old. Was blonde and she tied her hair from behind. She had a doll in her hand. She was shy, so she put her head down. John got up from his seat and bent down to touch her head. Hello, Layla. John said. Hi. Layla replied in a meek manner. I am John Jameson. It's nice to meet you. Do you want a candy? John introduced himself. He wanted to make the kid as comfortable as possible. So he brought out candies. Nice to meet you too. Layla now had a smile as she took the candies from his hands. She put them one in her mouth and her smile became bigger. She really loved the candy that John just gave. So Layla, what did you tell these grown-ups? John asked finally. I said that this world is a fake one. It's not true. This world shouldn't be like that. But none of them believed me. Layla said with almost tears in her eyes. John looked at her with sadness. She was a mutant but was an orphan. She was the failsafe of Scarlet Witch if anything went wrong. It was because of this that she knew everything from the original world. And she knew that this world wasn't supposed to be like this. It's okay, Layla, I believe you. John said. Really? Layla said with almost a twinkle on her eyes. Yes. I believe you even if others don't. Now we both know that this world isn't what it is supposed to be. John said. The other members who were listening to the conversation were confused now. The girl told them that this world wasn't real and was not what it was supposed to be. But they didn't believe her. But since she showed up on the doorstep, they couldn't turn away for security reasons, so they let her stay in a separate room. Are you crazy or something? What do you mean by this world isn't what it is supposed to be? Clint said as now all were curious about this. John didn't reply to her but instead said. Cloak, you should roam around the city. I am sure Logan will be causing havoc all around. Bring him. And yes, take out the chip from his body. You don't want Sentinels to come after you. John said. Are we listening to his orders now? Clint said. Clint, don't get on my nerves. This is the last warning. John said with a stern tone to him. Clint, hearing this, clenched his bow tighter but didn't rebuke John. Why should Cloak go and bring him here? He is a very high-level agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. Luke asked instead. He wasn't sure why John spoke of Wolverine, but he was curious. Because he is on your side. Go, Cloak. The way you rescued me, you can do the same for him. Just make sure of the microchip. You will understand why I said so after you go out. Be careful though. John said. What, Wolverine is on our side? What a joke. A mutant will never side with us. Barbara said. They don't. But as Layla said, this world isn't supposed to be like this. Layla knows. And Logan knows too. Go bring him. He can't fight the S.H.I.E.L.D. alone. John said. Cloak then nodded and vanished from his place. This is dangerous. We are playing with fire. Barbara mumbled. You were already playing with fire the moment Cloak decided to bring me here. John replied. And to be honest, your team isn't much of a resistance. So few members and you will just die out there. Why not try something else? Layla, do you want to eat something? I am sure you are hungry. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 351, Logan, 2. John then brought out many items from his Gate of Babylon. His noble phantasm housed many items of food too. So John would never run out of food. His treasure always gets filled with all kinds of weapons and treasures almost every day, so he would never run out of anything. This statement is what read of Gilgamesh when I researched, don't know how true this is. When everybody saw so much food, they were amazed. They were still not sure what John's power was, but it was sure a convenient one. All the members didn't live a good life, so they salivated seeing such large quantity of food. What are you all gaping for? Go. Add chair and table. Eat. Layla and I can't finish this all alone. John said with a smile. All rejoiced as they ran to bring necessary items and utensils to eat the food that was served in huge plates. Soon everybody started eating. They didn't care anymore when John came from. All they cared about was food on the table. Surprisingly, even Clint didn't hold himself back while eating. John just smiled at it. He brought out a wine too. The exclusive wine from his treasury. When all others drank the wine, they so excited that some had tears. They had never tasted such high-quality wine in their life. They felt like kings. What is this wine? Moon Knight asked. It's the King's wine. My exclusive collection. John replied. King's wine, fit for its name. Luke said. No offense, but can you tell me what your powers are? You can conjure weapons, chains, and now even food. What the hell are you? Barabara asked. This was a question all wanted to know. My powers. It's little complex. I am a 2 out of 3 RD god, the first ruler of Babylon. I am also the sorcerer supreme of my earth-like strange here. And also I am the phoenix. These are all different personas of me. John said. This is Bulls ***T, 2/3 god. Babylon. Who are you kidding? Clint said. John looked at him with big eyes. That was enough to shut him up. You will know when you see me in actual fight. I don't like fighting actually. I don't do it unless absolutely necessary. Like few minutes ago you all forced me to defend. John said. And as they were talking, Cloak appeared. And this time he had brought Logan. John was surprised to see that the Logan's face matched with Hugh Jackman's. John smiled as the universe really chose the correct face to represent Logan. This Logan looked very young, as opposed to the face during the movie Old Man Logan. Wolverine looked haggard as there were blood stains on his body and torn clothes. But there were no wounds anywhere. You all are eating while I am running around. Cloak complained after seeing so many food items on the table. Dig in. Nobody is stopping you. Luke said, having no regard if John gave them permission to let Cloak eat or not. Can I eat? I am hungry too. Logan said. Come. There is enough for all of you. John replied this time. He didn't mind helping Logan. He was the most straightforward superhero John had ever seen. He wasn't a hypocrite like others and faced the truth with open arms. Thus both of them joined at the table and started eating. John too joined them and had a hearty meal together. Nobody spoke of anything and just enjoyed the food. It was too delicious to be talked in the middle. After half an hour of eating, all final was full. Logan ate a lot. He looked like he hadn't eaten for centuries. And of course he loved the wine. So I hope all have eaten well. Now shall we start? John said. He was surprised that Logan was allowed to even sit on the same table as them. In actually story, after Logan was brought, Hawkeye shot him on the head. It was probably because Logan rebelled against his fellow agents and Cloak even separated the microchip from his body. And of course the influence of John. No matter what, the people of the Resistance couldn't deny that John had a charming effect on them. Thus they believed him so fast. Except for Clint. He was dead, so the charming effect of John had little influence on a dead person. Yes, we need to talk. First tell me what in the F***King world is wrong with this place. Why is it so messed up? Logan almost screamed when he asked that. Well, Logan, you already know the answer to that. Don't you? John smiled as he said that. Logan trembled when John said that. He had an idea of why this happened, but he couldn't believe it. He could never imagine a single person could even do that. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 352, The Reinstated Memories. No, this is impossible. She can't have that much power. Logan exclaimed. Why did you think Charles, Strange and the rest of the Illuminati decided to finish her? Even Eric was on board with it. John said. Logan sat there contemplating. He couldn't believe that Scarlet Witch just changed the whole world with her power alone. Even Clint came to life, who was dead due to the attack of Kree. I understand. But who the F***K are you? Thank you for the food, but how do you remember all of this? Are you like me? A mutant who has healing powers? Wolverine. He didn't ask the question before because he was too overwhelmed, but now that he knew why this world was out of place, he needed to know who this charming person was. I wasn't present when all of this went down. Actually, I came to this universe a few hours ago. I know all of this is because of other reasons. Another universe? You mean a parallel universe? What is your name? Logan asked. Yes, another parallel universe. My name is John Jameson. Yes, I am the son of J. Jonah Jameson from another universe. Oh. You seem to know a lot even if you belong to another universe. Logan said. I do. But that is not the main point here. The people here are confused about why we think the world is upside down. Why don't you tell them? John said. Wolverine nodded and then proceeded to tell about why he thought the world was wrong. Their mission was to kill Scarlet Witch, but they failed to do so. And Wanda went full crazy, changing the whole world. Even if we trust you, how do you retain such memories? Moon Knight asked. I don't know. Logan said. There are two reasons that I can think of. John interrupted in the middle. Oh. Tell me then. Logan said. Firstly, his body can heal faster than normal, and he has been brainwashed so many times that even his brain can resist changes done to it. And secondly, his greatest wish was retaining all the memories of his past. Wanda didn't fulfill that, but she at least gave his memories of his previous life. How twisted and horrifying. Barbara mumbled as she heard the whole story from Wolverine. Now she understood why both John and Layla claimed the world was upside down. A world where mutants were in minority and humans in majority. A person having enough power to change reality. Even after what you said is true, how will we convince the masses? Luke asked. You can't. But Layla here can help. John said. Huh? What do you mean? Layla has the power to reinstate all your memories. Isn't it right, Layla? John asked, and all looked at Layla, who was happily putting a lollipop in her mouth that John gave. When all looked at her, she smiled and nodded. Then why didn't you tell us before? Clint asked. Because I wanted to see you all being confused for a longer time. Anyway, seeing is believing. But now Logan is here, so you can start the process. Layla, can you reinstate their memories? John asked. Sure. Layla said. Who will volunteer first? Please raise your hand. John said out loud. Many raised their hands. Luke, you are the leader, you should get to see the old world first. John said. Luke nodded his head and came near Layla. How does this whole process work? Luke asked. Uncle. I need to touch your forehead to bring the memories back. Layla said. Luke nodded and he bent down to let Layla touch his forehead. After she touched his forehead for a few seconds, Luke opened his eyes. He had tears. His memories got reinstated, but now that he looked at everything from the previous world, he was sad. He thought the previous world would be utopia. But it was far from that. He had lost so much. Their fights, their struggles. Their sacrifices. And if that was not enough, he saw Clint being dead. Even if this world was fake, his current memories were filled from the start of his childhood. Even though he hated everything in this world, at least a major portion of the world was happy. And now if they went and changed everything back, it would be back to normal. A struggling life. John, who saw the tears, knew that Luke came to know everything of his past. He went and put his hand on his shoulders. Reality hurts. Doesn't it? It does. This is F******. Do we even deserve such a world? This world is much better than we had before. Luke said. His words surprised all of them. All the members of the Resistance thought their actual world would be perfect. But from Luke's words, it didn't seem like that. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 353, His Death. So you can decide if you want the world back or do you want to continue as it was before? John said. He really wanted to know if his butterfly effect could change the decisions of these people. Luke, who was on his knees, got up slowly. He still had tears in his eyes. He looked at his comrades who had expecting eyes. He then sighed as he knew that everything should be returned to normal. Even though it would be bad, they had to accept it. Go. All of you. Get your memories back. All I can say is expect the worst. Clint will be the last one to go. Luke said. Hey. Why am I the last? Clint asked. Luke just shook his head, refusing to answer. Thus all the members of the Resistance went to get their memories back from Layla. And after getting their memories, all had tears in their eyes. Even Moon Knight, who always showed a face of no emotions, had wet eyes. And finally it was time for Clint. He had a very bad feeling about it. He didn't know why Luke asked him to be the last, but his instincts told him that whatever happened in the past for him was very bad. Like others, he bent down and Layla touched her forehead. All the members who now knew that Clint was dead were more sad now. This would be mind-blowing for him, and not in a good way. And after a few seconds getting all his memories, he broke down. He started crying loudly. And after some time, his cries turned into laughter. What he saw in his memories was what he never expected. He thought it was bad, but didn't expect his whole existence to be false. His face was laden with tears but also had huge anger. Clint really didn't know how to express himself. He was dead, killed by the Kree. The Kree Witch was brought by Scarlet Witch. He hated her. He wanted nothing to just tear her apart. Just so that she lost her imaginary children, she blamed all of them. And then Clint remembered one of the first words of John. It was not babysit someone who lost her imaginary children. Clint looked at John. From his face, he could immediately tell that John knew of his death long ago. Maybe that was why he was more irritated with him. You knew about this? Clint asked in an angry tone. I did. John nodded. No. 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 This can't be happening. I don't know. Clint said as he just sat down in his place. He still couldn't accept it. All the members came near and sat. Barbara just hugged him. All felt bad about what had happened to Clint. There was utter silence in the room. Wolverine too was sad seeing Clint had a breakdown. He couldn't imagine how anybody would feel in such a situation. A person who was neither dead nor alive. After almost 10 minutes of silence, John finally spoke up. Still want to go to the old world? We will. Even if I die again, I will go back. There is no turning back. I want to kill her with my own hands. Clint raged as he spoke those words. He was unbelievably angry. John clapped his hands when Clint said that. He didn't expect that Clint was the first person who would say such words. Cool. I didn't expect such words from you, Clint. As a gift, you can keep this suit that I lent you forever. John said. I thought you gave me a gift when you changed my suit. Not gonna lie, this suit is much better than my previous one. Clint said. John didn't refute him. So what are we going to do now? Wolverine asked. Gather the old heroes. Peter, Emma, Scott, She-Hulk, Strange. I think many will be on board with it. John said. Will the mutants even help us? They have a utopia here. Cloak asked. Some mutants will, some will definitely resist. John said. You said you know the future too. Can you tell us what is going to happen? Moon Knight asked as he remembered all that John had said. I can't say everything because if I say it, it won't happen. John said, copying the famous last words of Strange to Tony. This was a lie for John because he had already changed the story. Now he was just having fun in all of this. Scarlet Witch was a Nexus being, even if his actions changed many things, at the end Immortus would take care of it. And John wanted him to show up so that he could beat the S***T out of him. Where do you want to go first? John asked. We need to meet Emma and Scott. They are powerful mutants and have huge authority. And they are my friends from the previous world. I am sure they will be convinced. Wolverine said. Chapter 354, Assembling. Cool. Emma and Scott it is. John said. And the next moment the golden helmet which was invisible before now was near him. John took the helmet and put it in. His suit changed according to Dr. Fate again. A magical helmet. That is weird choice of attire. Wolverine. One of my powers comes from the helmet, so I need to wear it for specific purposes. John said as he searched Scott and Emma through his cosmic awareness. Let's vanish, and the moment John said that both Wolverine and John vanished from the room. All were dumbfounded by this. Was that teleportation? Luke asked Cloak as he felt it was teleportation. It was. But it is on the magical side. He probably wasn't lying when he said he is the Sorcerer Supreme of his Earth. Cloak replied. All were surprised by those words. They both showed up at an apartment. The apartment was big and most of the things on the room were of white color. And surprisingly all the items around were perfectly white. What the? Logan. Scott said, who just came to the room. And then he saw a man wearing a golden helmet. He remembered that Logan was on the run. He had escaped from his quarters and many agents were hunting him down. But that wasn't the amazing part, there was another guy with a golden helmet. According to Mystique, this guy was very powerful enough to make easy work of 4 top agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. Scott didn't even speak a single word. He directly took of his glass to shoot at John. He wasn't sure why Logan was here, but this guy was dangerous according to S.H.I.E.L.D. and Lord Magnus himself ordered to take this person down. John, who saw this, didn't move at all. His laser shot just hit a transparent shield which came out of nowhere. Scott was surprised by this sudden ancient-looking shield that appeared. As Scott was contemplating all of this, the door opened and Emma walked in. Hey Emma. Wolverine said. Emma and Scott are in a relationship in the comics. As opposed to how she was portrayed in the movie First Class, she is on the X-Men side most of the times. Though Scott and Jean were in a relationship at one point of time, but with Emma and Scott had a longer one. Logan, she exclaimed, and Scott was going to say something, stopped in his tracks. He couldn't move, not even his eyelids. What is going on? Emma asked. She used her telepathic powers to freeze everybody but was surprised to see that John was perfectly fine and she couldn't even read his mind. Hell, she couldn't even move the helmet that John wore. Major plot hole, I know. As Emma was ready to attack John using her telekinetic powers, she got a brief glance at the mind of Logan. Since Logan was on the run, she wanted to know why. But what he saw made her break down. No. 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 This can't be happening. She started crying, and her mental instability brought Cyclops back. He saw Emma on the floor in tears. He got scared, thinking Wolverine and John did something, and was ready to attack again. Scott, you should listen to Emma before you take a shot again. I can pardon your ignorance once, not twice. John said, and the next moment a very sharp spear appeared near his neck, drawing a thin line of blood. This spear, like shield before, came out of a orange-looking gate. Who are you? Scott asked as he was not fazed by John's threat. Who am I? You should ask Emma of your true identity. John replied. Scott, you should listen to him. The situation is more complicated than you think. Logan said. Emma, who was in tears, showed the images that she saw in Wolverine's head to Scott. Scott's mind was instantly barraged with knowledge of what had happened before and that this world was wrong. And like Emma, he too had tears in his eyes now. He couldn't believe what he saw. Why? Why is it like this? Why? Scott asked. Because one person couldn't handle the loss of children. John replied. As a person, John had sympathy for Wanda, but not what she had done with everything. A person can't just give pain to other people just because that person itself is in pain. This was one of the greatest lessons Naruto had taught him. A cycle of hatred needed to be stopped, or else there would never be peace. Is what I saw true? Scott asked Wolverine. 100F*** King%. So now whose side are you on? Theirs or ours? Wolverine asked, as this was the main question. I hate it. I hate the previous world. But this is wrong. This can never be the reality. At the end, reality matters. And we need Charles Xavier back for this. Chapter 355, Assembling, 2. Did you forget that he is dead? John chimed in. Everyone became sad when John said this. They remembered that he was dead years ago. John finally introduced himself and said he was in the wrong place at the wrong time. Scott and Emma believed him because he had helped Logan too, so they didn't question his authenticity. Let's go, we need to assemble a team. Wolverine said after all got their bearings. Next stop. Peter Parker. As John and others appeared in their apartment, Emma didn't hold back and directly transferred the memories of Wolverine to him. Among all the cries and breakdowns that John saw, Parker was hit the hardest. He knew that if he went back to reality, he would lose his son, a married life and above all his Uncle Ben. Parker actually needed a little convincing to side with them. He really didn't want to go back, but he knew that this wasn't his reality. Thus one by one joined for the cause, as John teleported to various places to get a team for Wolverine. She-Hulk, cousin of Bruce Banner, apparently she was injected with the Hulk blood making her She-Hulk, and this new form never changed her back to human form. A new series of her is arriving this year on Disney+. Though it might be a totally new origin story. Oh yes, she was in a relationship with Eros for a long time, Daredevil, Iron Man. A totally new team. At first many didn't believe Emma, but when Layla came to unlock the memories, they saw how this world was all kinds of messed up. Soon a big team was formed and they were in the room where the Resistance had the headquarters. All of the members of the team had a very serious look. John was surprised to see that here too RDJ was the face of Iron Man. We will need Strange for this. Only he can control Wanda. Tony said. Yes we do. Even I need to talk with him. John said. Is the person Strange that you came to see here? She-Hulk asked. Strange? No. I am here for another guy. But me and Strange of this universe go way back. I need some answers from him. John replied. Huh. Have you met Strange of our universe before? He never mentioned you. You are almost an Omega-level mutant. Scott said. I am not a mutant. My powers work differently. And trust me when I say this, you haven't seen actual Omega-level mutants and mutants above them. They will make you cry with no tears. John said to Scott as he remembered in the future in one storyline Scott came in contact with one and almost lost his life. There are Omega-level mutants in your universe? Emma asked, now curious. She wanted to see inside John's head, but him wearing the helmet always prevented her from doing so. She always felt something fish about him. She got charmed by him even though she had never seen his face. This notion alone made her scared. We don't have mutants in our universe. Only Avengers, but it's a very different Avengers. More different than you can imagine. Enough about us. Let's go and meet Strange. John, Tony, Emma, and Layla traveled to the Sanctum Sanctorum to meet Strange. He was a doctor in this reality. When they appeared in his home, Strange was reading a book and having a good time. Strange got scared after the sudden emergence of a few people in his room. Before he could react, Emma froze him with telepathic powers. And then Layla went and awoke his memories of his previous life. As she did so, Strange's attire changed. As the Cloak of Levitation and Eye of Agamotto, not the same Eye of Agamotto in the Doctor Strange movies, this item actually has its own power and only the Sorcerer Supreme can wear it. Those items were in his storage. Scarlet Witch could change realities, but some items couldn't be easily changed. You back with us, Strange? Tony asked. Yes. I am back. This is a nightmare. Strange said. John didn't say anything but directly went and held him by his collar, lifting him up. John. What the hell? What are you doing? He is with us. Tony exclaimed. I am here getting some answers. John said as he saw Strange struggling. The cloak was trying to separate John and Strange, but it failed to do so. John was very strong now physically. Who are you? What do you want? I don't remember you from my memories. Strange asked, but in a very calm tone. Me. You forgot me. After the S***T you pulled in my universe. Answer me, Strange. How did you let this happen? John asked. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 356, Magneto. I don't even know you. Strange said as he finally used magic to get away from John. John didn't attack Strange again and just looked at him closely. He was trying to find out if Strange was lying. John even used small mental manipulation and his charm to get any hint that Strange was lying, but didn't find anything. You really don't remember me? John asked. No. I seriously don't. Who are you? Strange asked. Somebody who has a grudge against you. Will you mind if I look into your past a bit? John asked. That is a violation of my privacy. Strange denied access. John could look into a person's future using magic, but that would require the other person's approval. John sighed. He wanted to know what Strange did to make himself completely forget. Strange, did anything happen to you in 2016? John asked. 2016. No, it was the same as every other year. Fighting villains. Wait. There was one day, I can't remember. I have a photographic memory, so I always remember everything. But that day is totally black to me. Strange said, as he too had felt it weird for quite some time. John now was in a thought. He could only speculate that Strange of this universe got visitors. Then after joining Black Priests he came to John's universe but was brutally beaten down. And since every Earth needs a Sorcerer Supreme, he came back and made a copy of himself and sent him to be the magical guardian of Earth. Since the priest Strange can never be in any universe and needed to be on the side of balance, he chose to go with the Black Priests and leave his copy here with all his previous memories. Only this would fit the explanation. John surprisingly couldn't find Strange even using his multiversal cosmic awareness. He didn't have any evidence to prove this theory, but that is the only theory that could be speculated. And this Strange even had his arms back. I have an idea of what has happened to you, but I would rather not go into it. You all have enough of a headache to deal with. John said. John, does Strange owe you money or something? I can pay you if he has borrowed. Tony said in his classical and mocking tone. I am richer than you. So no, I don't care about money. Anyway, since Strange is here, let's go back. I think you all have a lot to discuss. John said. And then with Strange they vanished and came back to the Resistance headquarters. Was that magic? Strange asked. Yes. John replied. Strange had never seen such kind of magic before. It seemed like it worked on a different theory altogether. Strange wanted to research more on it, but he needed time for that, and this was definitely not a good time to talk about it. They have a mission to fulfill. Finally the meeting started. Tony, She-Hulk, Spider-Man, Daredevil, Luke, Moon Knight, Hawkeye, Ms. Marvel and many others have joined now. I am sure that it was Magneto who did this. Only he can do such absurd things. He had always wanted to be the leader of mutants. And now his daughter fulfilled his wishes. Wolverine said. Yes, only he could be so twisted enough to do such kind of perversions. Ms. Marvel said. Who among you think that it was Magneto who asked Wanda to change reality? Please raise your hands. John interrupted this time from the side. He did not exactly join the meeting. He had decided to be a watcher of sorts for this whole story, and see if the ending was what he expected. Huh. Why do you say this? Is it not Magneto? Tony asked. They all wanted to decipher this new guy who claimed to have come from a different universe. Emma actually said telepathically to all that after the settlement of Wanda they would have to ask this new guy about why he was here. She always felt that this guy was dangerous. John still hadn't revealed why he came to this universe. I am just asking a normal question. You can raise your hand if you think it's Magneto. If not, then don't raise your hand. It's simple as that. John refused to answer the previous question. Almost everybody raised their hands except for Moon Knight, Emma, and Strange. John was surprised to see so much hatred for Magneto. Truth to be said, he felt pity for Eric. All he ever wanted was a safe place for mutants. He understood long ago that mutants would never be seen in good eyes and thus had always been fighting for the mutant kind. While Charles advocated the use of diplomacy. John could never say who was right and who was wrong, but Eric being portrayed as the culprit here was totally wrong. He wasn't even responsible for all the things that were going on. A world where his close friend Xavier didn't exist would be all kinds of wrong for Eric. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 357, All-Out War. John smiled at the end when he saw such overwhelming negativity for Magneto. The story here was following exactly like it was supposed to. Alright then, good luck on your fight against the powerful rulers. John said as they had decided to confront Magneto and his group of villains like Namor, Dr. Doom, and other mutants which were very close and loyal to him. Wait, you didn't say if Magneto is responsible for all of this? Emma asked. You all are responsible for all that is happening. You are no better than Eric. So you don't get to judge someone for this. You all wanted to kill her and now she has retaliated. Does it matter who initiated this whole drama? At the end you all decided to kill her just because she was more powerful than all of you together. How does it make you different than the humans who hates mutants? Humans want your deaths because you are powerful than them. And you want her death because she had become more powerful than all of you to handle. John said. This guilt trip was a way to dodge the main question of the responsibility of Magneto. He didn't want to ruin the plot now as they have come so close. That's not true. She doesn't have control over her powers. She was losing sanity. We had to bring an end to her. Strange denied. Really, Strange? Really? Didn't I say I have seen the past and the future? I have seen so many worlds of you all that you can't even begin to comprehend. I have seen how you all react to any beings that become way too powerful for you all to handle. So don't you dare say such words to me. You all are just afraid of her. Afraid that she will overpower you easily. You have deluded yourself to think that what you are doing is for the good of all. But actually it was your own insecurity. Your incompetence. And of course you have a god complex. So do whatever the F***k you want. I will just watch the whole game and laugh. John said. All became silent when John spoke out so clearly and took out the deepest secrets from their hearts. They really were scared of her, and that was the reason they decided to kill her. They convinced themselves that it was not, but at the end most of them felt insecure with her sitting at the top. Nobody spoke any word to refute. Tony wanted to refute but was stopped by Ms. Marvel. Whatever he had said was absolutely correct. Now go. Change your reality. John said as he vanished. He didn't want to be around them. He had spoken too much. His anger took the better of him and made him utter words that he shouldn't have. It actually ***ed him off a bit seeing them acting all high and mighty. It reminded him of Strange and Black priests, who came with such a grandeur. He really wanted to see him again and beat him. Nobody gets to decide who lives and who dies just because the balance tilted a bit in the universal scale. John appeared again near the whole gala that Eric Magnus had arranged. This gala was a congratulatory one for being the head of the ruling government. No matter what, the world created by Wanda was close to perfect. Even though the Homo sapiens were discriminated against, at the end any weak race would be looked down upon. In this world all the mutants lived in harmony and had proper order all around. This is as close to utopia as it can get. Sad that all will come crashing down. John mumbled. He was looking over everything from high up after wearing the Hades cap of invisibility from his treasury so that he wouldn't be detected by any sentinels or mutants. John was a little scared that his words might have changed the thoughts of the new team that had just formed, but was relieved to see that the team really did come to fight Magneto and his friends. John looked as sentinels came crashing down. And thus the war began. The new Avengers versus the classic villains. Magneto, you have violated the basic fabric of reality. And for this you will die today. Wolverine shouted. Who dares to say such blasphemous words against me? Magnus asked, but when he saw that the people who showed up were some of his closest friends he got confused. But since they attacked first, he needed to retaliate to keep his image of Lord Magnus. The war was brutal. Heroes and villains fell left and right. There was blood all over. Namor, Victor Doom, the other mutant kinds and Sentinels fought against a huge team of new Avengers. John, who was seeing this, didn't have any expression. He didn't want to interfere, at least not now. But as he was watching this he felt a weird calling in his mind. A call which even reflected in his soul. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 358, The Calling. As the fight raged on, Strange went to the place where Scarlet Witch was located. She was at her home with her 2 children. The 2 children that she had lost before. The 2 children that she made from nothing. The 2 children were the anchor that held her sanity. Wanda. Strange. Wanda said while she played with her children. She looked happy, but Strange could tell that this happiness wasn't real for her. Even she knew that. Why is this happening, Wanda? Why did you go down this path? Strange asked. I had no other choice, Strange. I did what I had to do to keep the family together. That day when you all were coming to kill me, it was Pietro who came to inform me that the Avengers and the X-Men had decided to kill me. He told me to change reality. To make it so that everyone gets their wishes. Maybe they would leave me alone after that. It wasn't Eric? Strange asked. Wanda shook her head. Strange was really surprised. Even though John had given a vague hint that it might not be Eric, nobody believed him. Firstly because John was an outsider. And secondly, a person who claimed to see the different worlds and future seemed too out of worlds for many. So most of them chose to ignore the words of John. And above all, they all could feel John didn't have much liking for them. So they all decided to follow their own course. But now it seemed John might have known about all of this from the very beginning. Strange had a bad feeling. It was as if his instinct was telling him that the result of this aftermath wouldn't be very good. Strange was in shock as he didn't know what to say to her. She chose the most safest route. A world where all got their wishes. But sadly people wouldn't accept it as it wasn't their reality. The fight between the Avengers and the villains was its peak. Eric finally couldn't hold it and asked. Why the hell are you attacking us? Emma, Scott. What happened? You changed the reality, Eric. You changed everything. You used your daughter's powers for your own benefits. You are responsible for the death of Charles. Just because you wanted to be the leader of mutants you obliterated him. Scott said. I did no such thing. I may be a ruler, but I will never change reality. Eric denied with a straight face. Eric really wasn't lying. He did nothing of such kind. You are lying, Wolverine said as he ran to take Eric down. But as it always happens with Wolverine and Magneto, Eric stopped him in his tracks. I may be many things, but I am not a liar. Especially now when my own brothers and sisters are falling. Stop this madness. Eric shouted as he controlled all the metal parts around and made them into sharp objects. As the fighting was stalled, Strange flew over with Wanda. She was in tears and looked like she was in pain. It was because she was losing her sanity again. It wasn't Eric who did all of this. It was Quicksilver. Strange said. Everybody's eyes went wide when Strange declared this. All looked at Quicksilver, who was standing near Magneto. What have you done in my name, boy? Eric asked in a very angry tone. He saw so many of his good comrades lying around. It hurt him. He knew that his son did something but didn't know what. I asked Wanda to change reality. You all wanted her death, so I asked her to give everyone their wishes. So all of you can leave us alone. It was all going good until this new guy came along. I should have asked Wanda to erase him. Pietro mentioned John. When John came over to their world, Wanda felt a change in the world. She told Pietro that someone from another world had come over. Someone who was the advocate of order. Wanda's magic was on the chaos side while John belonged to the order. That was why she sent Sentinels and the Shield to catch him. To put an end to him so that he doesn't ruin everything. But sadly she couldn't find him later and thus he escaped. John on the other hand had already left the battlefield. He heard a very weird call in his mind. It was as if a bird was chirping. The chirping of the bird was so melodic that John loved it, but that wasn't the weird part. The weird part was that he could understand that the bird was calling him. Directing him. Trying to point to a certain location. And John understood it perfectly. As if it was his language. John flew over to the location. It was far, but John could fly there over very fast. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 359, No More Mutants. Magneto was incredibly angry now. Pietro's words meant he had asked Wanda to change reality. A reality where everything was false. A reality that wasn't theirs. Eric attacked Pietro in his anger. Pietro ran fast to dodge his incoming attacks. Eric used metal all around to catch him. Pietro was fast but not as fast as Flash, so at the end the power of Eric reigned supreme and his metal bats caught up to him. Eric beat Pietro violently, breaking all his bones. Especially his legs. This showed how much anger Magneto had. The notion that their current reality wasn't even true made him almost vomit. He couldn't believe that his own son would do something like this. Eric forgot that it was him who also advocated the murder of his own daughter. As John had pointed out before, they all had God complex. Wanda on the other hand was having a mental breakdown. She was in tears and on her knees. Stop it, Dad. Stop. Stop. Wanda screamed as she saw his brother crawling on her arms. His legs were broken beyond recognition and he was bleeding from several places. He had been fighting the Avengers before and now he had been beaten brutally by Eric. As all of this was going on, an arrow came flying and hit right at her back. Barton, who had been missing from all the fight, had been waiting for this opportunity. And now finally he got one. The arrow had hit its mark. Why did you do that, Clint? Wanda asked, turning around. You ask me why? You dare ask me why? After everything your actions caused. As he said that, the arrow lodged on her back got obliterated. And the next moment, Wanda made Clint vanish too. Clint died again. This time being obliterated to nothingness. But surprisingly the new suit given by John remained. But nobody noticed that point as all were too scared to even move. That small move by Wanda established who was the actual boss here. Look at us. Look at us, Dad. We are not the next step. We are not gods as much as we want to be one. This is enough and everything stops now. Wanda screamed as she was finding it very hard to control her sanity. The chaos magic in her had overwhelmed her and she had no idea how to control it. And all the emotional turmoil going on added more to her suffering. No more mutants. And thus one of the most infamous words of the Marvel Universe was spoken. This changed the reality of Earth 616 forever. The power was so huge that even Thor and Strange from John's universe felt it. The mutant kind whose number was in the millions vanished. Those words took the powers possessed by the mutant kind away from them. Those words didn't actually kill the mutants. John had finally reached the place where the voice was directing him. It was in a valley in a country in Western Europe. This valley looked beautiful, untouched by human civilization. John floated down to the exact location. Then he used magic to drill the ground. After drilling for a few meters he stopped. This was the place where the voice was coming from. And when John got to see what exactly was calling him he trembled. Never in his wildest dreams he expected the thing that called him was this small thing. It was an egg. The egg looked bigger than normal bird eggs. Bigger than ostriches. Such an egg had never appeared on Earth. And this egg only appears rarely in all of the multiverse. There can only be one such egg at a time. Did you call me? John asked. John was excited to say the least. He knew what this egg was. If the egg had called him, it meant that it had chosen John. Yes, a voice in John's mind said. Do you want to follow me? John asked. Yes. For now and eternity. Only you have the proper power to hold me, the voice said. I understand. John said as he took the heavy egg of the ground with his own hands. After touching the egg, his eyes looked like it caught on fire. But surprisingly John didn't feel any pain. The fire was special. More special than John had ever come across before. As the fire dimmed his eyes looked totally different now. Instead of pupils, John had a tattoo of a bird on both his eyes. And the bird looked like it was burning on fire. It looked beautiful and mesmerizing. Yes, the egg was the egg of Phoenix Force. One of the primary gods of Marvel Multiverse. The Phoenix has chosen John to be its new host. Like Jean Grey, Scott Summers and Polaris, John would be the new host of Phoenix Force. Of course after the egg hatches. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 360, Aftermath. John took the egg and placed it inside his vault. That would be the safest place to keep the egg. John was excited. He, being chosen as the host of Phoenix Force was a huge thing. He basically would be an actual god. A god that had omnipotence, universal level, and had almost unlimited life force. John was now thanking his stars for choosing Marco's power when the first update came for him. He always had a liking for Phoenix and now he would have the actual Phoenix Force. He couldn't wait for the egg to hatch. He was sure that his Phoenix power was why the Phoenix Force chose him as the next host. And this would be his another weapon against Black Winter. As John was daydreaming, he felt a change in reality. Even though he wasn't a mutant, the reality didn't actually affect him like it did to others. Him being the Lord of Order played its part as Wanda was on the side of chaos. So the story did actually happen as it was supposed to be. Now the retaliation of humans is going to come. That will be fun to watch. Let's see how everything will unfold. John mumbled as he vanished from his place. He was back in New York, where everything seemed normal but he knew it wasn't. The general public had the previous memories where some were mutants among them. Even though they didn't know why there were memories of an alternate world, they knew for sure that the memories were real. They saw how the humans were dominated by the higher species. And as expected, most of them didn't like it. The feeling of being oppressed. John knew that this silence from the people would slowly erupt. He just wanted to see how far it goes. Due to Scarlet Witch's words, only 198 mutants remained now. Yes, that was the actual number of mutants left after she said those words in the comics. Some still had the powers like Scott, Emma, Logan, Nightcrawler, etc. But many lost too, and one of them was Magneto. Eric had lost the power to manipulate magnetic fields. He was depowered. He was now on the streets going insane due to his loss. Being in such a high position for such a long time can change the personality when that same person hits rock bottom. 2 weeks went by as John roamed around the city and the world. All the people could talk about were the memories they got, and many of them outright spoke badly about the mutants. Since they saw what a huge number of mutants could cause, many were advocating the death of them all. John shook his head as he saw all of this. Even though he felt sad about it, there was nothing he could change. All he wanted to know was how the Avengers would react. He wanted to see their response, and he kept an eye on all of them. Tony Stark, Captain America, he wasn't in the previous fight as his greatest wish was to grow old. Wanda fulfilled that, but after no more mutants he was back. Oh yes, Wolverine got all the memories. The memories that he had lost in all those long years of brainwashing, Doctor Strange and other major members of the Avengers. The mutants all over the world were hunted down by people and small terrorist organizations that had popped up in order to exterminate the last of their kind. John saw all of this but didn't help. And as expected, soon an Avengers meeting was called after seeing all the unrest around. All showed up in Stark Tower. This was the headquarters of the Avengers. Steve Rogers, Tony, Peter Parker, Doctor Strange, Reed Richards, Emma, Scott, Ms. Marvel and other people showed up for the meeting. This meeting would be the factor to decide if the Avengers would interfere in all of this. And John was also there, hidden. He wanted to see what their decision would be. We need your help. The mutants are in a dire situation. Please help us. Scott said, a sad tone at the table. All sat around with their faces looking grave. Even if you can't help us in a frontal way, at least condemn the people who attacked the mutants. I understand that not all of the mutants belong to X-Men and some belong to the Brotherhood too, but in the end they weren't killers. Emma said. They were just fighting for their rights. And now Eric is no longer in the scene. They have become headless flies. We need the help of the Avengers. She pleaded. We need to help them. Steve said in a serious tone. You are the one to talk, Steve. If we do this, everything that we have built, the reputation that we have will just come crumbling down. Tony said. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 361, Aftermath, 2. Then what do you want us to do? Sit here and see our mutant brothers and sisters suffer? She-Hulk asked. What Tony said is right. If we do anything it will just add fuel to the fire. People will hate us for it. After all the things that just happened, nobody would listen to us and just outright hate us. Strange said. But they are suffering. We need to stop this madness. Steve still insisted. Let's do a vote. Who wants to help the mutant, raise their hands. Who doesn't can refrain from that action. Strange said. And not surprisingly only 2 held their hands high. Steve Rogers and She-Hulk. Others refrained from raising their hands. And that included even the Marvel Universe's darling, Peter Parker. So it is decided, the Avengers won't participate in anything related to mutants until a concrete situation is reached. Tony stood up and said. Scott was angry seeing all this. They all took action against Wanda together. And now when the mutants were in dire need of help everybody turned their backs. John was right. He said we all act like gods. He was right the whole time. We are nothing but hypocrites. Emma said as her voice croaked due to tears. All the Avenger members held their heads down. They couldn't refute it. We all are just public-pleasing superheroes. Never for a moment do we think of our rights, our responsibilities. Emma said as she blamed herself too for this. Their own mutant kind was also in this whole plot. The whole machine had been rolling for a long time. And now they didn't know how to stop it. The Avengers took this tough decision because they not only represented this small team but also many superheroes affiliated with the Avengers. The main team took this decision after considering all the angles. All wanted to help, but if the Avengers were involved many other people would get involved. Including the government, and that would be more problematic to deal with. As they were silent there was a clapping sound in the room. All got alert suddenly hearing this sound. The meeting was a closed one and nobody was allowed to come in. Everybody made sure of that, but out of nowhere this sound came. When all turned their head to the sound, they saw a man who was invisible before came to light. It was John, who took off his cap of invisibility. John. Hey. I am sorry we didn't invite you to the meeting. We didn't have an address. Thank you for helping us bring all of the team together before. Tony said in a meek voice. Everybody was alert. Nobody here trusted John. He had been saying that he came to meet someone, but they have no idea who. First they thought it was Strange. But more than 2 weeks had gone by, but he never showed up again on the doorstep of Sanctum Sanctorum. And they always thought that John had an ulterior agenda. Especially now. He had shown up unannounced. The Avengers didn't even know about him. Even Spider-Man's senses failed to track him, and Strange's magic too. John finally removed the helmet for the first time. He didn't need his helmet anymore to stop the incursion from Emma's telepathic powers. Even though he hasn't become the host of Phoenix Force, having been chosen by it was already enough to get by with many things such as defense against telepathy. The Avengers finally got to see his face. He looked extremely handsome, thanks to Gilgamesh's charm, and had an aura about him. The aura that only a king could possess. But what surprised them was his eyes. Those eyes represented something else. Many here had seen the Phoenix Force before, so they knew John was the host of Phoenix Force. This scared the Avengers more. You all did exactly what I expected. After mutants lost their powers, you chose not to interfere. You all care about nothing but reputation. No wonder the builders went around destroying you all. You all deserve that. I feel ashamed to even think that I belong to the team of the same name. You don't even have the guts to take responsibility for your own actions. John said. What we do here is our matter. Who are you to interfere? Black Panther said. You know, Chala, I expected better from you. Your own wife is a mutant. I expected you at least to raise your hand. John scolded. I have a kingdom to manage. I can't always take decisions from my heart. Chala replied, but this time in a lower tone, because what John said was correct. He couldn't even protect his own wife. Even though Wakanda was a closed country, it was still a country and had to deal with world politics. You are right. Now all you do is politics. You have lost your essence. Each and every one of you. You have forgotten what it means to be an Avenger. Let me change that. John said as he used his Omnitrix to turn himself to an alien. An alien that would be just perfect for his next move. Alien X. All saw as John suddenly changed into a new form. A huge man who looked weird. His body looked like it was made of small stars. What is this? What are you? Tony said as he had a bad feeling. Before anybody could answer or react, John's new form spoke. A voice which sounded like it was a combination of 3 voices. No more Avengers. Chapter 362, The Result. As John said that, he swirled his hand. And immediately after that an invisible wave flowed outward. This wave spread to the whole of Earth and then the entire universe. Like the mutants, the Avengers were depowered now. The people who had powers have now lost their powers. And the superheroes who had special sets of skills lost that particular skill. For example, Clint Barton, he came back to life again after Wanda said, no more mutants, and this time it was permanent and his existence wasn't dependent on Wanda. As the wave traveled, every member of the Avengers felt it. Eternity, Infinity, the Living Tribunal, Chthon, etc. all felt this change that John just brought in the Earth 616 universe. What the hell is this? Is this some kind of joke? Tony said as he didn't feel much. But when he tried directing his armor from his nanoparticles, it didn't come out. John, who was in Alien X form, returned back to normal. I just depo-word all of the Avengers. Including the ones who are in the universe right now. Since the mutants suffered this fate, why will the Avengers be left behind? Let you be in the same playing field as them. John said. Peter Parker, Ms. Marvel, Black Panther all had felt it. They weren't sure what just happened, but they could feel that they lost the powers. Peter fell on his knees. He had been with his powers for such a long time that he had forgotten what it was like to be normal. Reed lost his powers too, and even his high intellect. Strange lost his magic. She-Hulk was back to normal. Steve Rogers was now back to the skinny guy he was before World War II. Everyone has lost what they were best at. This is impossible. What is this? What are you? Strange said as he couldn't believe it. I just did what Wanda did to the mutants. She is a Nexus being. I doubt you even know what that term means. If she had done anything out of her limits, she would have been taken away. But you all decided to play God. So here I am playing the actual God. Avengers will no longer be of service for this planet, this galaxy, and this universe. John said. Why are you doing this? Reed asked. They didn't even care anymore what John's powers were. After Wanda's powers, nobody wasn't sure how far a human being could reach in terms of power levels. Why am I doing this? Because it's fun, Reed. It's fun. I want to show you all how desperate the mutants are feeling right now. Let you feel how it is to be on the same level as mutants. Oh yes. I didn't depower the villains. So now good luck with that. John said. You can't do this. The Supreme Beings won't let you. You have tilted the balance. Strange said as he still couldn't believe he lost his magic too. He had memories of magic, but he couldn't conjure magic. It was as if he lost access to all of magic powers. After Strange said that, all around them weapons started emerging from orange concentric gates. You don't get to talk balance with me, Strange. Definitely not you. I know more about balance than you can imagine. I am the Lord of Order. I come from a generation of beings who have advocated fighting chaos. So don't come with your ignorance. But it isn't right. People like Doom, Thanos and others will come and cause havoc. Reed protested. That was all they could do now. Protest. They know that in fighting, since they have lost the power to confront John. Since he said that he belonged to the Avengers, there must be a moral line for him. Reed wanted to exploit that. Innocence. Our universe is threatened by a being who is bigger than Galactus, and your so-called supreme beings have left us to die. The whole universe. They never cared about the innocence of our universe. Why would I care about the innocence of your universe? For all I care, none of you are innocent. Just because a different kind of race lives with you, you all have chosen to discriminate. Now let me see how the people will handle the ugly ones. Aren't they so powerful while confronting mutants? Now let me see the power. John spoke at a stretch here. He didn't pull any punches while saying all of this. What? Your universe is threatened. By what? We can help you if you want. And after you have such immense power, is there any power that can overpower you? She-Hulk asked. I don't need your help when Strange here advocated the destruction of all. But that's a later story. For now I am off. Good luck with defending. John said as he wore his helmet and then vanished. Chapter 363, Despair. For those who are saying John was being a hypocrite here for letting their Earth suffer, you are forgetting that their Earth has 198 mutants. 198 of the strongest mutants and Inhumans. Black Bolt would be enough to wipe out everything, and Inhumans lived on Earth itself. So if the people wanted, they could always be saved. */ The Avengers were desperate now. They couldn't even stop John. He just took off after throwing them in the pit of hell. Everybody was desperate, but they felt anger too. Because John's words meant that Strange had done something incredibly bad in their universe. What did you do, Strange? What did you do? Time and time again he had gone against you. I can even feel pure disgust when he looks at you. Tony asked in a very angry tone. I don't know. I really don't know. I have never seen him before. Trust me. Strange gave his answer. That is impossible. He hates you. There must be some reason. Peter spoke up for the first time. He was still finding it hard to accept the reality that he had lost his spider powers. I really don't know. Strange mumbled. For the first time in his life he cared about what another person thought about him. Because the other person was too powerful and his powers overwhelmed all of them. We need to convince him to give us the power back. Reed said. Convince him. A host of Phoenix Force. Good luck with that. I am gonna just to say it. We all deserved it. Let's go, Scott. They won't be able to defend themselves now, forget about defending us, which they refused. Bye. Emma said. It wouldn't be a lie to say that Emma rejoiced a bit inside after the sudden change of the Avengers. John was right. They all have forgotten what it meant to be an Avenger. What that word actually meant. John's actions would now remind them. Emma and Scott left after that. We should have killed him when we had the chance. Strange mumbled. Kill him? Did you just see what he did? He literally made us a normal being. In a literal sense. I have lost my intellect and your magic. He had just changed the reality itself. Do you have some death wish of confronting him? I doubt even Captain Universe would be able to stop him. Reed said. We need a plan to combat this. This can't go on. The Earth will go down in chaos if people come to know. Chala said. And how do you want to combat this? By telling the people that we lost the powers. Yeah, good idea. I want to see how Dr. Doom would react to it and all the other villains. It's our fault that we are here. I am off too. John is right about us. We are just hypocrites. Steve said as he walked off. After that, Peter and others left too. Those who normally fought alone were the first ones to leave. Only Tony, Strange, and Reed were left behind. They wanted to make the situation right, but they couldn't. No ideas of theirs would help them now. They just sat at their place wallowing in despair in silence. There was no remedy for the situation. John just vanished from his place and he came to a random building. He felt liberated and sad too after what he had done. He had decided to do this the moment he came to know that this story was the House of M storyline. He waited to see how everything turned out. He wanted to see if his butterfly effect had any change in the decisions of the Avengers. But sadly they still chose the same route. And he had to do this to show the Supreme Beings how big of a mistake they made. He just sat on top of the building and looked at the city in silence. Out of nowhere a bald man appeared behind him. John felt it but didn't turn his head as he knew who had appeared. Here to change my mind or under the orders of the gods? John asked without turning his head. I am not here to change your mind, John. Just wanted to check on a friend. What you did has awakened the exterminators. The Celestials are now rushing to contain them, the bald man said. It was Watu. The exterminators? Serves them right. They wanted to play gods and so now they will suffer. John said outright. He knew what the exterminators were. In the second iteration of the multiverse, the Celestials created a race to bring balance to creation. A race that lives in darkness and death. And now they have awakened. Even though they were trapped in the prison made by the Celestials, being awakened was problematic to the whole of the multiverse. Watu just looked at John in silence and didn't comment. He wasn't supposed to interfere, but he felt John, who knew so many things, had the right to know this. Are you sure that what you did was correct? People will suffer now. Watu said. Changing the topic. I don't know if what I did was right or wrong. I just wanted to do it. People here deserve to see how ugly the world is. John replied. Chapter 364, Leaving Earth. Watu sighed when he heard that. He couldn't refute nor could he interfere. He didn't know what he should say to convince John. He was sent by the Living Tribunal to convince John, but only he knew how difficult it would be. Still want to convince me? John asked. Not anymore. Watu shook his head. I am surprised that none of them showed up. I thought at least Erisham would show up since he is the judge of some universes after what I just did. John said. They can't. You have been chosen as the host of the Phoenix Force. You like it or not, you belong to the same levels as them. Congratulations, you are now the thing which you hated most. Watu said. I don't hate gods. They are just beings like us. Some are more born abstractly, but at the end they aren't perfect. I just hate their hypocrisy. But I guess it's too late to go back now with all of their egos. John said. Watu didn't reply and he just vanished away. John didn't mind as he knew Watu wasn't supposed to say much. Him being here was already a violation of their codes. Alright, the work here is done. This was where I leave. Earth 616, it was nice meeting you. Can't wait to see what more you have for me. For now, bye. John said as he vanished from his place. The next time he appeared was in Hala, the capital of the Kree Empire. He was here to talk to a soldier of the Kree Empire. He was named Telkar, the first host of the symbiote Venom. When he came to Earth 616 he already had searched where Venom was. He wanted information from him about Clintar, the planet of the Hive and the place where Null was imprisoned by the symbiotes. Even if the symbiotes have been portrayed as rather badly in the comics and in the movies, they weren't actually bad. Even though their journey started from darkness and abyss and they were born from a blade that was built to kill the Celestials, but after years and years in the cosmos they were infected by honor and nobility. Infected by that, the symbiotes imprisoned Null in their own home planet of Clintar, never to come out ever again. But as stories go, nothing remains hidden or imprisoned forever. John was here to check on Venom. He wasn't sure if he had the memories because in many iterations of Venom he had forgotten many memories of his home world as he was shunned away. He wanted to get the location of All Black, which was with God Butcher right now. The actual God Butcher. After coming to the universe he tried finding him, but failed. It was probably due to his connection, the sword, which in itself was a very powerful entity. As he landed on Hala, his Omnitrix lit up. New alien species detected. Copy the alien gene and store it on the gene pool. Oh yes. I actually forgot about the alien gene copy function. Yes. Do it. John was wearing his cap so nobody could see him, but if he needed to talk with Tarkel he needed to talk face to face. And since Krees were really proud people they would never talk with lesser beings. His Omnitrix scanned a blue Kree from nearby and stored its gene inside. Please correct me if I am wrong here. All I can remember is Omnitrix can scan other alien species and make Ben transform into alien, but somewhere I saw his Omnitrix can even store aliens inside. After the scan completed he turned himself into a normal Kree. He looked at his skin and saw that it was blue in color. John smiled and walked to the place where he pinpointed the location of Venom and Tarkel. But the moment he came close to them, he stopped by several guards. Outsider, you are in military grounds. You can't go in, a soldier said, stopping him. John didn't notice before that this was a military ground and no normal person could go in. But I am a friend of Tarkel. John protested in a meek voice. He could easily kill them or do worse. But he wasn't here for that. He didn't know how Venom would react, so he needed to be very gentle in his approach. A big signboard, Hala Military Headquarters, was written on it. Tarkel. He is a high-level officer. You can't meet him, the soldier replied. Is it so? Then I guess I will have to wait for him outside. John said as his shoulder dropped. He needed to wait for the correct opportunity. He turned back and went to a nearby restaurant to sit and enjoy his time. Even though he didn't like the philosophy of the people here, nobody could argue that the Supreme Intelligence had made a massive empire. He booked a hotel for himself. He didn't want to hijack the network as he was sure the Supreme Intelligence would see something was wrong if he did that. The Kree and Skrull were still at war, so he needed to be very careful on how he handles things. Even though John lived in the hotel he always kept an eye on Tarkel. He didn't want to lose sight of him. He was sure that Tarkel would come out of the military headquarters one time. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 365, Kree vs. Skrull. But John was wrong. Expectation was another matter and reality was another. Tarkel didn't come out for at least a week. John was getting anxious now. He didn't want to cause a whole deviation in the situation of Kree by interfering, but he couldn't wait more. He needed to meet Venom before he went to meet the other big guy. One day as he woke up from his sleep, he ordered his food. He was lazing around most of the time and even once contacted the Avengers to see everything was alright. Even though he didn't go home, he used his helmet of fate to contact them. As usual he checked where Tarkel was and was surprised to see that he was no longer on the planet and had left. What the hell? I have been waiting for him for such a long time and he just left. John mumbled. He didn't care anymore. He directly teleported himself to the spaceship on which they were traveling. As he came to the ship, he directly transformed himself to Ghost Freak. Ghost Freak, as the name suggests, is a ghost-like alien of the Omnitrix. Invisibility, phasing through objects, body possession, levitation, and other abilities were some of its powers. John could have used the invisibility cap, but wearing such a huge cap always was a hassle. Since the Omnitrix was in master control, he could use it for a long time. Thus when John landed in the spaceship, he saw all of them discussing their plan to attack the Skrulls on a barren planet. Apparently a huge team of Skrull soldiers got stranded on a planet due to a malfunction on their spaceship. And Kree got the scent of it. So Tarkel, who was captain of a specialized team, was sent to obliterate them. Tarkel could use the Venom symbiote, but he didn't know that the symbiote has consciousness of its own. John didn't know if it was deliberate or it hasn't woken up as of yet. Heh. So Skrull versus Kree. Both had been against each other for such a long time. It has become a matter of pride for both of them. Let me see how Tarkel fights in this war. After that I will make the move. They traveled for 2 days before finally reaching the planet. Alright, we have reached the planet. We will first use sneak attacks to take out the guards, but it won't last long. The snipers will be taking point and killing whoever comes in the target. Even though they are stranded, the spaceship is supposed to carry big guns, so we need to be careful not to activate them. 5 of you will take out the guards. And 3 snipers surrounding the perimeter. I am sure at some point they will see that something is wrong. This is where we come in. I will lead the charge since I have an enhanced suit. We are here to kill these ***ds. Let nobody escape. Tarkel growled when he said that. Sir, yes sir, the others responded. Tarkel nodded his head. In an hour they reached the planet and landed almost on the other side of the planet so that they don't get detected by the radar of the spaceship that got stranded by Skrulls. The Kree took out small levitating motorbikes and zoomed away to the location of the Skrulls. They soon reached the place but didn't attack immediately. They waited till it was night. When it was late at night, the mission finally started. The snipers had already taken their positions and the assassins had started killing the guards that were stationed around. Everything went as planned for Tarkel as the assassins took out the guards, but since the Skrull didn't get any response from the communications for a long time, they knew that something was wrong. The Skrulls became quickly ready to face the enemies. Even though the Skrulls haven't seen the faces of the enemies, they were kind of sure that it was a Kree ambush, so everybody went out with full gear. Tarkel, when he saw that the Skrull were out with their weapons, immediately charged the rest of the team. The Tarkel team wasn't big. Around 60 Kree and the team of Skrulls were around 100. It wasn't a big team on either side, but Tarkel's team was more lethal than their opponents. Kill them all. Tarkel growled as he finally used his hidden weapon. The Venom symbiote. John, who was nearby, finally saw it. He looked at it closely to see if there was actual sentience in Venom or was the symbiote in sleep mode. After properly checking on Tarkel, he knew that the Venom was really in sleep mode. Sigh. What a mess. Have to wake him up. John mumbled. And as he said that, the whole battlefield got covered with spear weapons emerging from his vault. The weapons slowly levitated out of their gates. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 366, Venom. / for those who are saying John was being a hypocrite here for letting their Earth suffer, you are forgetting that their Earth has 198 mutants. 198 of the strongest mutants and Inhumans. Black Bolt would be enough to wipe out everything, and Inhumans lived on Earth itself. So if the people wanted, they could always be saved. */ Everybody stopped fighting when they saw this. They had never seen such an incredible scene before. But they also got scared a bit. Both sides didn't know what just happened, and both sides were thinking, what kind of ridiculous plot was this? As they were thinking this, John finally started walking right at the middle of battlefield. He didn't wear his fate helmet as he wanted to show them his face. The face of a human being. A face that both of the sides kind of looks down upon. When all saw this, they all pointed their weapons and guns at John. Both sides felt that this new person emerging was from the enemy side. Another group of idiots pointing their guns at me. John said in the next moment, the spear and other sharp long weapons shot like a projectile. And the Skrulls couldn't even defend nor get the time to react. They all got impaled. Some were even impaled by more than one weapon. They all died except for the head of the Skrulls. The Skrull looked around dumbfoundedly. He couldn't believe what he just saw, his whole team was dead in seconds. They all couldn't even react. Even the Kree who saw this had their eyes wide open. They have never seen such horror before. Weapons thrown as projectiles from all around and impaling a person. The Skrull head of the team couldn't hold it together and took his gun and shot at John. But the shot got deflected by an invisible shield. The Skrull didn't stop there. He shot multiple shots at John, only to be deflected easily. How does it feel to be killed by a Terran that easily? John said for the first time. All the others couldn't even speak. The Kree feared. Even though this new person didn't kill the Kree, when he mentioned that he was a Terran, they got terrified. The Kree had a more bad history with Terran than the Skrulls. The Skrull on the other hand didn't give up. He just lost his good brothers and sisters. He wouldn't give this up. So he took a cold weapon and ran towards John. But as he took a few steps, chains started pouring out from all sides. Before he could dodge, the chains tied him down to the ground. I just massacred your whole team. How did you come to the conclusion that it would be easy to kill me in melee range? All of you are dumb. No wonder you failed in the secret invasion. Who are you? What do you want? The Skrull almost screamed when he said that. It's always the same question. Who are you? What do you want? Why are you doing this? But never for a moment go back to your roots and question why this is happening. Well, I will answer the question. I am Gilgamesh, the ruler of Babylon. But I don't think you will know what that means. Anyways, this was just a retaliation of a Terran on Skrulls who are about to start the secret invasion on Earth. Let the Super Skrulls get this message. Don't cross your lines when you invade Earth. I don't mind killing all of your race and making the deviant gene vanish forever. This isn't a threat, this is a fact. John said as he finally used another spear to impale him on the head. John was sure that whatever he just said was recorded by the spaceship. And was sure the Skrulls would see what he did later. He wanted to send them the message. A message to the Skrulls that not to be too aggressive in the secret invasion arc. I will go through the secret invasion arc as much as possible later. In the actual world. Since a series starring Samuel Jackson and Emilia Clarke is on the works right now. With that the last of the Skrulls were killed. John didn't have any sympathy for them. In this universe it's either you kill or be killed. Morality doesn't work here like it does to some extent on Earth. John then turned to the Kree. He was here for them. Not for the Skrulls. Skrulls were just along the way. You know, Tarkel, I was waiting patiently for you in Hala for such a long time, only for you to escape in space. It took a long time for me to meet you. John said. Your Excellency, is there anything you want from me? Tarkel said. He was trying to be as humble as possible. He had to do this to survive. The powers this alleged Terran had shown were out of common sense. Weapons coming out of thin air and then vanishing. And even invisible shields. He had to take steps cautiously now as he didn't know what this new person actually wanted from him since he said he was waiting for him. I don't want anything from you. I just want the Venom symbiote. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 367, Venom, 2. Venom symbiote. What is that? Tarkel was confused when John asked that. He really didn't know that his black suit that listened to his orders was any kind of symbiote. He got the symbiote by luck in one of his space missions and had been with him ever since. He didn't even know that the symbiote had consciousness. All he knew was that symbiote only bonded with him and none other. He even checked this new thing with the medicals if it caused any harm. He was surprised to know that this symbiote could only bond with him and would make him stronger and faster. It was for this reason he rose to the team captain of a special team so fast. He was ecstatic about it, and since then he had been using the Venom symbiote. Oh, you sweet summer child. You have no idea what you are dealing with. Do you? John said with a smile, and the next instant the weapons that were sticking out around were again thrown like a projectile. And this time, the victims were the Kree. The Kree were kind of expecting, so they used energy shields to block them. But they were totally disappointed. The shields couldn't even stop the weapons. They all got impaled nonetheless. This just turned out to be their worst nightmare. They never expected such a thing to happen. Tarkel was also on defensive only to see that he wasn't shot. Now he was sure that John wanted something from him, but he just didn't know what. Who are you? What do you want? Why are you killing us? You have breached the code of conduct. The Intergalactic Council won't leave you for this. Tarkel said. Yes, there is an Intergalactic Council. During the Builders' destruction they showed up. It is like the World Council, but it belongs to the universe. Kree, Shi'ar, Earth, and many have representatives there. Are you not listening to me? I just said my name. Gilgamesh. I want the symbiote that has bonded with you. It's called Venom. And killing you is just for fun. Since you had done experiments against humans for such a long time, you all should expect retaliation. John said. It was commendable that Tarkel didn't break down like the head of the Skrull did after what happened with his colleagues. Tarkel needed to be alive. And he knew retaliating against someone like this guy would be just suicide. Since he wanted something from him, he had a chance to escape alive. I don't have any such thing. I don't even know what venom symbiote is. Tarkel said. You are right. You don't. John said, and the next instant he used the Omnitrix to transform himself to another kind of alien. Pesky dust, a pneumonia. It's a small fairy-like alien which has high speed and agility. But pesky dust can release a special kind of dust that makes his victims fall asleep. This was why he chose this alien to transform, because with this dust John could enter the dreams of the sleeping victims and interrogate and extract information. Since he needed to extract information from Venom, he needed to talk with him. Tarkel, who saw this new guy just turned into a fairy, was taken aback. Before he could understand what was going on, he was shot with a spray of dust from the little fairy's hands. And suddenly he felt dizzy. He tried keeping himself awake, but he slowly fell on the ground. He couldn't even keep his eyelids open. After a minute or so, when Tarkel was knocked out totally asleep, he finally used the powers of pesky dust to enter his dreams. Well, the dreams of Venom. And after a minute of struggling to find the consciousness of Venom, he entered it. There was nothing in his consciousness, but just white void. He is still sleeping. What a jerk. Wake up. John shouted. There was no response. Wake the F***K up, samurai. We have a planet to burn. John shouted again. And this time there was a response finally. In front of John there was a black goo which slowly formed a humanoid with a white eyes and big jaws. The whole body of it was just pure black. It was Venom. The actual Venom. What is it? Where am I? Who are you? Venom asked. My name is John Jameson. Here is your consciousness, or rather your dreams. And I just inserted myself in your dreams. You have been sleeping for a long time. Sleeping. I remember getting myself blasted in space with a huge explosion. Wait, how long have I been sleeping? Venom asked in an anxious tone. Probably for a year or two. Your body got bonded with a Kree. John replied. ***T I just missed a ton of food. Venom said, as all he cared about now was food. He was hungry. There are tons of corpses for you outside. John said. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 368, Honest Talk. Can I eat them? Venom asked. Of course. They are corpses. And don't even belong to my race. Let's go outside of your consciousness. You can have your meal. And then we can talk. Oh yes. You will have to take control of your host. John said. Oh, that will be easy. I am starving. Venom said, licking his lips. Then John got out of his consciousness and changed himself back to his actual form. John brought a chair from his vault and sat. Meanwhile, Venom finally woke up and took control of the body of Tarkel. When he saw all the dead bodies lying around, he became ecstatic and started eating them one by one. Even though it was disgusting to see, John didn't show any expression. He just watched it with silence. It took 30 minutes for Venom to consume all the dead bodies. Finally, after eating and burping, Venom was satisfied. He hadn't eaten in such a long time, and now finally he felt that it was the best meal he had ever had in a long time. And even it had 2 different flavors, and so he was more happy. Except for one Skrull, all their brains were intact, and that was more delicious. Venom, after finishing, finally sat down and looked at John. Even though he was eating, he kept an eye on John. He wasn't sure how and why John woke him up, and he seemed like he knew him. But Venom had no memories of him in his lifetime. And honestly, John's breath disgusted him, especially his eyes. His eyes made Venom feel fear. A fear from the depth of his soul. After sitting down and burping in a loud volume, he finally said, You seem to know about me. Venom said in a very ghoulish tone, if his voice could ever be described. I do. But the problem is, how much do you know about yourself? John asked. Oh. Tell me what you know about me. Venom wanted to see how much this disgusted person knew about him. 2 words, the Hive and Clintar. John said. Oh. Damn. You really do know. So what are you here for? To get to Clintar. The breath which you have will disgust Clintar more. They aren't as good-tempered as me. Venom said. Clintar. Can you connect with the hive mind? John asked, raising his eyebrows. I can. But passively. If I do it actively, they will come after me and maybe kill me. Many new ones still haven't been purified. John said. How much do you know of All Black? John asked, changing the topic. All Black. What is that? Is that edible? I don't know why that name invoked fear onto me. Venom said. It should, Venom, it should. But since you can't connect yourself with the hive mind. Let's leave it at that. When Null awakens you need to inform me. John said. Null. Who is that? Venom asked. The god who made your race. Not all things are taught to the later generations, Venom. Your new generations were never informed of them, and that is the reason many of you don't know of him. The controllers of Kleiner just throw you all out and let you grow as you see fit. Clintar can't house too many symbiotes. Wait. What does that mean? What are you talking about? A god who made us. What the hell? Venom asked. You will feel it when he awakens. Here is a charm made of magic. Break it when Null awakens. John said as he gave a charm tablet made of magic. The magic in it will be enough to call John even if he was in another universe. Truth to be said, when he came to Earth 616 he wanted the All Black for himself. But, after becoming the host of Phoenix Force, the notion of using All Black was out the window. His powers now were fueled by fire, and Symbiote's main drawback was fire and sound. Until Eddie becomes God of Light he could never use Venom, so using Venom as his symbiote was also a dead end. And All Black would never accept him as his weapon. So this route of confronting Black Winter got closed before it even started when he became the host. Is he really our maker? Venom asked as he took the charm. He was skeptical of what this guy said, but the fact that he knew of Clintar even after being on the side of Light meant that this person might have some extra information which he never had access to before. Maker. Yes. Null is. Essentially your deity. Hellbent on bringing the universe to darkness and old ages again. John said. That is impossible. The Hive said we are a race of good and nobility. It is the host's mind that influences us and makes us bad. There can be no such maker who wants to do such a *****y thing. What will we eat if he kills the universe? Venom said, denying the words of John. Well, yes, that is there too. But that is the true history. Believe it or not. John said. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 369, Journey. Venom felt his world had become upside down after what John just told him. And something told him that whatever John said was real. Both the names Null and All Black infused both fear and excitement. He didn't know why he had those feelings, but he knew for sure there was something related to him with those names. How can I believe a random person who just showed up? Venom asked instead. You don't. Truth to be told, I came here for another matter. I needed the All Black for another purpose, but now that is impossible for me for other reasons. You can't trust anyone in your life. Maybe your host, but none others. Especially your own kind. John said. You are on the side of the fire, so of course you will say that. Venom said after seeing his prejudice against his own kind. You too will be on the side of the fire one day. John said as he knew later Venom became a god for some time. And he stood on the opposite side. Me and fire. That is impossible. Venom said as he had inherent fear for fire and loud sounds. You will know one day. But for now, what will you do? I am sure after what we both have done, you won't be accepted in Kree anymore. John said. Yes. I will need a new host. Went through his memories, not a bad guy, but I can't be fueling war always. Too much work. I just want to sleep and eat. Venom said. I can give you a new host. John said. Why are you willing to help me so much? Venom asked as he felt weird that this guy came outright and was ready to help him. Just because I am a good Samaritan. John smiled as he said. He really just was being a good guy and trying to help around. Venom went through a lot before attaching himself to Peter Parker. Memory wipe, sold as a weapon among other things, so he wanted him to skip that and just be the good one. Fine. I will trust you on this. But I need to investigate myself about Null. Venom said. You better not. Or else the Hive will come to wipe your memories out. Let the Abyss Beings come out, then you can start investigating. John warned. Abyss Beings. What are these now? Edibles. Dude, why do you speak in such a complicated manner? Venom asked. Abyss Beings are your ancestors. John replied, but he didn't reply to the later part. Leave your host. We will vanish from here. John said as he stretched his hand to take the symbiote on himself. He didn't fear that Venom would be able to read his memories. Being a Phoenix Force host has its perks. Venom still had questions, but the attitude of John told him that he wouldn't be getting any answers. Venom, even though felt disgusted, he trusted John in this, just because of the fact that John had another kind of charm. A charm that was laden with honor and nobility. And since he didn't ask much about Clintar, it meant he didn't care about it, nor did he try to kill him even if they stood on opposite sides. He left Tarkel and jumped onto the hand of John. Tarkel, who was not in control of his body, finally woke up. He fell to his knees. He felt giddy inside. Venom leaving him made him feel very uncomfortable. "What have you done? Give that weapon back to me," Tarkel said loudly. He was fine with his colleagues being killed. But him losing his greatest weapon would be his nightmare. "It doesn't belong to you in the first place. Since you have housed that weapon for a long time, I won't interfere or kill you. But this is the end of using your weapon. Be a normal soldier from now," John said, and without bothering to listen to the rambling of this guy, he vanished after wearing the helmet of fate. He was back on Earth 616. He needed to give Venom to Eddie Brock. Since Peter had lost his Spidey powers, Eddie would be a better fit. The Avengers still needed to be under the punishment, and he didn't wish to reverse it. After coming to Earth, he looked around and he could feel with his magic that with the absence of Avengers there was chaos around. "Why do I feel this world is in chaos?" Venom said, who was attached to his hand. He was surprised that they just got teleported, but he could feel that this new person knew magic. "Because I created this chaos. Some people here have pissed me off, so I just made everything chaotic," John said. Over Venom there were signs of question marks indicating he didn't understand what John meant. John just shook his head, refusing to answer. "The guy is called Eddie Brock. He is right now sleeping in the apartment below. You can bond with him. He is a perfect host for you. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you." Chapter 370, In Search. "You seem to know everything," Venom asked. "I do many times, and sometimes I am as clueless as you are feeling right now. But you will get used to it. Keep the tablet charm. You will feel it when Null awaken. Contact me right away," John reminded again. Okay. It feels like you are scared of him a bit," Venom said. "A little bit, yes. You will understand why I fear him. Now go," John said. Venom then detached himself from John's hand, and from the vents he entered the apartment. Since John had said Eddie was a perfect host, he wanted to see if he was. If this Eddie turned out to be a disappointment, he would leave the next moment. John looked at it and smiled. But then his face got serious. Because the next guy he couldn't find with his cosmic awareness. The hell? Power cosmic is a headache. Can't find the big guy nor the small guy. This is trouble. I will have to travel the whole universe in search of him, John mumbled. He vanished from his place and appeared again on another planet. It was Xander. Since he couldn't find the big guy, he would have to go for the smaller one. After appearing on Xander, which looked almost as the same in his universe, he used Fixit to get connected to the net here. "Fixit, search any mention of Silver Surfer," John said. "Okay," Fixit said, and started going through databases on the web for Silver Surfer. Yes, John had come in search of Galactus. He needed to talk with him and wanted to know if he was ready to face Black Winter. Since he was his herald, he wanted to see what his plans were on his master. But the problem was that he could search him. It was probably because Galactus wielded the power cosmic, and it was not possible to find him even if he used Alien X. Gods didn't have power over other gods. At least that was what the system told him. John even used the little power he had of the Phoenix Force but still couldn't find him. Fixit went through the database in a few minutes and then finally said. Silver Surfer appeared on a barren planet which had lost civilization about a year ago. A Ravager ship saw him going to the planet. There are no other recent information about him. A year ago. Omen, why do I have a feeling that it is going to take a long time? John mumbled. Where is that planet? John asked. Here are the coordinates. Fixit gave him the coordinates. After John looked at the coordinates, he vanished again. Others present nearby didn't see him as he had been wearing the cap of invisibility. John then again appeared on the barren planet. The planet looked like Morag. It seemed there was once a civilization here, but now they are dead. He used both magic and technology to search for any clues of Silver Surfer. And finally, after intense search of the whole planet, he saw a place that was recently cleaned. John came to the place which he thought that Silver Surfer might have rested. Because that was the most apt explanation. Otherwise this planet would have been the food of Galactus by now. John looked closely on the place. I will have to use tracking magic to get to Silver Surfer. Since this place was contaminated by him, I should be able to. I hope magic would be effective, because sure as hell that normal magic doesn't work on him. Thus John started chanting spells. He needed to use a huge amount of magic to put up the tracking spell. Silver Surfer himself is powered by power cosmic, even though it was of low power, still it was power cosmic at the end. After almost 5 minutes of casting the spell, there was a response. John smiled when he saw that. Phew. I thought it will take ages. Now all I have to do is use magic to travel to that position. Back to the old ages. John said as he summoned a huge Kryptonian ship. John couldn't teleport, so all he could do was travel normally. He boarded the ship and used the Tesseract on it. The ship came to life. "I will name you Blackbird," John said. "Thank you for naming me. Do you have any orders?" Blackbird asked. "Yes. You see the pointer in my hand? I will keep this magical pointer on the main room. You need to follow the pointer until we reach the destination," John said. "Sure. Hop in," Blackbird said. John then proceeded to get inside. He didn't know how much time he needed for this journey, but he was ready to take it. Blackbird then flew away from the barren planet and went into Phantom Drive. And thus a long journey started for John, which lasted a couple of months. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 371, Norinrad. John spent the whole journey in boredom. He really wished that he could just teleport if he knew the location of Norinrad, the name of the Silver Surfer. Norin belonged to the planet Zenla, an extremely long-lived and technologically advanced humanoid race which had created a worldwide utopia devoid of crime, disease, hunger, poverty, and want of any kind. Norin's life changed forever when Galactus came to invade his world and consume it. Rad offered to become his herald and seek out new worlds for him to sate his hunger in exchange for Galactus sparing Zenla. Galactus agreed, transforming Rad into a silver-skinned, cosmic-powered super being. And thus his journey began. Being herald for Galactus for a long time, until he met the famous Fantastic Four. Due to the Fantastic Four's help he was able to free himself from the clutches of Galactus. And surprisingly, Norin kept the power cosmic with him. Now Norin was kind of an intergalactic policeman like Ms. Marvel of their universe. And since he wielded the power cosmic, it was not possible for John to just search for him. This was the reason John was traveling to find him. And after almost 3 months John finally found him. On a planet which was untouched by any civilization. "Boss, the person you are looking for is on this planet. This is where the pointer ends," Blackbird said. John said as he started using magic to scan the whole planet. He didn't see the face of the Silver Surfer, but he felt it. And he was pretty sure Norin also felt that someone just scanned his planet. "Let's go and meet him," John said as he wore an helmet and vanished to the location where Norin was. When John appeared again, he saw a silver-colored shiny humanoid sitting on a fallen tree. His whole body was super reflective, but he looked noble. It was as if being near him only provided calmness and tranquility. The birds were chirping around him. And a few meters away from him was his famous surfboard, levitating on its own. John started walking to him. And like Norin, the birds too gathered around John. John was the essence of life force energy, so like Norin, the living beings would be attracted to him. "Hello Norin," John said. "Norin. That's a name I haven't heard in a long time. Thank you for reminding me of my roots." "Hello host of Phoenix Force. I am sorry I don't know your name. I am John Jameson of Earth 1999999. John said. "A person from another universe? That is rare. From what I can feel, you aren't exactly his host. Is there a problem?" Norin asked. "No. The Phoenix is still in its egg form. And during this phase it chose me." John said the truth. No wonder. I am still confused though. Your body emits the essence of so many things. And that watch of yours. Why do I feel it is as dangerous as the ultimate nullifier?" Norin asked while eyebrows creased. Ultimate Nullifier, the device which Dr. Reed used to ward off the attack of Galactus when he visited Earth to eat for the first time. It is considered as one of the most powerful weapons in all of Marvel Multiverse. Same level as All Black. Because this watch is as powerful as the Ultimate Nullifier. And my body emits different auras because there are many powers that resides inside me. I am the Lord of Order and also the ruler of Babylon. John replied honestly. There was no point lying to a person wielding power cosmic. Having such a powerful weapon by the host of Phoenix Force is understandable. "Why are you here, Mr. John Jameson? It's been some time that I could feel that someone was searching me. I presume it is you?" Norin asked. "Yes. It was I who used magic to search for you." "I need your help," John replied. "Oh. Tell me. How can I help you?" Norin asked. "I want you to help me meet someone," John said. "Who?" "Galactus," John replied. Norin, hearing that name, trembled. He directly got up and started walking. The board came flying by to his side. "Don't leave, Norin. This is very important. The fate of the universe is at stake," John said as he saw Norin leaving. The fate of the universe is always at stake, Mr. Jameson. I can help you in all other matters. But not him. I am sorry. You can go and search for other heralds of his. Norrin said. Galactus did choose another herald after Norrin left his service. I can, but you are his favorite. I have no other choice but to come and seek help from you. John said. Norrin had already got on his board to leave. He wasn't even in the mood to talk. As he started flying out, John shouted. Black Winter is coming. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 372, Gallon, 2. Norrin Rod suddenly stopped when John said that. He flew down again. Now he was interested. He had only heard once Galactus spoke of Black Winter in all his life, and there was fear in his voice when he said that. Even though he didn't know what it was, he understood that Black Winter must be something extraordinary to even scare the Devourer of Worlds. Tell me more, Norrin said. Well, Black Winter is coming. Imagine Galactus on a multiversal scale. That is Black Winter. That's what it does. And that's what it has been doing since ages. Including eating the same cosmos that Galactus came from. John said. Oh, so all our multiverse is at stake? Norrin asked. Not exactly. The gods of the multiverse have decided to isolate my universe so that Black Winter doesn't devour everything. So we are alone now, and only Galactus can help us in dealing with Black Winter. John said. Why are you sure that Galactus would help you? For all I care, he will join Black Winter and devour the universe as he loves doing that. Norrin asked. You are a herald of Galactus. Do you like it? Being trapped and not able to do anything? John asked. Though I have freedom now, I always have to look on my back, if that's what you are asking. I can never enjoy a life of full freedom. Norrin said. His tone was sad. He wanted to go back home, but he couldn't. In fear that Galactus would come one day again and devour Zenla. He could never take that risk. He even needed to leave his lover and be the servant of Galactus for such a long time. That is what Galactus feels. Just like you. Because he is the herald of Black Winter. Just like you. John said as finally dropped the main bomb of Galactus' true story in front of him. Norrin's eyes went wide when John said that. He got visibly agitated. What did you say? Say that again. Norrin said. You heard me right. He is the herald of Black Winter. Like you, he was sent to guide him to this multiverse, which he hasn't done. For this reason I believe he never came after you. Because in you, he sees himself. John said. This. How is this possible? All my time with him, I could sense a cold person who doesn't have any emotions. He is just hungry all the time. Norrin said. His mother was a hero in her home planet. Do you think that won't rub on him? John said. Norrin got silent when he heard that. He didn't know what he needed to do based on the information he just got on Galactus. Are you sure he will help you? If Black Winter is so powerful, he might not even show his face. As you said, the gods have isolated your universe. He could just hide away. Like me. Norrin said. He can. But this time, he has me. A host of Phoenix Force and a huge team of powerful Avengers. I am sure he will help us. John said. So you are banking on Phoenix Force? The power which you have no control of as of now? Norrin asked skeptically. Yes. But I want to try. Let me see if I can convince him. John said. But if I go, I will never be out of his clutches ever again. Norrin said sadly. I promise you this. After this you will be out of his clutches forever. John said. And John was really going to free him from the clutches of Galactus forever. It would be easy for him to do that. He felt nothing but pity for Norrin, so he decided to help him. Are you sure about that? Norrin said. You yourself said, my watch is more dangerous than the ultimate nullifier. I will use it. John smiled as he showed Norrin his Omnitrix. Norrin got silent. He was contemplating now. This could be his chance to get away from Galactus, but this could be his doom too, as he was sure that if Galactus thinks of confronting Black Winter, he would have to fight Black Winter. He could easily die in that confrontation. But on the other hand, if John kept his promise, he would be free forever. This is the only option I can give you, Norrin. I would meet Galactus, whether you like it or not. I just want you to be free, and this is your chance. John said. All right. I will go with you and find Galactus. I just hope you have enough strength to talk with him face to face. Norrin said. Oh, you don't worry about that. John replied with a smile. And thus they both set off. Norrin and John vanished from their place and were in the spaceship now. Norin looked around the spaceship and asked. This thing is alive. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 373, Devourer of Worlds. Yes, it is alive. Meet Blackbird. My personal spaceship in this universe. John introduced Blackbird. Hello. Blackbird responded. Hello. I am Norin Rad. Norin said. Welcome aboard. I hope you will like the journey. Blackbird said. Blackbird, take me to where Norin asks you to. John said as they needed to travel again as Norin couldn't say the coordinates exactly. Sure. Blackbird said. Norin pointed in the direction and they took off. And thus another long journey began. Though it wasn't a boring one. John was interested to know about the Silver Surfer history. Even though John read it in the comics, he wanted to know more about him. Even Norin was interested to know about the host of Phoenix Force, so they both exchanged their sides of the story. John then spoke of Black Winter and how they came to know about him. He was amazed to know that the multiverse had so many beings and the Black Priests. Thus they normally spent time talking and exchanging ideas. It took another 3 months to travel. Finally, one day after months of travel, John got to see Galactus. From far away. And John was amazed by the mere size of him. He thought Arisham's size was big as he was much larger than Earth itself. But Arisham would probably be a kid in front of him. The size of Galactus was almost the size of a galaxy. John had a mental preparation of the size Galactus would look like, but he surpasses his expectations by a mile. His face looked exactly like he was in the comics, though the color combinations were different, but it wasn't far off. As they were approaching, Galactus, who was just closing his eyes and levitating, opened them. Simply the opening of his caused the nearby planets to shake. Galactus saw the spaceship coming in his direction. He squinted his eyes and in a blink of an eye he started shrinking in size. Soon the size of Galactus was just like Arisham's. John sighed when he saw this. Just this move alone showed how powerful he was. Ready to meet him? John asked in a solemn tone. We have to. No. I have to. This is my last chance to be out of his clutches. Norin said as his surfboard came to him. John put on his Kryptonian breathing apparatus. He felt sad. He still needed that to come to space. John hoped that after becoming full host of Phoenix Force some drawbacks of his would go away. Blackbird opened the hangar and they both got out. They then both started flying to Galactus. As they were approaching, John could feel that Galactus was looking at them. He was looking at Norin. Even though he looked at John for a few seconds, his eyes were more on Norin. They both finally stopped near the face of him. There was an eerie silence around as it was space. And this silence was kind of stifling. Finally Galactus spoke. Even though it was space, his voice was heard by both of them. Probably because of the power cosmic wielded by him. After so many years you have come back for service. The voice was heavy and loud. The voice had majesty that John had never heard before. John was sure that his voice was enough to kill mortals. He didn't even need to devour the world. I have not come back to serve you. I have come back with news. The news that is important to you. Norin replied. What kind of important news is it that you have come from so far just to inform me? Galactus asked, now being little interested. His favorite has always been Norin, no matter who he chose next as his herald. Galactus didn't even bother to reprimand Norin for his absence. That was the reason he didn't say anything when Norin refused to be of his service again. My friend here will deliver you the information. Norin said as he pointed to John. A host of Phoenix Force. He is still too young to talk to me. It will be better if you tell me, Norin. Galactus said, not even looking at John. Even though technically they both belonged to the same category, John wasn't the actual host yet, so Galactus never cared. Moreover, Galactus and John belonged to opposite camps. Him being on the side of life force and Galactus was responsible for devouring life force. John looked at Galactus while he squinted his eyes. It was the first time he was looked down upon. Even the priest Strange never looked down upon him. He directly used his Omnitrix and changed himself. To Alien X, Galactus was taken aback by this sudden transformation. He could feel that this new person which the host changed into had never appeared in front of him. And like him, this new being was powered by something cosmic. And if this wasn't enough, Alien X started to get bigger. And in the blink of an eye the size of Alien X was exactly as the size of Galactus. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 374, The Balance. Now can we talk? John said, and like Galactus his voice too traveled without any problems across space. Both Galactus and Norin were taken aback by this sudden change. They didn't expect that John was able to do such a thing, and both could feel that John's powers were like them. "What are you?" Galactus asked as he got intrigued by this new host of Phoenix Force. He had never seen such a being ever before. "A celestial sapien." A voice again said, which sounded like it was said by 3 different beings. "Celestial. Do you belong to that race?" Galactus asked as he thought John belonged to the Celestials. "Don't categorize me with them. I never have any connection with them." John answered, and this time with a bit of anger. "Let's leave my origins. We both have unspeakable origins. But the problem is I know of your origins." "Gallon of TAA." John said. Galactus' eyes squinted as John said his real name out loud. He never expected someone totally out of nowhere knew his actual name. Never expected an unknown guy would know my origins. "So what of it?" "I don't think it matters where I came from," Galactus replied. "It doesn't. You did what you had to do to survive. But the problem is you made a deal with the devil," John replied. Galactus looked at John with more stoic eyes now. He had done many things in the past and he made many bad decisions. He just wasn't sure what John was referring to, so he was silent. John, seeing that Galactus was silent and refused to speak, said, "Black Winter is coming." "What did you say?" Galactus shouted out loud. He was visibly shaken when John spoke about Black Winter. "You heard me right. Your master is coming," John said. Galactus got agitated when John said that Black Winter was his master. He never spoke of this to anyone. Nobody knew of it. Until now. He became angry when John said that Black Winter was his master. He hated being a part of him. And John just reminded him that. Galactus then did not know what to do when John said that, directly punched John. And John, who was expecting this attack, blocked him with his hands. And then, after blocking him, punched back. This punch hit Galactus right at his face. This small move was enough to push Galactus back. But that wasn't the highlight of all this. The highlight was the nearby planets and asteroids got destroyed into nothingness. This attack was felt by most of the planets nearby. Galactus, who was pushed back, was ready to hit John again, but before he could do that, a person appeared right in front of them. A person of the same size as them. A person who had 3 heads levitating over the shoulder with no neck. The other 2 heads were covered while others could see only his one face. The body looked golden in color. Yes. The living tribunal, the judge of the multiverse, was here. John's eyes squinted when he saw this because he knew this guy. This was the living tribunal. The actual balance controller of the multiverse. The person who never interfered until there was imbalance in the universe. "Can you guys calm down?" the living tribunal spoke. "He was the one trying to hit me." John just shrugged his shoulders when he said that. Galactus, who was ready to hit John, stopped. Even though he wasn't afraid of the living tribunal, he didn't want to get on the wrong side of such a guy. "Sorry, I couldn't hold myself when he said Black Winter was my master," Galactus said. "Did I say a lie? You are his herald. You have been hiding from him since this multiverse started. Hiding and thinking he would go away. And now he is back. Hungry for my universe," John said. "How? How do you know this?" "Nobody knew of this." "Nobody," Galactus said. "How I know doesn't matter. What I want to know is, what will you do about this matter?" John asked. Galactus was silent for some time, but finally clenched his teeth and hands. "Of course I will fight against him. Me, being an herald of him doesn't mean anything. My powers are not fueled by him," Galactus said with a hint of pride. His power cosmic wasn't fueled by Black Winter but by the eternity from the previous multiverse. "But your hunger is fueled by Black Winter," John responded. Galactus became silent when John accused him of that. His hunger for worlds was really fueled by it. "Why are you here?" John asked now to the living tribunal, who was watching the conversation of both of them. He too didn't know that Galactus was the herald of Black Winter. This was a total new information for him. He is omnipotent, but the moment John became the host, his omnipotence lost on John and all the other gods. "I am here to stop you from causing more havoc in the universe," the living tribunal said. His tone was bland, so John didn't know if he was angry or sad. "They deserved it," John said as he understood what the living tribunal meant. Chapter 375, The Infinity Stones. "But this has created an imbalance in this universe," the living tribunal said. "Imbalance? You dare speak of imbalance? You all isolated our universe. You chose to leave a whole universe with nothing. Don't you dare say those words." John said it out loud. His words echoed everywhere. His words were heard by all of the higher beings. "We have no other choice. We need to think of the multiverse," the living tribunal said. You are right. You thought of the multiverse. So here I am. Thinking of my universe and did what they deserved. None of you can say that they didn't deserve it. They had become way too arrogant. I know that this universe's actions matters to the multiverse, but I don't give AF***K. They will remain Depo word until I deem them worthy. John said. The living tribunal sighed. Since John himself was a representative of Phoenix Force, they couldn't undo his actions. He was the same level as them and even more so now. This new form of John surprised all. None of them had seen such a weird powerful being ever before. What are you both talking about? Galactus said. None of your business. So are you going to help us? John asked instead. Yes. But I can't do it alone and I will need help. Galactus said. It is my universe, so of course I will help you. Do you need anything for this? John asked. I need the 5 planets that hold down the universe or a power equivalent to it. Galactus said. How about Infinity Stones? John asked. That will do. Galactus said. Good. I will be leaving then. Have stayed enough in this universe. You can stay here. I am taking Norrin to my universe. And yes, after Black Winter, he will be freed. And that is non-negotiable. John said. Galactus hesitated for a moment before finally nodding to it. Then it settled. John said as he changed back to his normal form. Truth to be told, he was scared. Confronting such beings, such gods, he was not sure if his celestial sapien inheritance would be able to stop them. But thankfully he was the host of Phoenix Force. A host who the Phoenix Force chose when it was in egg form. It meant that his words now represented that of the Phoenix Force. Thus combining both of them had given him a platform to speak at the same level of the gods of this multiverse. Both the Living Tribunal and Galactus now looked at the normal version of John. They really were in awe of such changes of John. They understood that all this version was powered by that watch of his. But they had never seen such a weird technology ever before. But they didn't ask, as it was not right to ask someone of their secrets. Bye. John said as he vanished from the universe. The universe of Earth 616. With Norrin. He had spent months here and now it was time to go back. He needed to see his own homeland again. John and Norrin thus both vanished with his magic. Who is he? Galactus asked. John Jameson. An Earthling from Earth, 1999999. We never noticed him until Black Winter's news came. I have got to say, you have hidden this from us for such a long time, Galactus, the Living Tribunal said. The revelation of Black Winter was surprising to all. It's up to me who I say and not say about my matters. Galactus said. By that time a huge spaceship appeared. A spaceship the size of at least Earth's sun. This spaceship belonged to Galactus. Named TAA-2, after his home planet. Galactus didn't even say his bye and just boarded his spaceship and left. Still grumpy as ever, the Living Tribunal mumbled as he too vanished. The Living Tribunal looked more easygoing as he was in the comics. This was probably because he dealt with beings who were almost at the same level as him. John, on the other hand, was back at his universe. Near his own home. The House of Mysteries. With Norrin and his board. Norrin didn't say a single thing in all of this. It was not his place to speak out. Even though he had questions he didn't ask yet. As John appeared again, both Strange and Thor felt it. Without any hesitance they both appeared near John. They were curious about what had happened in the other universe. As they came, they both saw a new person with John. A silver-looking humanoid OA surfboard. Both could feel there was immense power inside him. And when they both looked at John they too felt a power that John had never shown before. I guess you have questions. John said. Both of them nodded. Summon all of them to the House of Justice. We have things to say. John said. Chapter 376, Back Home. All right. But who is this guy? At least, introduce us. Thor said. I will introduce him to all in the hall. Let's go for now. John said as they all started walking to the hall. Norrin, on the other hand, was looking around. He was amazed by what he saw. A ring-like structure on the orbit of the Earth which had its own weather all around. The ring had a full sustainable ecosystem. Even though using power cosmic didn't make him omnipotent, he still could feel around. And what he saw amazed him. Especially the new kinds of creatures. The creatures which he had never seen before, and he could feel that each and every one of them was powerful. This really looks like utopia. Norrin mumbled. There can never be an utopia. Perfect things don't exist. John said as he heard the mumbling of Norrin. John remembered the famous words of Mayuri Kuratsuchi. He really loved that arc where he showed that perfect things don't exist, and if it does it meant that there could be no further innovations possible on that particular thing. This was a curse. As they reached the hall, many others had started emerging from boom tubes and the teleportation of Guilty Spark. Norrin was more amazed seeing such amazing technology. Even though he had seen teleportation before, the operation of it was totally different. All who were called by Thor and Strange were surprised to see a new guy. Everybody thought that it was another person who came from another universe. But none could remember any such person in John's works before. Who is this guy? Tony asked. Don't know. Maybe John brought him on his return journey. Looks powerful. Banner said. They all went inside and everybody took their seats. Norrin was looking all around. He had seen the Avengers in his universe, so he knew many faces. But he had never seen some faces before, and some of them looked powerful. John got up from his seat and said, "So I am safe. If anybody can kill you, it is you yourself." Tony joked. Everybody laughed. It was true. They had seen how powerful John was during the Thanos War. And now when John was back, they could see he had changed. Especially those eyes. Those eyes looked something straight out of a fantasy story. They were curious about it but didn't ask. Well, yes. Many things happened along the way. Met your other versions. Didn't like them. John said. Well. That was expected from the world that Strange came from. Barry said. They all still remembered clearly the fight against Strange in the Himalayas. True, but that's not all. I met Galactus. John said. All sat straight when John said that. They had heard about him and his powers. They feared him a lot since John explained his origin. They knew why John went for him. Because of Black Winter. Black Winter was supposedly coming within a year's time now. And truth to be told, they still weren't sure how they would defeat him. So when John said he was going to another place, many assumed that it was for meeting Galactus since they were enemies. How was the meeting? Any fruits? Wayne asked. There is. He has agreed to help us. Speaking of Galactus, this is Norrin. The first herald of Galactus. John said. Now all finally knew who this new guy was. Hello. I am Norrin Rad from Zenla. Norrin said as he got up from his seat and introduced himself. No wonder he looks so weird but feels so powerful. Turns out to be his herald. Thor said. So I brought him here since he is his herald, and because if we win this war, he will be free forever. So I hope we will win. John smiled as he said. He wanted to diffuse the gloomy atmosphere around. We will win it. No matter what. Gerald said. We will have to win. There is no escape. Steve said. All right. There is still time. I will go and take a rest. Have been away from home for such a long time. I just need my bed. John said as he started going home. Then he remembered something and turned back. We will need the Infinity Stones to help Galactus. John said. Can he be trusted? Wayne asked. Of course not, but this is all we can do to have extra assurance. We will use it to power him if we ever fail in facing the Black Winter. John said as he vanished after wearing the helmet. I hope we don't ever reach that position. Tony said. Hey Norrin, do you have any idea why his eyes glowed like birds on fire? Hal asked instead as he was more interested in knowing what happened to John. You don't know what that represents? Norrin asked as he thought it was common knowledge. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 377, Earthquake. No. What is it? All I can feel is immense life force. Almost unlimited. Triss said as she wanted to know what it was. Because it is an unlimited life force. John is the host of Phoenix Force. He is basically on a different level now. The mortals can now deem him as a god now. The Phoenix Force is one of the oldest known cosmic entities, representing life that has not yet been born, as well as the forces of creation and destruction. Norrin said. It was all he knew of the Phoenix Force. What? A host of a god. Wouldn't it change his personality? Banner asked as he feared John would be like his Hulk persona. The Phoenix Force chooses a host every time it goes through rebirth. This time it was special. He was chosen as the host before the Phoenix Force hatched. So it means when it hatches, John will have full control. So don't worry. The John you know will remain the same John forever. It is true, Scott once got the Phoenix Force when it was an egg and he had full control over Phoenix Force before dying in battle. Oh yes, having Phoenix Force doesn't make him invincible. There are situations when a god can die too. This is interesting. We have a god now among us. An actual multiversal god. We have hopes against Black Winter, Diana said. Later they all introduced each other. Norrin was curious about them, so he wanted to know more about his future comrades. All were curious about the Phoenix Force too, so they wanted to know more of its previous hosts. He wanted to see if the Earth in this universe was worthy enough. And the Avengers wanted to know about his meeting with Galactus and how he looked. They were curious about the other universe. A universe where many of them had their doppelgangers. And the universe which they had not seen in John's works. John went home and entered his beloved bathroom. He needed shower to clean himself. Even though he actually didn't need any cleaning, he still loved doing that. Being a magician comes with a lot of baggage, and being clean always was one of them. As he was in his bathtub, he was checking the system. He had not checked the system since he entered that universe. Maybe because a part of him feared that checking his system he would be noticed, so he wanted to be away from the system. And now he was the host of Phoenix Force. John hoped that the Phoenix Force wouldn't be able to see his secret. Oh yes. I forgot about the fairy tale. Let the Eternals arc end, then I will just summon them. We'll keep the fan values. Maybe I will need them during the fight against Black Winter. I wonder how Arsham will react to our stopping of his plans. Can't wait to piss him off. John was thinking all random thoughts as he was bathing. He soon came out and had his food. Adino returned the moment he came back. So she, John and the spirit of the house had a good time together. How were you when I was gone? John asked. Was boring, but we were fine, the spirit said. I am sorry for leaving you all like this. I won't be going away anytime soon. John said. It's okay. We understand. You have a lot to do and a lot to protect. All we can do is give you a good place to rest, the spirit said. Thank you. John said to them. Even though they were his summons and they needed to listen to his orders, John genuinely liked them and treated them all fair. Even if he needed to control them sometimes, he did as little as possible and wanted them to grow as normal as possible. He decided to spend his time at home now and won't go out for a few days. He had been running around a lot and now he needed a break from all of this. Thus in the next few days he was at home. This year Emma wouldn't come as they all needed to be on the lookout for Black Winter. This was a dangerous job, but they had to undertake it. John wanted her back at home, but she refused to come back. A month or so passed by like this, but one fine day, his days of lazing around stopped. This day was kind of tragic for Earth as a whole. Because there was a massive earthquake which jolted the whole Earth. Such an earthquake had never been seen on the planet and the geologists were clueless. John, who came to know of this, mumbled. So Tiamat, we are finally here. Let me see what I can make of you. Avengers, gather at the hall. We have a god to bury. John said as he wore his helmet. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 378, Tiamat. John and others soon gathered at the hall. It had become a common practice now. Many other members of the Avengers many times gather here to execute plans. Even if it's been some time that the Pokemons have appeared in their world, there were still elements in the society who want to duel to them. So Avengers would sometimes participate with S.H.I.E.L.D. to control these elements. So gathering at the hall was a common practice for many now. Not all were as rich as John and Tony, and this was a good way to earn money. Where is Norrin? John asked. He is out roaming the universe. You didn't tell us about the huge change you just experienced. Tony said. What change? John got confused as he didn't know what he meant by that. You becoming the host of the Phoenix Force and even having the Omnitrix. Tony said. Ah. That. I didn't think it was that important. I just got access to the Omnitrix after much searching. I needed to make myself powerful, so I was on the witch hunt. Took me a lot of effort to take away the Omnitrix. John lied. If one day they came to know about Gilgamesh, he would say that he had the access to the vault of his. The Gate of Babylon. That would explain many of his powers. At least inform us of all this. Arthur said. Well, I am sorry, next time I will inform everyone. Oh yes, I got access to the vault of Gilgamesh. The Gate of Babylon. John said. Since they asked him to be clear of his new powers, he decided to tell them about it. You mean that *** Cole's vault? Ha ha ha. He deserved it. Tony said as he laughed. He had watched the Fate series, so he knew about them. Yes, his vault. John attested to it. How does it feel to be a god? Steve asked jokingly. I am not a god, contrary to what you have heard about Phoenix Force or Alien X. They are powerful, sure, but not invincible. There are instances where both Alien X and Phoenix Force were defeated before. And I hate the notion of gods. They are just beings with higher responsibility. And if a god isn't being responsible, it is our obligation to remind them. John said. And this is the reason I called you all. All got serious when John said that. When he called all the Avengers, he mentioned about burying a god, so they got the hint that it was serious. Can't this god wait? We have another huge matter thrown at us right now. Steve said. It can't, Captain Rogers. The god who had been sleeping on Earth will awaken in 7 days. Strange knows about it. Don't you, Strange? John asked Strange as he too came for the meeting. Strange nodded his head. You mean that god which you mentioned before? What were they called again? Ah, yes. Celestials. Tony said. Yes. A seed of the celestial Tiamat will be born soon. John said. Do we have countermeasures in place? Wayne asked, as this was his main concern. We do. Actually, I want to meet somebody through this. So I will insert my hand in this as minimum as possible. But we need to be alert. For this reason I called you all. John said. Are you sure not involving ourselves in this catastrophe is the best way we have got? Victor asked. See, we can't take away the seed which is about to emerge as a celestial now. This will just destroy the core of the Earth. So we can only act when he shows up and stop the emergence. That is the only feasible way with least destruction possible. John said. Man, what is up with these celestials? Planting seeds like gardeners? Barry asked. Well, they are so much more than gardeners. So this call for you all to be alert, and yes, Clark will be coming soon. John said as it was finally time to call Clark. He had decided to pit Clark against Ikaris from the moment he knew he had enough fan values. Marvel's Superman versus the actual Superman. Though the whole plan got derailed with the emergence of Batman's change of lineage, Clark's plot was something he didn't change. He just wanted to play with Ikaris a bit. A soldier who had a blind faith in his superiors was a dangerous one, and Clark would be the best fit. Oh, the scout boy is finally here. Took him long enough. Tony mumbled. When is he coming? Wayne asked. In a week. The whole drama with the Celestials would take in this week too, so all Avengers are advised not to take any extra mission during this. We have a lot on our plate. John said. Yes. All Avengers from now are advised to stop taking any mission until the Black Winter ends. We don't want any kind of disturbance now. Wayne said. At the end it was him who was the leader, so he had control over the members. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 379, Ikaris. All nodded their heads as they understood that it was a crucial time and all needed to be fully fit to confront whatever was coming. This was a war that was very crucial for all of the universe and its survival. Be on the lookout. I am off. John said as he walked away. All two returned back to their homes. As he was walking away he remembered something, so he turned back and asked Tony as he didn't leave yet. How far are you with the anti-metal? John asked. I have made that in a suit made of nano anti-metal. There is a surprise for you. Tony said. Really? Then I am looking forward to it in the next fight. John said as he was really looking forward to what Tony Stark, who was one of the most intelligent people in this universe, had in store. John then vanished from his place and was near the house of a Jack. He was here to see how Ikaris would react to this. He wanted to see if this new world would be able to convince him. He didn't show himself to Ikaris and just hid with his invisibility cap. And thus the wait started, but it didn't last long. Ikaris showed up in his car after about 5 hours. John looked at him and mumbled. Robb Stark. All that is left is Jon Snow. I am half contemplating introducing the Game of Thrones series till the end, but that ending kind of ruins everything. Ding. After the update, the host can make any motion pictures having their own stories in order to accumulate fan values. But the characters made by the host would never come to life. Are you kidding me? Why didn't you say this earlier? System, come out. I want to fight you. There was no response from the system. He was really angry. Many of his projects were stalled because he didn't like the ending. Series like Game of Thrones and such other series were the prime example. Hell, even his Justice League movie was stalled because of this. Well, whatever, since I can make my own stories I need to go to Disney to convey my ideas. John thought. As he was thinking that, Ikaris had met a Jack and she said about the emergence, which was very close now. And as the story should have gone, Ikaris did take a Jack to the pit where he found the deviants. John followed them and sighed. Even after all of this, a blind soldier was a soldier at the very end. He knew he needed to intervene. A Jack was at the end, thrown on the pit with her gun where the deviants were. It wasn't a pit, to be honest, rather a frozen lake. A Jack fought as she could, but the deviants were too powerful for her and she wasn't exactly a fighter. As she was going to be stabbed by a deviant, a huge spear came flying by, impaling it on its spot. And new spears that emerged out of his gate killed all the rest. A Jack looked up from where the spear came from and saw John just levitating with his helmet of fate. A Jack was relieved when she saw that. Even though John had warned her against Ikari, she didn't take it seriously. But after she was thrown in the pit by him, she understood that John was right. It was good that she kept away Chansey in a safe place after Ikari showed up, just so that if anything went wrong there was someone like Chansey to speak the truth later. But now since John was here, there was hope. "Still don't believe me?" John said as he came down. A Jack shook her head as this lesson was hard enough. "Are you going to kill him?" A Jack asked. "Of course no. He is going to bring the band together. I just showed him an illusion of you being dead. I think that is enough for him to believe that you are dead, and he would soon use this as a pretext to bring everyone together." John said. "That is dangerous. He would kill the others. Like he tried with me." A Jack said. "No, he won't. He loves Cersei way too much to come to that point. Let him go. I will send you to the ring. Stay there. I will handle it from here on out. We have bigger wars coming and people like you will be required." John said as he waved his hands to send her away. He didn't even listen to what she had to say. Ikari's left after he saw in the illusion that deviants just dismembered her body completely. He didn't get to take her body away like he did in the original story. After Ikari's left, John summoned the system. "Take Clark Kent out." The Zack Snyder's version. John said as he spent 350 million fan value points on him. Ding. Character extracted. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 380, Deviants. John didn't bring out the character here. He would be brought out when it would be appropriate time. John, before leaving, looked at the cave nearby. He could see there were still deviants in the cave, but he didn't kill them. If he killed them all, it would just make the whole story very boring. So John just gave a glance at them and left. He would wait for them again. In London. He just hoped that the deviants would show up for Cersei and Sprite. John then vanished from his spot and reached London. It had been a long time since he was back here. He loved the city, so he roamed around a bit. He had already found out the location of Dane Whitman. It was evening at that point, so when John searched for him, he was at a bar with Cersei. And as the story should have progressed, he asked her to move in with him. And Cersei wanted to move in, but age was what stopped her. Dane wouldn't be able to live for almost eternity like Cersei. John kept an eye on everything but, and as expected, a deviant did attack Sprite, Cersei, and Dane. The deviants needed to absorb the genes of Eternals to evolve, and thus they had started attacking all the Eternals. Even though Cersei and Sprite were good, they weren't as powerful as Ikari's and others. The deviant was easily able to overpower them, and Ikari's finally showed up to save them. "Now, this is his time to shine," John mumbled. As Ikari's tackled the deviant on a nearby shop, John, who was high up in the air, was hidden and brought out Clark. "Clark. I guess you know how you have to act and all the related problems of this universe." John said. Clark was levitating near him. He brought him out near him. As the deviant got up, he was blasted by Ikari's by his laser eyes. Ikari's then came out and said, "Hello ladies," and gave a cheeky smile. But before he could even look at Cersei, he himself was blasted by a laser. He was thrown back a few meters. Sprite and others who saw this were aback. They didn't expect to see such a scene. When they turned back, they saw a man wearing a black suit with a cape behind his back. And there was a symbol of chest on his chest. "Hey, why did you do this? He is on our side. That monster is a deviant," Sprite shouted as he saw his secret love being blasted by this new guy. "We know what they are," came a voice behind their backs. They turned around only to see a guy who was close to legendary. The only person whose identity was unknown from the whole team of Avengers. "Dr. Fate," Dane mumbled. "Then if you know who they are, why did Batman attack?" Sprite said as she thought he was Batman. The videos of Mars suggested that Batman was a Kryptonian. "To correct you, he isn't Batman. He is Superman. Batman is Kryptonian for other reasons. And the thing about Ikari's is different." "Do you know us?" Cersei asked as she was surprised that Dr. Fate knew Ikari's. "You don't think that only Eternals have been the secret protector of the planets now, do you?" John asked. Ikari's, who was being thrown away, finally got up and flew straight to Superman. He had never been hit by somebody like that before. He had always been on top. With his flight, strength, and his eyes. Now he saw another guy doing this to him. So he charged against him without even thinking. Clark, who had just levitated down and saw the approaching Ikari's. He just smiled and moved his foot a little and directly punched Ikari's on his back. The punch was so powerful that it just changed the trajectory of his flight and stopped him on his tracks. Imagine the punch Luffy gave to Bellamy. Ikari's fell on the ground with a loud scream. Meanwhile, the deviant who was blasted away saw the opportunity and decided to attack Ikari's, who was beaten down, but before it could take a step, spears were thrown at it from multiple sides. And the next moment it was dead. Cersei, Sprite, and Dane just had their eyes opened of what had just happened. They thought that Dr. Fate and Superman didn't know who the real enemy was and wanted to stop him. But it was totally contrary to their beliefs. Ikari's was beaten down and the deviant was killed before it could even lay a finger on anyone. Why are you doing this? We are on the side of humanity. We have protected you all since ages. Sprite asked as she was close to tears. She saw her beloved Ikari's on the ground, unconscious. She had never seen him beaten down so easily, and that too in only 2 moves. Chapter 381, Eternals. You did well until the deviants were killed. And then everything was back to what it was before. Savages. But that's the fault of humanity, not yours. Ikari's was beaten down for another reason. But before that we need to leave here. John said as he saw many people taking out their mobile phones and had started making videos of them. Are there 2 Superman? Or is it a fight between Batman and Superman again? Was that Doomsday? What were the spears? The spears of Gilgamesh. People were whispering all kinds of absurd things, trying to understand. John heard all this and sighed. His works had now infiltrated everywhere, but now the people appoint other names to totally different and unrelated things. Before they got overwhelmed by people, he vanished with Ikari's and others. Including Dane. He too had a role, as he too was an Avenger, in other universes. The Black Knight. Wielder of the Ebony Blade. When they appeared again, they all were in the ring. Ikari's was still unconscious and was on the shoulder of Clark. Sprite and Cersei were scared, and so was Dane. They didn't understand why Ikari's was treated badly. As they appeared in the ring, they saw a woman standing far on the beach looking at the ocean. When Cersei and Sprite saw the woman, they rejoiced, because they knew her. A Jack. A Jack. Cersei shouted. A Jack turned her head to look at them and smiled, but then she saw Ikari's. She could see that he was alive but was beaten badly. Cersei. Sprite. Come, we have things to discuss. A Jack called both of them. John, on the other hand, looked at Clark and said, Avengers, Clark is here. Meet me at the hall, saying that he took off his helmet. Cersei and Sprite saw the face behind the helmet for the first time. Even though John was one of the candidates who people thought was Dr. Fate, many still didn't believe it, but now seeing him in reality was different. Cersei. It's been a long time. John smiled and said. You knew about me at that time when we met? Cersei asked as he remembered their first meeting at the museum. She thought the meeting was weird, but now everything became clear. Yes. I knew about you all. And truth to be told, I have always known. Known more than you. A Jack will say more about it. Ikari's will be taken away for attempt of murder of a fellow Eternal. John said. What? Sprite and Cersei shouted. Yes. He tried to kill me yesterday. A Jack said in a low and sad voice. What are you talking about? Why would Ikari's do that? Sprite asked agitatedly. Because he knows the real purpose of your arrival on Earth. Go and talk with a Jack. She will clear your doubts. I will send him to prison. John said as he waved his hands. He sent Ikari's to a prison built on the ring by using magic. Let's go, Clark. We will meet your new and old friends. Many things have changed. John said. Clark nodded and then they both flew away. By the time John and Clark reached the hall, almost all the Avengers had arrived. Wayne looked at Clark. It's been some time, brother. Clark said. John told you about my lineage? Wayne asked with a bland face. Clark nodded his head. I am happy that I have someone who has the same powers as me. Even though we don't have the same parents, at least we share the same heritage. Clark said as he was genuinely happy to see someone who was a Kryptonian. The death of Zod was still heavy on his shoulders. You guys need to get a room. Tony interjected. Everybody laughed when he said that. Then all proceeded to enter the hall. As Clark was an old member of the Justice League, he knew some of them. Thus the introductions began. They all were happy to see a new member who was very powerful. So Tiamat is going to come. In a few days. Be ready when I call you all. John said. Are you sure the handling of yours doesn't need help? Tony asked. I don't. Help me handle the other guy who will probably show up after I block this new baby. John said as he was sure Erisham would show up. All right. All of you get acquainted. I am off. Have lots of things to do. John said as he vanished. He is the most hard-working person I have ever seen. Banner said. John didn't look like he had time and was always vanishing after speaking a few words. Power comes with huge responsibilities on shoulders. Vision said. True. But him being a god and still interfering in normal life. I don't think this will go down well with the other supposed gods. Wanda said. Yes, and in those moments we need to help him. We might not be real gods, but we damn as well give our all in fighting these hypocrite gods. Natasha said. Chapter 382, The Band Back Together. John then appeared again at his home. Jack, Cersei, and Sprite had already entered his home and were sitting. John had ordered the spirit of the house to invite them in, so they had all entered. Their faces were not looking good after they came to know what their purpose was. They finally understood why Thena acted out of her character sometimes. It was because she had memories of her past life. You have been lying to us for centuries. Sprite accused Jack. I am sorry, but I thought it would be better for all. Having conflicting emotions isn't actually a good feeling. It's like we are raising livestock. I have wanted it to end for such a long time. But we never had the power. Until now. Jack said as he looked at John, who had just appeared. This is Erisham we are talking about. Not Thanos. We are seriously outgunned. Sprite said. You don't have to worry about it. I will handle Erisham. Well, Cersei will help us do it. John said. Me. How can I stop Erisham? Cersei asked, surprised. Erisham. No. I want you to handle Tiamat. With the help of the connector of Jack you can do a unimind with the other Eternals and make Tiamat a statue. And Erisham. I will talk with him personally. Who are you kidding? That is Erisham. He is the judge. He can easily kill you. Sprite said. He can't. If he tries doing that, I will unleash a force against him that he couldn't even imagine in his life. And the convention among gods won't allow him to touch me. John replied with a smile. What does that mean? Cersei asked. You will see when the time is right. Sprite, I know you love Ikaris, but let me give a piece of advice. I am not as good-hearted as Cersei or Jack. If anything goes wrong because of you, I will personally destroy you. Jack said. What? Cersei said. Even Dane, who was listening to the conversation, was surprised. They never expected that Sprite had been secretly loving Ikaris. How do you know this? I have never spoken about this to anyone. Sprite said as she clenched her fist. She really loved him and she had been hiding this from everyone for centuries. As I said, I know a hell of a lot more than you can imagine. Now you all need to bring the band together. John said. Sprite, you really Ikaris? Jack asked as she was really surprised now. After all these years none of them noticed. Only after John's words did they realize it was probably true. Cersei felt awkward as she was essentially married to him before. And now this revelation changed many things. Sprite nodded her head but had tears in her eyes. Dane. Are you comfortable here? John asked. Yes. Thank you for the hospitality. But I am curious why you brought me. I am nobody. Dane said. You aren't a nobody. You come from a very long heritage. And I want you to do one thing. Talk to your uncle and ask him about your family's history. John said. My family? Is it important? Dane asked. Yes. I know you don't like your uncle and rightfully so, but it is up to you now how you want to change your future. And maybe I can bring you to the Avengers. John said. Me and an Avenger? That's a good joke. Cersei and others are fit for that, not me. Dane laughed when he said that. The Eternals belong to a different camp. They are welcome to join if they want to. But you definitely belong to the Avengers. John said. I am just a normal guy. Dane said. As I said, you should ask your uncle. You will know why I said that. When you are ready, call me. The guilty spark will now take you back home. John said. Dane nodded his head. From John's words he knew that something was up with his family. And needed to know what it was. How do you know all of us? Cersei finally asked. There are many reasons for that. You will know when the time comes. Now we will go for Phastos and others. We need all of them to get the proper unimind. Cersei and others nodded their heads and thus all went on their ways. The guilty spark took away Dane and John's small and new team teleported to the home Phastos was living in. Living with his son and his husband. And Phastos was playing with his son. When John and others appeared he was taken aback. It's been some time, Phastos. Jack said. Hey. a Jack, Cersei, Sprite, and Dr. Fate. Fastos incoherently said as he didn't expect his old friends would be back and this time with a new friend. Come in. Fastos said hurriedly then. The appearance of Dr. Fate would raise eyes in the neighborhood and he didn't want any problems in his private life. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 383, All Together. All went to his home. And after proper introduction of John, they told him about why they were here. Fastos, as expected, decided to help them. He had his family now and even a cute Pokemon Rosalia. He didn't want to lose such a loving family just because Erisham willed it so. Now for Kingo. John said as he wore the helmet and vanished with all. They appeared again in a hidden place away from the Bollywood set. John changed his attire to normal and wore the invisibility cap. He waited at the place while the others went to bring Kingo. When the Eternals came back with him, John saw Kingo for the second time in his life. Kingo looked at John closely. He had seen John before when he was young at the Oscars. He didn't think much of a boy who supposedly created a miracle and made a huge movie. But now when he looked back at it, John probably knew about him at that point. He could still remember those clear eyes of his which looked at him. You knew about me when you were that young? Kingo asked. Yes, I knew. John admitted. Damn. How many secrets is he hiding? Kingo said as he got to know everything from his colleagues. So are you with us or want to sit this one out? John asked. In the actual story, he didn't participate in the fight against Ikaris nor in stopping Erisham. I am on your side. You seem to know a lot from the words of a Jack. I have a feeling you have planned this whole one out. Kingo said. Oh, that is cool. Karun can also join, I think. John said. Karun nodded as he was happy to be with the Eternals. The supposed ancestors of theirs and of course the famous Dr. Fate. All right. Let's bring all of them and then we can decide the course of action. John said as he vanished with all of them and reached the next location. The place where Gilgamesh and Thena lived. They were able to convince them fast as Thena had been suffering from her past memories all her life and she was extremely angry about it. And Gilgamesh had always followed Thena so he too agreed. And the last was Druig. John was skeptical about him. He was different in comics and different in the movie. His character wasn't so good in the comics and in the actual story too his character could be questionable at times. But he still needed to try, so they went to the place where Druig lived with his subordinates whom he controlled by mind. And John was surprised that when they reached they were already under attack. In the actual story, the deviants attacked much later but here it was different. John didn't waste any time and just killed with his spears. For the first time the Eternals got to see the power of John. Is that Gate of Babylon? Cersei asked. Even though she expected that she wasn't sure. But now when she saw it just reassured her doubts. I think so. Sprite said. All then looked at their Gilgamesh. What? I can fight like him too. Gilgamesh said. In your dreams. Thena interjected. After killing the deviants they met Druig. And after telling the whole purpose Druig said. The deviants just killed half of my people. I don't care who is the enemy. I am just pissed off. I am with you. Druig said. As they really did lose half of his people in the attack by the deviants. And now for the last. Makari. John mumbled. They all again teleported and this time it was on the ancient site of Babylon. John sighed. His powers were of Gilgamesh and now he had come full circle after coming. Is it nostalgic for you too? Gilgamesh asked. Kind of. John said. Along with powers he had the memories of his kingdom too. Fastos brought out their spaceship and all of them entered it. Makari was there sitting on the throne. The Eternals introduced John through hand signs. Makari, like others, was surprised to know the whole truth. All right, you all have a good time together. Keep a lookout on the Indian Ocean. Tiamat will probably emerge from there. Cersei will handle it. I know you think your power only works on non-living things but it actually works on living things too. Try to practice on it. Only you are capable of stopping him without much destruction. Or else I will have to take drastic measures. John said. What if I fail? Cersei asked. If you fail I will just teleport the whole people away and search for a planet. There is no other way. And of course many Celestials will die later. John smiled when he said but his face gave a chilling vibe. Can you really handle the Celestials? I know you have said that but Celestials are our creators. A Jack said as all still thought that John was boasting when he said that. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 384, Tiamat. Yes. I might have exaggerated that I will be killing them, but for sure I have the same privilege as them. Don't worry much. John said, and without listening to more of them he vanished. Ha. What a narcissist. Sprite said. He doesn't like us. Does he? Cersei said. No. He is fine with us. He hates the Celestials for some reason. And he particularly doesn't like Sprite. A Jack said, looking at Sprite. How did you figure that out? Fastos asked. His way of looking. He looks at the same burning bird eyes of his, but it flickers a lot when he sees Sprite. A Jack said. You noticed that too? By the way, why are his eyes burning like that? Dr. Fate in Justice League Unlimited doesn't have that power. Kingo said. He knows everything about us, but we know almost nothing of him. The Avengers. They are definitely hiding something. Druig said. We don't have the moral high ground in this. We have hidden ourselves and never spoke of our purpose to the people. We belong to the same category as them. John assured us that time will tell why he had taken such weird decisions, so let's trust him on that for now. Maybe that is his way of testing us. A Jack said. A Jack, you should have told us about this before. Fastos still held a grudge about it. Then you all wouldn't have been able to live a normal life. The feelings which you have right now, would it have bloomed if I had spoken the truth long ago? We too have a life and we need to live by it. A Jack said. All held their heads down. The truth would have hurt them badly at that point of time, and most of them were grateful for leading such a fulfilling life. John, on the other hand, was back home. There were still 2 days until his emergence, so he went to Disney to talk about his works and ideas. The system's late announcement of its features was still like a thorn in his throat. He met Kevin and spoke of his ideas about the next movie which he had in his mind. Kevin was excited to get a script for the next movie from John after a long time. He thought John had lost his ideas and was more concerned with the Avengers team. But now he understood that what he thought was wrong. And after seeing the script he rejoiced because he saw such an amazing story and a continuation of the previous movies. Take it slow. There is no rush for further movies. Hire a good scriptwriter. And execute it to the best of your abilities. I won't be around too much from now. But I will try to come up with ideas. John said. I understand, boss. You have bigger responsibilities now. I just hope you always come back. Kevin said. John nodded. Is there anything going with the company? John asked. Sir, the governments are trying to infiltrate Disney recently. Even though it's very subtle, there is a growing influence of them. Is it? Any idea who started it? John asked. I don't know, boss. But I think it started from the US military. The economic situation of the world has gone haywire with all the new inventions Umbrella has come up with, and this has awakened a crisis-like situation for many companies. So that too had added to the more power grabbing by the military of many countries. Kevin said. John really hadn't given much attention to the people of the Earth recently, but now it seemed like his inaction had let many people raise their heads. He needed to be in control of everything, especially in this crucial time. I will look into it. Don't worry. Disney belongs to us and forever will. No third party will interfere. John said. Later he went back home. He had decided that he would handle Earth problems after Erisham. And as expected, after 2 days the emergence took place. John sensed a huge power was being born from Earth. Avengers. Gather now. Fast. John spoke through his helmet. Saying that he teleported to the hall. Unlike most of the times, all the members of the Avengers were present when he called them all. Tiamat is going to be born. All suit up. John said. I thought you would never ask. Tony said as the nanoparticles of his suit crawled on his body and turned him into a silver-colored Iron Man. Others too were suited up. Let's go, saying that all teleported to the Indian Ocean. There they saw a small group of people standing side by side while there was indication that a volcano would erupt any time soon. So this is how the end of Earth looks like. Strange said. Like Strange, Thor too had shown up for this, as this fight was against the supposed gods. He didn't want to miss the chance to swing his Stormbreaker at them. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 385, The Corpse. So these are the people you gathered to stop a baby god. I thought you had more faith in us. Arthur said, pointing at the team with fancy dresses that were standing side by side. I do. But they are more qualified to bring it down. Plus, we get the benefits later too. John defended using this new team that he just gathered to stop the emergence of Tiamat. Are you sure they would handle the emergence? Clark asked. Clark was brought up to speed with everything going on in this world, so he had the full idea of what was going on. It should be. If anything goes wrong, we are here. John assured them. And as they were talking there was finally a huge earthquake. As a huge golden head with 6 shining eyes and hands emerged, meanwhile, all the Eternals got connected with the Uni-Mind. Jesus, how big is this thing? Banner asked. Bigger than Earth itself, and they can go bigger in size too. John said. And you said Black Winter is bigger? Thor asked. Yes, bigger than Galactus. I am sure, Norrin has described him for you. John said. The Eternals finally got fully connected and Cersei used the energy that he had gathered by connecting Tiamat and the Uni-Mind to stop the emergence of him and transform it into a huge statue. And thus Tiamat's emergence was stopped in exactly the same way as it did in the actual story. The head, some of his fingers and a small part of the body was out of the ocean. The earthquake generated by its emergence was felt everywhere in the surroundings. So this went as I planned. John said. You have been raising hue and cry for this? Tony asked as he had a mocking tone in it. They had stopped it with almost no problems. Well, not for this, the person who would show up for us stopping it. John said. The Eternals who had just stopped came near the Avengers who were standing and looking at them. Thank you for helping us stop Tiamat. It would have been messy if it was up to us. John said. We needed to be out of the influence of our makers. Thank you for believing in us. Jack said. Now you are all free to go and live your life. But I will say this, Arishem will come for you. You have violated your own makers. This won't go down well. All got silent when John said this. That was what they were scared about. And they didn't know how they would face Arishem. Don't worry. Since you have handled Tiamat, we will handle Arishem. The Avengers don't go back on their promise. We will even help you with Thena's problem. John said. Thank you. All the Eternals expressed their gratitude for the Avengers' trust in them. Even though they were powerful, in reality they are far behind in power levels as compared to the Avengers. Just the fact that the Avengers had let them take the initiative in such a huge matter showed that the Avengers trusted them. Now for our part. John said, and then slowly an orange gate opened. A huge sword-like weapon came out. It was a sword-like weapon, but it wasn't actually a sword. It had a hand guard, the blade part was the tip of the sword, but it was twisted and the body of the sword was cylindrical. The weapon looked like all other weapons and not at the same time. Yes, it was EA, the Sword of Rupture. Those who knew what that sword was gasped. They understood what this sword meant. This sword was the most powerful weapon in Gilgamesh's treasury. What are you going to do with it? Wayne asked as John took EA in his hand. There is such a good corpse of God here. We can't just let it be there for just a show. Can we? We need to use the body for further research. Don't you think so? John said. You are not going to leave a corpse intact? Arthur asked. Of course no. We will use every means possible for fighting Black Winter. John said. But this power can be dangerous. Vision said. It is. But we will have to try. Besides, it isn't the first time that humans have used the body of a Celestial. Tony in different worlds have used it multiple times. John said. All looked at Tony with big eyes when John said that. You are courageous, Stark. I have got to say that. Thor said after putting his hand on the shoulders. Tony on the other had a gleam in his eyes. Did I turn this into a bad weapon? Tony asked. Wow, Tony, now you even think of the consequences. You have changed a lot. Clint said. Normally I don't. But that strange from that Earth reminded me that I need to be in my limits. I have gained more power recently, so I need to know if I am crossing a line. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 386, Breaking Apart. Alright. As long as everything we do is under control, it's fine. All things should be under scrutiny by us. Clark said. Yes. That is the plan. John said, and then he waved his sword in full force. The whole surroundings changed when he used EA. It was as if the void itself had been cut apart. The space in the surrounding caved in as an invisible wave traveled at a very high speed. The attack of EA went straight through the neck of Tiamat. That attack alone was enough to sever the head from its body. The neck, after being separated, fell straight back at the ocean, creating a huge splash around. The splash was so big that Arthur and Mara had to go and stop the water to form a tsunami in the nearby surroundings. So the head is what we get? Arthur asked. We have desecrated the body of a Celestial. Can't add more humiliation to it. Natasha said. All right then. Victor, take the head away and transfer it to the ring. All of you can go and research it. We have very little time. Any kind of addition to our powers will help us. Wayne ordered. John then turned around to the Eternals and said, "Be on the lookout. We will keep an eye for Arishem. You all are welcome to live on the ring till then." John said. All nodded their heads as they were happy with the arrangements. John then waved his hands and all vanished from the spot. Both the Avengers and the Eternals, except for Victor who went to the bottom of the ocean to send the head of the Celestial to the ring. As all of this happened, the whole media on Earth had gone crazy. A huge statue suddenly emerged on the Indian Ocean and the statue was a severed head. The governments were full of questions about this and immediately contacted S.H.I.E.L.D. Wayne just answered that it was a newborn god and the Avengers just handled it for them. Of course, the governments didn't believe S.H.I.E.L.D. and they went for investigation. S.H.I.E.L.D. didn't care about all of this and even welcomed them to do research on the statue. Tony on the other hand after the arrival of the statue went straight to work with Banner, Ryan, Arthur and even Vesemir. He too was interested in the body of the Celestials and he wanted to see if it could help the new recruits in their mutation. A mutation that would infuse godlike essence into their bodies was in itself a huge matter, so he needed help from everywhere possible. Even though there was much hue and cry in the media about this new statue that just emerged out of nowhere, the general people weren't much concerned. They had seen so many weird things around that by now they have got used to it. The emergence of Pokemon World has made the world more accepting of the weird world that they were living in. Though the media houses were debating on all of this, people's lives didn't change. John, who had been keeping an eye on all of this, was grateful that the Pokemon World had emerged before, otherwise he was sure that the Avengers would have been liable to give answers of what had happened. In the actual story, people didn't have a finger to point at because by the time they were busy accepting the fact that they just came back alive. And essentially Avengers were close to being disbanded as all the original heroes were either retired, dead or in seclusion. In all of this, his father had finally decided to move to the ring and move the headquarters of Daily Bugle to the ring. John was delighted to know this and gave his father a place to live on the ring. He was happy that his father was now under the direct care of GAIA and the Guilty Spark and he didn't need to care about anything anymore. Though he was surprised to know why his father took this sudden decision, he didn't ask. His father would reveal the reason for such sudden change to him when his father would be ready to share. Like these few days went by, John and all were working in their respective things. One day when John was working on the new movie with Kevin and others, he suddenly turned his head and looked at the window. Nabu, who was levitating invisibly near him, showed itself. "He is coming," Nabu said. "He is." John mumbled as he took the helmet and wore it. "Avengers, we have an important guest to entertain. Meet at the hall," John said. And then he turned his head to Kevin who had nothing but "O" written on all over his face. John sighed seeing this. Humans really worshipped strength. "Kevin, tell all the employees to go home for now. Don't let anybody come out no matter what you see and hear. It might turn ugly very soon. And the very existence of our planet will be judged in the next few moments. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you." Chapter 387, Arishem. "Is there a new enemy?" Kevin asked before John vanished. "Enemy? No. It's the creator of our universes," saying that John vanished. Kevin was the only one who heard it and he trembled when John said that. He didn't know who it was but just the description that John just gave shook him to the core. John had appeared in the hall. And so did the Eternals. He had also called them for this. "John, you need to find a better way to call us." Tony complained again. "Sure, next time when I become omnipresent and omnipotent, I will knock on your door." "How about that?" John said. "Huh. Forget that I said anything. How far is this guy?" Tony asked as he finally showed a serious face like the others. "A minute or so. Let's go outside," John said. All then proceeded to go outside and wait. All had anxious looks on their faces. John on the other hand directly brought out EA. Then he used his Omnitrix to transform himself to Alien X. John now looked amazing. With a humanoid structure whose body looked like it was made of small stars. And EA on his hand. He looked like a warrior out of a fantasy. But that wasn't the end. He, on Alien X form, proceeded to use the Phoenix form. The Marco Phoenix form. As John used the Phoenix form, the actual blue-golden color was now total black-colored fire with white simmering dots on the whole body. And there was a vague outline of normal fire on the outlines of his body. This was the power of being the host of Phoenix Force. The Phoenix was at least 5 times bigger than the normal Phoenix form. This was John's ultimate form. He had used all his powers at the same time. He had used the Phoenix and Alien X form. Since both the powers of his were not dependent on each other, he could use the Phoenix form on all his Omnitrix transformations. John had checked on this a few days ago and now knew that he could use his Phoenix form on all his transformations. This gave a great joy to John. Even though technically it wasn't helpful now in actual power sense, but in future it would be of great help. That meant he could use the Phoenix Force on all transformations of the Omnitrix. This in itself would be highly overpowered, if he used both Alien X and Phoenix Force at the same time. Jesus Christ! What is this? Clark exclaimed. All had a surprise on their eyes when John just transformed himself. My ultimate form. A gift for Erisham. John as his wings now caught hold of EA. It looked magnificent even if John was in Phoenix form. As everybody was appreciating the power of John, there was a big black hole at about 500 kilometers away from the ring. But mysteriously, the black hole didn't have any attraction. The black expanded in rapid speed to a huge-sized one. And then the black hole was replaced by a huge humanoid. A humanoid greater than the size of Earth. It looked exactly like the one they saw during the emergence. There were two notable differences. One was the color. Tiamat was yellow, while this one was red. And another, the body Erisham had many scars and various small broken parts. It looked like he had gone through battles ages ago. As Erisham appeared, all the Eternals who were able to move freely froze on their positions. And then circular rings surrounded them. Those small rings took all the Eternals up in the air. But before they could be taken away, they were directly bombarded with many small knives. It was John. He used knives to destroy the rings surrounding the Eternals. All then flew high up in the air. Tony had specifically built suits for all of the members of the Avengers to travel in space from Kryptonian technology. They all stood far from the face of Erisham. This was the confrontation they had been waiting for a long time. Erisham surprisingly didn't attack or stop the advancement of the Avengers and the Eternals behind. It's rude to come to our planet and not say hi. Don't you think so? Clark said. Yeah, it's very rude. The last time they went to the Abyss, they weren't received well by Null. I think that lesson was not enough for them. John just chimed him. In a tone which was mocking Erisham. Erisham, when he heard the name of Null, moved his head a bit. None of the Avengers looked fazed by Erisham's huge presence. This is not your jurisdiction, Phoenix. Erisham finally spoke up. Jurisdiction, you say? You lost any kind of power or jurisdiction in this universe 5 years ago. You and all the gods. Only we have the final say here. In this universe. This is where we rule. John spoke up. And as he did, his Phoenix form became bigger. Almost the same size as Erisham. His figure was so huge that it actually shadowed Earth from the sun itself. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 388, Gods Aren't Invincible. Erisham didn't have any reaction in his face when John transformed, just as the size of him. Or rather, his face was built in such a way that he couldn't show any emotions. Erisham. Go back. You won't be taking any Eternals back. Not even the rogue Eros. Everything in this universe is under my protection. Now and forever. You have enough headache of your own. You don't want to add me as your enemy. John said. His words echoed in all of Void. His words were so loud that everyone on Earth was able to hear it. This wasn't the deal. Erisham hit back. I don't remember having made any deals with any Celestials or higher beings. John retorted back. Eternals were made by us. They are under our rule. Erisham said. Really? What about the deviants then? The Skrulls, which have been living for so many years. What about them? You have no control of your own creation. Wasn't that the whole point of the first war against your fellow beings? Don't try to fool me. None of us are under your jurisdiction. Go home. Deal with the exterminators. John said. He stood there with all the other Avengers. With no fear. He himself was a god now, so he had the right to speak with them on the same stage. The Celestials had faced opposition before. From mortals. But never from a lone man. This was the first time. This was an insult to them. An insult to the creators itself. A creation rebelling against their creators. But Erisham stubbornly levitated there. His 6 eyes flickered for a bit, and then suddenly he lifted his hand high up and brought it down. His fist clenched to hit a punch on John. So fight it is. John said as he shouted. Shazam. Now there is an extra power on John. Tony said. John was able to block the punch with his wings and proceeded to hit back with his other wing. Avengers. Attack. John shouted. And thus the first battle for the Avengers against a god started. This day would be written down as the day when the mortals took arms against the gods. All the members of the Avengers, including the Witcher School and the people belonging to the original team, attacked. Tony finally showed up what he had been researching on. The anti-metal suit. This suit was special because vibranium normally absorbs the kinetic energy and then spreads it over as a vibrational force. What it does essentially is converting the kinetic energy into vibrational energy. Of course it can store the energy in itself and then release it later. Like the suit of Black Panther. But the new anti-metal suit, instead of taking the kinetic energy in the body, it just pushes it out. The whole suit was basically kinetic energy proof. This was probably the most efficient use of anti-metal. And Tony had made one of the most powerful suits in all of Multiverse. Even the superior Iron Man suit would fail in front of this new suit. All attacked together. John took the lead as he was the only one who had the same size as Arishem. Followed by Bruce, Vision, Wanda, Clark, Strange, Diana, Thor, Tony and Siri. These four were the most powerful. And Banner, who had turned into Hulk, also joined in. The Blue and the Green Lanterns made massive weapons with their rings. And the rest of the Avengers attacked with their strongest attack. When John punched back, Arishem was able to block it, but he wasn't able to block the attacks of all four and the other members of the Avengers. Even though there was huge difference in size among them. But the power of Avengers weren't small. Their fist attack was so huge that it caused a huge explosion on the chest of the Arishem. The explosion looked weird because there was no sound being in space, but it didn't take away the lethality of it. John, who got the opening, took out EA and held it with his wings. And the next moment he used all his magic power on EA to deliver a fatal attack. As John waved EA, an invisible wave hit the shoulder of Arishem. And before he could even react, his huge hand got severed from his shoulder. This scene looked epic as a Celestial just lost to a bunch of mortals. Even though such incidents had happened before in other universes, it was still rare. Arishem roared in pain as he just lost his hand. There was no blood whatsoever, as the bodies of the Celestials weren't made the same way as humans. Arishem, who was thrown few kilometers away in all of this, held his missing shoulder with his other hand. He didn't attack more. He just looked at this new team of Avengers. A team which became so powerful so fast. How was that? Want to continue? We don't mind going for another round. Tony said. Go back to where you came from. We don't need your jurisdiction or judgment in our universe. Never step your foot here again. Clark said. Arishem, who looked at them, finally sighed. He didn't say anything more and just vanished. Using the same way he came. The black hole. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 389, The Creator. What the hell? I thought it would be a long fight. I couldn't even show my toys. Tony said. Rejoice that we have not been bombarded with other Celestials. There are a whole bunch of them. John said. Everybody's face became nasty when John said that. He had already transformed back to a normal form after Arishem vanished. He expected more of a fight from him. It looked as if Arishem had gone easy on them. Even though John didn't know how powerful the Celestials were, he expected more from them. Whatever. Why am I concerned about it? John thought. Are there many Celestials? Natasha asked. There are. But I guess they are busy with their own work. All Celestials don't have the same work. John said. All nodded their heads. Let's go back. This whole fight is going to raise a storm everywhere. Steve said. Well, it will. Who cares if it raises eyebrows? As long as the people are safe, the universe is safe. It doesn't matter. Arthur said. All then vanished from their places and arrived at the hall to discuss the next course of action. Arishem, after vanishing from his place with only one hand, arrived at a huge hall which looked purely white in color. There was nobody in this huge hall. Except for one person. That person looked old. He was sitting on a small stool and drawing on a canvas with his paintbrush. It looked serene and peaceful. The whole environment looked as if this place was heaven. Arishem, who just arrived, reduced his size instantly. He was now the same size as the old man who was sitting. Arishem went slowly to the person and bent on his knee. This was Arishem. Bending his knee to another person. If the other Celestials came to know this, he would be laughed at. But Arishem knew that he needed to show proper respect to the old man drawing. I have done what you asked for. I hope the whole play was worth it. Arishem said. Yes. Thank you, Arishem. You have done an excellent job. We finally know how deep his power is, the old man said. Did he really use all his powers? I feel like he never used the Phoenix Force. Arishem said. He can't. At least not now. Phoenix hasn't hatched yet. There is some time for its hatch, the old man said. Arishem became silent. He just lost an arm just because this old man asked him to go easy on John. He was in pain, but he didn't dare to show any kind of dissatisfaction to the old man. He knew how powerful the old man was. He didn't even dare to show that he was in pain. Go back, Erisham. The other Celestials need you. Ah yes. Your arm, the old man said, and the next moment the lost arm of Erisham was back. With no scratches and fully intact. Erisham was overjoyed to see this. Erisham then bowed his head and vanished from his place. The old man kept on drawing what he had been doing peacefully. There was utter silence for a few moments before he finally said, "You can show up. I don't think there is any reason to hide from me." And as he said that, a man who looked almost as old as the man drawing came out. He wore a black suit and a hat. The man essentially looked like a man stuck in the timeline of World War I. "I didn't hide from you. I just wanted to see how long it takes for you to notice me," the old man said. "You are in my universe, dear friend. Nothing escapes my sight," the old man said. "Well, apparently this new guy has escaped your eyes," the other man in the suit said. "He is different. He comes from the wall. Neither you nor me have any powers of control over him." "Well, not gonna argue with that," the man in suit said, shrugging his shoulders. "How is the crack? Is it enlarging?" the old man in the stool asked then. "It is. There are people there who are monitoring and trying to control the crack. But I am not sure how long it will hold on," the man in suit said. This is going to be a huge war. A war that will change everything. I am not sure if we will survive this war," the old man in the stool said, finally finishing the drawing. "Yes. But I hope we win the war. He is our best hope. He comes from the wall. He has more knowledge of everything than we do," the man in suit said as he finally turned his head to see what his friend was drawing. On the canvas there was a painting of the universe. The painting looked real as it contained all the stars, the galaxies, and all the things required for a universe. It looked real because the painting was real. And that was because the old man on the stool was OAA. One above all. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 390, Handling the Aftermath. Meanwhile, John and the other Avengers and Eternals appeared in the hall. John just used teleportation and sent them all here. All took their seats. "I have a feeling that Erisham came just to test us." Wayne spoke up for the first time. "I feel that too," Wanda said. "There is something going on. Thanos being taken away and now this," Banner said as he was back in normal mode after using Ralt's psychic power on him. "True. But we don't know what," Tony said. "Is there a conspiracy?" "What do you think, John?" Steve asked. "I don't know. At first I thought it was because of the Phoenix Force. But now I am not sure. But whatever it is, we will face it together," John said. "We will," Strange said. "Now how shall we deal with the aftermath? Many satellites caught videos and images of us fighting Erisham. What are you going to explain?" Victor asked as he was now checking the internet. "We will see how the people will react and then tell some of the truth. No need to say everything," Tony said. "That is better," John said. After that everybody left. The Eternals too left for their home. Gilgamesh, Makari, Druig and Thena decided to be on the ring and help the Avengers in future problems. Cersei and Ajak decided to return back to Earth as they loved Earth more. Kingo went back too as he needed to be back in Bollywood. The internet just exploded. They had no idea who the enemy was, but they did see a huge black-colored beautiful phoenix. The people who saw it had no idea who it was, but they did recognize that Clark Kent, aka Superman, had joined the Avengers. But his entry was not even the focal point but the appearance of the Red Giant. Umbrella Corporation and the Avengers website received an immense number of traffic for this incident, and this time people wanted an answer. Normally the governments would reply to these kinds of attacks with proper explanations. But for the first time the governments were totally silent on these. It was because they themselves didn't know. Even the Teen Titans headquarters in New York was surrounded by people. And all this took place in a matter of hours. Umbrella finally had to come and say that Tony Stark himself would come out for a press conference. Umbrella knew that they would have to answer as Umbrella was basically under Avengers and Tony Stark being the face of it. John had almost disappeared from the public, so Tony, who still attended the parties and socialized, was being asked for more. So the next day, Tony came out for a press conference in front of the public to answer the questions. Tony came to the podium in front of the reporters. The conference was held in the ring, so many reporters had come from Earth. "Sir, can you give us any head start about what the Avengers faced yesterday?" "About that? Well, think of him as a very powerful being. And you do remember that headless statue on the Indian Ocean? They both belong to the same species. Since we stopped the emergence of his kind, that powerful being came for inspection. That is where we stopped them," Tony said. It was based on a half lie and half truth. Sir, you just mentioned that the being belonged to a species. Are there more of them? If yes, how many? Is it a whole planet of these enormous powerful beings? Another reporter asked. Yes, there are others but not as many as you think. There are very few of them. Tony replied. Will they come back again with more of them? The Black Phoenix just severed its hand. No. Hypothetically they shouldn't. They have their own problems to deal with. And only that guy had shown up. Tony replied. Sir, can you speak about the identity of the huge Black Phoenix? Is he the same Phoenix who fought in the war on Mars? A reporter asked. Many of the members of the Avengers have their own private life. Not all have the audacity to come in public and speak of their secret identities like me. Tony said in his typical narcissistic fashion with a cheeky smile. All the reporters laughed at Tony's comment. Sir, what more can you say about the species that had emerged on the Indian Ocean? Is it dead? Another reporter asked. Why don't you go and see if a headless statue can move or not? Tony replied to that stupid question. Sir, what about Clark Kent? He has shown up recently. Do we have a proper contingency if he goes rogue? A reporter asked. This question made the whole hall silent. Tony looked at the reporter for a second before replying. Clark is our friend. The movies aren't always real stories. The movies are just a way to portray a character. Batman is also a Kryptonian. Did it change the perspective of how people viewed him? No. So we treat Clark the same way we treat the other members of the Avengers. As equals. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 391, Soul Stone. Sir, you said you have stopped the emergence of their species on the Indian Ocean. But we have never seen any footage of that, that same reporter asked again, totally neglecting the fact that his first question offended Tony a bit. Not all fights we fight are shown to the public. Some are very gory. Tony said with a little annoying tone. So you admit that the Avengers are just a vigilante group working without any jurisdiction, the reporter said. The governments tried controlling us last time. And before they could do so they had a meltdown themselves. I will tell you this now. Avengers and Teen Titans are private organizations. If you can find any speck of fault against us you are welcome to ask questions and even put on trial. But come with proper evidence, otherwise Umbrella will destroy the life of the person who accused us. We have done nothing but elevate our civilization to the highest level possible in the shortest time. The least we can expect is gratitude. Tony said, and then without saying any more. He was a little annoyed by the question of the reporters. He went backstage and started walking towards his home, which was nearby. People never change. Do they? Came a voice from behind when Tony was walking away. No, they don't. Tony knew who was talking. It was John. He had come to see how the press conference was going on, but that reporters' questions were specifically meant for cross-examining the Avengers and their actions. Who do you think is behind all of this? John asked. Few days ago, Pepper told me that we have encountered bureaucracy in many things and our delivery of services has become slow. So I had to ask GAIA to look into it. Turns out it is the US military. Specifically Secretary of State Ross. Tony said. Is it? It seems like he hasn't learned his lesson last time. I will have to show him something else to back off. We can't allow ourselves to be distracted at this moment. John said. You threatened Ross. Tony's mouth was wide open when he said that. He didn't expect a gentleman like John could go and threaten the Secretary of State. What? I threaten people too. John admitted. That is a new one. But yes, it seems like your threatening isn't enough. Don't speak of this in front of Steve and Clark. They will hound you for that. Tony added at the end. John just shrugged his shoulders at that. But the economy is going haywire with all of this going on with Umbrella. How do you think we will control it? John asked. Mars is habitable now. So now we can send more people there and try to control the economy. And maybe after all of the Black Winter ends we can send people to distant planets. Tony said. Yes, that can be done too. John said. How is the Pokemon world being handled now? It's been more than a year now. John asked. GAIA said that everything is under control. S.H.I.E.L.D. and Steve's League have been handling this part. The gym competitions have started and people are more involved in all of this. There has been harmony. But of course there are bad elements. Avengers have been on the lookout. Tony said. That's good. I am sorry. I haven't been around lately, so I have been neglecting the situation of Earth for a long time. John said with guilt in his voice. He really hadn't been around lately with all the traveling in the multiverse and doing everything possible to get help for fighting. It's all fine. We all have been working hard in our own areas. Trying to improve. Tony said. We will need to gather the Infinity Stones. For Galactus to feed upon. John said. I hope he keeps his promise. Tony said. Galactus is known for keeping his promise. So let's see what happens at the end. John and Tony then went their own ways. John needed to go to OA and direct the ninjas to bring out the ether. Vision needed a surgery which will be done by Banner and Strange as they are the most qualified people to bring out the Mind Stone. But here the headache was the Soul Stone, which was Vormir. John didn't know how he should get that. He needed someone to sacrifice for it. All he could think about was taking two convicts who were deep lovers. That was the only feasible solution. But John was not sure if it would work. This was one of the reasons he always avoided the thing of stones. And if one stone got destroyed, all the other stones needed to be destroyed, or else there would be a huge imbalance in the universe. He needed to see if his theory of using convicts was possible. If not, he really had no idea of how he would get the Soul Stone. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 392, Vormir. John then went to OA to collect the Power Stone and the other stones from various places. For the first time in the history of their universe, the Infinity Stones were coming together. He went to Strange for the Time Stone and asked for his advice on the Soul Stone. You want me to give away the Time Stone? Strange asked. Yes. There is no other way. You can look into the future yourself. John said. He himself once looked into the possible future in handling Black Winter, and this was the way where they had the highest percentage of winning. Strange then proceeded to look into the future using the Time Stone. And after few minutes of looking into it, he had creases in his eyebrows. Is there something wrong? John asked. No. It's just. We will be losing the anchor that holds the universe together. I hope this is worth it. I hope so too. John said as Strange handed him the Time Stone. What will you do with the Soul Stone? Strange asked. They had access to all the stones except for the soul. I am here for that. I need to sacrifice a soul close to me to get the Soul Stone. Do you have any idea how I can bypass that? All I am thinking about is using the lives of convicts who are lovers. John asked as really had no idea. How dumb are you, John? Don't you have the Philosopher's Stone? When will you put that to use? Strange asked as he had a weird look on his face. John had Gate of Balin and he should have had that much intellect to process that. But the souls in Philosopher's Stone aren't anyone who are close to me. John reiterated. Does it matter? The Soul Stone gives itself in exchange for a soul. Here we are giving more than one soul. The Soul Stone should be happy about it. Strange said as he already knew where the Soul Stone was and its history. Being a child of the World Tree brought him immense knowledge. All right. I will try this. John said. Even though he had high intellect, he didn't use this power often. John then went to Steve, who was in the hidden dimension. Diana too was living with him there nowadays. They have finally moved in together and they both handled the League. By now Killmonger had become one of the most important generals of the League and looked over the general situation of the League. Killmonger was happy with the work being done by the League. In maintaining order and rooting out the evil in the most efficient way possible. John appeared near the gate of the headquarters and walked in. He went straight to where Steve was and knocked in. It's been some time you came here. Any problems? Steve asked as he was talking with Killmonger. Problems? No. I am here to meet an old friend. Do you want to accompany me? John asked. Old friend? Who? Steve was curious when John said that. That's a secret. Want to go? John asked again without revealing the details. All right. Steve replied. And the next moment he and Steve appeared in Vormir. On the entrance for the Soul Stone's tomb. It was kind of dark all around. There was an eclipse in the sky and it was cold with little bits of snow falling. Steve didn't expect such a change of scenery. He was thinking that John would take him somewhere on Earth. He didn't expect John to take to a whole new planet. Where is this? Steve asked. Almost at the center of our universe. The place where we can get the Soul Stone, as John said that a dark figure came levitating by. Its whole body was covered in rags and he looked more like a ghost than a person. Welcome, John, son of John Jonah Jameson and Steve, son of Joseph Rogers, said the figure levitating. What the? Steve said, looking at the figure. He knew the face. He even fought him once. The man who was the reason behind his sleep. Red Skull. Steve almost screamed when he said that. Yes. Steve Rogers. It's been some time. Red Skull said. Why are you here? Are you not dead? Steve said as now he was in fighting mode. It's all right, Captain. He is in his punishment. He can't leave this place and he will have to guard this dead tomb forever till eternity. Wait. You mean he is the guardian of the Soul Stone? That's a stupid decision. He wanted to use the Space Stone. What stops him from using the Soul Stone? Steve said as he was ready to chug his shield at Red Skull. I can only see the stones but never touch them nor use them. This is my punishment for trying to use the power which was never meant for me. Red Skull replied he didn't show any agitation with the reaction of Steve. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 393, All Stones Together. Calm down, Captain. He really isn't a threat to us. He is trapped here forever only to be a guide to those who want to get the Soul Stone. He can never leave this place nor use the stone. John calmed Steve down, who was really angry and was in fighting mode. Are you sure about this? Steve asked as he still didn't let go of his shield. Yes. I am perfectly sure. I just wanted to bring you here to see your old friend. John said with a cheeky smile. Good joke, John. But it's still dangerous for a guy like him to be the guide. He might just use his brain for evil matters. Steve said. He can't. This is his destiny. John reassured him. I am here for the Soul Stone. John then said, looking at the Red Skull. Are you ready to lose a soul for another soul? Red Skull asked. All this time he didn't try to argue against Steve as he felt there was no need to go through old matters. Yes. John said as he took a tiny bit of Philosopher's Stone in his hand and then went to the cliff. Red Skull looked at the stone on John's hand with squinted eyes. Steve too looked at it. So you are going to sacrifice the Philosopher's Stone for the Soul Stone? Is that what he means by soul for a soul? Steve asked as he didn't know the whole procedure of getting the Soul Stone. Yes. That's exactly what Red Skull means by that. John said as threw away the stone down the cliff and waited. John really hoped that the stone would be enough for him to get the Soul Stone. And luckily after a few seconds, a yellow-colored stone flew from under the cliff to John's hands. Red Skull was confused by what just happened, but he didn't ask. That was convenient. John murmured as he didn't have to sacrifice a living soul close to him to get the Soul Stone. The Philosopher's Stone just filled that gap with a bunch of souls inside it. So Steve, want to reminisce about the old past with Red Skull? John asked. Who wants to talk with this guy? It is good that he is chained here. He deserves this. Let's go back. Steve said as he had a look of disgust on his face when he saw Red Skull. John just shook his head and vanished with Steve. Sometimes hatred doesn't just go away just because there is nostalgia in it. John then returned to the ring with Steve. Now he had all the stones with him and were stored in a very secured place close to the Hall of Justice. John then proceeded to inform GAIA that all the stones had been collected and to inform this to all the Avengers so that it is under protection always. He didn't want any accidents happening to one of the most powerful weapons in the universe. This is done. What is your next move? Steve asked. I will have to bring the planet in order. Some people have been eyeing the Avengers and Umbrella for some time now. John said. What will you do about it? Steve asked as he too had noticed problems popping up everywhere. I will see what I can do. Don't worry, I won't do anything drastic. Though I would love to bring some people down, but that is counterproductive. There should always be opposition for a huge organization, or else an organization will become corrupt with power. John said. Steve nodded at it as he knew John was right. Democracy works only when there is proper organization. Steve knew that Avengers had been facing opposition on the grounds that they had been working without any jurisdiction and no oversight. They didn't know that Avengers always had an oversight with the help of John, Batman, now Clark, and even himself. If anything went wrong, they would go through it. All right. Go do your thing. Just don't push the limits of Ross. Steve said as he also knew that Ross was behind all of this. Yes. I will see to that. John said as he was back at home. But what surprised him were uninvited guests near his door. Guests who he never expected to see ever. It was Mutwo and Mew. One of the most powerful Pokemons in the world. What happened? Have the Pokemons been facing problems? Mutwo shook his head and said telepathically. I have been invited by the Guardians to be one of them, and Mew here wants to go and meet the World Tree. Huh. John then proceeded to check the memories of the relevant people and was surprised that Ganthet had visited Earth to meet Mutwo and Mew was being called by Yggdrasil. This is interesting. I guess I should let the Pokemons have more freedom in this case. Yes. You both can leave for your respective calling if you both are okay with it. Before leaving, mention this to Arceus. And good luck on this new adventure. John said as he was genuinely happy that Pokemons are getting genuinely integrated into the world. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 394, A Dystopian Earth. Mutwo and Mew were both happy to get the permission from John, and then they left. All legendary Pokémons were under direct control of John. He didn't want any human being to have control of them. It was fine with Wayne and the Avengers, but it wasn't fine for the normal people to have control of them. For this reason both the two Pokémons came to ask for permission from John. And since the Pokémons wouldn't be in any control of normal humans, he let them go. They flew away and John went inside his home to take a proper rest. He would confront Ross later. Before, he needed to use his magic to search for a particular world that was in the comics. When John used his Helmet of Fate to search for the multiverse, he found it. He was both delighted and sad that he did find the universe he was searching for. This multiverse is sometimes F*****ket up. John mumbled as he went to sleep. The next day he woke up and went to work as usual. He was thinking of extracting some special scientists for the Umbrella Corporation. That would help in enriching the lives of the people and help make Avengers more powerful. Secretary Ross had just returned home from work. He had been pushing silently for the control of the Avengers. He felt that such a powerful organization should have oversight. The recent appearance of such a huge giant and a huge phoenix had even scared the governments. And Ross was taking more advantage of that. In addition, the economy hasn't stabilized yet, so many governments were secretly helping Ross. The governments were scared to act openly because the last time they tried they suffered heavily. The League and S.H.I.E.L.D. almost wiped out half of the governance just from a single assault. All the files were made public, so everybody this time took the back seat. But they did let Ross do whatever he wanted to see if they could bring the public side with him. And in doing so control the Avengers. He lived alone at his home. His wife died long ago and he was on bad terms with his daughter Becky. Thanks to Bruce Banner. That was why he hated Banner, and this extended to the Avengers. As Ross entered his home he got alert. Being in the military for such a long time honed his instincts. He knew somebody has entered his home. He took out his gun and slowly switched on the lights. He saw John sitting on the sofa drinking juice comfortably. Ross got scared immediately. John, the only guy he was scared of the most. All the other members of the Avengers have proper history and all relative files, but John was a mystery to all. He still didn't forget when John came last time to threaten him. That power which he showed was immense. And Ross knew that the Phoenix which had shown Earth in that fight against the Red Giant was probably John. Though he wasn't sure why his Phoenix form changed, he had a feeling that it was John. It was one of the reasons he had stopped hounding Daily Bugle. That power of John scared him to his soul. He had been trying to press Sunrise Daily Bugle from all fronts possible, but after that form he backed off. John Jameson. It's rude to come to my home unannounced. Ross finally took up the courage and said those words. And it's rude to insert your hands on my company unannounced. John said with a smile. Umbrella isn't your sole company and neither is Avengers. Ross reiterated. He didn't try to deny any of his machinations, as that would be pointless since John had shown up personally. You are right. Since you touched my company and wanted to see the inner workings of the Avengers, let me show you a world where there are no Avengers. John said, and the next moment before Ross could decline or say anything vanished from their place. John just crossed the universe with Ross. To a universe which didn't have Avengers and was a dystopian one. A world where America reigned supreme. Just for the fact that the US military bombed all the other countries. The Gamma bomb test, which was a failed one done by Bruce Banner, turned out to be a successful one. Thus creating a gamma radiation bomb. And one thing led to another. USA ended up eliminating the whole bunch of countries with its gamma radiation bomb. And Ross became the president of the only country that had livable land on Earth. And the rest of the Earth was a wasteland where no humans lived. All had been dead on the bombings. But that was not all. The gamma radiations produced mutations. The mutations that made the last living humans like Hulk. A green monster with ugly outgrowths unlike Hulk, and they had no intelligence whatsoever unlike Hulk, who had at least some intelligence. Chapter 395, A Threat. John was levitating very high up in the air above White House along with Ross. He was high enough to be away from the sights of the people below. Ross, who also was levitating nearby, got scared for a second thinking that he was falling, but saw that he was just levitating with John. He didn't know that he had just crossed into a new universe. So what is this? Another threat. Threat of throwing me down from high up in the air. Ross mocked John as he believed that this kind of threat was useless. Threat? No. I am here to show you something and explain to you why I am so prejudiced against you. John said as they both now started flying in fast speed. Soon they crossed the boundary of United States and John took Ross to the ground level to show how the situation was below. When Ross saw the destruction around, he was dumbfounded. He couldn't believe what he saw. There was nothing on the land except for calamity. There was nothing but destroyed buildings, trees which have wilted and are dead, skeletons everywhere. Such tragic scenes were all around. Ross, who saw all this, was horrified. He had never seen such destruction before. And if that wasn't enough, he heard a very loud growl from afar. And then he saw something that became a nightmare for a long time. He saw a humanoid monster. A green-colored monster who looked like Hulk, but it looked too ugly to even look at. There were bone outgrowths all over its body. It couldn't even walk straight. The monster growled furiously, seeing two human beings, and ran to them. John, who saw this again, flew high up with Ross. Ross didn't even care for John taking him away. What he saw horrified him. The destruction, the death, the monster. What is this? Where is this? Is it an illusion? Ross asked while he was sweating. This is another Earth. I just took you to another universe where you are the president. I think you are up to speed with parallel Earths. This is what you did when you got enough power. Destruction of all countries except USA. John said in a calm tone. This is impossible. I will never do such a thing. I admit I have an eye for being the president. But not in a million years will I destroy our Earth. Ross said. John sighed at this and took him away to White House while being invisible to everybody. There Ross saw himself sitting at the chair of the president and talking about the recent monsters that had appeared on the US border. Ross was really trembling in his feet when he saw himself. At one point he was overjoyed by the fact that he had become president in the parallel world, but was horrified to see that the map on the side showed a destroyed Earth. He couldn't believe he would ever take such drastic decisions. Am I really that bad? Where is the proof that I did it? Ross said as he was still in denial. Listen, Ross, I didn't bring you here to convince you of the truth, but to show you why I never trusted you. Your ambitions are too high for you. I hate politics, so I have always been passive about it. But not for a moment think that Avengers accept all kinds of sanctions. We have many problems and we don't want a political headache on top of us. I don't care who sits on the chair, but I will care if you interfere with us. So this is the last threat I am going to give you and your governments. Honestly, I wanted to kill you, but Clark and Steve will just come after me if I do that. So you are safe just because of them. John continued. Saying that, John vanished with Ross from the White House. And now they were back at his silent home. Ross was on his knees when he came back. He was still sad and frightened by what he saw. He knew John wasn't lying, as a powerful person like him would never resort to lies to a small person like him. I will leave you here. Tell your governments to stabilize the economy. The people of Earth deserve at least a stable life. Who knows, maybe in the future Earth will finally step its foot in galactic civilization. Pokemon World has merged with us, so take advantage of that. You have a few months to bring everything under control and back off. I am losing patience with you all. Saying that, John vanished. Ross, who heard those last words, knew that he had crossed the line again for John. John didn't kill him this time because the Avengers stopped him from doing that, otherwise he would have really died. Chapter 396, New Device. John returned back to his home. He was in a little off mood as he didn't like what he saw in the other universe. But he couldn't do anything about it. He was not a savior of the multiverse. He could only do so much. If he started to care for all of the multiverse, he would probably be stopped because every world and universe has their own trajectory. It would be very stupid to interfere. As he reached home, he saw his father and Clark standing side by side in the balcony of his home. He was surprised to see both of them together. He went up to them. Son, every time I come to your place I get shocked by such wonderful scenery. Few years ago, if anybody would have said that I would be living in space, and that too in a space station which has its own environment, I would have laughed at him. But now that we are here, it is like living in a dream. John smiled when his father said that. It was really like a dream for him too. He had achieved so much in the past few years that he himself was in awe. Even though they had problems along the way and had new and powerful enemies, he was still happy with his life. He couldn't ask for anything more. The only major concern of him was the system. He had no idea where he came from and didn't know what its purpose was. Son, Clark here wants to join the Daily Bugle. His father broke his thoughts with those words. Huh. Oh, so you both got acquainted already. That's good. Sure, he can join. You both don't need my blessings for it. John joked. Clark and Jameson both laughed at it. Even though Clark didn't need permission to do anything, he still wanted to inform John as he was the son of his superior. They both belonged to the Avengers and it was better that everything was transparent. They both then went inside and talked among themselves about their work and life. It was a jolly time between Jameson, Clark, and John. Jameson decided to stay over at his son's place for a night and John was happy to accompany him. The next day it was as usual and John started to check memories of many of his summons. He needed to have a proper inventory of everything before the emergence of Black Winter and thus he was checking on everything. What really surprised him was the memory of Lex. LexCorp has become a huge company by now. A company big enough to influence even the normal around. And due to such huge influence he got a seat on the council, replacing the vacant seat created by Baldo after his imprisonment. He really can work wonders when he is given freedom. The Nova Empire is under control, it seems. John smiled as he thought. Later that day John went to work as usual. He didn't have any other huge problems to look after now. All he and the Avengers needed to do was wait anxiously. In this way 3 more months went by. The economy of Earth was finally stabilized and the governments finally stopped poking their nose in the matters of the Avengers. Tony and his team meanwhile have made a new device. A sensing system with the help of the head of Tiamat. This new sensing system was able to connect to the brain neurons and project a perfect image of the world outside with the help of cosmic energy. Since John had said that they could never look into Black Winter, Tony, Banner, Bruce and other scientists have been working non-stop to make a device which could detect any kind of energy. And the head of Tiamat was the perfect specimen from where they got the last criteria to make such a sensing system. Since Celestial's way of seeing the multiverse was different than normal people, using that as a blueprint they were able to make a new device altogether. So we finally have a way to see Black Winter. Tony said. Yes. We just hope that we don't see our deaths. Banner said. Seeing our own death would be one of the most bad things possible for us. This will just ruin our lives. Clark said. Knowledge is good but too much of it is poison, Wayne commented. They were discussing all the related matters when Hal's ring suddenly showed an emergency situation. Hal opened the interface only to see that a Green Lantern had fallen. All got alert when they saw the news being projected by the ring. The death of a Green Lantern wasn't common. And when the Avengers saw the last images before the death of the Green Lantern they knew they had to act now. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 397, all together. So this is what Black Winter looks like. Tony murmured. All they could see was a huge black void covering the entirety of the image from all sides. The surrounding of the images turned black as small flakes of black snow fell all around. Even in empty space. The Black Winter emerged out of nowhere and before the Green Lantern could escape the black snow touched the body of the Green Lantern. And he just vaporized into nothingness. Even the green ring itself got vaporized. Those images were the last images that the ring was able to send out before dying itself. John, who saw this, had a grave look on his face. Then he wore the helmet and said, Norrin, come back to Earth. Call Galactus. Black Winter is here. And these images were sent to all. Even the Teen Titans. They needed all the guns possible. Not all were in the hall when they were discussing the new device, but after the images were sent, all the members of the Avengers and Teen Titans came to the hall. After about 10 minutes Norrin arrived in his iconic Silver Surfer. Did you call him? John asked. That was the only thing he cared about now. Yes. He is on his way. Norrin nodded. All had a grave face when they all entered the hall. We will move out once Galactus arrives. Wayne said. Are all the stones ready? Clark asked. Yes. Victor said as he brought out all the Infinity Stones which were preserved in separate boxes. As they were talking Thor too arrived with his iconic Stormbreaker and Mjolnir. Ready to face an enemy who you are supposed to defeat? John asked. In the name of my father and my forefathers, I will bring him down. No, we will bring him down together. Thor said in a loud voice. And then they heard a loud sound coming from outside. The sound was as if huge glass was broken. John, who was in a helmet, knew that the breaking of glass meant that Galactus was here. Let's go and see him. John said as they went out to see the big guy who just appeared from Earth 616. As all went out to meet the big guy, all of them were taken aback. Though Norrin had said that Galactus was huge. They never expected him to be this huge. Arishem looked like a toy in front of him. No wonder John said he eats worlds. His body size would need worlds to sustain him. Banner said. They all wore their suits and flew high up to meet face to face. Galactus on the other hand was surprised to see such a huge lineup of the Avengers and new faces. Faces that were totally different from Earth 616. And some of the people in the Avengers were really powerful. All stood side by side as they faced Galactus. I am here to keep my promise. Now it's your turn. Galactus said. His voice echoed everywhere like it did with Arishem. The Infinity Stones will be given to you but on the basis that you will never use them for personal gains and hunger. And Norrin will be released after this ends. The promise will be kept only when we can defeat Black Winter. Galactus said. Have faith. We will defeat him. John said as he nodded to Victor. Victor opened the 6 boxes which he had been carrying with him. The Infinity Stones floated outside and went straight to the huge hands of Galactus. The stones looked like small grains of sand in front of him. But surprisingly, Galactus didn't eat the stones but rather kept it away. "We should leave," Galactus said as he turned his head to look at the distant OA. He could feel another huge cosmic power escaping out of OA. Just the cosmic power released by OA tempted him. John, who noticed this change of Galactus, creased his eyebrows. "Galactus, that planet is sacred to us. Touch one planet in this universe and I assure you we will hunt you down till the end of the multiverse," John said in a very grave tone. "Don't threaten me, boy. I don't like being threatened," Galactus said, seemingly irritated by the warning of John. John didn't speak and just transformed himself to Alien X, "And I too don't like being told what to do and what not to," John said in the voice of 3 people. But before they could argue more, they all saw green lights emerging from far distant. The Avengers didn't understand what these were, but when the multiple green lights came closer, they understood what it was. These were the thousands of Green Lanterns. Since Black Winter threatened the whole of their universe, the Guardians had sent all of them to fight with the Avengers. John smiled when he saw this. "Seems like the whole band is here," Steve said. "We need every bit of help to fight him," Wayne said. "There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you." Chapter 398, Old Enemies. "Hey big guy. Any food is off limits here. Go back to your own home if you are so hungry," Tony said as he too chimed in the whole conversation as the Green Lanterns were approaching in fast speed. The addition of Green Lanterns also gave the Avengers help and courage, signifying that they weren't only the people defending the universe. The whole universe was with them. Galactus didn't even look at Tony when he said that. He just looked at the Green Lanterns that have appeared. He could feel that these new people were fueled by the same power that was escaping that planet. Though he would really like to eat these planets here, he knew he had too much on his plate right now to care about his unending hunger. "We should leave. Humans, you better not betray me," Galactus said. "Hey, who are you calling humans?" "We all are not humans," said an alien from the group of Green Lanterns. Galactus just vanished with the whole bunch without even bothering to care for a small ant. Like Erisham, Galactus used the black hole-type portal to travel with the others. And the next place they appeared was near unending space where there were no galaxies or stars around. There was unending space and in front of that was just a black void. A never-ending black void which was emitting small black particles all around. The Avengers already had their own devices to look at the Black Winter while the Green Lanterns had their rings to give them special goggles that allowed them to see Black Winter without seeing their future deaths. The Guardians remodeled the rings after the first fall of Green Lantern. There was very little time for them to do, but at the end they were able to do it with the help of Ion. And the Blue Lanterns had also come with the Green Lanterns to fight Black Winter. Even though they were very small in number, they still did come. John advocated the rise of Blue Lantern as blue denoted hope, and hope would be required in this fight. It had to be mentioned that even the Guardians of Galaxy also came with the Green Lanterns. John, who saw all this, felt a little proud of himself. He was responsible for more than half of the people being present here. Even the unknown Green and Blue Lanterns. John was also grateful that they used the head of Tiamat to make devices for all to see Black Winter. Even though John was sure it would not give problems to him since he has Alien X. But he was sure some of the people would have problems. "I will share power cosmic with all of you so that you all don't get obliterated by his passive power," Galactus said as he shared his power with all of the Avengers, Teen Titans, and Green Lanterns. Even though he thought doing that wouldn't be helpful at all, he needed to get all the support possible to face Black Winter. And John was his priority for this. In order to get the full support of him, he needed to at least show that he was helpful to all. John, who was in Alien X form, saw that Galactus shared his precious power cosmic with all. Even though it wasn't in large quantities, this small help was enough to show that he was on board with their plan. All the members who got the power cosmic got a major boost now. Especially Hulk, his size became many times bigger. Thanks to Ralts, Banner had full control of his Hulk form now. "This is cool," Clint said as he took out his arrows, which are endless now. All members of the Avengers got respective power boosts. Even Clark and Wayne got more powerful after being infused with power cosmic, turning almost like the Silver Surfer. As they all checked their new powers, a voice said, "Galen, is that you?" The voice came from the Black Void. John saw that the Black Void, which had no form, started transforming. And slowly the Black Void had a face. A face which had small bits of light to show the outline of the face. A face that looked like a monster. If Galactus was huge, then this guy just redefined the word huge. The whole body of Galactus wasn't even as tall as the mouth of Black Winter. "Yes. It's me. I have returned," Galactus said. "Oh, I see you have brought many people with you. Food for me," Black Winter said. No, you black charcoal snow. We are here to kill you. Tony said, never backing away in order to assert himself in the whole conversation. He really doesn't have any damn in his mouth. Does he? Clark mumbled as he was getting to know his new friends bit by bit. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 399, Facing Themselves. Oh, so you have gathered unruly subordinates. That is cute. Let me see what they are made of. Black Winter said, and then in front of them various figures started to form in front of all the people who came to face the Black Winter. And what they saw horrified them. The figures which had appeared in front of them were the carbon copies of the people present. The only difference was that the figures were made of black gaseous substance, but everybody could make out that the figures were copies of themselves. For example, Clark had a carbon copy of himself standing opposite to him, and it looked like the copy of him had the same power as the actual Clark. Though Black Winter couldn't replicate power cosmic, but giving them more power wasn't a problem for him. What is this? Hal asked. He was the main person who was leading the Green Lantern, as he was the oldest one and the Guardians had specifically ordered him to lead. For this reason the Green Lanterns followed the lead of the Avengers. The Avengers by now were famous in the universe because they killed Thanos. So the Green Lanterns didn't have any problem in following the lead of Hal, who also belonged to the group of Avengers. These are your own selves and are copies of you. They have the same power as you and are your worst nightmares. We will have to fight them. John said as he flew towards them to face his own self. John's copy was not the Alien X but in Dr. Fate form. Black Winter couldn't replicate the Alien X form, as Alien X belonged to the creators of the universes and Black Winter belonged to the opposite camp. John was the first person to face himself as he directly transformed himself to Phoenix form, and the Black Dr. Fate too transformed himself to Phoenix. The others, when they saw John taking the first step to fight and saw how the enemy was the exact copy of him, was surprised. Even Phoenix is copied. Seems like we need to dip our hands in this S***T. Geralt said as he too flew to meet himself. Others too followed to confront their own selves. And as John had mentioned before, their own selves were almost exact versions of themselves. Except for the new power cosmic that everybody got a taste of, all the powers of their opponents were replicated. And thus the epic fight began. Not all faced a single guy. Constantine had to face two people. One was himself and another was Billy Batson. Since his power of Shazam came from Billy's. But some had it easier too. Like Strange and Thor. Their power came from Yggdrasil and the Black Winter couldn't replicate that. John, Strange and Thor had it much easier. These three easily got the upper hand in the confrontation against themselves. But others were struggling. And if that was not enough, Galactus too joined in the fight as he started using his power cosmic to confront the actual body of Black Winter. The whole fight looked epic and fascinating from an audience point of view, but it was an uphill fight for most of them. John was able to overpower his opponent pretty easily, and then he directly blasted the Black Dr. Fate away with his fire, which had small properties of actual Phoenix Force in it. The Black Dr. Fate died easily, but then monsters with no shape emerged from all sides surrounding him. John then brought his main weapon. EA. He took EA in his wings and started fighting close combat with the unending monsters that had emerged. And the monsters who tried sneak attacking him were stopped by his chains. Even though in Alien X form his body was indestructible, he would definitely be wounded by an entity which is almost opposite to the form of Alien X. Clark, Banner, and others were also fighting new monsters that were emerging constantly. They had defeated their own selves, but that didn't matter as new monsters had started emerging. I call this Bulls **T. Even if we defeat our own selves, it's useless. This guy just sends us more monsters. Pietro said as he tried to get his breath back. Even though he could run in space, he could use the bodies of the opponents as surfaces and hop around like Flash did. But the problem was his opponent too could run fast like him. It was Flash at the end who killed the Black Pietro since he had the Speed Force. And now after the death of Black Pietro there were innumerable monsters. John and a few others were finally able to get out of the hole surrounding monsters by constant killing. But by this time there had been losses too. The fight hadn't even started 15 minutes ago and there had already been deaths. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 400, Full-Powered Attack. A number of Green Lanterns were already dead by this point, and even some of the Avengers were injured. Even though there were no deaths in Avengers as of yet, but if this went on there would definitely be some. John, who after getting out of the trap created by monsters saw this, got incredibly angry. Then he proceeded to enlarge his body to the same size as Galactus. John now looked larger than he looked during the fight against Erisham. Galactus and Black Winter, who have been fighting, stopped to see the new player that just joined in. What are you? Black Winter finally got the curiosity better of him. He never cared what he ate, but this new species he had never seen before. You're Doom. John shouted as for the first time ever he used the full power that he could gather in his sword. He even used a little bit of Phoenix Force in this attack, which was led by EA. Galactus, who saw the attack, got frightened a bit and backed away. But since the Black Winter was very huge, he couldn't. And that sword wave from John finally hit Black Winter. Everything seemed as if it stopped. It felt as if time itself stagnated. The void itself was crumbling as the wave traveled. All the people who were fighting stopped to see what changed, and even the monsters that were attacking stopped. EA, after being powered by so many magical and physical attributes, now showed how powerful the weapon was. And then finally it hit Black Winter. The whole huge form of Black Winter got obliterated by this attack. The black void which had been all around them got cleared instantly. The people who were feeling suffocated felt liberated after there was a clearing. And this attack alone cleared everything on its path, leaving no stone unturned. All cheered when this happened. This attack was powerful enough to kill all the monsters and the doppelgangers that had been attacking. But this attack didn't come without a cost. John used a huge amount of magic power. He even used his amulet's reserves a bit in this attack. This showed how annoyed John was by all this, but he also knew that this single attack wasn't enough for them. John again came back to his normal size, and all the Avengers, Teen Titans, the Green Lanterns and the Blue Lanterns all flew and stood behind John. He just saved everybody with his one attack alone. This attack was enough to kill at least a dozen planets. Raven said. Yeah. Hey Raven, I think we will need your dad's help here. Parker said. You are right. Raven said, and then she released Trigon, her father. Another member joined. They all knew that this attack alone wasn't enough to destroy a multiverse destroyer. And as expected, the clear space was again filled with pitch-colored void. But this time it didn't have the same size as before. His size shrunk by a lot. That attack by John was augmented by many things. Strength, magic, power of space-time, and even reality-bending powers of Alien X. It wasn't just a normal one. You have surprised me. Black Winter said, and then he stretched his void towards them. Let me help you this time. Galactus said as he proceeded to stop the attack. The black void was stopped by a white light which was power cosmic. Galen, I expected more from you. Black Winter said as he inserted more power in his attack. Avengers. Let him know what we are. Steve shouted. And then with a loud shout all ran to the aid of Galactus. Everybody attacked. Clark and Wayne with their iconic heat vision. Vision, Strange, Thor, Wanda, Siri, Yen, Triss, Constantine, Norrin, and everybody attacked with their most powerful attacks. Even John used his lightning and fire to attack Black Winter. He needed some time to recharge his full magic power to use another attack with his EA. So he put EA back and brought out his huge sword IG Alima to fight close with him. Black Winter didn't expect that there would be a massive pushback by just being attacked by Galactus. Go away, ants. Black Winter said, and now his tone had a sense of irritation for the first time. He then sent out an attack which looked like a wave of black particles at the people who attacked. That wave was enough to throw the whole bunch of people who were aiding Galactus. Everybody was thrown back except for Tony. His anti-metal armor was still working perfectly, and pushed away any kind of kinetic energy being thrown at him. Even Black Winter's attack was nullified by this. John and others who were thrown away were also surprised by this phenomenon. Sometimes technology can be terrifying. Clark said as he saw the only mortal who could stop an attack of a devourer of universes. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 401, Bomb. That attack didn't actually hurt anyone, but it did give some time for Black Winter to press Sunrise Galactus more. And Black Winter succeeded in this small change as he used more devouring power on Galactus. It threw Galactus away by thousands of miles. All the Avengers and the others were horrified by this. They saw Galactus, such a huge being flung away. But that was not the main point of this attack. Galactus, who had been healthy all this time, now looked totally spent. His cheeks caved in as if he had been starving for a long time. His eyes looked hollow and his outer armor too looked big for his size. And that was not all, he had lost both his hands in this single attack by Black Winter. All of them really looked desperate now. Even the huge devourer of worlds couldn't stop Black Winter. What chances did the ants have? John had just used his full power on Black Winter, but that too wasn't enough. It only made his size smaller, and it looked like it didn't weaken him at all. Galactus, use your trump card. John said, using his helmet of fate. He didn't want Black Winter to listen to the conversation. He knew even though Galactus looked weak, he was conscious. I can't. I wanted to use the Infinity Stones to bomb him from inside, but I don't think I will be able to do it. We might as well die and accept our fate. Galactus said as his voice seemed like it would vanish away any moment. Not for a moment give up on me right now. You wanted to bomb Black Winter. Right. All right. I will do something about it. John said as he finally understood the plan of Galactus. He thought Galactus would eat the Infinity Stones and make himself more powerful. But Galactus had other plans for it. He wanted to use the Infinity Stones as a bomb and place it inside the body of Black Winter and thus triggering it later remotely. But it seemed he never got the chance. That was the reason why Galactus tried to have a close combat with Black Winter. Avengers, we need someone to go inside Black Winter and place the Infinity Stones as bomb. Only that explosion will be enough to kill him. John gave good and bad news at the same time to all of the people. Who will take that risk? Arthur asked. There was complete silence. And as they were contemplating this, monsters again started emerging to attack them. It seemed like Black Winter was in a mood of playing with them by sending these small mercenaries. All the Green Lanterns and Avengers went to confront all the monsters. A Green Lantern said over the ring. Whatever you decide, do it fast. He will get bored with his food after some time and it won't take a moment to kill us. I will do it. The next moment many such voices came. Many Green Lanterns were up for this thing. And even some of the Avengers. But before they could choose, a huge voice rang on the ears of everybody. Move, you ants, I will do it. Only a devourer can kill another devourer. When they realized who it was, they were surprised. It was Trigon. Even though he was under the control of John, his nature didn't change. That was the reason why everybody was surprised to hear such comments. Whatever you do, do it fast. We don't have much time. Wayne said, reminding everybody that the number of monsters were increasing. Wayne, Clark. Go, get the Infinity Stones from Galactus. I will irritate him one more time. This will give Trigon enough time to get the Infinity Stones. And later when he attacks, Trigon can go inside and finish the job. John said. He too actually didn't expect that Trigon would be up for the job. Like all others, he too had given partial freedom to Trigon. But still, like he did in Apocalypse War, he decided to sacrifice himself for the greater good and his daughter. John, meanwhile, opened the gate of Babylon to bring out another weapon. Sulsagana, a large jagged divine construct sword which on attacking burns away everything. John didn't know if fire was effective on Black Winter, but he wanted to try, as his main power was more leaning towards fire. John even decided to use the Philosopher's Stone for this. He flew high up close to the Black Winter while Wayne and Clark went to the almost unconscious Galactus to take the Infinity Stones. Only they can fly fast in open space and touch the Infinity Stones without problems. Your courage is commendable, but even you can't stop me with all your power. Black Winter said to John, who was holding Sulsagana. Maybe we all will die. Death comes to all at the end. But death doesn't define us. It's our life that makes living worth living, and we will continue to defy death until our last breath, saying that John attacked Black Winter. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 402, Death. And then a huge wave of fire that was as big as the size of a galaxy hit Black Winter. The burning fire, which didn't have any source to burn, no oxygen, still burnt fiercely as it touched Black Winter. And finally there was a cry of pain. A cry which echoed on the ears of everyone present. John had used almost all his power in this single attack. He chose fire because he, being a host of Phoenix Force, was on the side of life while Black Winter was on the side of death. And this calculation of his paid off. This time it did more damage to Black Winter than it did the previous time. And this attack just wiped away more of Black Winter than it did the previous time. This buffer time was enough for Wayne and Clark to get the stones. 2 people were required for this because John wasn't sure if a single person would be powerful enough to hold the Infinity Stone. Especially the Power Stone. That is something that shouldn't be touched by a mortal. And thus the race against time began. Wayne and Clark took the Infinity Stones and were returning back. In the meantime, Black Winter, which had receded by a lot, was coming back again. And this time with more ferocity. Tony and others who were nearby saw this and knew they might need another attack to stop Black Winter for some moments. Avengers, we need to stop him for one more time. Let's do it. Victor shouted, and then all his thrusters to shoot at Black Winter. Seeing that all the members of the Avengers, Green Lanterns, and Blue Lanterns attacked using all means possible. Black Winter by now knew there must be something going on, so he tried attacking with more power this time, finally getting serious. But the fire of John had injured him considerably. Black Winter couldn't muster all his strength back in an instant to stop the all-out attacks of all the people. Trigon, on the other hand, finally got his hands on all the Infinity Stones. Bruce and Clark had returned by that time. Victor gave him the old set of boxes after being remodeled as a time bomb to detonate the Infinity Stones. You better be successful or else we all will die, along with your beloved daughter. Clark warned him. I don't need someone to tell me what I am doing. You all should have let me rule you. Maybe this would never have happened. Trigon said as he flew off. He used his 4 eyes heat vision to insert himself into the attack of all the people. But there was a difference this time. Trigon was getting closer to Black Winter's core as opposed to others who were attacking from far or fighting the monsters. Black Winter was surprised to see the coming of a lone man which looked more of a monster than his small minions. Even though the monster had malevolence, he was on the other side, so he didn't drop any punches while attacking him. Ha ha ha. Come. Come, let me see how big the devourer of multiverses are. Come. Trigon said as he was laughing and fending off for himself. He was surrounded by pitch-black darkness all around. It was very chilling to see a lone man who looked like a monster being surrounded all around and still laughing. Soon all the other people weren't able to see him from afar. But they could hear his voice. The last words they heard was, "Live, my daughter. This universe is yours to rule." Raven, who was watching all this, had tears in her eyes. She never really loved her father. Her father was responsible for all the bad things in her life. The death of her home, her mother, everybody. But in the end he was still her father. She watched as the voice of her father faded and he got engulfed by darkness. All the Avengers and others watched with sadness and hope. A hope that this small move of theirs would pay off. Another ant gone. Now just get eaten by, huh? And then it came. The moment they all had been hoping for. It started as a small speck of light coming out from inside the body of Black Winter. And in a moment's notice that small speck of light enlarged into a huge ball of light. John, who was seeing this, used his last bits of energy to take away all of the people and teleport away. This explosion was not something they would be able to defend. John took them at least a few thousand light years away. A self-blast of the Infinity Stones was not something to be trifled with. And when they got teleported such a huge distance, they still were able to see such a huge explosion from far. An explosion that was bigger than the size of a few galaxies. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 403, Life vs. Death. All the people saw from afar when the explosion took place. This explosion was something that this universe had never seen before. Cosmic waves traveled all of the universe. Every major empire sensed that something big had happened. All their sensors went haywire after this. John and others just waited and saw this explosion. All of them prayed that this explosion was enough to bring down Black Winter. They had expected Black Winter to be very dangerous, but this turned out to be more nightmarish than they imagined. The sheer size of this being changed the outlook of the people. I should have been the one delivering the last blow. That is my destiny. Thor said. Don't talk about destiny at this point. I will be grateful if I get out of this alive. This just turned out to be my worst nightmare. I will stop being a hero after this. Pietro said. John, are you all right? Wayne asked as he saw John was exhausted. Even though he was still in Alien X form, everybody could notice that he was spent. Using all his strength and magic took a toll on him. I am fine. Just tired. Victor, take us back to where we are after the explosion dies down. We need to determine if he is dead. We can only rejoice after that. John said. What if he isn't dead? Wanda asked. Then the gods were right to isolate the whole universe to stop the Black Winter. John replied in a grave tone. This meant that their universe was doomed to die. But John wasn't somebody to give up. He had been amassing fan values and not spending even a single point from this for a long time. Even after the update he didn't spend almost nothing. Only on Clark, which cost him less than $500 million. The total fan values that he had accumulated had now crossed 50 billion. So if he saw that there was no escape from it, he would directly call Goku. Even if he couldn't get the most powerful version of Goku, at least the version which would cost him around 50 billion would not be too shabby. And that version would be enough to defeat Black Winter if he was alive. After a minute the explosion died down and Victor finally opened a boom tube to the location of the explosion. All entered the huge boom tube and crossed a long distance in just a few seconds. They left Galactus behind. When John teleported he took away Galactus too. Even though he would have loved the death of Galactus, he was one of those necessary evil ones. Galactus was a kind of balance of this multiverse and killing him would just release another monster more terrifying than him. So it was better for Galactus to be alive. When they all reached the place of explosion, there was nothing but ashes flying around. The explosion had died down and obliterated everything in its path, leaving nothing behind for thousands of light years around. There was no sign of Black Winter. We won. Steve said slowly as he had a look of relief on his face. All had been waiting for those exact words for the last few years and finally they had won after such struggle and preparation for this moment. The moment they all had been eagerly waiting for. But then a small speck of black dust flew towards them. That small speck black dust in a moment changed into a huge black void surrounding all the people. All the blood drained from people's faces when this happened. You had to say it, Captain. Thor said now in a very sad tone. None of them had any juice left to fight Black Winter. They had given their everything before the explosion. And now all of them were on the end of their ropes. All had only faces of despair written on them. I have got to say, no other universe has ever put up such a huge fight against me. I have been living since time immemorial, but never have I faced such opposition. But this is where the show ends. Black Winter said. Even though his voice sounded meek, there was a sense of anger in it. That explosion was big enough to almost kill him. He somehow was able to escape. But not without damage. He had lost almost 90% of his body. This attack had thoroughly angered him. So when the people returned to see if he was dead, he didn't take any chances and directly covered them from all sides, leaving no place to escape. John, who saw this side. There was really no other way except for Goku. He was his final trump card. So Goku it, huh? As he was ready to spend billions to get Goku here, he felt something from his gate of Babylon. And before he could understand what was going on, a huge fiery bird appeared in front of him after coming out of the gate. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 404, Life. Fire. Fire can burn anything dear to life. Both living and non-living can just turn into ashes because of it. Humanity was able to progress so rapidly because they had some control over fire. It is said that Prometheus was chained by the gods because he introduced fire to the mortals. Fire is often placed with destruction, but that's not all what fire is. It's a bringer of life and hope. Fire is what gives light to the world and in turn helps life to bloom. When the bird emerged from the gate of Babylon, that was what everybody felt. In that total darkness devoid of life, the light brought them hope. The huge fiery bird flew around a circle emitting cries of joy. Those cries denoted freedom, hope and light. All the people present there finally had hopes in that damned darkness. The bird gave one last cry before finally entering the body of John. John knew what it was. The Phoenix Force. The phoenix that had hatched. After many months. Maybe it was Gilgamesh's luck or Blue Lantern's hope, it did pay off at the end. As the Phoenix Force entered his body, he felt he was rejuvenated. He came back to his original form, stopping the Omnitrix. John now felt that his body was full of power and life force. A power which he felt was endless. He felt that now he could destroy galaxies just with the wave of his hands. He felt he could even bring the dead to life. That was what the Phoenix Force represented. Life and godhood. He was now omnipotent and omnipresent. Normally the Phoenix Force doesn't give that much power to the host, because the body of the host can't control such power. But John was different. His Phoenix fruit made his body perfectly capable of handling the Phoenix Force. And on top of that he was Dr. Fate. A sorcerer supreme. And more so, he was 2/3 god to begin with. Such compelling points made him the perfect host. The host that the Phoenix Force had been searching for eons. Now finally it has got one. Can you hear me? John asked in his mind. Yes. Thank you for waiting for me, a woman's voice rang his head. Wait. You can read my memories and thoughts. This was the main question that he had in his head right now. He had too big of a secret and he didn't want anyone else to know. I can't. Just in the same way you can't read my memories, I can't read yours. Normally, I can do it, but you are the perfect host. We can even converse with each other, which was never possible for me before. But enough of that. Shall we deal with the problem at hand? Phoenix Force asked. Yes. John said as he finally looked up. What is this? What are you? Black Winter asked as he felt an immense power emitting from the person's body which had hit him twice. The bird that had just emerged gave him fear like nothing before. The amount of power he felt was almost on par with him in his prime. But right now he didn't even have 20% of his total power. I am life. But here, I am your death. Now disappear. John said as he looked at the hollow eyes of Black Winter one last time. And just like that, fire burnt in the whole of Black Winter's body. He screamed in pain. This time he couldn't escape, as no matter what he would never be able to escape from the clutches of John now. John didn't move a bit when he said those words. His words were the judgment and doom of Black Winter. And after a moment of cry, Black Winter's last presence vanished from the multiverse altogether. The enemy was finally dead. Never to be born again. Never to hunt another multiverse ever again. And this was done with the hands of mortals and gods, together. Everybody cheered when finally Black Winter vanished forever. And this cheer was from their hearts. They had now absolutely won. There were tears of joy in almost everybody's eyes. They really thought they would die, but miraculously they survived. John too had a smile on his face as he was taken on the shoulders of Tony and Clark and paraded around. John, seeing all this too, laughed. He too was really happy to see all of this and cheered. They all clapped and thanked John, who had been bravely fighting at the front since the start, and other than Galactus he was the only one who was able to hurt Black Winter to such a degree. Even though at the end the Phoenix Force came and helped them. At least the host was John. Let this day be remembered for eternity. A day where we fought against a god. Our universe was left without help, but we still fought back. We didn't lose hope. We didn't abandon our friends. We fought and won. Let this be a reminder. Nothing is impossible if we are together. John shouted as he said that. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 405, Returning Victorious. John and others, and after cheering for a few more minutes and then teleported to the place where Galactus was. John then waved his hands to provide a little life force to him. Galactus, who had been unconscious due to low energy, woke up with a start. Even though all his power wasn't restored, he could still live. What happened? Did we win? Galactus asked. Yes. We won. John said. Galactus looked at John. Galactus looked at him closely, and he could tell that now John was finally the proper host of Phoenix Force. Our deal still stands. Norrin will be free from now, and you will never touch any of the things of this universe. John reminded. Galactus nodded his head. He didn't care about the deal. The greatest thorn in his life was dead. Even though he had lost a lot in this battle, it could always be recovered after eating some planets and galaxies. He for the last time looked at Norrin and then took all the power cosmic that had been distributed before. Taking that, he broke the multiversal wall and took off. Norrin, who saw this, was more happy in his heart. Galactus didn't strip the power cosmic from him, and now he was free. He didn't have to hide or run away from Galactus anymore. All people sighed in relief. They were really worried about how Galactus would react. Even though John had become the host, a being like Galactus was very eccentric. So they were all tense before, but now that he had left, there was a wave of relief for all. Norrin, you are free. You can come back with us for rest. We have fought a lot. We need rest. Norrin nodded his head. He was really grateful for all that had happened. We should return back home. We need to deliver the good news to others. And saying that, John and the other Avengers were in the ring. John didn't even use teleportation from his helmet. His words now were laws. The Green Lanterns now were back at OA. While the Blue Lanterns returned to their planet where the Blue Lanterns had their headquarters. This new power. Are you able to handle it? Clark asked. They all were concerned about John. Even though they won the battle, John had become the host. And from the words of Norrin, nothing good comes out when a person becomes the host of Phoenix Force. I am fine. I have become the perfect host. There is nothing to worry about. John reassured others, seeing their worry. They all went into the hall. So today was a victory for all of us. As a collective, we have fought and won. That deserves a pat on the back. More so, we have not seen our own death. That was important for us too. I know many of you are curious about what your future will be, but knowing this will only make us depressed. Wayne said as all took their seats. John had provided them with life force so that they were rejuvenated again. But whatever the process was, we won. And now we heal. I know you all have worked hard and prepared for this fight for a long time. And now finally we can rest. Rejoice and go on with your work. The Avengers are officially on vacation. Have fun, people. Steve said with a smile. All cheered at this, especially the Teen Titans. They were just teens, and even though they fought like grown-ups, they loved vacations. I know that my life force wasn't enough for you all and you are exhausted mentally. You all should go and rest. Norrin, you too should go and sleep. You have been on the run for a long time. Guys, thank you for all the help and courage. You all have done an awesome job. Now enjoy your time. All had a smile on their faces. They all got up and left. Guilty Spark took all of them to their homes. Only Norrin and a few others were left in the hall. Tony, you have surprised me with your tech. John said as he was reminded of how his technology made the passive attacks of Black Winter useless. Tony smiled as he was proud of what he had achieved. I have said before. Technology reigns supreme. Tony said. We have lost the Infinity Stones forever. This is going to negatively impact the universe. Strange said. Yes, it will be, but the mages will get their supply of multidimensional energy back. I can now connect this universe back to the multiverse. John said, and his body instantly caught on fire for a few moments before returning back to normal. Their universe was back with the multiverse. Before, only gods were able to break the wall and come to their universe. But in reality, their universe was losing its life force slowly as it was separated from the multiverse. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 406, Home. You really are on a whole different level now. Aren't you? Steve lamented. I am the same old person, Captain. It's just now I will have too much information on my head. I can only switch off the constant flow of information. John said as he assured everybody that he was still the same. So our universe is back with the multiverse. Is it a good thing or a bad one? Tony asked as the normal people felt no change when John said that they were back with the multiverse. It's a good thing. But there is a downside. This might lead to more people crossing over to our universe now. John lied. The Black Winter was done, so now he could spend his fan values as much as he pleased. He didn't need to care about anything anymore. More people. From where? Tony asked. I have no idea. I might be omnipotent but not in every sense. I can't always know the future. John lied again as he always had an idea who would be coming. But here, as of now, he hadn't decided. All right. Be it an ally or an enemy. We will face it together. Let's stop here for now. Wayne said as he got up and started walking away. Following that, all of them left. John was back at his home, but he shuddered the moment he returned because he saw an angry woman standing on the patio looking at him. It was Emma. And before he could defend or say anything, she asked. You asked the Guardians not to include me in the fight against the Black Winter. Didn't you? No. I don't know what you are talking about. John replied as he moved his head to avoid the eyes of her. It was him who asked the Guardians not to inform her of the battle. In the battle, John couldn't let himself be distracted, so he chose the most viable option possible. Not to include her in the battle and keep her as far as possible from all of this. Liar. You asked the Guardians not to include me in this whole assault and I was never informed. Emma said in a more stern tone. John sighed. He knew he couldn't hide the truth from her for a long time and had to come out with the truth. Let's go inside and discuss this, can we? John said. Emma didn't speak and just went inside. Followed by John. And then the whole argument started. Well, it was more of a scolding and less of an argument. But finally, after a lot of convincing, she calmed down. She really didn't like being away from the whole battle. But John just denied her that. She only accepted John's reasons after the assurance that she would be present if a major battle breaks out in the future. John, in order to make it up to her, made a candlelight dinner and took her to a romantic date. It was there that Emma understood that her boyfriend had just been elevated to godhood after being the host of Phoenix Force. She was very happy to know this. Being the girlfriend of the host of a cosmic entity was a huge thing, and she was genuinely ecstatic to know of all this. John, on the other hand, was just happy that Emma had calmed down. He wanted nothing more but to see her smile, and all he did was to preserve that smile and preserve the smiles of his loved ones. Earth, on the other hand, got to see Galactus. The satellites, like last time, caught pictures of him. And this being was bigger than the last one. There was a whole lot of discussion on all of this, and it added more when the rumors came that all the Avengers and even the Teen Titans vanished for some time after this new being appeared. There was debate on the internet and speculations of him as usual. Neither Umbrella nor Avengers came up and gave any information of why such beings have started appearing one after another. But unlike last time, the people weren't deeply concerned about who appeared and who not, as long as it didn't affect their lives. Humanity had the notion that now, since they had Pokemons and mythical ones at that, they would always be protected, as Pokemons now lived on the same Earth too. John, who knew what was going on Earth, was happy to see such a response. The next day Emma had to leave as there were less lanterns in the universe now, and even though new lanterns had been chosen, they needed to be trained for combat. So all the remaining lanterns had more work for the time being, as they had to look after more sectors as a whole. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 407, Visit. After this battle, all the Avengers went into retreat. They wanted a rest from all the running around, so they all took a break. Even the people working as mercenaries like Oliver, Clint, and others didn't show up. In order to control everything, S.H.I.E.L.D. had to recruit more ninjas from the villages to handle everything. John didn't let the ninjas participate in the battle as he wanted someone to hold the fort on Earth. He wasn't sure if anybody would sneak attack his Earth. He had angered a lot of people on Earth 616, so he needed assurance on Earth. A proper legion to defend if anything went wrong. Thankfully, nothing went wrong. And everything was in its place. 2 months went by and John was now focused on making the new movie, which was in its last phase. The movie would be the continuation of the previous DC movies. Now that was all he cared about, was his own life and be on the lookout of potential threats. With his omnipotence, he even found out the location of Ultron, but he didn't care any more about him. No matter what he did, it would never put a dent in the universe. So he left Ultron on his machinations and never bothered. He even conversed with the Phoenix Force when he was bored and came to know more deeply about the universe. The Phoenix Force had only one responsibility, and that was protecting the pruned crystal. The crystal was responsible for holding the realities of the universe together, and right now it was residing in his Gate of Babylon. With the crystal a person could time travel and go to any world. But John never cared about any of this. Only thing he needed to care about was the security of the crystal, which was residing on the Gate of Babylon. The crystal came with the egg, and it was inside the egg when it was hatching. One evening when John returned from work, he saw a small group of people waiting for him near his home. John was taken aback by the presence of so many people, and the thing was he didn't know them at all and had never seen their faces. And all of them looked very weird. But John remembered them from the comics. Remembering that John had a smile on his face. He had been expecting the visit from them but never expected that all of them would be here together. Oh, so the cosmic entities of the multiverse have finally graced this universe with their presence. I am eternally grateful. John said in a very mocking and a sharp tone. This tone signified how unhappy he was with them. The people who came were the cosmic entities of their multiverse. The actual controllers and the preserver of this multiverse. Kid, you have no right to speak in such a way with us, said a woman whose whole head was covered in a mask. The woman looked very sexy and appealing even though her head was covered by a gas mask which looked like it was made during World War II. Why are you getting irritated, Death? Got bored after flirting with Wade? John asked, as Death had a very complicated history with Deadpool. You. How do you know this? Death was taken aback when John called out on her secret crush on Deadpool. John didn't reply to her but said to everyone. Why don't you all come inside? I am sure you have not come to this universe just to get mocked by a mortal like me. We can talk inside. Saying that, he walked in. All the other gods were thoroughly confused about how John knew of Death's fascination for a mortal. They all were omnipotents, but they could never cross boundaries and could look into each other's lives. But John here actually knew of them and their secret lives. He is different from all of us. Tread very carefully. His existence gives me a smell of one place which I myself fear a lot. Eons of roaming in the void made me aware of many things, and trust me when I say this. He isn't simple, said another being. That person was Oblivion. It is said Oblivion is the only god which roams the void outside the multiverse. Oblivion looked like all other human beings in shape, but the difference was that nobody had seen his face, as his face was always covered with a cloak and the only thing that could be seen was his eyes. They all were surprised by such words of Oblivion. They never expected that he would have such high evaluation of the new host of the Phoenix Force. Even though they took notice of him for some time, but nobody cared. Until they killed Black Winter. And he was responsible for winning half of the battle and later becoming the perfect host of Phoenix Force. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 408, Disagreement. They all went in. This was the first time that all the cosmic entities were invited to the home of a mortal. Even though technically John was God, he wasn't born abstractly like the others. So all the gods had different views about John. John had gone and sat on his sofa while the others sat in the vacant places. Everybody had no problems with that, but when Death sat at the sofa, it got obliterated into nothingness. Death, who saw this, stood there awkwardly. Her powers were related to death and destruction, and sometimes she had no control over it. Seeing no solution, she made a throne for herself made of bones. John, who saw this, didn't mind, as he could just obliterate it later. So I think this is the first time all the cosmic entities were together. Am I right? Or am I missing something? John asked. No. This is the first time we have all been together, said a woman. She had weird yellow-colored transparent markings all over her body. She was Infinity, sister of Eternity, counterpart of Death. The multiverse had all counterparts of each abstract being. Like Eternity's counterpart was Oblivion. And like Infinity's sister, Eternity too had come with all of them. He looked like he was made of stars. Just like the model of Alien X. The only difference was that Eternity had massive horns in his head and the stars were more prominent in his body, as opposed to Alien X, where the stars were very small and negligible. Watching Eternity was one of the most mesmerizing things. Then I should be honored to bring all of you together for the first time, said a voice. There was a small fiery bird which sat on the shoulder of John. Phoenix Force had itself come out to converse with all of them. Before, the Phoenix Force could never manifest herself in the real world for a long time. But this time it was different. Phoenix. Are you all right? Is he really the perfect host? Eternity asked. Yes. John is the one I had been searching for. His powers are aligned with me. You don't have to worry about the crystal. It's safe and will always be under our protection. Phoenix assured everyone, as that was one of the main concerns of the abstract beings. We trust you, replied Infinity. I don't, suddenly came a reply to the last person among the abstract beings. The man looked like he was half of everything. His body was painted from top to bottom by equal portions of black and white color. He looked the most weird and probably the bad apple in the whole lot of the abstract beings. The in-betweener. He was an agent of Lord Chaos and Master Order. Like the DC universe, Marvel too had Chaos and Order. And unlike lords that existed in the DC universe, Marvel had only agents who represented both of Chaos and Order. But John always had prejudice against him. He believed that the in-betweener always tilted towards Chaos and his history wasn't so good to begin with. It's fine if you don't trust. We didn't ask for your validation. The crystal will stay with us. Whether you like it or not. John replied in a sharp tone. All became silent when John replied that. They had come for a normal conversation, but it seemed like not everybody was aboard with this gathering. You are just a mortal. You have no right to hold on to the crystal. In-betweener said. Let's be honest here. Phoenix had been with many hosts before, but none of you had shown up to them. You all are not here for the crystal, you are here to test me. John said. When I was small I hated exams and all kinds of tests. One of the reasons why I left school. It was childish of me for sure, but that habit remained with me. I don't like tests. If you are just to do that, then you can please leave my home. I don't like being disturbed after a long day of work, and saying that the door of the house opened by itself. It showed how irritated John was by the cross-examination of in-betweener and the other beings who were silent about this treatment. How dare a mortal talk to me like that? In-betweener said. But what came next was not what he expected. He was welcomed with a kick on his head. A kick that was powered by Alien X, Lord of Order and Phoenix Force. The kick was so powerful that in-betweener was thrown right out of the House of Mysteries. This created a massive hole in the wall of the house and even destroyed the surrounding furniture and books. All the other cosmic entities didn't expect that John would be so violent that he would attack another abstract with no restraint whatsoever. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 409, Warning. Sorry, I destroyed the house. I will rebuild it later. John mumbled under his breath. It was for the spirit of the house. Since her life was connected to the house, John needed to be respectful to her. The spirit appeared nearby and nodded her head. She understood that John must be really angry to deliver such a massive blow inside the house to someone. Go inside. It might get ugly. John reminded her. Was that really necessary? Oblivion said. The other abstract beings came outside with him. To the patio. John's kick was powerful enough to drag in-betweener for a few more meters before stopping. His body was dragged on the sand. Necessary? Absolutely. Especially him. An agent of chaos and order who does as he wishes. John said. The other abstract beings just stood there without any notion of interfering. They didn't want to add more chaos to what was going on. They were wrong in the first place to begin with when they abandoned their universe. And now they didn't have any moral high ground to argue against the anger of John. They just stood behind to see how everything would play out. In-betweener, who was hit by John, finally stood up. He had anger written all over his face. He waved his hands and a hammer appeared in his hand. The hammer was like his body. With two colors of equal proportion. John saw this extracted Sulsagana. He didn't want to use EA, John thought it would be an insult to EA if he used it here. And now since he was the actual host of Phoenix Force he could exert more power in it. I need to teach you some manners, kid. In-betweener said in a very grave and heavy tone. Says the guy who just got kicked by the same kid moments ago. John saying that flew off to him. He swung his huge jagged sword at him while in-betweener swung his hammer. Both the weapons clashed. And that clash was so massive that a wave was produced around. The wave traveled to the surrounding area creating destruction on the surface of the ring. The sea and the land got divided instantly. Infinity seeing the destruction waved her hands. All the destruction that was produced by the clash was restored instantly. But the damage was already done before and it raised the sirens on the Hall of Justice. GAIA who had been keeping an eye called every Avenger by that point of time. And Guilty Spark started teleporting all the members of the Avengers to John's side as GAIA felt that John might need support as many people had come. John and in-betweener stepped back after they clashed and when John stepped on the land. Tony and others appeared near him. You should have called us if you wanted to. What the? Tony who was going to say something became tongue-twisted seeing the enemy that John just clashed against. Even though GAIA had mentioned that the enemy was weird and powerful he didn't think much. But now seeing this he was dumbstruck. Oi John. Why is there a chess piece in live action? Now even chess pieces have come to life. What is left now? A game of checkers in live action. Tony said in his typical fashion and words. Saying this, he had already put up his armor. By that time almost all the Avengers have appeared. Like Tony, everybody was surprised to see this new guy. And more so when they saw the people behind John. All looked very weird, but nonetheless they were ready to fight. John didn't even care about all this and again swung his sword at Inbetweener. And this time he used more force. Inbetweener proceeded to defend with his hammer. As they clashed, there was another wave produced by it, and like last time, it too caused destruction all around. All the Avengers had their eyes wide open when they saw the destruction caused by such a simple clash. Though GAIA said that the situation was dire, they never expected that it was this bad. "Clark, tell me you can do this," Banner asked fumblingly. "I can. I think Bruce too can cause it. But will the ring be able to sustain this?" Clark asked. And as if to counter Clark's words, Infinity proceeded to undo all the destruction with the wave of his hands. "What the? Who are these people?" Clint asked, as he was surprised that all the destruction caused was back to normal even before any one of them could take a shot. John, who was on a standstill against Inbetweener, said, "Still think I am a kid? You have no idea who you are dealing with." Inbetweener replied, "A hypocrite." John shouted loudly as he directly used more power in his clash. This extra force applied by him was enough to throw Inbetweener away. And this time he was thrown till Venus. His body hit the planet Venus that was thousands of kilometers away, destroying the whole planet. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 410, Discussion. John flew into space at a very fast speed to confront Inbetweener again, as he knew this wouldn't put a dent on his body or even wound him. The Avengers who saw this now just accepted this. They had a very vague idea of how powerful John was now, but this really established who the strongest Avenger was among them. Thor too had appeared. When he saw all the abstract beings, he was taken aback. Even though he was omnipotent in the 10 realms, being like them were dark spots for him. Thor looked at Strange and both nodded their heads. And then they approached the cosmic entities. "Greetings from 10 realms. I am sorry for asking, but is there a grudge between us?" Thor asked. He and Strange knew who they were. Being connected with Yggdrasil gave them a lot of knowledge. And the knowledge of these beings was also among them. "We and the Avengers do not have a grudge. But John has prejudice against us. So that is what is going on between him and the other nasty guy." Death said. "Prejudice against you? But I don't remember John telling us about you all. Who are you?" Wayne asked, as he was curious about what was going on. Strange looked at all the confused faces of the Avengers and finally said, "Ignorance is bliss. These are the gods who control the workings of the multiverse." Avengers were struck by lightning when Strange said that. They expected that these people were powerful, but they never expected that these were the gods that they had been discussing for such a long time. John had spoken of them multiple times. At first he didn't show any emotion to them. But after the emergence of Black Winter and their non-involvement made John very angry, and this rubbed all of them the wrong way. Thus the Avengers too didn't have any goodwill for them. But now that they were on the doorstep and seeing a glimpse of their powers, they understood that having grudges against them was foolish. They were never in the same league. Ants don't get to hold grudges against elephants. Only John had the audacity and power to back himself. Not them. They were again reminded how weak they were in the cosmic scale. Oh, so they are them. No wonder John is angry with them. Tony said with a grin and didn't mince his words at all. Everybody here was not so happy because their universe was isolated for some time, even though they could never speak it out loud. Though all turned out to be good at the end, but at some point of time they were abandoned. "Hey, please control your words, Tony. We can be dead in the blink of an eye." Banner whispered to Tony. "Can you please stop the two of them from fighting? Seeing the fact that you are not attacking us, I will assume that you all are not here for war. So I hope you can stop both of them." Clark said, as he didn't feel any ill will from them. "We come in peace to apologize for what we have done, but we have no control of our colleague." Eternity said. "We understand. We all have some bad apples in our leagues." Wayne said, looking at Tony. "What does that mean? I am the most perfect guy for the team." Tony refuted his friend. "I presume you are not here just to apologize. Is there any other reason for your visit?" Clark asked. "We do have a matter to discuss. But I guess we can do the same with you all. You are his friends and only you can convince him." Infinity said. "Oh. Did he do something more to annoy you?" Steve asked. "Yes. He went to the main universe of the multiverse and depo-word every Avenger in that Earth. And now this has created problems in all of the multiverse." Eternity said. "Ha. Ha ha ha. This is something I didn't expect. This is hilarious. Worth writing about in history books." Tony laughed out loud when Eternity said that. Nobody expected that John had gone to the main universe and made all the heroes of the Avenger of their universe a normal person. They had seen how one Avenger from another universe turned out to be a nightmare for all. Now John had gone and done the same thing. Only this time he was successful while the Strange from another universe failed. By the main universe, you mean the universe where that Strange came from? Oliver asked. Yes. He is the leader of the Black Priests. Since he joined them, he could never interfere in normal matters anymore. Infinity said. Then that universe deserves what they are getting. They played God with us. And now John played the actual God. I am sorry, but we will not convince him. Pietro said as he still remembered that fight. Everybody here remembered that fight as it was a major and an impactful one. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 411, End of the Fight. But it has created a major problem for all of the multiverse. Oblivion reminded them. All got silent when Oblivion said that. By the words of them, it meant that if it doesn't get repaired, this would turn out to be a problem for all of the universes. Why is the main universe so important to everything? Banner asked. Because most of the terrifying beings that the universe can produce originate from there. Beings that are as powerful as us. Eternity said. Since you can change reality, I am sure you can undo whatever he has done. Why come to us? Wanda said as was confused. What Infinity did a few moments ago was changing reality. She can do that too, so she didn't understand why there is a major issue with their arrival and getting the approval of John. His reality-bending powers don't follow the same law as ours. His forms operate on different bases. So we can't undo what he has done. We can only come to him and ask for this. This was also the reason why our colleague here attacked him, as he thought he is a fake one. Eternity said. Then he deserves what he is getting. Victor said as he had been keeping an eye on the fight through the satellites. After Venus got decimated, the nearby planet Mercury was also done for, as John was hurled into that planet. And right now they were fighting on the surface of the sun, and since fire is John's territory, he was able to overpower Inbetweener. John was having a good time throwing punches at him. He didn't like how he was hurled by Inbetweener to Mercury, so as retaliation he took Inbetweener to Sun and fought on it against him. Infinity, who was always keeping an eye on everything, rebuilt everything that was destroyed by their battle. Any slight change in celestial objects near Earth would have a huge impact on humans, so they made sure no problems occurred to the people. They had already started the journey on the wrong path. Derailing more would just alienate John. Can you both stop them? They are just causing more fear among the people who are seeing this ugly fight. Clark said, and this was the truth. Many of the high-level people were able to see the fight via satellites, and what they were seeing was terrifying. Deconstruction and construction of planets in the blink of an eye. They have seen decimation of planets, and many had speculated that huge beings would be able to do it. Even many of the Pokémons would be able to do it. But the construction of planets in the blink of an eye was what horrified them more. It basically meant rewriting reality as they saw fit. Though they weren't sure who was fighting, since it was happening close to Earth, it was probably someone who lived on Earth. And that basically meant Avengers. The governments who saw this lamented on the fact that the Avengers had become so powerful and they could do nothing about it. Fellow beings, please come back and stop your confrontation. Infinity said. And whose words worked like magic. Both stopped fighting and were back where they all started. It's like her words were like commands. But in reality it wasn't so. All the abstract beings used their powers to stop them from fighting and trying to overpower each other. They both were back on the beach and were separated from each other so that they wouldn't start getting on the throats of each other. Even after this fight, both of them were perfectly alright with not even a small scratch on either of them. It was as if nothing had happened. Stop with your prejudice, Inbetweener. In the name of your masters. Oblivion said in a loud tone. He had specifically asked not to antagonize John, and he went and did exactly that. This showed no respect to him, and he didn't take it well. He started the fight. Inbetweener retorted. It was you who went and poked him with your useless argument. Eternity said. And John the First hoped that this was able to calm your anger and hatred against us. Infinity said with an expectant face, looking at John. All were silent to hear the reply. That was the main reason they were here. To apologize to him. Even though they couldn't say it out loud, they hoped that their gesture would be enough to show their attitude to him. John was silent for a second before saying. I don't have anger or hate towards you. I do understand why this all had happened and why you took the decision before. I just don't like the hypocrisy of you all. You just said that if Earth 616 isn't controlled, then everything will spiral out of control. But you all forget that destruction is a part of our lives. No matter what, destruction will come one day or the other. John said as he had already heard their discussion with the Avengers while fighting. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 412, Captain Universe. Destruction comes to us all. Nothing is eternal. But as you said against the fight with Black Winter. As a living being, it is in our natural instinct to fight for living. Eternity said. John and others were silent when they heard this. All the Avengers were with John with what he did. Even though they didn't understand why John made the superheroes as normal beings, they didn't care. They trusted John, so whatever decision he took would be backed by the Avengers. So are you here to force me to change my decision? John asked. No, we are here so that you can rethink of the decision that you took. Infinity said. All right. I will change it back, but after some time. They deserve what they are getting. Believe it or not, sometimes they themselves are responsible for destruction that affects all. They had become too arrogant. I know you don't have the concept of morality, but we as humans do. They will get their powers back when they are ready to take the mantle again. John assured for the first time. When he deplored the Avengers, he knew he had to go back to the decision he had made that time, but he wanted them to suffer. Suffer the same fate as the X-Men. Both Avengers and humans needed to be shown the reality. All right, as long as they would be back. We just wanted an assurance, as like you we also abhor derailing of natural order. Infinity said. Apparently not everybody is on board with your decisions. John said, looking at In-Betweener, who had been quietly standing on the side. If there was hatred for any of the gods, John had that against him. In-Betweener would do everything for his own interests and benefits. So John wanted to teach him a lesson. And even though they weren't able to reach a conclusion with this fight, John wanted to show that he always had his eyes on him. In-Betweener looked at John. His face still showed that there was anger, but since all came to agreement, he couldn't say argue back. And truth to be told, he was surprised by the power shown by John. He thought that Phoenix was lying when she said John was the perfect host. But this was not the case. He was able to use his powers freely with no restrictions. Especially with his new form and his weapon. It was as if his body was made to hold the power of Phoenix. I know what I am doing. You don't have to remind me what is right and what is wrong. In-Betweener replied. Someday I will have to talk with Lord Chaos and Master Order, and maybe I will ask them to remove you as the agent of them. John said. I would like to see you try, he said while again bringing out his weapon. Enough. Oblivion said. Now in a more angry tone as he looked at In-Betweener. TCH, saying that In-Betweener vanished. He felt insulted here and none of the others had supported him. He felt out of place, so he had decided to just leave. He vowed to take revenge of all the insult he had to suffer here from all of them. You had to antagonize him. Don't you? Oblivion said, little bit irritated by constant insults of John at In-Betweener. Trust me when I say this. He isn't a good guy. John said. We will keep an eye on him since you are insisting. For now we are leaving. I hope you will keep your promise. Infinity said. I will. Whenever I give a word I tend to keep it. John replied. Ah yes. The another thing which I came here for. Eternity saying that waved his hand. A white-blue ball of light floated in his hand. And then it slowly came to Steve Rogers. John and all were surprised by this sudden ball. Steve Rogers, seeing this, was confused. They could detect no malice from the ball of light but didn't understand what was this for. Is that what I think it is? John asked. Yes. I want him as my guardian for this universe. I hope you will accept it. This universe never had one. It's time I lend a hand. Eternity said. John nodded. This ball of light had the power of Captain Universe. The herald and guardian of eternity. Made to protect the living in all of the universe. A power is being granted to every Captain Universe born. The power was known as Unipower. A part of Enigma Force, the god of light. Whose mantle Venom took during his fight against Null. Now Eternity had basically asked Captain Rogers to be Captain Universe and be the protector of the livings of the universe until he can pass the power to a later generation in the future. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 413, Rest. Take it, Captain. It's for you. You will understand after taking it. John said. What? Do I need to eat it? Steve said. No. You need to touch it. Diana, who was close with him, said. She could feel there was a power that was residing in the ball. Steve took his hand and finally touched it. Then there was a blinding flash of light and everybody around closed their eyes to avoid the bright light. And when the light faded away, Captain America looked totally different. His old costume was gone and was replaced with a more sleek-looking costume. His iconic star was gone and was replaced with a white-colored circles in his chest while the rest of the upper costume was blue. The costume in his legs has turned to pure white in color. Captain America looked totally different and kind of holy now. How do you feel? Diana asked him as he saw him change totally. Powerful. More powerful than I have ever felt before. Steve replied. Then he looked at Eternity and bent his knees to greet him. Tuning with Uni-Power made him realize what kind of power and responsibility he had on his shoulders now. But Captain being Captain, he was happy to take this responsibility. I vow in the name of all lives that I will protect them at all cost for now until my death. Thank you for making me the Guardian. Steve said. Eternity nodded his head and so did the other abstract beings. Without saying any more words, all of them vanished together. Captain America has become Captain Universe now. And his area of protection had just changed from a country to almost the universe. John on the other hand looked at his home and waved his hands to repair all the damage his house had dealt with. John, who were they? Arthur asked. Everybody was curious. Only Strange and Thor knew of them. Though they knew that they were gods, they didn't have any idea of what kind of beings they were. Thor then explained what kind of beings they were and the forces they represented. They were in awe and many even felt a little bit of envy for Steve as he had become such a huge power now. John on the other hand was silent. He would have to return to Earth 616 soon to undo the damage that he had done. But that would not be immediately. He would take his time in this and leave for that world. Maybe he would take some of his friends for sightseeing. John, did you really depower every single Avenger from that Earth 616? Pietro asked. As he was really excited about the whole situation. They had all suffered once and now their counterparts suffered the same fate. Only this time it was more painful for them. I did. I was disappointed with them and felt they had lost their way. John then proceeded to narrate the whole story of why he did so and his disappointment. So this is what happened. Now wonder you took that step. They deserved what they got. Clint said. When he heard how he died 2 times he was shaken. But the civilians are suffering. Clark said while creasing his brows. I will restore it back soon. Now I want a little rest. Today was too much even for me. John said. He was a little scared to be honest. Even though he had shown that he didn't fear the cosmic beings, he in his heart knew that if the abstract beings decided to attack him, it would be too hard for him to handle. He was only a single god, while they represented all of the multiverse and were powered by it. He was sure that if all of them had decided to attack him, he would not have been able to escape in one piece for sure. So he needed to show his tough side and show that he wasn't afraid of them. That was one of the main reasons why he decided to beat down In-Betweener. And of course he didn't like him because of his history and the stories that he read in comics. John went to his home and nobody stopped him. There was too much to handle today and even though all remained unscathed, they were bombarded with total new information. Go home. There were a lot of things we came to know today. Control the public opinion. There would be a lot to explain to the people. Wayne said. What the satellite saw was alarming to say the least. Oh, another headache. I hate giving answers to the nosy journalists. Tony said. I thought you loved being in the limelight. Clark smirked and said. Hey. Don't tune in with Wayne. He is rubbing off on you the wrong way. Tony said. By now Clark had perfectly integrated with the squad. Though they felt weird that he acted kind of a leader of the group, but since his ideal matched with Steve they didn't bother to interrupt him. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 4:14, The Guild. All left after a bit of discussion and checking out the new powers of Steve. He was really different now. Steve was happy about the fact that he had got a power which demonstrated his feelings for this world and morality. Steve even went into deep space for fun and saw the solar system up close. Everybody was happy to see such changes of one of the leaders of the Avengers. Tony and Wayne went to handle public opinion. They conjured up a lie saying this was done by the huge humanoid being that had appeared recently. The people were terrified and they thought since these planets could be destroyed easily, what stopped them from destroying Earth? But of course, the governments and Tony assured them this would never happen as they had their Dr. Fate and Dr. Strange to stop any such incursions with all the members of the Avengers. Both of them got famous after the battle against Thanos. Though the people were assured of all this, most of the people thought using Pokemons were better and thus the enthusiasm for catching Pokemons were on the rise again. Human beings always needed an assurance of personal security and Pokemon were the best assurance for that. The next day when John woke up he checked his fan values. He was surprised to see his fan values actually skyrocketed by 5 billion in a single day. When he checked out the reason for this, he was surprised that the people out of fear for what had happened to Venus and Mercury, decided to incorporate more Pokemons in their society and thus in turn giving him fan values. Well, that was unprecedented but a welcome one. John thought. As he was thinking all of this and checking up the memories of his summons, he suddenly noticed one of his summons was very sad. It was Urza. She felt lonely as there were no friends with her and her guild hadn't arrived yet. When John saw this he felt guilty. He had been so much consumed by Black Winter and the related matters that he had totally forgotten of her. Let me change this loneliness of hers. Bring out the whole guild of Fairy Tail. Ding. Total fan values required, 10 billion. Good. Extract all of them and place them in Asgard. John said. And as John gave the command, the whole of Fairy Tail appeared on Asgard, with the master of the guild being Makarov and Mavis also being present in her ethereal form. Urza, who was just sitting on the beach and looking at the ocean and the stars, suddenly felt something and looked back. She was astounded when she saw all the members of Fairy Tail standing and looking at her with a smile. It's been a long time, Urza. Makarov said in a deep voice. Urza, who was looking at them, suddenly had tears in her eyes. Urza, who had always been serious and had a strong character, had tears in her eyes after seeing her friends. She went straight and hugged them all in a group hug. All had smiles on their faces as they understood how lonely Urza must have felt. They all laughed seeing this and exchanged greetings, but before they could talk more, two people appeared near them. They were Atrus and Thor. Thor already felt that the guild which John had spoken to before had appeared. He went to fetch the king of Asgard to bring him to talk with the new people. Only the current king is capable of handling all kinds of diplomacy and matters. And of course he would be there to support the current king. Welcome to Asgard. Atrus said. This is Atrus, the current king of Asgard, and Thor, the protector of Asgard. Urza said, introducing each other. We are sorry for the inconvenience caused. We have no idea of how this happened. Urza vanished a long time ago and it took a lot of time to find her location. And finally today we were able to reach here. Though a person did help us in the journey and explained the situation, we were not sure if this was true or not. Makarov said. It's fine. Like you, I too was thrown to this world. By twists and turns I became the current king of Asgard. Though I am new and young, I am trying my best to be of service to the kingdom with the help of my brother here. Atrus replied. Makarov was surprised that Atrus too was like them. Then I think we can get along pretty well. The place where we came from, we acted like the protector. We can do the same thing here too. By establishing a guild of the same name. Makarov said. Yes. Urza had spoken a lot about you and we have already made the arrangements for you all. I hope you will find it comfortable. We can talk about protecting things later. For now you all need to rest and catch up with the situation here. Thor replied this time. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 4:15, the new movie. The guild got settled in Asgard by the end of the day as John checked on them. The guild would act as his fan value booster and a watcher over Asgard in true sense. And in doing so, keep a lookout in all the other 9 realms. Even though John was omnipotent now, he was too lazy to fix every problem that popped out everywhere, and it wasn't his job even. Until and unless his universe was threatened, he would not care much from this point. And of course if an enemy popped out that interested him, he would be the first one to jump in. June. Today was the day when another DC movie would be released, and like always John and others were in New York to watch the movie. Everybody came as usual. Even the Teen Titans showed up for the movie together. Nobody wanted to miss a movie, and for the first time John wasn't totally behind for the movie. He let Kevin take the helm with a very vague script to work upon. The place where his true self came from, Kevin was very successful. John hoped that he could replicate the same thing with DC stories. All took their seats as the movie started. This started with the Justice League hunting down parademons all around the globe. But they were scared when they started hunting them because they found out that the parademons were equipped with boxes which looked like the mother boxes they had fought so hard to stop before. Justice League wasn't sure what this represented, but Diana brought out the idea that it might be the machinations of Darkseid because only he had control of parademons. And the number of parademons this time were too much for them to handle. And then the Justice League failed to prevent whatever the parademons were planning. And that was opening a portal with the fake mother boxes for Darkseid to come to Earth. And by the middle of the movie Darkseid reached Earth finally with his huge armada. Then the story followed the path of the animated movie Justice League War. John was happy to see that Kevin had managed to connect both of the animated and Zack Snyder's versions perfectly. He wanted to see how he would do that, and he didn't disappoint. In the first confrontation against Darkseid they were outgunned and outnumbered. And in all of this Superman was captured and taken to Apocalypse. To make him a parademon. Batman, who saw this, knew that if Superman was captured then it would be game over for Earth, so he followed Superman to Apocalypse. Thereafter, facing many problems, he was able to free Superman, but by this time he was half under the influence of the toxins that were on the verge of making a parademon. Batman, after much problems, was finally able to snap Superman from the influence of the toxins. Meanwhile on Earth, the other members of the Justice League, which included Flash, Diana, Cyborg, Green Lantern and Martian Manhunter, were able to puncture 2 eyes of Darkseid from which he used Omega rays. Omega beams was a power of Omega effect which on being shot could trace the enemy till it destroys the enemy. This had become a huge problem for Justice League, so after much battle they were able to blind Darkseid. But this still didn't stop him as he continued to assault the Justice League with his parademons. His combat ability was not affected at all. Victor meanwhile was able to find a way to send Darkseid and his army away. He could connect to the fake mother boxes and can reverse engineer to send the enemy away in the same way they came. And as they were in battle, Victor finally opened the portal that would suck Darkseid and his parademons. But this too wasn't easy as Superman and Batman had to come to give a hand. Superman even used his heat vision on the eyes of Darkseid before sending him to Apocalypse. The movie finally ended with the general people accepting the organization known as the Justice League. John was very much happy with the movie. Normally the fights only occupied a few parts of a movie, but in this one almost more than half was filled with action. There was never a dull moment in it, and there was a perfect blend between J. Olivia's Justice League and Zack Snyder's. Tony and others who finally saw Darkseid were really surprised. They thought Darkseid was like Thanos, but he turned out to be more powerful than they expected. Clark, you must have felt good using the heat vision on him. Natasha asked. Never felt better. I was able to sleep that night peacefully only when I thought of that moment. Clark replied as his memories was altered by John by showing both the versions of him when John summoned him. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 416, Death of a Superhero. Never knew you had this in you. Clint joked. Desperate times call for desperate measures. Wayne said. As they were discussing this, it was time for the post-credits scene. The post-credits scene started with Darkseid being in a liquid chamber where his eyes were healed. And showing Desaad standing outside. My lord, while transforming the Kryptonian called Clark Kent, we found out that our toxins will get a boost and can help in transforming our parademons into Kryptonian-like creatures. There was silence from the chamber, but after some time Darkseid said. Capture him at all costs. I need the anti-life equation. Yes, my lord. Desaad said as he receded back to the darkness. With that the movie ended. The audience who were present in the hall gave a standing ovation for showing such a good action film. They didn't expect that a Justice League movie would have so much action and drama. The post-credits scene especially gave the people chills and more anticipation for the next movie. John was happy to see the reception. Such good reception would only boost his fan values. He had been accumulating a lot of fan values recently in the hopes that there would be another update soon. Even though bringing a very powerful world was also in his cards, he hadn't decided as of yet what kind of world he would bring. As they came out watching the movie, Peter Parker, who was discussing the movie excitedly with the other members of Teen Titans and getting sad that they were never involved in the movie, suddenly froze in his spot. Peter. What's wrong? Is everything all right? Dick asked. Peter, who froze in his spot, held his head with both his hands and fell on his knees. Peter. Garfield, who was near him and kind of best buddy with Parker, held him in his arms. Everybody who was having a good time after getting out turned their heads to see what the commotion was. Clark went up to him and asked. Peter. Are you all right? After a few moments of silence and Peter sweating, he said. I am fine. I am fine. Thank you. It's just that my tingle thing went haywire. I am not sure why. It's like something bad is happening somewhere. Peter said. Oh. You should check on your aunt. See if she is all right. Starfire said as Peter's tingle thing could only mean danger or sudden change of events. John, who was nearby, just looked into Aunt May so see if she was all right. Aunt May is all right. There is nothing in danger on Earth. Peter, are you sure your spider sense is working correctly? John asked as he just checked on everything. He even used his power to see deep inside the Earth. Only in a few cases Peter's spider sense tended to go awry. And Unmaker was one of them. So John had to see if the Unmaker was sleeping in the core of Earth. Peter sighed in relief when John said. He was scared for his aunt. He only had her in his life. The only living relative of his. I don't know. For a few seconds my tingle thing. Wait, you named my tingle a spider sense. Is that what its name is? Cool. Peter said, going off topic again. Peter, focus. Damien butted him. Yes. Yes. I mean no. I don't know why I felt so weird with my spider sense. It was like I felt death. Peter said. John then checked his life force and it was vibrant as ever. You are fine physically and mentally, Peter. You will stay in the Teen Titans headquarters with your Aunt May for now. Since your spider sense notified you of something, it must be really important. Teen Titans will be under strict security until we find out why Peter felt it. Huh. John, why this precaution? Aren't we making a huge matter of this small thing? Bruce asked as all others were surprised that John gave such strict orders. Even Parker himself felt weird as John had such high regard for his power, though he was happy too. As he felt himself being important. There is a Spider-Man in every known universe. And there is a reason for this. So yes, his spider sense is important. Since his spider sense notified him of something, it must be of high priority. Avengers will be on alert from now. John replied. Every known universe. Peter must be really important. Peter, I gave you the nanosuit. Keep it with you at all times. Tony said. Yes, sir. Peter said with a smile, but his face showed he still didn't take this seriously. All went home, but everybody was on high alert for the rest of the day. GAIA and John were on the lookout for any potential danger. But nothing happened. But then a piece of news broke out. This news was not something even John expected. It was the murder of a person. The murder of T'Challa, the Black Panther. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 417, Wakanda. When John came to know of this news, he was surprised. Not because of the fact that T'Challa was killed, but because he didn't see it happening with his own eyes. He had to check once again to see if T'Challa really died or was it just a scam. He was more surprised to see that T'Challa had really died. He didn't know how this happened and it escaped his eyes. Now he knew that more powerful forces were at play than it seemed. First it was the spider sense and now this murder. He needed to check on this. Bruce, we will have to investigate this. John said. When he said this, he was already near Bruce at his home. Wayne was checking up on the news of T'Challa's death too. Alfred was nearby making coffee for Bruce. Tony was right. It is annoying when you tend to show up everywhere. Wayne said, even though it didn't seem like he was scare-jumped by the sudden appearance of John. You seem to be all right. Want to take a tour? John said again without caring for the words of Wayne. His omnipresence allowed him to be anywhere and everywhere at the same time. All right. Let's leave. Alfred, you can keep the coffee for yourself and drink it. Wayne said before vanishing with John. Zana, Wakanda. Suri was in tears in the lap of her mother. Her mother too had red eyes. Okoye was standing near them with a very sad face. Nobody expected their beloved king to be dead. The body of T'Challa was in the casket in front of them. Pardon my ignorance in the funeral rituals of Africa. I have no idea of them or any funeral rituals of that matter. A guard came up to Okoye and whispered something in her ears. Okoye, who was already sad, looked like she would lose herself in anger for a moment before calming down. Tell them that they are not invited. They can go back. Okoye said. Yes, the guard was returning back. What's the matter, Okoye? The queen asked. Queen Mother, 2 members of Avengers are here. Okoye said with anger on her face. They still haven't forgotten the insult they all faced when they showed up. Their previous king was still in prison for this. Tell them to come in. The queen ordered. But Okoye said. What they did before was our own fault. No matter what had happened, they had been defending our Earth from all dangers. That itself is commendable. Let them in, the Queen Mother said. Okoye then ordered the guard who was stopped before leaving accepted the order and went to bring the 2 members of the Avengers. Soon the guard was back with John and Batman. Bruce's identity was still top secret, so he had worn the batsuit while John no longer cared. The high-level officials already knew of his other identity and he didn't bother to hide just for the name of it. John and Wayne came near the casket of T'Challa and looked at it. He was a little bit sad about his death. As a character in both his lives, T'Challa was dead. One died of cancer and another was killed. Maybe he was too harsh on Wakanda because they poked him the other way. John could have brought T'Challa to life, but it might rub death the wrong way. So he didn't want to be on the wrong side. He wasn't sure whose department it was when it came to death and afterlife, so he didn't want to antagonize anyone with a small move of his. I am sorry for your loss and whatever happened to your son. John said after sitting opposite the Queen Mother. The Queen, whose eyes were still wet, just nodded at him. Wayne on the other hand stood opposite to her and asked. How was he killed? There were 2 puncture wounds on his chest. It went straight through his lungs and heart. Okoye said. Even though she was angry at the Avengers, she knew that since the Avengers were here it meant that the murder must be really important to them. There was no security with him. No Pokemon? John asked. He saw many people here had Pokemons now, so he expected T'Challa too to have one. Luxray normally stays with him, but yesterday he was inside the pokeball sleeping. So when he was murdered he never knew. Okoye said. John also checked the memories of this to testify whatever Okoye said was right. Can we check the body? This case is important for us. John said. Okoye looked at the queen. She didn't want to let them desecrate the body of their king. Yes. But please make it fast and not desecrate his body. I hope you can find the killer. With all our advancement of technology we have no idea how this happened. We are keeping no stone unturned to find the killer. May you be able to get a head start. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 4:18, Vampires. Batman went and uncovered the traditional attire on his chest to see how the wounds looked like in real life. He had already used his X-ray vision to look inside, but he needed to see the wound firsthand and then try to deduce anything if possible. John too joined in this. He was interested in knowing how this happened and wanted to see what Bruce thought of it. And after few minutes of close examination, Wayne said. He was killed in sleep for sure. And this was done very fast. The murderer came and went very fast from the looks of it, since your camera wasn't able to catch any footage. This murderer can probably teleport like we do. Wayne said. What do you mean? A murderer that belongs to the Avengers? Only you people have the technology of teleportation. Is this why you are here, because you suspect a murderer belonged to the Avengers? Okoye said as she thought about it. No. None of the Avengers are responsible. I can testify on that, and everything was under security yesterday. We are interested on the murder because we felt something would go wrong, and this was the news we got early morning. John said in order to erase the doubts that these people had. He knew why the Wakandon wouldn't trust them, but he didn't care. He wanted to find this interesting murderer. John, there is nothing I can see. Do you want to check it? Wayne asked. There is nothing to check. Huh. John stopped. He really did check before and didn't find anything worth anything, except this time he found an interesting thing. There was a loss of blood in his body. The puncture wounds did bleed, but this loss of blood was special. There was no life force in it. He had checked all the blood loss that had happened before in the crime scene. But a good portion of the blood wasn't in the crime scene. Queen, did you check the total amount of blood loss? John asked. Blood loss. Why? There was blood on his bed, but we didn't check the total amount. Please check it. I am sure you will find there is missing amount of blood. John said with certainty as he checked everything with his eyes again. Wayne, who heard this, stopped investigating and asked John. Vampires. Vampires tend to suck blood from their necks. Such a wide mouth will be a first. And if this is a vampire, he or she must be really powerful to be able to get away from my eyes yesterday. It has to be Dracula or a being of that same order. John said as he searched the earth of Dracula. John interestingly was able to find Blade and many vampires, but no Dracula in the scene. Please don't kill me if Dracula emerges during the Blade movie that is coming. So a vampire is one of the suspects. Any other suspects you have in mind? Wayne asked. For now, no. I just searched for Dracula or Morbius. There is none on Earth. So it's either Dracula is in bed with Thawne or in a dimension where I can't find him. John said as he remembered that the power of vampires originated from Thawne's powers and of course the famous Darkhold. Queen and Suri, who had been silent all this time, ran to the laboratory to check what John said was right. After doing intensive checking around the crime scene and the body of his brother, she found out that a large portion of his blood was missing. This surprised them. Because such an amount of blood shouldn't have just vanished with no other cuts from his body. It was as if his blood vanished with the stab wound on his chest. Suri came back with her mother after half an hour. Was I right? John asked. How did you know this? Tell me the truth, please. I beg you. Queen said as she begged John and Wayne with folded hands. John went and stopped this gesture by her. I know this for another reason. But we have a head start and we do have a suspect. It's just we didn't find him yet. He isn't on this Earth, or rather he isn't even in this universe. Not this universe. You mean another universe? He didn't have enmity with any other being. Why will someone from another universe kill him? This doesn't make sense. The Queen said. Suri too, who heard it, couldn't believe that his brother will have enemies from another universe. I am not sure, but I will. As John was going to give the family a consolation, his phone rang. He picked it up as this call was from Parker. Sir. Can you come to Teen Titans headquarters? We have a very weird situation here. Weird situation? John paused for a second before checking what was going on at the Teen Titans tower. And what he saw made his eyes wide. This was a whole new turn of events. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 419, Spider-Man. What is it? What did you see? Wayne heard what Peter said, but John's reaction was different. He knew that John just used his powers to look over there. Something that I didn't expect before. We need to leave. Sorry, Queen, something came up. We will try to get the bottom of the murder and promise you that we will try our best. This matter is important to us. We will reach out to you soon, saying that John vanished with Wayne. The Queen and others didn't even understand what just happened. They understood that the call was important of some kind but didn't know what the emergency was. I thought he needed his helmet of fate to work upon. Seems like he had been hiding a lot from everyone. The Queen said. John and Wayne were at the Teen Titans headquarters. This was the first time that John was here. Even though it was made by Umbrella, he never had come to the headquarters to look into it, and today, due to a very special situation, he was here. When John and Wayne were here, they saw 3 Spider-Man being held behind poison glass chambers. These prisons were made for any villains who the Teen Titans were able to catch during their hunt in the city. And these chambers were made very tough. But today there were uninvited guests. It was 3 Spider-Man at the same time, apart from their own Peter Parker. All of them were unmasked by the Teen Titans. One was Tobey Maguire's Spider-Man, other was Andrew Garfield's Spider-Man, and another was a face which John had never seen before, but from his face it was apparent that it was Peter Parker. Sir, we caught them sneaking here. Inside the headquarters. Raven and Starfire were able to overpower them easily. And I brought down one of them. Peter said as he felt proud that he brought down another version of himself. After Strange's debacle, none of the people believed in other versions of themselves. So when different Spider-Man showed up, the whole of the team of Teen Titans didn't hesitate to bring the whole lot down. And it was pretty easy for them, as Teen Titans were better in all sense than the small team of Spider-Man. Good job, Peter. John appreciated such caution by him. John then proceeded to release Tobey and Andrew. I will depict both of these characters by the actors' names, as it will be too long for me to write Andrew's Spider-Man and Tobey's Spider-Man every single time. John. Wayne called out as he didn't understand why John just released 2 Spider-Man just after arriving without any cross-examination. It's fine, Wayne. They are not the enemy. At least I don't think so. Are you our enemies? John asked with a smile. They both shook their heads heavily to deny saying that they were the enemies. When they came here, they never expected they would be assaulted by a huge team. They didn't even get a chance to say anything and were directly captured. And all of their opponents were well coordinated and way too powerful. They even had a person who could turn into an animal. A freaking animal. And they thought they had superior powers related to spiders. Why are you both here? It must have taken a lot to cross universes and come to our universe. And please don't lie. I will know if you both lie. John said. Tobey and Andrew both looked at each other and without even a word directly pointed their fingers at the other Spider-Man who was still captured. This Spider-Man was special. His suit had 4 claw arms just like the Iron Spider suit of their universe. John then looked at the other Spider-Man. He waved his hands and all the restrictions were off. The Spider-Man who didn't even speak a single jumped at John after being released. Nobody moved a single muscle when that happened. Only the other 2 Spider-Man were on the verge of moving but was stopped by their own Peter Parker. When the 4-claw spider reached a few inches in front of John, he got suspended in the air. He was levitating in his position with no movement whatsoever. He could not even move a muscle. That was bold of you, I have got to say. These teens called us after you all were captured. If we fail to overpower you, don't you think our names will be through mud? After he said those words, Spider-Man was thrown back. He was slammed at the wall with a huge force. He let out a scream. John released his telekinetic control of him. Spider-Man fell right on his face on the floor. After a minute or so he finally got up. His spider powers healed much of his injuries. That throw of John was very powerful and he needed time to heal himself. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 420, Dr. Otto Octavius. Now can you speak or do you want to go for another round? John asked. That Spider-Man shook his head. He knew that the man was on a completely different level. He felt fear for the first time in his life. His spider senses were screaming to stop any kind of assault that he might have been making up in his head. Tell me who you are. John asked. I am Peter Parker. A Spider-Man of a different universe, but from your conversation it seemed like you know, he said. John creased his eyebrows because when the guy said he was Peter Parker he felt like this man was lying. But he didn't call out immediately. Why are you here? John asked. He hesitated for a second but after a moment he finally decided to tell the truth. I am here with the other versions of me because various Spider-Man of different universes are being hunted down and killed. I figured it out some time ago, and for this I am establishing a team to combat this killer. He has already killed 4 Spider-Man in different universes. And I fear the killer is not alone. Oh really? Then why did you attack us without any reason? Damian asked. John, on the other hand, was silent when he heard this. There was only one storyline which came to his mind when this Peter Parker narrated everything. Because Spider-Man never tends to work with a team. This is the first time we came here and thinking he was trapped here, so we sneaked in. Who knew that he is in league with a bunch of you freaks? Wait a second, the Spider-Mans who were killed, did the dead Spider-Man have 2 puncture wounds in their chests? John asked. Yes. His face brightened when John said those words. Though he didn't know how this powerful person knew of their way of murder, it meant that at least he would be believed. Wayne, who heard this, also got intrigued now because the death of Black Panther was also like that. Have you dreamt of it? Wayne asked. Oh yes, I did. John, saying that, directly used his telekinetic powers on Spider-Man with 4 claws and lifted him up. What? What are you doing? I just told the truth. You yourself just testified about it, the Spider-Man screamed when he said that. He was scared now because his spider senses were telling him that something bad was going to happen. I believe you. You have told the truth, and even your story is the real one. One killer, no, rather a family, is hunting Spider-Man in every universe. But there is one thing you lied about. You aren't Peter Parker. John said. What? What do you mean? I am Peter Parker. The only Spider-Man in my universe. I was thrown into the distant future. He shouted again while saying that. It's useless to lie to me, Superior Spider-Man, or rather Dr. Otto. John said with a smile. What? Toby was taken aback when John said that Dr. Otto was one of the villains he was forced to kill before. How? How do you know it's me? Otto said. He didn't deny it because he knew it was useless to deny. But he was confused. Nobody knew that he was Doc Ock because when the incident happened nobody was present. He was Doc Ock but in the body of Peter Parker. Due to an incident he replaced the consciousness of Peter Parker. And inspired by the dying wish of Peter, he started doing good for the people, but the only difference was that he was more brutal than the typical Spider-Man as he killed his villains. Thus he was called the Superior Spider-Man in their universe from which he came from. And of course there is this situation where he was thrown to the future too. It doesn't matter how I know. You have been hiding in his body for a long time. It is rude to occupy someone else's body. Don't you think so? John said. So what? I did my best. I cleaned my city, which Peter could never do. I am the superior version. Better than him. Otto said. You are right. You are better than him, but the problem is Peter Parker is alive. Steve, please come here. John said, and the last words of him brought Steve out of nowhere. Steve, who was in a sitting position, directly fell on the ground with a sandwich in his mouth. It looked hilarious. Almost all of the people present laughed. Damn it, John. I will sue you if you do this again. Steve said. Sorry, Steve, but we need your help here. John said. Help? Sure, huh? Steve, who just got up, finally saw the room and the people present. The 3 new Spider-Man that had appeared surprised him. What the hell is going on? Steve asked, as he didn't expect different versions of Spider-Man appearing. And like all, he didn't see the invaders in good light. Thanks to Doctor Strange. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 421, Peter Parker is back. We have a situation here, Steve. There are 2 consciousness on this body. Can you bring the passive consciousness out? John said. What is going on? Tell me at first. Steve asked. John then proceeded to tell about the situation of this Peter Parker. His consciousness being replaced and taken over. Oh. All right. This will be easy for me. Steve said as he activated his Unipower. Unipower allows greater control of consciousness and emotions. For this reason John called Steve. He was the best candidate to do these kinds of matters. Otto, who saw this, was scared. He didn't expect that his whole secret would be out in a matter of seconds after coming to this world. He was only trying to save himself and all the other Spider-Man, but now it seemed that he was bigger trouble. No, please don't kill me. Please. Otto said. I am not going to kill you. I am just bringing the actual consciousness out. Steve said with a smile as his eyes glowed. He touched Otto's head with his hand. After passing a minute, Steve removed his hand. Otto, who was struggling to get rid of any influence all this time, finally opened his eyes. He had been trying his best to stop any kind of invasion in his mind, but the unipower was too overwhelming for him to resist. "Are you back, Peter?" John asked. "Yes. Thank you." My head, it's ringing like a bell." It was so dark in there. Peter was fumbling his words as he was saying this. His consciousness was locked away all this time and he had been struggling to free himself. Even though he knew what was going on outside, he could nothing about it. His brutal murders openly and no care of law made him hate Otto more. Even though his work brought the crime under control, it was not his way of doing things. "Now tell me what is going on," Steve asked, as all were curious now. Since John seemed to know of them, it meant John had dreamt of it before. It's a long story. Avengers, please gather at the hall. We have an interesting case at hand," John said. "You all must be really tired. Please come with me. I will tell you all about the killers," John said, and before anybody could even say anything they were in the hall. "What the?" Andrew said. "What just happened?" Toby asked. In one moment they were in one place and in another moment they were in different surroundings. Toby would have tried to escape, but his spider senses told him that everything was fine, otherwise it would have warned him. And these were the same thoughts of Andrew and the other Spider-Man. "We are at our headquarters," Peter of their universe said with a sense of pride. "Headquarters? You guys have headquarters? What is this Avengers he spoke of?" Andrew asked. "This isn't teleportation. I have seen teleportation before and this is nothing like that," the superior Spider-Man said. "Because it isn't. This is John changing the reality around," Steve said as he understood John's power to the core now. Changing reality. Is that even possible? The superior Spider-Man said. "It's possible for him. How about you, Peter? Are you okay? Is Dr. Otto asking for a chance back?" Steve asked as he was concerned for this new guy. Steve could feel that this Spider-Man wasn't bad. "I have locked him inside. He won't see the light of the day anytime soon," the superior Spider-Man reassured. All the three Spider-Man was looking around the hall. But when they looked outside, they were dumbfounded. They didn't expect that we're not even on Earth anymore. But a satellite that had its own weather and environment. And it was almost big as the Earth itself. Jesus on a motorbike. Why is this universe so different from ours? You have a team and now even alive on a satellite. This is unfair, Andrew said as he looked outside through the window. Peter was explaining all the things to the three of them. Since John had said that they were harmless, he was the first to be friendly with the other versions of himself. As they were discussing, all the Avengers members reached. Not all, most. Because Strange and Thor didn't show up. They both felt it was not required for them to show up since John was looking over the case. Though they would keep an eye. The superior Spider-Man has seen his version of Avengers in his universe, but he had never seen these new heroes that pooped up. He was amazed by how different this universe was from others. In Otto's search for the murderers, he had seen many versions of Earth. Even a version where there was only death and radiation, but this universe was what that surprised him the most. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 422, The Inheritors. So your precaution paid off. Now we have 3 different versions. Nice one, John. Tony mocked as he arrived. He was indicating the fact that another version of themselves turned out to be the main culprit in all of the security measures they took yesterday. They aren't the culprits here. Chill, John said. Finally, all took their seats and thus the meeting began. This case is very interesting actually. As you can see, we have 3 different Spider-Mans from different universes. And they are here to form a team of Spider-Man from different universes. Spider-Mans from a different universe are being hunted down right now as we speak, John said. Now when they heard that every Spider-Man was being hunted down, they got interested. John had said there was a reason why there was Spider-Man in all universes. This meant that he was important in the picture. So do we know who the killers are? Clark asked. We do. It's a family. Think of the family as vampires. But in reverse. This family, instead of sucking the blood of humans, they eat the flesh of beast totems. Yes, you heard me right. They don't drink blood, but eat totems. To maintain their life force and in turn feed their immortality, John said. All who heard it had an ugly face now. The women in the group had hands on their mouths while the men were just angry about what they heard. We need to annihilate them, Wayne said. We do. But there is a problem. They all have clones of themselves. And until their life force runs out, we can't kill them in reality, John said. So what? We can easily kill all their clones and kill their real bodies after finding them, Steve said. It's not so easy. They are protected by the Master Weaver, a semi-god. His web of life and destiny allows them to hop in different worlds undetected and find different Spider-Man. That is why their family is able to search Spider-Man so easily. And that is why they were able to get away from my eyes and Steve's. Now who is Master Weaver? Tony asked. Master Weaver is the totemic beast of Spider-Man. It is for him that every world has different Spider-Man, and his webs of life and destiny hold many of the realities together. Like Black Panther's totemic beast is Bast. You mean Master Weaver is under the control of the family, and with him that family is able to find out the Spider-Man? Wayne asked as he was able to deduce the information John gave in a fast manner. Yes. That is the reason. But this time it's not the family that is hunting down the Spider-Man. Rather an outcast. He was given the punishment of wearing a mask till eternity. And in order to get his honor back, he has been hunting down Spider-Man. John said. Wait, you said they need to eat the Spider-Man to feed their immortality. Why are there no such incidents on all the dead bodies of Spider-Man? Superior Spider-Man asked as he was the only one who had seen the puncture marks. He is an outcast because he once hesitated to hurt Master Weaver. He in general doesn't like violence, and he hates what he needs to do to remain alive. They only need blood to maintain their life force. Those puncture marks on their chests allow him to draw the blood out. John said. So they are just savages, and in the mud a lotus has bloomed? Barry asked. Yes. John nodded. Any powers we need to look out for? Clark asked. Nah. Just their immortality is a headache, and of course their clones. But if we can get our hands on Solus's life crystal, it will be game over for them. John said. Oh yes, their family is known as the Inheritors, and Solus was the previous patriarch who directed his children to take the path of evil. There are many siblings, and they hunt down all the beast totems. John said. Wayne, who was thinking of something, suddenly had a revelation and asked. So this outcast killed Chala? I fear that this is what has happened. He must have felt that Peter was in tight security, and his hunger for life force overwhelmed him. So he had no other choice but to attack him. This is one F*** Ket Up story. Arthur commented. This Master Weaver must be really something. He escaped the eyes of you, Thor and Strange. Banner said. Yes. He must be. John mumbled. Master Weaver's story was another matter entirely. His story was another kind of F*** Ket Up. So now we need to find their family and kill them. Clark said. Yes. Supposedly they originated from Earth 001, but I just checked. They aren't there. So they must be hiding in a very secure place to get away from my detection. First we need to get the outcast, and then through him, the whole family. Steve said as many decided to get involved in bringing the Inheritors down. Just the savagery of them disgusted everyone present. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 423, Upgrades for All. Then we will need a trap. John said. That we do. He just failed to kill the Spider-Man of our universe. This must have irritated him. So our universe Peter Parker will be the best bait that there can be. Wayne said. This will be dangerous. He has killed various Spider-Man. We should think of this carefully. Clark said as he was not okay with being a teenager being the live bait. No, I will take this mission. Peter of their universe interjected in the middle. But nobody cared about what he said. I will be invisible near him for protection. He can escape my consciousness scan but not my eyes. John said. No. Since he can escape our radar, Master Weaver's powers might allow him to sense you too. Peter needs to be the perfect bait. Wayne denied John's way of being with him. Then we need to arm Peter with the best tech possible. Tony suggested. Yes. Just give him a vibranium suit. I think that will do the job. Victor said. Peter's eyes shined when Victor suggested. Even though he loved his nano suit that Tony had provided him, having a vibranium nano suit will be totally a different matter. This would allow him to pack more solid punches. Then since we are going for the bait thing, why not bait the entire family? John again said. Entire family? Is that possible? Arthur asked. Yes. But we will have to throw more baits. John said. All the three Spider-Man understood what he meant. All the other three immediately got up and raised their hands. Spider-Man. Each world has almost the same qualities. John sighed. Will it be safe? Clark was still hesitating to give the mission a green light. Peter can send out a signal if anything goes wrong. Wayne was still with the whole bait mission. Since we are not in a consensus, let's get it to vote. Tony said. Soon all of the members of the Avengers, including the Teen Titans, And as expected, most people voted for Peter Parker being the bait. This was the first time that the Avengers had included the voting system. They all had decided to be more democratic in this regard since there were many people now. And Clark was adamant that they should do it so that they wouldn't be autocratic. So Peter, many lives will depend upon you. Clark said, a little sad that his decision was overruled. Whereas, Peter was ecstatic as this would be his first legitimate mission. Even though they had faced Vulture and even faced many enemies together, he was never able to show his prowess. But now he finally got the chance. He nodded his head heavily. The other two Peter was way too generic. Tony, provide them with a suit. The superior Spider-Man has enough of Otto's knowledge and gadgets to work upon. John said as he felt the suits of Andrew and Toby were very generic and it wouldn't do any good to them. When Toby and Andrew heard this, they had a smile and gratitude written on their faces. They had seen how this universe's Peter's suit worked. And now they too would get suits that would be of the same level as him. Can they be trusted? Wayne asked. Not even bothering to hide his voice from the others. Yes. John said. These two were John's childhood and honestly he was fanboying a bit inside after seeing them. Even though he knew that they existed from the latest movie, he didn't actively search for them in the multiverse. They deserved a better life, so he would do everything possible so that he could help them. Alright, these two will get new suits. Since we need to be very careful, I guess they deserve an upgrade. Tony said after looking at the generic suit that they had been wearing. Set the stage up. This is going to be a bumpy ride. John smiled when he said that. Peter will be at home. Aunt May will be here at Hall and under protection. And other Spider-Mans will be on standby. Peter needs to signal when he is overwhelmed because the enemy isn't so easy. None of the siblings are easy. So when Peter signals, all the three Peters will arrive. And then when and if the siblings arrive, we will jump in. John laid out the main plan. Oh, this is going to be dangerous for all Spider-Man. An immortal is a very tricky thing, I presume. Clark said. It is. But there is no other way. We need to flush as many people from the family out as possible. John said. What kind of sick family one has that they eat human beings as food? Diana commented. There will always be demented people in the world. John commented. Meanwhile, Tony took the three Spider-Man away to provide them with a new suit from the lab. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 424, Karn. By the end of the day, everything was in place. Toby, Andrew, and Peter of their universe got upgraded suits. The two had happy faces when they saw how nanotechnology worked. They had never had that kind of support from anybody. Now in this universe, for the first time, they witnessed such a huge team of superheroes and where everyone helped and supported each other. Are you both happy with the upgrades? John asked, seeing their happy faces. Yes. Thank you. I never knew that the universe can be so beautiful. From the looks of it, this Earth is more advanced than all the other Earth we have visited before. Andrew said. Avengers here have a company which shares technological advancement to people. This led to the people having better lives here. John replied. You seem to know us from the beginning. Have we met? Toby asked to change the topic as he was curious. No. My powers work differently. Just think of me as a guide. I dream of different worlds and am able to see different stories along the way. Both in the past and in the future. That is the reason why I know so much about you both. John said. Then it must be annoying. Knowing the future. And top of that, invasion of privacy. Andrew said as he understood that knowing the future is not always good. It is. But the future is never constant. Like this story shouldn't have happened in this way. Doc Ock was supposed to continue in his body with Peter in his consciousness eventually being defeated. So my knowledge isn't always very helpful and it has its own dangers. He is kidding. His powers are something that a normal person could not even begin to fathom. Clint poked in the conversation. John just smiled at it. Both of you. After you both are done with this, can come back to this universe to help. Our Avengers will always welcome you. I know that you all wanted brothers. So the Avengers will be like brothers for you. Really? That's so cool. Thank you. Andrew said, totally ignoring the fact that John had just invaded his privacy. Toby too was happy to know that he had friends now in the multiverse. Meanwhile, Peter of their universe had already left for his home. Victor inserted a small chip inside his body so that he could be tracked anywhere on Earth and would give out a signal if his vitals changed dramatically. They needed to take all precautions possible for this. Every Avenger that would participate in this mission would not be very far from Peter. In order not to alert the enemy, even S.H.I.E.L.D. wasn't informed about all of this as Wayne took responsibility for everything. It was already night when everything was in place. And then the wait started. John wasn't sure if the person they were waiting for would show up. John was waiting for the outcast. His name was Karn. Karn's story was a tragic one as he was ousted by the family. And now to retain his honor back he decided to go on a tragic path. And from what he had read, it probably wouldn't go the way he wanted it to go. They waited for more than 2 hours but there was no sign, until when the clock struck 3 am. Peter of their universe was lying down in his bed with eyes closed but suddenly there was bright light in his room. His spider sense alerted him that an unknown enemy was here. He was excited inside because he knew that the enemy he had been waiting for was here. Peter got up in his bed to see the face of the enemy only to see a person who had a spear which had 2 spikes in it. This weapon looked like it was made to poke someone and make a puncture in the victim's body. The mask was what caught the eye of Peter. It looked like the mask was straight out of an apocalyptic world. This wasn't exactly a mask but a whole helmet. This mask was brown in color and had no holes in it for eyes to see. "Who are you? Why are you in my room?" Peter asked in a very confused tone. He was advised repeatedly not to blow up the thing that it was a bait. "I am Karn. I am here to fulfill my destiny and regain my honor. I am sorry but you will have to die for good and for my survival," Karn said, and without wasting any more time he attacked with his weird spear. Peter activated his nano suit and it covered his whole body in a second while he dodged from the attack of Karn. And from here on the fight began. And within a few moves Peter understood why this guy had been successful in hunting down different Spider-Mans. Because this guy fought like a maniac. In a few moves half of his apartment was in shambles and were now in the streets fighting after breaking through the wall. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 425, All Together. Karn wore a dress that almost belonged to the Victorian age. A shirt with high collars and a bow, and a dinner jacket on top of it. He wore formal trousers and black shoes along with it. Karn, even without his head showing up, looked elegant and even his fighting method was exquisite. He had terrifying strength on par with Spider-Man, which in itself was a huge matter as Spider-Man's raw strength was immense. Only advantage Peter had over Karn was his web, but that was quickly offset by his hovering spherical skateboard and his weird weapon which allowed him to be out of the web shots. Thus the only advantage that Peter had over him was his vibranium suit, which actually saved him in many cases by now. Karn was expert in close combat and he seemed to have mastered all kinds of close combat tactics known to men. And Peter, even with all the advantages, still was not able to totally overpower him and seemed like they were equally matched. The fight went from streets to the rooftops of the buildings nearby. Peter after a few moments realized that he wouldn't be able to win alone and he would need help. He sent the signal in a concealed manner as he still needed to maintain the whole bait process. As he did so, a dimensional portal opened near the place where they were fighting. Both stepped back to see what was going on. And from the dimensional portal emerged 3 Spider-Man. Toby, Andrew, and the Superior Spider-Man. "I have been searching for you for a long time," Superior Spider-Man said. Karn, who looked at the 3 new Spider-Man appearing and was surprised. He had been hunting down Spider-Man for quite some time now, but he never had felt that some people were on his trail. "New Spider-Man. This will make my search easier and faster. I will just kill you all and feast upon you," Karn said as he got ready to fight more seriously. "You wish. You have been hunting us down. Now it's our turn," Andrew said as he shot his web at Karn. And all the 4 Spider-Man joined the fight. Andrew shot his web at Karn, which he easily blocked by his weapon, but that block by Karn gave other Spider-Man to throw a double kick at him. Karn wasn't able to block it and was thrown away by a few meters. "Hey men. Where are you from?" Peter said, playing the part of his ignorance. "We are different Spider-Man from different universes. This person is a killer who has been hunting down different versions of us in all of the multiverse. Yes. The concept of multiverse is real," Toby said. "Really? That's cool. Spider-Man from different universes. This is so awesome," Peter said. "But before we discuss more, we need to take this guy down," Superior Spider-Man reminded everyone. And unsurprisingly, Karn was alright even after getting a double kick right in his chest. "This is interesting. I will be having fun," Karn said as he ran to confront all the 4 together. And thus the fight began. And this time it wasn't like previous times. Karn wasn't able to tackle all the 4 together and he, for the first time, was losing the fight. But even then all the 4 Spider-Man were having a hard time to totally overpower him. What was really annoying was that no matter how many times Karn got wounded, he healed in a matter of seconds. "This was not what we signed up for," Andrew mumbled. John had warned all of them of their immortality, but they didn't take it that seriously. All the 4 felt that John might have just undermined his power, because even after 4 of them were together they were finding it hard to bring this guy down fast. But after 20 minutes of constant exchanges he looked exhausted for the first time. Even though Karn had immense life force, his body was exhausted from the continuous barrage of kicks and punches. And claws of 2 Spider-Man was more of a menace for him. They sensed that it didn't take a moment to finally use a large amount of web to constrain him on the wall nearby. And this move by the 4 of them together was successful. They were able to tie him down. This is ridiculous. These webs can never stop me, Karn said as he tried freeing himself but failed as he had less strength left in him. Congratulations, you just proved yourself wrong. Phew. Thank you. Whatever your name is. Peter of their universe said. We are all Peter Parker here. Peter. Andrew said. Ah. So all Peter Parker of different universes are Spider-Man. So cool. Peter said. Superior Spider-Man on the other hand walked to Karn and placed his claws on his neck and asked. Tell me who you are, why are you hunting Spider-Man down? There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 426, Family. For the first time ever, 4 Spider-Man came together to perform a single task. Though the fight was a tough one, it still didn't take away the greatness of the scene. John, who was checking from time to time, had a smile on his face. He had seen 3 Spider-Man together. This universe just gave him an extra one. Now all he lacked was Spider-Gwen, Miles Morales, and all the other versions of Spider-Man that had appeared in the animated Spider-Man movie that he had watched before he came to this world. Now tell me, why are you hunting us? Superior Spider-Man asked. Karn was silent. In all fairness, he himself didn't like hunting, but he had no other way. Firstly, he needed to prove to his family that he was worthy, and secondly, he needed the life force of them to survive. Oh, the silent treatment. I get it. But here, this isn't going to cut the corner. I will beat you down till you vomit out the reason. Superior Spider-Man said in a threatening tone. I don't have any other choice. I have to do it. Karn finally opened his mouth, but he couldn't even finish his sentence as a dimensional portal opened up near them. All the 4 Spider-Man went immediately on alert because their spider sense reached their peak, meaning that a new powerful enemy had appeared. Oh dear brother, how the mighty have fallen, came a female voice. And from that portal came out 2 people. One was female and another was female, and both of them were strikingly similar. Like twins. They both had white long hair, wore almost the same kind of dress as Karn, and they were extremely beautiful to look at. Even the man that had come was extraordinarily handsome. Karn, looking at them, twitched a bit in his position. He was angry. Angry because he wasn't given the chance to prove himself. His father had tasked him to go and search for spider totems to kill. He was sent to kill the Superior Spider-Man, in which he failed, so he went to another universe where there was almost a Spider-Man similar to Superior Spider-Man. And that was Peter of their universe. But when he came here to kill him, there was such high security around that he couldn't enter, and he sensed the people around him were very powerful. By that time he was hungry. The only thing he could do was search for another beast totem. For this reason he had to kill Chala. And now when he had found 2 Superior Spider-Men, he was happy. Happy because if he could kill the 2, and then he would be accepted by his father. But now it seemed that everything was going against him. There were 4 Spider-Men now, and on top of this his 2 siblings were here to fetch his prey. You are not supposed to be here. I was sent by my father. Go back. Karn shouted at them. Oh, we know that. But from the looks of it, you need help in dealing with your prey. We should never play with food, as mother used to say, the men said. Oh, such fleshy bodies and legs, said the woman, licking her lips in a very sexy manner. The other 4 Spider-Man got goosebumps seeing the woman's reaction. The 4 knew that the family they had been waiting for was here. But from the looks of it, all of the family wasn't here. It was disappointing, but at least something was better than nothing. Peter had already informed Avengers that the family was here. The people Avengers were waiting for. Meanwhile, Karn, who was held down by the web, freed himself and looked angrily at his 2 siblings. Go back. I will handle them myself. Karn shouted again. Oh dear baby brother. It's too late now. These are my prey now, said the men. Karn couldn't hold it any longer. He had been angry with his family for a long time. He had been trying his best to prove himself, and now when he was so close to it, his siblings came to destroy everything he had been trying so hard. Karn attacked his 2 siblings with his weapon. And he didn't hold back at all. The other 4 Spider-Man were dumbfounded seeing the sudden change of events. That was not in the script, was it? Andrew asked. All shook their heads. They were now just waiting for the Avengers to come. And they were not disappointed. Such strong sibling rivalry. It feels as if someone is going to be the king, a voice came from high up in the air. Karn and his 2 siblings who were fighting against each other paused immediately when they heard and looked at the place where the voice came from. And what they saw was not what they had expected. There were various men and women levitating high up in the air surrounding the rooftop where the fighting was going on. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 427, Captured. Oh, new people. They don't seem to be beast totems, but they look tasty to me, the woman said in the same sexy and seducing tone. Totally oblivious of the fact that they were levitating in air and some of them were there without any external support. I don't think I will be tasty, Miss Bora. John, who was the first to speak, replied to her in a very jolly smile. He didn't even care that she just insulted them as prey. When John spoke the name of her, it jolted her and the others. No person had known their names for ages outside of the family. This was a totally new revelation for them. You must be Bricks. Twin of her. Isn't it exhausting competing with her always in trying to kill Spider-Man in every universe? In all honesty, I will be quite irritated. John continued as he levitated down with the others. Bora and Bricks. That was the name of their twins. Siblings of Karn. There were other siblings too, but they didn't come. Now all of them were a little unsettled. They didn't expect this new person to know such rivalry of them too. Bricks, who saw that this unknown person was distracted in talking with Bora, jumped on him. But as he was in the air to stab John with his knife, chains started coming from surrounding and pinned him to the ground with a loud bang. Bora and Karn both got the scare of their lives. Bricks got banged on the ground by just a single move of someone who didn't even move his body an inch. They thought the new people appearing were just for show, but this sudden change of events was not what they expected. Bora got angry the next moment seeing her brother pinned down and being unconscious. You bast ******. Saying that like her brother she too jumped at John, but this time she was stopped by someone else. Before she could come close to John, Diana almost teleported near her and choked her on her throat. Bora's body was held high in the air by Diana. She used her hands trying to free herself from Diana's grip. But she couldn't even move her fingers, let alone her hand. That was dramatic. Tony whispered. Karn, do you want to go on a round with us? I will be glad to entertain you like your siblings. John said, and this time too with a jolly smile. Karn got scared to even move. When these people showed up he already had a bad feeling, and now his two siblings were totally defeated in one single move. He shook his head and put his hands up. He knew where he had to surrender or he would be brutally taken down by these smiling faces. Just the smile of the guy talking gave him chills. Put them behind bars. John said. And his words were law as all had appeared at the hall while the other three were put in a new prison that appeared out of thin air. They were back at the ring. This guy can change realities at will. Andrew mumbled. This was an easy job. Steve, you will have to bring out the truth. Clark said, as by now all knew that Steve and Diana were basically the truth serum of their team. Gladly. It's a pity I didn't get to move against them. Steve said. These are clones. You can join the real party once we get to their lair. Tony said, assuring him of the action. John meanwhile went to the makeshift prison where Karn was sitting silently. He had never seen such powers by anyone where they got teleported just by the words of a man. And even his dimensional portal didn't work. This time they really encountered a huge wall and the enemy was powerful beyond belief. Karn. It must be hard for you. Living in hunger and trying to get recognition from the family. John said. The other Avengers were surprised that John just used different tone to talk to Karn. He looked at John but didn't open his mouth. I respect your resolve. You have been suffering and looked down upon for such a long time and still try to get validation from the same family. That takes a lot of toxicity in someone's life to adhere to that belief. John said as he mocked Karn. None of the Avengers stopped John in this interrogation as he had more knowledge in this regard. You know nothing of me. Karn reiterated and opened his mouth for the first time. John just shook his head and didn't continue to taunt Karn. His life was tragic to say the least. Wake them up. We need information about their location. John said. And Victor went to pour water on the unconscious twins. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 428, Earth. And in order to have some fun with their new prisoners and mock them, Tony proceeded to pour a bucket of water on both of them. Nobody stopped him from doing this as such prisoners didn't need their sympathy or compassion. And after pouring a large bucket of water, they woke up with a start. Even after being beaten down terribly, their life force was vibrant as ever. When the twins woke up they realized that they were behind a closed glass shield which was a few centimeters thick and they couldn't move as the golden chains which brought Bricks down, held both Bora and Bricks. And as the chains of heaven worked, they had no way to get out of it, no matter how hard they tried. Whoever you are, you will die for this. My brothers will come and kill you. Bricks shouted. Oh, we are banking on that. Oliver said. You don't know who you are dealing with. Bora threatened. A family who is hell-bent on eating the beast totems. Started from your father Solus, whose soul is in crystal form now, and now your family just hunts Spider-Man for food and immortality. And I also know that you have clones too. Isn't it? John said. All their secrets were laid bare in one sentence. All of the three who were listening to John didn't expect that this new person knew the core secrets of them. And I also know more than your family bothered to care. But that is a later part. Now Captain Steve Rogers will perform his surgery. May you both have fun vomiting out the truth. John said as Captain Rogers levitated towards them after John opened the glass for him. What are you going to do? Bora asked, now a little more scared. She had never been humiliated in this kind of way in her life, and this was her first time at the receiving end of the stick. Rogers didn't even bother to reply and used his powers on her and her brother's mind. Where are you from? Rogers asked. Earth 001, both replied unison in a single tone. That we know. Where in Earth 001 are you hiding? Steve asked, as John had already said that they came from Earth 001, where there was a web of life and destiny, or whatever the term meant. We are in a different dimension created by Master Weaver in a 3-dimensional space in 5-dimensional reality. Bora said. How do we get in? Rogers asked, as that was the main problem. No, sister. Before Karn could speak another word, Arthur proceeded to use water and put his helmet with water so that he didn't disturb the interrogation. Bora and Brix hesitated for a second as they tried defending their mind, speaking the truth, but the unipower was too overwhelming for them to act against. The location to enter the dimension is, and only those who have the blood of our father can enter the dimension. Brix said. Blood of your father. Karn will be the key for this then. Clint said. Now we have the coordinates. Captain said as he removed his powers from the mind of the twins. Both of them twitched after being out of control. They just spoke their major secret and there was nothing they could do to stop it. Such an aggressive team of people would probably bring doom to their family. They could already see the end of their time and shuddered just thinking about it. All right, Avengers, we have a mission to accomplish. Who is volunteering? Clark asked. Almost all of them raised their hands. Just the prospect of them traveling to another universe and dealing with hardcore criminals excited them. We don't need to. Few need to be here defending the fort. Wayne said as refused to allow everyone to go. Tony, Clark, John, Siri, Triss, Pietro, Wanda, Vision, all the Spider-Man and me would be enough. Others can be here if anything goes wrong. Wayne continued. Hey. I wanted to go too. Flash complained. Next time, Barry. Clark said as he placed his hand on his shoulder, reassuring him. Get packing, people, we have people to avenge. Tony said as he put on his anti-metal suit. Others were ready by that point, but some went to bring up small supplies for this mission if anything went wrong. Especially Batman, he made sure there were emergency supplies. Paranoia was what kept him alive, even though he was super powerful now. Karn. Come with us. We will go to your home. John said he used telekinesis to bring Karn near him. Let's vanish. John said, and the next moment they disappeared from their places. Next time. Arthur muttered under his breath as John took the team away. Bora and Brix could only look in horror as they saw a small team vanishing. They knew their family was done for now. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 429, Web of Life and Destiny. When John had searched Earth 001, he never put too much attention to it. He only cared about Solus and his children. But now that he was here, he could feel why this Earth 001 was the nexus of the Web of Life and Destiny. This web allowed the multiverse to be connected, thus allowing normal people having enough knowledge and power to travel through one universe to another. But of course there were exceptions like John and other higher beings who don't need it. I expected more from the travel. It's like normal teleportation. No feeling whatsoever. Tony complained. Are we really on Earth 001? We just normally teleported like John here does. Andrew said as he was skeptical that it was Earth 001 as they had just arrived at a random flourishing forest. It is Earth 001. Karn replied as he could feel that he was back on his home planet. The location of his home. You must have another kind of hatred for your family to show no feelings as we are actively hunting your whole family down. Wayne said. I decided to go against them the moment the twins showed up. I did nothing but try to prove myself to the family for centuries and now I am just burned out. I will help you in bringing the family down but on the condition that I am allowed to live. I need life force to maintain my life. Karn laid out his conditions. John raised his eyebrows when he heard this. He wasn't surprised by this statement as Karn did turn against their family at the end. He was surprised that he changed the camp so fast. You don't have the power to. Tony, who was going to refuse Karn's demands, was stopped by John. "We will go over this deal once we are done with the family. That is the only thing I can assure you now. I can't promise you anything. We will have to see how everything turns out," John said as he really needed to see how the story went. Karn had another role to fulfill. "John, why are we negotiating with terrorists?" Clark asked if he was confused like all others. "There is a reason. For now, focus on the job at hand. Karn wouldn't be able to run away from us anyway." John assured others that he was doing the right thing. "If he moves a muscle out of his position, I will blast him myself, and that is non-negotiable," Tony said as he refused to let Karn go. He was responsible for murders and even the murder of the king of Wakanda. John accepted the arrangement. That was unforgivable on many counts. "Karn, open the dimension," John ordered. Karn nodded his head as he really didn't have the power to negotiate. He just needed to find a safe passage in all of this, and it didn't cost him to try any means necessary. Karn took out his watch and clicked a code on it. And as he did, the scenery around changed as now the surrounding forest was replaced by a huge metallic door. "So we were in the right place from the beginning." "I could not see anything," Clark said. Though John felt that something was here, he didn't want to brute force and go in. It might prompt the enemy to just escape, and he didn't want that. "Let's go in," Wayne said as he pushed the door. The huge door slowly opened. What welcomed them was a huge palace-like structure inside. It was a huge hall with massive pillars supporting the high ceilings. Everything around looked pristine and antique. Like this palace was made for royalty of the Victorian age. "I thought I lived in royalty, but this is just extravagance," Tony mumbled. Everything was perfect about the hall except for the presence of one thing that was quite unsettling for the Avengers and especially for Spider-Man. There were heads of various Spider-Man being mounted on a wall. A normal-looking mask-wearing Spider-Man, a bull-headed Spider-Man, a wolf-shaped Spider-Man, and various others. All had their masks worn on them, and all could tell that these heads were the actual deal. "I will kill them with my own hands," Tony said as this view disgusted them and all others. They were already sick to the stomach thinking that the people here eat humans, but they had clearly crossed the line of morality. As all clenched their fist in anger and gritted their teeth, all the Avengers heard the sound. "Oh, my baby brother has come back with food for the family. This is so nice of you." The voice came from the upper-level balcony. All turned their heads to see who it was. The men who spoke looked like twice the size of normal human beings. Even Superman looked average in front of the size of this new guy. "There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you." Chapter 430, Master Weaver. "Deimos," Karn whispered. "Oh, Deimos. The pervert." John, who was looking up, heard Karn say his name. "Pervert. This is the first time the food has the audacity to talk back," Deimos said in an angry tone as he jumped from the balcony to take a swipe at John. But in mid-air itself he was blasted by Tony's thrusters. Now Tony's thrusters were more powerful than the original, and with anti-metal derivatives he had added more power to his metal suit. Deimos was blasted to the place where he came from. To the upper floor, and was slammed at the wall. "This place needs to be brought down totally. And needs remodeling," Tony suggested, not even caring that he had just blasted a man to oblivion. "Take over the house." "Karn, how many more siblings do you have?" Wayne asked. 3 more. Verna, Morlun, and Genix," Karn replied feebly. He felt a little bit sad that his family would be destroyed by his own hands, but he had no other choice. "Spread out. Kill anything that moves. Well, except for Spider-Man. There might be clones, so be on the lookout. None should escape," Clark said as he went to a nearby room to search for others. It was a big house, so they needed to check everything. "I will stay here and just keep an eye on everything. I can sense the clones deep inside the home, but surprisingly all the others of your family are able to hide from me. Master Weaver must be really something to avoid my detection and even allow others to do so," John said. "Okay. None should escape. I want this journey to be a happy one. And no Spider-Man should be alone. They aren't easy," Tony said as he flew off to other sections of the house, while Karn and John just stood in the hall silently. Meanwhile, Deimos, who was blasted away, finally got up after shaking his body. He didn't expect that someone would just have no regard for him and would be pushed back so violently. When he looked down, he saw that only the person who mocked him before was present and rest had disappeared. This gave him a bad premonition. He jumped down with an axe that was in the wall nearby to confront this person. "Karn. Did you rebel against us?" Deimos asked, looking at Karn. "Rebel? Ha ha ha. No, brother. I am here to kill you. Rather, they are here to kill you. I am just a tour guide to them," Karn replied. What a bold mouth. Let me take that sweet mouth off of my mother's favorite child. Deimos said as he threw his axe at a fast speed at Karn. But before the axe could travel half the distance it vanished in thin air. It felt like it was burnt in a very high temperature, hot enough to burn it down to ashes. It's not good to ignore a guest in your own home, Deimos. Didn't Solus teach you manners? John butted him as his gate of Babylon opened behind. Both Karn and Deimos were shocked to see so many spear-like weapons sticking out of thin air. And before he could react or properly ask, 4 to 5 spears were thrown in the direction of Deimos. He was in alert mode so he was able to dodge the first 2 spears. But he couldn't stop the next 3. It went and directly impaled him to the ground. The spears went straight through his abdomen and chest and the last one through his leg. The spears got stuck to the ground elevating him the air while impaling him. Deimos screamed in pain. Being an immortal he wouldn't die but the pain was real. The spears didn't allow him to free himself and any small movement would just give him more pain. Deimos, never underestimate your enemy. John gave him advice undermining his screams. As John was having fun with Deimos, others were back. Clark and Wayne both caught 2 of Karn's siblings. One had his eyes burnt. Thanks to Wayne's heat vision. And Ciri brought the last sibling. That sibling's both hands had gone. Ziriel was a pretty nasty sword to begin with. All the 3 siblings were unconscious. Karn who saw this side because he knew that, from now on would be no more the family of inheritors. Tony was the last one to arrive but he had a weird look on his face. What happened? Did you see any disgusting things? Clark asked, seeing the weird face of Tony. No. It's actually something else. I think I have found the person responsible for bringing the inheritors to the multiverse. Tony said. Oh. So you found Master Weaver. Cool. I need to go and talk to him. John said. Master Weaver was the only person who was responsible for this and he was held here against his will. But then again, his story was complicated and a tragic one. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 431, Karn, 2. What will we do with these people? Clark asked. I have an idea for them. Their weakness is radiation. So that can be exploited, John suggested. Why can't we just kill them? Tony asked. Clark creased his eyebrows when Tony suggested that. Killing enemies was still something very much alienating for Clark, especially if it was a human being. Though John controlled him when an enemy needed to be killed, in all sense Clark didn't like the whole idea of judge, jury, and executioner. It's because at the end these enemies were the enemies of Spider-Man and I am pretty sure that they don't like the whole idea of cold-blooded murder. John said looking at the 4 Spider-Man who had joined them in this expedition. They had been silent in this trip as they really were not as powerful as the people present here. Is there any other solution instead of giving death? Andrew asked. There is. I will show you later. Now, let us go meet your creators. The one who is actually responsible for all your powers. John said as he followed Tony to the place where he met Master Weaver. After passing by many rooms and even going through a secret passage they came to a big door. The door was made by reinforcing it with many inches of iron and concrete. This showed that whatever was behind the door was meant to be under maximum protection. They made sure that Master Weaver doesn't escape. Wayne said. Karn, even after all these years were you not allowed to meet Master Weaver? Ciri asked. No. I am a blot in the name of the inheritors. Only my mother was fond of me. Others have given me nothing but pain and mockery. Karn said as he shook his head. They all went inside the dark room behind the door. It was so dark that nothing could be seen but it was apparent that the whole room was huge. Let there be light. John mumbled. And his words acted like magic as small fireballs started hanging in the air illuminating the huge room. It looked magical as the balls of fire were floating in air by itself. Magic is might. Voldemort isn't wrong. Vision said under his breath. But now nobody paid attention to his words as they finally got to see Master Weaver. Now they understood why Tony had a weird face when he said he met Master Weaver. They never expected Master Weaver to look like this. His upper torso was human, which also had a dress of the Victorian age and a helmet too. But this wasn't the highlight. His body below the waist was what they never expected. Master Weaver didn't have any legs and instead of legs he had 4 spider-like claws which were attached to a huge golden ball-sized structure which in turn was attached to the body. His claws too were golden in color. And there was a huge spider web in the room in which Master Weaver was sleeping soundly. He is more Spider-Man-like than I expected, Pietro joked. What? You expected Master Weaver to be a big spider? Wanda asked in an angry tone as she didn't like the whole structure of Master Weaver and it kind of grossed her out. His name is Master Weaver. What did you expect? An elegant good-looking Spider-Man. Pietro argued. This guy doesn't look so good. Clark said. Yes. He is low in life force. John as he waved his hands to provide some life force to Master Weaver. This small move awakened Master Weaver who was sleeping. His hollow eyes and body instantly were filled with life and vitality. He woke up with a start. When he opened his eyes he was met with many unknown men and women. He looked confused. He had been here for such a long time so he hadn't met any people other than the inheritors. But here he saw the inheritors were on the floor all bloody and beaten up, being dragged by these new people. Hey buddy, are you awake? I tried waking you up when I came here a few minutes ago. Tony said. I am awake now. Thank you. Thank you to whoever provided me with life force. It wasn't required. I am alive and well. Master Weaver opened his mouth for the first time. His voice seemed tranquil even though his face was covered by the helmet. We have defeated the inheritors for you. You are free and can do whatever you please. Clark said. The inheritors? Thank you. Master Weaver replied, but surprisingly his tone was a surprising one instead of a joyous one which the others had been expecting. John then spoke up. It has been hard for you living here all these thousands of years, isn't it? Karn. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 432, Truth. Huh. What? What the freak? Master Weaver shuddered in his web when John called him Karn. His greatest secret got exposed by someone who he didn't even know. Only thing he could sense was that this guy had immense life force and his destiny lines were really weird. Karn. Wait, Master Weaver's real name is Karn. My name. What the hell is going on? Karn on their side also freaked out when John said that. Meanwhile Master Weaver came down from the huge spider web that was built all around the huge room. He came just directly opposite of John and looked at him straight. Everybody was silent and was confused. Everyone thought that Master Weaver was something extraordinary, but John just called him by the name Karn. It is not good to expose secrets of everyone, Phoenix Force. Master Weaver said. Oh come on, you would have said the same thing to him before your death. At least this time you wouldn't die. John said. John, what is going on? Clark asked as all wanted to know why Master Weaver was Karn and they had their own Karn here. Master Weaver is Karn. Not the present Karn. But the future Karn. John just dropped a bomb with that. You mean I will be Master Weaver in the future? What? If I am future Master Weaver then will I be here in the future? Living that same cycle? Karn asked as he was confused just like the others. Yes. It is your destiny. It was Master Weaver who replied to Karn. All the people present in the room didn't expect such a twisted ending. Master Weaver being the future Karn. Even though they both wore helmets they didn't bring two and two together. But when they looked closely both had the same dressing sense in the upper torso. This is a new level of sorcery. Present and future meeting each other. Reminds me of Captain where they had to fight each other. Tony joked. I don't want to be Master Weaver. I don't want to go through the same humiliation and torture which you have went. Karn refused straight at the face. He was responsible for the demise of his family and now the simple notion that he had to go back to the path was not what he wanted. There is no other way to do this. You will have to take the same path, but it might be different this time as this person here has changed the cycle. It might be totally a different story for you but nonetheless you will have to kill me. Master Weaver said to Karn. Did I really change the cycle? John asked. It was because he too wanted to know. In the actual story, it was Spider-Man who killed Master Weaver and after his death Karn took over his position. It was before his last moments, Karn came to know that he would be Master Weaver as a Weaver needs to be looking after the web of life and destiny. You have already done so by revealing that I am Karn. Master Weaver replied to John. That is true. John mumbled more to himself rather than to others. No, I don't want to take up this position. Karn refused. Then do you want to love and hunger for blood for the rest of your life like your family? Wayne said this time. By now they understood the ins and outs of this whole story. And they needed to finish the job as soon as possible as it would be a waste of time brooding here. Karn who heard this hesitated now. He hated his family, but above all he hated his thirst for life force to live. Being a peace-loving person he never entertained the whole idea. How sure are you that I will lose the thirst? Karn asked. Because I am you. The web will feed your life force and make you immortal. Master Weaver reassured him. And if you don't take over this mantle, I will force you. You have killed Spider-Man before and that can never be erased. This will be the punishment for you. Living as Master Weaver. John said as he threatened Karn. Since Karn had to take over as Master Weaver, he needed to accept the reality, even if he didn't like it. Dude, you better accept it. It's not going to end well if you don't, Pietro said as he was trying to convince Karn. Karn also realized that if he didn't take this mantle it would be very bad for him. Fine. Karn said as he sighed. This story had all twists and turns. John, you better make a movie out of this later. Our first multiversal trip was such an interesting one. Tony said. Karn on the other hand was still struggling inside a bit. You can kill him after we settle some account with you. You killed a country's king. They deserve an answer. Clark said as he didn't forget that this thing started at their universe with Chala murder. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 433, Destiny. Does Master Weaver really need to die? Wanda asked as she felt sad. According to John, he was supposed to die but that she didn't want anyone to die just because it was written by destiny. Yes. My death should be there to complete the cycle. The realities depend on it. And honestly I am just tired. I want to rest in peace now. It's been a long time. Master Weaver replied. It seemed like he would be accepting death with open arms and a smile. All right. Stay here. We will be back with Karn later after everything is settled. Wayne said as they needed Karn back for explanation. Now how will we handle them? Clark asked, pointing at the unconscious bunch of inheritors. We need to kill the clones first. Tony said as John had mentioned before. Right. John said as he proceeded to transform himself to Alien X. He needed to kill the clones using both Phoenix Force and Alien X in all of the multiverse, and using two powers at the same time would be double assurance. Kill all clones of the inheritors. John said after transforming to Alien X. An invisible wave spread out from John and it resounded in all of the multiverse, killing every clone that was alive. Alien X is still so cool. Pietro said. Karn and Master Weaver were just as confused as the other three Spider-Man, as this was the first time they had seen such a transformation of John. John came back to original form after performing the work. Though many were confused, they didn't ask as it might invade his privacy, and he was a savior to everybody here, so they didn't have the right to ask personal questions. All the clones are dead, and now for this bunch of imbeciles. I will throw them to an Earth where there is nothing but radiation all over the planet. This will make sure that they would suffer even if they have immortality. John suggested that, as he wanted to throw the inheritors to the Earth where he had visited before with Ross. The place was perfect as punishment for the inheritors. They would never be able to come out and eventually die there, as there were angry Hulks. And radioactivity would just weaken them like normal. There is an Earth which is infested by radioactivity. What happened? Tony, who was surprised, asked. Ross became overambitious. John replied. All of them were startled. They never expected that their current Secretary of State would be responsible for radiation all over the planet because he became overambitious and killed the planet. No wonder you never liked Ross. Now I hate him more. Tony said. Can't save it all. We can only try our best. We have enough headaches as of now. John said. All right, send them there. Peters, are you all right with this decision? Wayne asked. All the four Spider-Man nodded their heads. Good, then off with your own world, saying that John waved his hand to send them to the Earth where he had visited before. And all of them were still unconscious when John sent them away. Master Weaver, we are off. I will bring Karn back to fulfill his destiny. John said. I will be waiting. But before you leave I have a question for you, Phoenix Force. Master Weaver asked. Oh. Ask away. John said as he was curious. Being a being of life and destiny, he must be very knowledgeable. Though he didn't know how his powers worked, as he didn't do an in-depth research of him, he still had respect for Master Weaver as he had sacrificed a lot. Why do you have two destiny lines? Master Weaver asked. Destiny lines? What does that mean? John asked as he was confused and he didn't understand what it meant. Every single person in the multiverse has a single destiny line. It represents their life and death, and it can never be two. But yours? It has two. Do you know anything about it? Master Weaver asked. Huh. John froze in his spot. At first he thought it was because he had two consciousnesses, as he had taken over the body of John when he transmigrated to this world. But then he remembered that his system had taken care of it. Then his mind raced over the fact that the system represented the other destiny line. There was no other reason for having another destiny line. Two destiny lines meant he had two destinies, and that was impossible. Is my system alive? Is that why I have two lines? John thought to himself as he really had no other explanation of this. He needed to conjure up a lie now to fool Master Weaver so that he didn't delve deep into his secret. Maybe because of my Omnitrix, as it houses many alien forms into which I can transform. John said, showing the Omnitrix. The last form which you all saw is because of this Omnitrix. John continued. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 434, Back Home. Is that so? Then I think it's possible. You mean to say that the black star-dotted form of yours comes from this watch? Master Weaver asked. Yes. John replied. Then I guess there can be more than one destiny. Master Weaver mumbled. John got relieved when Master Weaver stopped doubting him. But now he had another dilemma. Having a different destiny line meant he wasn't sure if his system had another purpose. System, do you have any purpose? Ding. No. Yeah, right. Like I will trust you after so many pranks. John thought. He was scared a bit now. All his achievements and power was fueled by the system. Though it was undeniable that some achievements were because of his hard work, it could never be denied that the system didn't play any part. Though he has the Phoenix Force now, it was because of his Fruit of Marco. I need to get to the depth of all this. System is my first doubt, but that might not be the only reason why I have two destiny lines. Why is everything so wrong? Before it was Black Winter. Now it's this. John, are you all right? Clark asked as he saw John spacing out. Huh. Yeah. I am fine. Just thinking of something. John replied as he got back to reality. Whatever. What is supposed to happen will happen no matter what. So it's useless to think now. Let me see if I can make myself stronger by my own means. John thought. If you are done spacing out, then can we leave? Tony asked. Yeah. But before he could leave, Master Weaver asked again. Can you please look into Earth 616? I don't know why, but I lost connection to the Spider-Man of that Earth. That universe is important. All froze on their spots, especially John. They all tuned to John and all of them were trying to hide their laughs. Did I say something funny? Master Weaver said, seeing that everybody was suppressing their laughs. Earth 616 or whatever that weird Earth is called doesn't have a Spider-Man because John here went and decided to punish every superhero on that Earth. Tony said as he finally broke out laughing. Tony held the most amount of prejudice against the Earth of that universe. What? Punishment? Did they do something wrong? Master Weaver was confused. Leave it. I will restore everything in that universe. John stopped anyone from opening their mouths more. Thank you. I will be waiting for you in the good news. Master Weaver said as he went back to the web. Even though John had provided him with ample life force, he needed rest from the constant torture he had been facing all this time. John didn't wish to speak any more words and disappeared with all the remaining people, including Karn. John came to this trip to have fun and meet Master Weaver and just see if he looked anything like the comics. Unsurprisingly, he did look like the comics version, but the revelation of destiny lines was not something he expected. Now he had another matter to think about. John and the whole team were back. They had hardly gone for an hour or so. For this reason there wasn't much time spent in the journey. I thought the journey would be longer and more difficult. Seems like I overthought. Pietro said. We need to handle Karn. Call Wakanda and say that we have caught the culprit and the deal will be negotiated only when there will be a new king of Wakanda. Since their country is ruled by a monarch, we need a legitimate king or queen to represent. Wayne said as he spoke to GAIA to send the information to Wakanda. John on the other hand was distracted a bit and just went home. The other Spider-Man were allowed to be in their universe for some time. Only John had the power to go through universes as he saw fit, so they were struck till John allowed them to. And Superior Spider-Man didn't know the means, as only Doc Ock had the knowledge to go through universes. Wayne and others went to the hall to talk about what had happened and deal with the twins who were still in prison. The fact of two destiny lines has affected John. There is something he isn't telling us. Wayne said as all sat at the hall. Is he fearing that the aliens in his Omnitrix will escape? Apart from Alien X and a few other aliens, most of them can be easily brought down from what I have calculated. Vision said. Yes. But what if it's not the Omnitrix? He has been dreaming of various worlds since he was a child. What if this dreaming of worlds made him vulnerable to be infested with another consciousness? Wayne asked. Then the Phoenix Force would have taken care of it. The so-called gods too didn't seem to think that John had something wrong. I think Master Weaver is just manipulating. Karn was easily brought down by us. What if this is just a way of jumbling his brain thoughts? Clark replied. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 435, New King. Phoenix, do you have a destiny line? John asked as he reached home. Abstract entities don't have one. Why are you concerned about it? I thought it was because of your helmet or that watch you use. Phoenix replied in his mind. Even though Nabu was a living soul and Omnitrix had aliens, they shouldn't have a destiny line because at the end their destiny line should coincide with him as they belonged to him in the first place. I have a feeling that this double destiny thing isn't because of the Omnitrix. I am trying to shake this feeling off, but something tells me that it isn't simple. Then we will face it together if a problem arises. Didn't you once say that life isn't a bed of roses? Phoenix replied. Right. I just wanted my life in peace, not this unknown problem that is hovering over my head. But I guess I will have to live with it. John mumbled under his breath as he entered and went to have a proper bath. This problem needs a cleansing of water. And a bath was the perfect way to do this. John didn't bother to go out for the rest of the day. Wakanda would need time to appoint the new Black Panther of the country, and so they needed to wait. Karn would be in prison until the new king comes to deal with everything. The next day John showed up to send the twins away to the Earth where their whole family was exiled to. All the Avengers were relieved to see that John was back to normal. John and other Avengers went off to work as usual. Finally, after a week, the new king of Wakanda called for the handing over for the culprit. Wayne called for their presence on the ring as they needed to talk this through. Wayne and John would be responsible for handling the situation with Karn. Finally, the new king of Wakanda was at the ring with Queen and Shuri. They were invited to the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, which John too attended with fury. Like all others, this was the first time he had come to S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters on the ring. Even though he had been checking upon the memories of the ninjas, he never bothered to visit the headquarters. Soon he reached the conference room where he saw Wayne, Fury, the new king, Queen, and Shuri. John was not that surprised to see M'Baku as the new king of Wakanda. The last time he was very close to being the king, and after T'Challa's death it was customary for him to take over as new king. John entered the room and took his seat. What am I hearing? I thought you called us all to hand us over the culprit, and now Fury is saying that you will not hand him over, the queen asked. And her voice was remorseful and angry. It's not that we won't hand over the prisoner. It's that we can't. John replied. Explain. M'Baku replied this time. He knew that on the ring only the Avengers had the full say here, and he needed to be logical instead of being emotional here. Even though they were rivals, he had immense respect for T'Challa. Though their name had tarnished a bit due to the mishandling of Chaka, the previous king tried his best to rectify their mistakes. Wayne then proceeded to tell the whole story of inheritors and the importance of Karn to the universe. He even showed the pictures of their meeting with Master Weaver and their video recording, which he had done before. I don't accept it. Queen said as she refused to accept that a criminal who murdered his son would be given the responsibility of the web of life and destiny. It's not that we don't want to give you Karn, it's just that it is his destiny. John said. No. Shuri almost screamed out when she said that. She didn't want to let the murderer escape just because it was written on the stars. We can negotiate a 10-year imprisonment for this guy named Karn and the Black Panther being a member of the Avengers. This is the last deal Wakanda can offer. M'Baku spoke up. All the three were surprised that M'Baku would propose such an absurd deal. What a nice way to insert yourself into the Avengers. 5 years of imprisonment for Karn and the approval into the Avengers would require you to go through a trial. Take it or leave it. John sighed. John, I don't think it will be good to incorporate someone of unknown ambition into the Avengers. No offense to King M'Baku. Wayne said right on the spot. M'Baku meanwhile shrugged his shoulders while stopping the Queen and Shuri to speak more into this. He knew this decision would anger the Queen, but the Avengers and Wakanda had started on the wrong foot from the beginning, and he needed to remedy that if they needed to stay relevant on Earth. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 436, Packing Bags. We refuse. Fury said this time. Avengers had been his brainchild and he didn't want political mud on it. Avengers was an independent organization and he wanted to be that as always. Wakanda and us had not been friends. Why should we accept you now? Wayne asked M'Baku. It's because we have started at the wrong foot from the start and T'Challa wanted to change that. And I too carry the same ambition. Wakanda would like to help the Avengers. M'Baku said. Wakanda will never be accepted. If you want to join, then it can be negotiated. Wayne, Fury, I know you are against it, but you both can check M'Baku personally to see his moral code. After the trials you can decide yourself if he is fit to join. Politics would never come inside Avengers, but as a protector of Earth you are welcome to join. The assessment would depend on you both. John said. Can I get some respect here? M'Baku said as he saw he was not at all respected in this whole conversation. No. Both Wayne and Fury replied to him unisonly. F***K. M'Baku cursed out. Both the Queen and Suri were dumbfounded about how the whole topic had changed from culprit to their king trying to join the other side. M'Baku, when looking at them, had a sense of guilt in his face, but he had no other choice. The way Earth's humanity was advancing technologically, Wakanda needed a defense mechanism, and Avengers were the only way to keep Wakanda safe. He had thought a lot of this matter and took this decision. He might lose his pride in all of this, but at least his country would be safe. John knew what M'Baku was thinking, and for this reason he readily agreed. If Wakanda got exposed, then the topic of vibranium would come up, and that would be another kind of problem for the people of Earth. Wakanda needed to be under shadows for the time being. Even though Pokemons were now integrated in the society, but at the end humans always wanted more. There was never an end to the greed of the people. And thus John wanted Wakanda to be under the protection of the Avengers. Is it really required? Wayne asked as he was thinking why John would accept the condition, and then he remembered vibranium. Yes. John said. I will look into it. Wayne said as he knew that now he had no other choice and they would soon run out of time if Wakanda wasn't protected fast. You all can decide how you see fit. Karn will get a 5-year sentence, and after that would be handed over to us. That is the deal, as I have said before. John said. M'Baku nodded his head and he rejoiced secretly. Wakanda finally would have an umbrella over themselves and could continue their lifestyle without interference. John left after that, while Wayne and Fury would decide what to do with the King of Wakanda while also handing over Karn for 5 years. John had already talked with Master Weaver about it, so a little bit of delay wouldn't matter. John went to work as usual, and like this, days passed in tranquility. John loved this silence and tranquil environment. He had been missing this for a long time. But he also knew that it would soon be time to leave. He needed to keep his promise, and delaying further would just be bad faith. In early October, John called for a meeting of all the Avengers. He needed to leave, and this time he decided to bring new friends on this journey. It's been some time since we have convened. Not gonna lie, I thought the whole band was disbanded. Tony joked. Why? You want to fight powerful enemies? I can take you to some powerful enemies. John said. How powerful are they? Tony asked with confidence. It will be a walk in the park for most of you. John said. Wait. Are we really going to face new enemies again? Banner asked, as he didn't expect the joke of Tony would turn out to be real. You all wanted to go to a parallel universe. Now we have a chance for a vacation. Want to join? John asked. Parallel universe? You mean Earth 616? Wayne asked. Yes. I need to keep my promise. It's time I leave, and since there are no dangers this time, you all can come with me and see the place where the people say where everything had started. John said. All immediately raised their hands in order to show that they wanted to join. When John left last time, they weren't able to do anything, but this time there was no sword on top of their heads. They all could go and have fun. Seems like all of you want to join. Pack your bags. We will leave tomorrow. Take all your gears. We might need it. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 437, Arrival. John went home after that, as he gave the team a full day to pack up. He went home to spend his time lazing around. He didn't want to go to work. Adino, how have you been all this time? Are you happy? I am sorry that I am no able to play with you or take you out much. John asked Adino. He had spent very less time at home and more time outside, so he felt a little bit bad for Adino and the spirit of the house. Adino, hearing John's words, just shook her head, denying by what John meant. She was happy where she was, and she knew how busy John was with his works. Actually, you know what, Adino, why don't you come with me in this trip? John asked. Adino's eyes instantly sparkled when John said that. She knew that he was leaving for some work, and this was the first time he had invited her to join him. She nodded her head heavily, as she really wanted to join John in his mission and help him. Perfect. Tomorrow we will be leaving. Do get ready. John said. She gave a big smile and went to resupply herself with food and other stocks. The next day all met at the hall as scheduled. John had taken Adino in a pokeball. When he arrived, he saw that everybody had come. You all never show so much excitement when an enemy shows up. John lamented. We will be going to a parallel universe. This in itself is a huge thing for us. Pietro said. If you had shown so much enthusiasm in trying to get access to Speed Force, it would have much better. John said. Pietro stiffened when he said that. He had been trying to get access to Speed Force, but he failed always. He felt envy for Flash, but he didn't know any way of how he could get access to it. Are we ready? John asked one final time to all the Avengers members. All had come for this trip and brought their gears. Even Vesemir showed up for this. Listening to John's question, all nodded their hands. Great. Let's leave. Saying that, everybody who were present in the room all vanished. For the first time ever, the whole of Avengers were no longer on Earth and in their universe. Earth 616 had been suffering a lot since John pulled the greatest power move on the Avengers. All the villains that had been under the radar for such a long time slowly rose up as they realized that the Avengers had stopped working. Only S.H.I.E.L.D. agents and few X-Men remained, and there was only so much one could do. And thus the crimes were an all-time high and the Avengers just vanished from the face of the Earth. The humans soon realized that the Avengers were missing and slowly started to realize how the Avengers had been keeping everything in check for them. And also the work of mutants. The leftover mutants all escaped to a small island near Madagascar in the Indian Ocean, known as Genosha. This island was the one they negotiated with the governments where they would never be interfered upon. But soon the governments realized that something was wrong and asked the help of mutants. The mutants, now led by Scott and Logan, refused to help as they had been vindicated by the humans for a long time and they didn't want to dip their hands against a person who just turned out to be a god. But at the end, seeing the plight, they decided to step in though they had fear of John. And now the humans suffered by the absence of the Avengers. Some villains went above and beyond. One of them was Victor Von Doom. He was the king of Latveria in Eastern Europe. It was a very closed country and people outside had no access to it. But the moment he realized that the Fantastic Four had been decommissioned, he started expanding his empire. With just his military prowess alone, now all of Eastern Europe was under him and nobody came to stop him as all the countries feared Doom's powers and also the threat of nuclear war which Doom had in his arsenal. John and his whole team of Avengers appeared out of thin air at the roof of famous Stark Tower. Tony, seeing that the rooftop was familiar, understood where he was. Even on the ring he had made a huge tower for himself and lived there with Pepper. I expected this world would be more advanced than ours since there is so much hype about it. All I can see around is disappointments, Tony said as he looked around the city. This city looked like the one when they lived before Umbrella took over. Now their cities look totally different from what it looked here. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 438, Tony Stark. A loud blaring alarm went off after a second of their appearance. And after a couple of seconds the door to the stairs was opened with a huge force. And from the stairs came out men in black suits all over. They had guns in their hands. Natasha and Clint, who saw the suits, were surprised. It was because they too once used to wear the same suits. Seems like S.H.I.E.L.D. Natasha said. From when did S.H.I.E.L.D. become a private property of a billionaire? Clint asked. None of the Avengers moved as men poured out. They had surprised looks on their faces as they saw familiar faces among the members of the Avengers. Sir, didn't we see Tony Stark down below, said a man to another man who was pointing his gun at the Avengers. Yes. But we have seen fakes. So these are probably fakes. Hands up in the air, said the supervisor of the small team that just emerged and surrounded them while pointing their guns at the Avenger team. You know, John here doesn't like guns being pointed at him. Tony said as he came forward. Tony waved his hands and all the guns melted with a second in the hands of the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. Huh. The hell? John was surprised that Tony was able to control the anti-metal properties of his suit so efficiently. Tony, when did you learn this? John asked. What? You thought I am a bear that is in hibernation just because we don't have enemies to face? Tony asked with a smirk. The S.H.I.E.L.D. agents who lost their guns gulped in their throats. They understood that these lookalikes just might not be simple copies. As they were thinking how to react to this situation, a man came out of the stairs. He looked handsome and had an anchor-style beard. Hey guys, what is taking you so long? The man who looked at the Avengers stopped in his tracks. His eyes first fell at John and then at Tony. He trembled in his place. His knees felt weak as he almost stumbled. Hi Tony. Long time no see. John said with a smile to the man who just appeared. Yes, he was Tony Stark. The Tony Stark of Earth 616 who had lost his high intelligence. You. John, and hi to me. 616 Tony fumbled a lot in reply. He had nothing but fear for the person who came. And this time he had brought his team. And even himself. Tony, who looked at the other version of himself, was disgusted to say the least. 616 Tony reeked of alcohol. He looked like he hadn't had a shower in a long time. His eyes had dark circles around it, seemed like he hadn't been looking at himself for a long time. All in all, 616 Tony looked like had given up on life for a long time. Don't you ever call yourself Tony? You are a blot in that name. John told me that the other versions of me are really powerful. One is even a sorcerer supreme and even a god in one. You reek of failure and disappointment. Tony scolded his counterpart right on his face. The S.H.I.E.L.D. agents who were ready to jump on the enemy just stopped in their tracks listening to the Tony lookalikes' words. All the Avenger members now had interest written all over their faces. They wanted to see how these two narcissistic men fight it out in the arena. 616 Tony stiffened when Tony said that. He had lost everything when John said the words, "No more Avengers." He had money to spend but no innovations, no ideas, no cool suits to work on. He lost all his suits as it crumbled away. And he didn't have the schematics or his intelligence or his knowledge to make another one. All he had was money to spend. And that's what he did. Drink his life away, because he really felt that there was nothing more he could have done. S.H.I.E.L.D. was sent to be his security as it did to all the heroes that had been hiding. After the fall of the Avengers, S.H.I.E.L.D. took over world security, but it proved to be a very tough situation for them. All they could do is try to pour a bucket of water on a burning building on fire. This didn't help at all. And the current director of S.H.I.E.L.D. asked a special team of agents to look after members of the Avengers. It was in the hope that the Avengers would be revived once again. And if they do, they need all the members of the Avengers. 616 Tony, who had almost tears in eyes, clenched his fist. At that moment all he felt was anger and humiliation. He had never been mocked in such a way by anyone. Not even his genius father. You have no right to say such hollow words when your friend here is responsible for the bad things that are happening to the world and us. 616 Tony almost screamed when he said that, spitting out spit all around. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 439, Cleaning the Filth. Oh, so you do recognize who we are. I thought you were so down the rabbit hole that you have started thinking of yourself as the rabbit. Tony mocked. Tony was having fun mocking the other version of himself. When those gods came and said that this universe was important and needed an anchor, he expected that his other version of himself would be more responsible. But after coming here, all he saw was a person in self-loathing and pity. Recognize. You people are criminals and are responsible for all the bad things that are happening to this earth. Do you even know what is going on here? Can you expect us to forget you? Tony asked, still refusing to accept who was at fault here. We know, this world has gone to S***T. Doom took over Eastern Europe and is eyeing the western side now. New York and other cities are a mess. The crime rate is at an all-time high now and all the cities smell like Gotham. Oh, sorry, you don't know what Gotham is. John replied this time. Yes, and you are responsible for this. Tony accused him by pointing his finger at him. My fault. This whole earth deserves what they are getting. So much hatred for the mutants and you say it's my fault. Your Avengers had forgotten what you represented. A protector of the oppressed. A protector of the right. Now you are just a party pleaser. John said. So why are you here now? To mock us and our inability to be proper protectors of this earth. 616 Tony said, still not accepting his fault. Tony went up near him and punched him right at his face. The S.H.I.E.L.D. agents went on alert and wanted to go and arrest Tony, but their supervisor stopped them. These new people who had just arrived didn't look to be simple, and their Tony seemed to recognize them. They had no idea why the Avengers went into hiding, but from the words of 616 Tony, he meant that the blame of all this went to the new people who had appeared. 616 Tony, after receiving the punch, fell on the floor. All the other members looked at Tony, who did this. What? He was getting on my nerves. I hate a person who is swimming in the pool of blame game instead of owning up to their actions. Tony said, seeing the weird looks by his friends. All right, Avengers, we need to work. We should clean this earth of the filth. Don't hold back. Run riot here. Just don't kill. Oh yes, Captain, I am sorry that you have lost the powers of Unipower. Unipower is only possible in their own universe. So you are back with your old self. John said as he remembered that Unipower only worked in their own universe. Captain nodded his head as he felt he had lost access to Unipower. Wayne and others flew off when John said that. The others who could not fly, Victor opened boom tubes for them. While the Witchers took their own route with Yen and Triss. While all others flew off, John was left standing in his place. The other S.H.I.E.L.D. agents just watched the ways these new people that had arrived left. Some flew off, some opened a weird portal, and some just jumped right off the building, Peter and the Teen Titans. Seeing that these people weren't normal, the supervisor felt relieved that he had stopped his subordinates in taking any stupid decision. He had already called for the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. of what had happened, and they were waiting for that person to arrive. We need to take Tony away. He will catch a cold if he is outside for a long time. John said as he was the only one left. 626 Tony was still knocked out by the punch of Tony. Yes. But can we know who you are? The supervisor asked. Why in a hurry to me? Your director is on his way. Let's wait for him. John said with a smile. John might not have omniscience in all of the multiverse, but in any particular universe where he goes, allows him to know everything that was going on around. How? How do you know this? The supervisor was surprised that this new person knew that the director was on his way here. You heard some words of Tony, didn't you? That I am responsible for whatever is going on. He isn't wrong. But let your director come. I am sure he wouldn't want you to know above your paycheck. John smiled as he said that. The S.H.I.E.L.D. agents came and took the sleeping Tony in their arms and took him away. John and a few other agents just remained on the rooftop, waiting for the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. to arrive. And in this case too, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. was Nick Fury. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 440, Nick Fury. And after waiting for 10 more minutes, 2 Quinjets arrived. The hangar opened and out came new people in the same suits as S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. They dropped on the rooftop and all had guns in their hands. After the agents secured the perimeter, Fury came out of the Quinjet with his famous eye patch. Fury walked towards John, who had been sitting on the edge of the rooftop facing another side looking over the city. After standing behind John, Fury finally said, "The last time you came, we couldn't give you a warm welcome and this world was messed up. This time I would like to extend a warm and pleasant welcome to our Earth," Fury said. John was not surprised that Fury knew of his identity. Being the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. gave him access to many things and much information. "I doubt you would have invited me last time even if you knew me. I am too big of a variable for this universe," John said without mincing his words. Fury got silent by the reply. From what he had gathered and heard, John really was too big of a variable. When the agent here sent the pictures of John, he knew he had to come and meet this person personally who was single-handedly responsible for the downfall of Avengers. He had disappeared for over a year and now he was back. And this time he didn't know what kind of storm he was going to bring. Additionally, he had brought his friends too. "Can I know why you are here?" Fury couldn't help himself from asking him. "Relax, Fury. Everything will be fine. I am here on a vacation with my friends. And clean the filth that is plaguing this planet," John said. Fury's eyes became bright when John said that. He knew that John was an Avenger, and since he said he had come to clean the filth, it meant he and his friends would be handling the criminals and supervillains. "Are your friends powerful enough?" Fury asked. "More powerful than the Avengers of this world," John said. "Then shall we wait for the good news?" Fury asked. "Yes, let's go inside. It will take time for my friends to finish this large mission," John said. Fury nodded and they both went downstairs to Tony's place. They entered his home and Fury went straight to the whiskey cabinet to pour himself some branded whiskey while John just went to the sofa and sat. The other S.H.I.E.L.D. agents too made themselves comfortable since Tony was asleep, though they kept an eye on John. Only Fury didn't care. He knew that John was too powerful for any of them to even lift a finger at him. While John was looking at the whole home, he suddenly remembered that he didn't call one of his friends. John put his hand on the pocket and brought out a pokeball. He threw it in the air and out came a dino. All the agents went on high alert on such an absurd move by John, but when they saw that a totally new kind of animal appeared in the room, they were taken aback. Fury, who had been enjoying himself, also got interested when John brought out this new thing. "What is this?" "An android?" Fury asked. "No. It's Pokemon and my friend," John said. Adino meanwhile was looking around and seeing the new faces. She had a confused look on her face as she saw a totally new place. She then looked at John. "What is a Pokemon?" Fury asked. "Think of them as powerful species of animals from my world. They are more like friends of humanity," John said. "We will be here for quite a long time. You can look around and have fun," John said with a warm smile to Adino. She became happy as she walked around. All the other agents and Fury were cursorily looking at her while Adino checked them out. Soon she came near the sleeping Tony. Adino looked at Tony for quite a few seconds before placing her hand on the chest of Tony. All the agents got scared and almost ran to her to stop any kind of attack that this weird being was going to perform. But Fury stopped them as he knew that if John wanted to hurt Tony, he wouldn't have gone in a long-winded way. Adino's hands glowed and that glow was transferred to Tony. Tony's body trembled before stopping altogether. "What is she doing?" Fury finally asked as he got curious. "Healing him. I am surprised that you didn't attack Adino. You are different than I expected, Fury," John said. "You don't need to go to such lengths to attack Tony. But it seems like your world's version of me is different," Fury said. "Different? You both occupy the same position. Only big difference is that he has more control and power than you can even dream of having," John said. "There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 441, Cleaning the Filth, 2. While John and Fury were talking, the other Avengers have gone to different parts of the planet to take care of the criminals. Wayne and Clark flew to Latveria to take care of Dr. Doom. They didn't have GAIA here. Victor ran point and directed everyone to take the best course of action. Since Dr. Doom was the most powerful villain, Victor sent them to his country, while the people who can fly and teleport were sent to various regions of the planet. Arthur and Mara were sent to Atlantis to handle the unstable situation there as Namor had lost his powers and the kingdom was in jeopardy. Tony and others were left to take care of the whole of America while the mages were sent to the rest of the regions. The Avengers followed the words of John because if John came up and did the dirty work it would be too easy for him. Since he had brought everybody for vacation, the other members wanted to move their muscles and this was the only way the Avengers could exercise their powers. Fury was keeping an eye on what was happening in the world since John here had sent his friends. And in an hour or so the reports finally started arriving with footage of John's friends. And Fury, seeing them, realized that John was right. His Avengers were more powerful than the Avengers they had the last time. Even though there were only a few people, what they didn't have in quantity, they made in quality. What shook him was the fight between Doom and two of John's friends. Their powers were identical but the sheer strength they possessed made these two one of the most powerful beings he had ever seen in human form. Doom was caught in 5 or 6 moves and he was taken down in the most brutal way possible. John had ordered them to bring Doom to him. John needed to talk with him. While the Teen Titans took care of New York, which they normally did in their own Earth, the rest were spread out. Spider-Man even had a face-off against Kingpin and other famous villains of New York who had been running riot everywhere. And Teen Titans brought them down in a matter of minutes. Soon the social media was flooded with videos and pictures of new people fighting the villains that had been plaguing everywhere. And they finally saw some relief as there were new people now to handle the villains. The people cheered for them when they got to know this. As Fury got more videos of John's friends, the more he was surprised. Though there were familiar faces among them, there was a lot of difference. These new people had different kinds of gears and weird animals that had different powers. So these are Pokemons? Fury asked when looking at them while showing them to John. Yes, John said. He expected them to use Pokemons. They normally didn't use them, but when it came to such situations where the risk was low, they all brought out their friends to have some fun around and see a new world. Fury's eyes were full of yearning after seeing these Pokemons. John had said that their world was full of these animals and he wanted to get his hand on them, but he was sure John wouldn't allow even touching them, forget about catching them. This process of cleansing went for a full day and at night all had returned back to Tony's home. Tony had woken up after being healed by a dino and becoming sober. John expected him to lash out again, but surprisingly he was silent and just sat in his place looking around blankly. Tony, have you lost your purpose just because you lost your intelligence? John asked. Intelligence is all I had and you took that away from me. How should I have a purpose in life when I lost the only prized possession I have and you expect me to return to being the same? Tony asked with glaring eyes. Did Steve Rogers have powers before he became Captain America, or did Peter Parker was less of a man before he became Spider-Man? Our powers don't define us. If you are nothing without your intelligence, then maybe you shouldn't have it. John said, returning the famous quotes to Tony himself to him. Tony became silent when he heard that. He didn't have words to refute. He hated John, but when John appeared again, he couldn't bring himself to punch him. Tony in his core knew why John had done what he did. They had become arrogant and a self-serving team and they deserved what they got. Though many would not admit it, he was sure that all felt the same deep in their hearts. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 442, Announcement. By night everyone was back and Wayne had brought a thoroughly beaten up Doom. He had been expanding non-stop since he realized that there were no more Avengers. And war on other countries always comes at a cost. When Clark and Wayne realized what Doom had been doing, they both didn't hold back in messing him up. When Fury and 616, Tony saw the dents on the metallic armor of Dr. Doom, they were surprised that Dr. Doom was still alive after the brutal shakedown. When Wayne arrived he looked at Fury and said, I am disappointed in you, Fury. If my shield is anything like yours I will disband it immediately. Your shield? Fury was confused by the words of a man who dressed like a bat. He had no recount of any such superhero. He is Bruce Wayne, the current Secretary of S.H.I.E.L.D. John introduced him. Fury was taken aback. He never expected such a powerful person to be in such a high position and even superior to himself. Secretary. Ah, hello. Thank you for bringing down Dr. Doom. Fury replied, trying to defuse the tense situation in the room. Boss, this world is all kinds of messed up. Natasha said while switching herself to normal suit after deactivating her lantern powers. Natasha. What happened to you? What is this power? Fury asked as he could recognize Natasha but not the blue suit she wore and the whole element of flying around. Fury was curious about this new power. 616 Tony just looked at the whole team of Avengers from afar and hung his head in shame and insult. I thought you would be out cold the whole day. Tony said to 616 Tony. You think so? Why don't we go for a round if I get the suits? 616 Tony said. Really? Let us go for a round after you get your intelligence back, then we will see who comes out on top. Tony said as he wanted to prove that he was better than the main Earth version of himself. Yeah, like your friend here will ever give us our power back. 616, Tony said. Tony just smiled at him when he said that but didn't continue. Victor, set up the camera here. I need to say something to the people of Earth. John said. Victor nodded his head and went to set up a settings of camera for broadcasting to all the people of Earth. They arranged seats for everybody to sit so that the people would be able to see everyone. 616 Tony just looked as these invaders did whatever they wanted in his own home, but he couldn't protest, though he was curious about what he wanted to tell the people of the Earth. Soon the video started and the live broadcast appeared on every television, computer, and mobile screens, taking over all electronic screens in the planet. The people of the world stopped by this sudden change and took over their screens. And the video changed to a few men and women sitting on their seats like a half-round table around the camera. Some of them could recognize that these were the people who had been fighting crimes all day. So, many got excited thinking that this announcement would be the announcement of new Avengers as they could see some familiar faces among them. Tony Stark was one. The man in the middle finally spoke up. Hello, citizens of Earth. My name is John Jameson and these are my friends. Some of you might have seen my friends fighting crimes in the videos shared on the internet today. I am here to confirm that the filth of the Earth has been cleansed today. Though we didn't kill the villains, we made sure that they would not be able to get up from their beds for a very long time. All the people cheered when John said those words. There had been speculation that new heroes had popped up and would save the world again as always. But I am sorry to say that we are not here to save you. Now there was a complete silence. We are here to remind you all of your crimes, your prejudice, your arrogance. All these years all you have done is live under the protection of Avengers. That had made you arrogant. Thinking that no matter what these heroes will come to save you. Thinking that the morality of these heroes will always tilt on the right side. Just because most of you don't have powers like the Avengers or the mutants, your sheer numbers allowed you to bully them as you all wished. Hold them in contempt as you felt like it. Hunted the mutants when their numbers were not so high. How about now? After more than a year of absence of Avengers, how do you feel now with all the villains running riots on the streets and nobody was there to stop them? How does it feel to live in fear of being hunted? There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 443, Threat. Feels awful, doesn't it? Well, that's what the mutants felt when you discriminated against them year after year, persecuted them. Sure, not all mutants were good, but this doesn't give you the right to look at them in the same way you look at criminals. And coming to the truth, the absence of Avengers was because of me. I made all of the Avengers lose powers because the team had been infested with politics and being a crowd pleaser. They had lost their sense of purpose and what it meant to be an Avenger. If you are thinking who am I to judge them, then let me tell you this. I am the guy who decides if this planet is worthy enough to get the blessings of the sun. When John said that Earth was plunged into darkness as the sun dimmed away, the people of Earth saw that the sun disappeared from the sky altogether. The people who had been thinking that this broadcast was just a joke now realized that whatever this guy was speaking might be the truth. The general people panicked when they saw that the sun had dimmed out and they were sure that it had stopped emitting light because even the moon had vanished from the sky. So this is a warning to all the people of Earth. Stop with your pettiness or next time I will take matters into my own hands and you won't like how I handle things. And one more thing, from today the Avengers will be back. With that line John stopped the broadcast. And the sun too appeared back in the sky after a few seconds of complete darkness. The people were relieved to see the sun back, but they were scared in their hearts. The power which this person showed just by his words was enough to shake their beliefs. This person just played God with them and there was nothing that they could do. One way to infuse fear into them. Clark said when John finished giving his speech. Some people need to be in fear to drive away the darkness in their hearts. Wayne should know better about this, as all of Gotham was terrorized by him. John joked. All laughed out at that as Gotham was really a place filled with darkness. Fury and 616 Tony just looked at John with fear. Fury was congratulating himself that he didn't speak about John to his higher-ups or took any rash decision and believed his instincts. This person was more powerful than they imagined him to be. Fury's cell phone was already ringing when John had started broadcasting, but he chose to keep his phone in silent as he didn't want to hear the useless rants of higher-ups. Did you mean it when you said that the Avengers will be back? 616 Tony asked. Yes. Think of it as a courtesy. Some people pleaded for you and this is me being generous. John said as he transformed himself to Alien X, let there be Avengers again. John said as an invisible wave got transmitted to the Earth. The Avengers who had lost their powers were restored as they were, bringing balance in all of the multiverse again. What the hell is this form of his? 616 Tony mumbled as he saw that form of John where he looked like he was made of stars. It happened the same as last time. But then again, he doesn't care anymore now. Because he got his knowledge and intelligence back. And even his nano suit that he had always kept with himself. He proceeded to use his suit to see if what he saw was real. He rejoiced seeing that everything he had felt was real. 616 Tony almost had tears in his eyes. What a wuss. No wonder you depowered all of them when you came last time. Tony didn't even take another second to mock his other self. I have had it with you. Why don't we go for a round without the blessing of your godfather behind? 616 Tony, who was pissed all this time of being condescended by his other self, burst out when he mocked him. Oh. You think John is the only one powerful among us? I have hundreds of different ways to dismantle that useless pride of yours. Let me show you the difference between you and me. Tony said as both equipped themselves. Let's go outside and settle once and for all. 616 Tony said. We don't need to go outside for this. Here is enough. Tony said as he walked to 616 Tony. As Tony started walking towards him, Tony's suit was getting melted. What the? What is this? 616 Tony looked as his suit melted little by little. He looked desperately but he couldn't stop it. He tried using his commands on nanoparticles but they refused to listen to his commands. 616 Tony looked at John, who was just smiling at him like all the other friends of his. What kind of sorcery is this? 616 Tony asked as he was thinking that it was John who was responsible. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 444, Calling the Big Shots. I thought you were a genius, don't you know what happened to your suit? Tony asked, still mocking his counterpart. 616 Tony was still thinking that John did some sorcery to help Tony, but then it struck him. He had experimented on it long before. That metal was found in Savage Land but in very low quantities. This is anti-metal. 616 Tony asked. Congratulations. You are not as dumb as I thought you were. Tony said. Enough playing around. Fury, call the Illuminati. We need to talk to them. Wayne said, stopping Tony. 616 Tony was devastated because he had worked on anti-metal before but he could never make it stable. But his counterpart was able to stabilize it and even make it in a suit for himself. He was utterly defeated both in power and intelligence. He thought he could parade his pride but he was shown reality again. Fury meanwhile called all the high-level Avengers to come to Stark Tower since Wainier called them. And even called the mutants who were in Genosha, Krakoa. I am not sure what that island is called now. At first it was Genosha but in recent comics it's called Krakoa, it's a living island. And yes, in the recent Marvel Comics kaijus came into being. Fury, get me into a conference call with the World Council. I need to talk to them before everybody arrives. John said. Are you sure you want to talk to them? Fury asked skeptically as he felt fear that John would just kill them to bring world order. Why? You fear that I will kill them? I am not Hitler, Fury. John said. Fury sighed as he connected to a conference video call with the World Council. And after a minute, the call went through and all the council members appeared in a holographic form. Fury, why haven't you received our... One council member was ready to reprimand Fury but stopped in her words as she saw John. Wayne took the lead in confronting the councilman as John was too lazy to even talk with politicians. The recent broadcast was enough for you to know who we are, and since Fury is up to speed about us, I will presume you know about John. But I will still introduce myself. We are John's friends from another universe and I am the current Secretary of S.H.I.E.L.D. Bruce Wayne. Hello, welcome to our universe. Said another council member. They all had fears in their eyes. What John showed to them was 100% legitimate and they feared John and his friends. The videos that they had received made them understand that these new people that John had brought were on a whole new level. I will make this short as we have other meetings to attend to. Dump your politics and your greed. This planet has suffered enough. Tell all the leaders of the countries of the world to stop fueling hatred and bully everyone you see fit. Wayne said in a serious tone. I am sorry, we don't understand what you are talking about, said another council member. You guys already know what Wayne is talking about. Make it right. Stop with your filthy politics. We have threatened the general public, what makes you think we will not threaten you? Keep your leaders in check, or we will be forced to take the matters into our own hands, and as John had mentioned before. You won't like how we handle things. Clark chimed in when the conference was going on. This was little out of character for both Wayne and Clark, but John directed them to say those words. He didn't want to be at the forefront of every matter, so he asked his summons to take the lead in the matter. Are you threatening us? The woman council member said. Threat? No, this is a fact that we are stating. Don't think that just because you sit in a very high political position gives you immunity. Moral codes are fine, but don't test its boundaries. Back off from the affairs of Avengers. Wayne said as he switched off the call. Seems like our Boy Scout is quite angry. Tony said he listened to the conversation from the side. I have seen what Doom has done in the name of expansion. These people just know how to bark but can never bite. Doom was given too free of a rein to do what he likes. Fury, how did you all let this happen? Clark asked. S.H.I.E.L.D. tried to stop him, and even the council threatened with nuclear war, but all he did was threaten the lives of the top leaders in the name of assassination, and all backed off. Fury replied as he saw the unconscious Doom lying on the floor. Everything will change from today. I will make sure of it. John replied at the end. He really wanted the main Earth to get their bearings in line and work for a common goal. And that was to save humanity. Both from outsiders and insiders. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 445, Gathering of Doppelgangers. The native Avengers, the mutants, Black Panther, and many others showed up for this as Fury had called. And since they all got the powers back, they knew who was behind this and they didn't want to anger him more, like they did last time. Since Stark Tower was once the headquarters of the Avengers, the hall where they all met was big enough to handle everyone. Many famous Avenger came for this, like Spider-Man, Ms. Marvel, Steve Rogers, Hawkeye, and mutants such as Logan, Emma, Scott, Wanda, Professor X. There is a mini-series of how he came back alive after the House of M. You can read it if you want, and even Namor showed up. John and his team were already present and sitting in their respective seats when they arrived. Honestly, the 616 Avengers were a little bit afraid of them. And that was only for one person. That was John Jameson. The power he showed last time and even the simple move he did in the live broadcast was enough to invoke the deepest fears. Wanda didn't have perfect control of herself when she changed reality, but while John had perfect control over everything, and that made him more dangerous. For the first time, the Avengers got to see their counterparts from another universe. It happened for the first time for both of them. There was an awkward silence in the hall when all had arrived and were seated. It had been some time since I saw some of you. John said with a smile. It's been some time. Chala replied. How did it feel to be on the same level as a normal human being? Didn't feel so great now. Did it? John said. All hung their heads in shame. Except for mutants, most of them felt guilty for whatever happened. Only by living among the common men, they were reminded of their roots and essence of why they had become superheroes in the first place. Villains would always be there, but their heart for doing the right thing was what they had lost along the way. You have brought back our powers. Are there any conditions? Ms. Marvel asked. No conditions. You are free to do whatever you want. Do politics. Be selfish. I don't care. You are grown-ups. Not babies who need a babysitter. I called you all just to have a normal meeting between doppelgangers. My universe has never seen mutants and many of you aren't actually present in our universe. This is more like an exhibition for us. And you are the showpieces for me. John joked. He really didn't call the Avengers for any particular reason but to see some fun to be played out by two versions of Avengers in a parallel universe. We would be glad to introduce ourselves to our new friends. Professor X replied without paying much heed to the subtle insult he gave to them. Last time I came you weren't present. I am glad you didn't hold it against Wanda for changing the reality. John said. It's not her fault that she lost her sanity. I too was responsible for what had happened. I am just glad that you gave us a helping hand. Charles said. The environment got out of the awkward situation after Charles started the conversation, and thus the Avengers who were meeting their other versions for the first time started talking with each other. Not all of them were like Tony who were on each other's throats. Their talks were more peaceful while they exchanged ideas. Namor got to see his counterpart Aquaman and was surprised to see that his other version was way more powerful and intelligent than him. 616, Pietro was faster than Pietro, but when he raced against Flash, he was left in dust. What is this? Why do you give away lightning when you run? 616, Pietro asked. It's because he has access to the Speed Force. Pietro replied to him instead of Flash. Speed Force? What is that? 616, Pietro was confused when he heard this new term. Then Pietro proceeded to explain. After the fall of the mutants, 616 Pietro were the few of them who had retained their powers, and originally he was supposed to be held responsible for the downfall of them. But due to the loss of Avengers and how Wanda lost sanity, nobody pointed their finger at him. Thus he was accepted again in the mutant group where they were allowed to live at Genosha. After House of M, Pietro went a little crazy and even started experiments using Turigen crystals to bring back the mutants that they had lost. Your world doesn't have my counterpart? Doctor Strange asked in a very meek tone. Many people still blamed him for the situation they were in, as John had a particular hatred for him. We do. And he is more powerful than the current you. But since he is more powerful, he has more responsibilities. So Thor and Strange didn't come with us. There should always be a Sorcerer Supreme on our Earth. 616 Strange nodded his head to the reply of John and was relieved that John didn't show any hostility in his voice while speaking to him. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 446, Dr. Doom. Steve Rogers got to meet his other version and they both had almost the same ideals, so they got along well. Clint also had a vivid interaction with his other version. Natasha was the one who was surprised to see such a powerful version of herself. So you are going around the universe saving people? 616 Natasha asked. We are supposed to, but the Green Lanterns have prohibited us as our spectrum only works for Hope. Hal and others are more responsible for this, Natasha said as she pointed out to Hal, who was interacting with the members of other Avengers. Are there other colored lanterns in your universe? 616 Natasha asked as she got more curious about how her power worked. There is supposed prophecy on that, which is supposed to happen in future, but as of now there are no such other colored lanterns in our universe. Wanda and 616 Wanda had a weird conversation. Wanda of their universe was still happy while 616 Wanda was still ridden with guilt with what she did. Wanda tried her best to console her and told her how she was trained by the witches of their universe and her journey in controlling her powers. The whole gathering went on for some time. Though at the start they came in fear, but in the end, the native Avengers got relaxed as they understood that John and his friends weren't inherently bad and didn't have as much pride as they thought. John, meanwhile, with the Fantastic Four, went to meet Drive Doom in another secured room. Victor was a colleague of Reed, so they went way back even though they had been on each other's throats for a long time. Doom was still in cuffs and unconscious. John woke him up by injecting some life force into him. He groggily opened his eyes only to his most hated enemy and an unknown person looking at him. He felt pain in all his body as he tried moving. He could feel that many of his bones were broken, and it was really a miracle that he was alive. His eyes spewed anger and hatred as he saw his old enemy, and he felt that the long-lost Fantastic Four was back after making a disappearing act for more than a year. Friend, you look like you have gone through hell, Reed said to Doom as he tried joking with him. You must be really happy, Reed, seeing me half dead. You have been my enemy for such a long time. Now you sent your lackeys against me. That is low even for you, Doom said after coughing quite a bit. Reed shook his head and said, they weren't lackeys who beat you up. They were the Avengers from a parallel universe. And truthfully, you deserve a more brutal takedown than what you got. You committed war crimes, Victor. Even I can't save you from that, Reed said. Ha. These people needed better governance than what they were getting in those weak governments. I liberated them, Victor said. So just because their governance was weak, you invaded other countries and killed hundreds of innocent people? John asked with a very tranquil tone. A necessary sacrifice for a better future, Dr. Doom said. So you meant to say since they are weak they needed to be controlled? John asked. I have seen how the mutants were hunted by just regular people. Just because their numbers were more, the mutants were discriminated against. I don't want such a notion in my country, and it is my responsibility to show people that only strength rules over everything, Dr. Doom said with conviction. You are right. Strength has the final say, John said as he clenched his fist. Victor, who was already half dead, screamed in pain as he levitated a few feet high in the air. And then with a loud burst his body exploded, splattering blood and pieces of flesh everywhere in the room. No, Reed shouted when he saw his old friend dead within a moment before he could do anything. Susan Storm, Invisible Girl, Johnny Storm, Human Torch, and Ben Grimm, the Thing, who were with them, also cried out seeing Doom face such a gruesome death. You! Ben shouted and punched at John. And as his punch hit John in his face, he was stopped in his tracks. It was as if Ben just punched a very strong pillar which could stop the huge strength of his. I didn't see that much anger in you when he committed war crimes against the innocents, John said as he waved his hand. Ben was thrown a few meters away with John's telekinetic powers. Susan conjured a force field to cushion the impact of Ben's body on the ground. Johnny and Reed both were ready to attack John to take revenge for Dr. Doom. You don't get to be the judge, jury, and executioner when you yourself are responsible for the war crimes when you decided to depower all the Avengers, Reed shouted at John. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 447, Hidden Moves. All came running by hearing the commotion from another room. When they arrived, everybody didn't expect to see such a gory scene with blood splattered everywhere. When they all saw the missing body of Dr. Doom, all came to realize that he was killed. You are responsible for all the deaths and destruction that is happening on Earth. And now you blame another person for your own wrongdoing. You are nothing but an egotistical maniac. Too much power has corrupted you, and now just because we can't do anything to you, we are being bullied. Reed said as he accused John. You reached that conclusion just because I killed Dr. Doom? John asked as he gave all a smile. Of course. You have all the characteristics of a tyrant. By then the 616 Avengers and the John's Avengers were separated from each other, showing who took whose side. Though the Avengers didn't understand why he killed Dr. Doom, the Avengers supported him. Moreover, he deserved nothing but death penalty for all the war crimes he committed. At least I am not a fraud like you. John said. Who are you calling fraud? We are legitimate superheroes of the Earth. Sure, we did a little bit of politics along the way, but the people of Earth didn't deserve the trauma you have put us through. Scott Lang, the Ant-Man, said. Who among you think what I did was responsible for whatever happened in the absence of Avengers? John asked the 616 Avengers. There was a complete silence when John asked that. In the end, many feared him and they didn't want to suffer more in his hands. After a moment of complete silence, many raised their hands. Scott Lang, Ms. Marvel, Spider-Woman, Elektra were few of the ones to raise their hands. Che. You gave them their powers back, but still they are so ungrateful. Arthur said in a low voice. It was our power to begin with. It is our right on how we use it. At least we don't bring deaths to people like your super friend here. Elektra said in a sharp tone. Arthur, listening to this, was almost ready to throw his trident on her, but Mara stopped it. John, on the other hand, was still silent and just looked at Reed. Reed managed to polarize his own team into two camps. One that felt guilty and was afraid of retaliation from John, and another who hated John and his team. They felt humiliated and insulted to be in the same room as the Avengers of John. Sigh, you know KLRT, the last time I met one of your species I annihilated them, and I specifically asked them to be away from Earth. Seems like your communication between subordinates is very shallow. John said, looking at Reed. Reed squinted his eyes when John called him KLRT. It was because KLRT was his actual name. A Skrull. A super Skrull, who had infiltrated into the Avengers in order to take over Earth. When John met Skrulls last time, he warned them to stop their advance and take over Earth. When the 616 Avengers came for the meeting, John could already see that many of them were deviant Skrulls. The Skrulls didn't have the actual intel on John, so they had no idea who he was and what exactly was his power. The mishap in that barren planet was overlooked by both Kree and Skrulls. The Super Skrulls had replaced many members of the Avengers by this point, and the actual Avengers were thrown to prison with maximum security in many different bases. What? Don't want to say anything against me calling you KLRT. Do you want me to annihilate all of the Skrulls that are present in the room, to jog your memory through the war of Kree versus Skrull? John continued. In response, Reed took out a futuristic-looking gun from his pocket and pointed at John. Many other Avengers did the same thing and pointed their guns, which looked the same as Reed's. The rest of the 616 Avengers were surprised by the sudden change of situation where they saw their own friends pointing guns at them. They were confused because only a few people knew of the Skrulls. The few people here are 0000, the Illuminati. You are Skrulls. I thought we specifically warned you not to mess with us. 616 Tony said as he equipped himself with armor. Seeing that guns were being pointed at them, the Avengers who were not Skrulls also took defensive poses to confront these fake friends. Though they had no idea what was going on, since they took up arms, the real ones needed to retaliate. I didn't think that you were that powerful. Even though we heard the rumors, seeing is believing, I guess. KLRT said as all the Skrulls turned themselves into their original faces. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 448, Secret Invasion. What are these? Aliens. Tony asked as he had never seen any Skrull before. Only Wayne had an idea of them. He had seen the report submitted by Fury once and knew that they were present in their universe. Unsurprisingly, none of the Avengers feared the guns of Skrulls. One of the Skrull got irritated by the nonchalance of the Avengers and shot at Tony. And what happened next was not something many had expected. The laser bullet bounced off an invisible barrier near Tony and the bullet went back to the shooter, injuring him in his shoulder. The Skrull cried out in pain after he got hit. Tony, who saw this, smiled in an evil way at the Skrulls as he finally put on his suit. 616 Tony knew that this happened because antimetal in one state has the power to push away any kind of kinetic energy. This is interesting. Seems like we are on a crossfire. What should we do, Captain? Tony said while looking at Wayne, Steve, and John. Tony used more of a mocking tone than being serious. KLRT, please lower your gun if you want to live. I think you are intelligent enough not to make any stupid decision here. Meanwhile, John said that to KLRT. Ha. I have got you. You might have fooled the whole planet into thinking that you are God, but you are nothing but a fraud. I don't know how you pulled the darkness of the sun off, but you can't fool me. KLRT said. He and the Skrulls had been thinking that whatever power John showed in the live broadcast was just to scare people. Listening to this, all the 616 Avengers and John's Avengers had palms on their forehead. They had seen foolish people but never as foolish as them. The Skrulls just saw one of their bullets get deflected and almost kill the shooter, but they were in denial. John had enough of their bulls **T and proceeded to destroy all the guns of Skrull with just a wave of his hand. And then using telekinesis he lifted them high in the air and made their mouths shut as he didn't want to hear cries, shouts, or threats. What the F***K is going on? Logan finally asked. Though there were no Skrull agents from the mutants, the pure fact that they were ambushed during this gathering didn't go down well with the mutants. Even Professor X had his eyebrows creased looking at the sudden change of events. Nothing of vast importance. The Skrull wants to take over Earth and they have secretly invaded many institutions and now the Avengers. They can replicate the powers of the Avengers but not the mutants. Take over Earth. The gall of these people. 616 Tony clenched his fist in anger. The Illuminati had once gone to talk to them once during the Kree-Skrull War and specifically asked Earth to be put out from the fires of the war, but it seemed like their warning had no importance to them. What are you going to do about them? Professor X used his wheelchair to approach John and ask. He had heard how powerful John was from Scott and Emma, but seeing him he couldn't find the depths of John. And more so, he was the host of the Phoenix Force. He thought that John wouldn't be stable like Jean after becoming the host, but from all angles he couldn't find any unstable behavior from John. Even though he killed Dr. Doom, he did it with no signs of pain or anger. Me. I will do nothing. It's your headache. Not mine. As I said before, I am not here to babysit you all. Your powers are back. Now use them and cleanse your backyard. I just came here to give your powers back and to give a warning to all of the people present. John. And honestly, we needed a vacation. Tony added in the whole statement. The levitating closed-mouth Skrulls were finally brought to ground and 616 Tony went to bring specific handcuffs to bind them. Since they were super Skrulls, they needed special care. It was fortunate that 616 Tony was a paranoid one, and he had specific countermeasures for all the superheroes of Earth. At least help us find the original heroes. 616 Steve asked for help. No, Captain, I have interfered too much into your lives. A little more might get attention from my colleagues, which I honestly don't want. One of them is an **E. So you can come together and search for your own. And I don't think many of you like me. I have been responsible for making your lives hell, John said. These are my gifts to you. You can ask KLRT. He is a very decorated soldier and even a prince. So you can get more information out of him. John said as he pointed to KLRT. Since our work is done here, it's time for us to go back to where we came from. But I don't understand, you didn't kill any of the villains that rampaged all over Earth but specifically targeted Dr. Doom. Why is that? Scott asked. All were still curious about. Only the mutants had a good relation with John, so he took the courage and asked him. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you. Chapter 449, Return. Dr. Doom is a variable that I don't want to leave behind. He is a threat to the multiverse and he is too ambitious for his own good and for the multiverse. John said, remembering the whole problem that arose due to him becoming God Doom. Threat to the multiverse? You mean in the future? Professor X asked. Multiple universes. What did he do? Logan asked as he too got interested in all of this conversation, and like John he too supported the fact that Doom needed to be killed. Though nobody had the guts to say it out loud, many thought what John did was right. That's a story for another day. For now you need to find the missing Avengers. I am sure there are many officials and many Avengers who have been replaced by Skrulls and Super Skrulls. You have a lot of work to do. And if the higher officials give you more problems, tell them my name. That should act as a deterrent. John said. You threatened them too? Jean asked. Of course I did. I did what you should have done a long time ago. Maybe Magneto would have been with you if you all had taken precautionary measures instead of being insane now on the streets. John said as Eric was still in a mental hospital after losing his powers during the House of M event. We are sorry. Professor X said as he too felt guilty of what had happened. The mishandling of Wanda, being passive, everything had led to this. Telling me sorry isn't going to change anything. Being mutants doesn't make you a criminal. Own your heritage. I don't want to see divided mutants next time I come here. John said as he started walking away, followed by his Avengers. He needed to leave as he had done his work here and all his friends had a good exercise. It was fun while it lasted. The Avengers said goodbye to their counterparts as they too needed to leave with John. The mutants and the rest of the Avengers also bade them goodbye and sighed in relief finally. Professor, did you try controlling John? Emma asked as she was curious. I tried my powers on him, but there is an invisible barrier around him and his friends. It's probably the Phoenix Force and that weird form of his that you had once mentioned. I didn't force myself. He is too powerful for us to go against. Then again, he had helped the mutants a lot with what he did. We shouldn't have enmity against him. We aren't a match for their Avengers. John and others then disappeared and were back at the ring. That was a nice journey. Though their technology is far behind us. Banner said in a little proud tone. It was true, their Earth did have a higher level of technology. Umbrella had rolled out flying cars now which the general public would be able to use for traveling. This was another giant leap for mankind. The day wasn't far when humanity as a whole would be able to reach deep space. Lex had already asked the Nova Empire to make trade relations with Earth soon. By the end of this year, Nova will pave their way to Earth. Do you think I was wrong to kill Doom? John asked all the Avengers suddenly. John, we had killed Hydra in a mass genocide. Why does Doom matter? Steve asked as he was confused by this question. Except for the no-kill rule of Teen Titans, nobody had any qualms in killing the notorious villains, when required. It sounded extreme, but sometimes they made decisions for the better and safety of humanity. Like their decision to kill Thanos was. He was a threat to all of the universe. It's just I didn't like the way some of the other Avengers looked at me. They looked at me like a criminal. John said with a hint of sadness. John, I know you try to keep everybody happy, but it is not possible. Though I myself don't like that sometimes we take justice into our own hands, but we do it with clear conscience. Even if he wouldn't be responsible for killing many universes in the future, his war crimes aren't something to be looked over. He killed innocents. That is unforgivable. Clark said. John nodded his head. He always tended to evaluate himself and keep himself in check if he had become a tyrant. He had all the powers to become one, but he didn't want to be one. There will be double uploads tomorrow if there are more than 350 Power Stone donations by the end of the day. Thank you.